A light breeze swept past, and Suisui, still asleep, instinctively curled up, then slowly opened her eyes. Seeing the unfamiliar scenery around her the moment she opened her eyes, Suisui thought she was dreaming and promptly shut her eyes again. Yet she clearly heard birdsong. What on earth was going on? After a while, Suisui finally came fully awake. Towering trees rose all around her. Lying flat on her back, she gazed up at the blue sky, white clouds, and lofty trunks, and could not help exclaiming in awe, "Wow, it's so beautiful here. Isn't this exactly the world I've always dreamed of? I can just play around freely and leisurely, ah." She immediately rolled over, planning to sleep a little longer before getting up for work. After all, it was only a dream. After dozing for a bit and waking up completely, Suisui let out a piercing scream. "Ah, what the hell is this place? Did someone rob me and dump me out here?" As soon as she finished speaking, she scrambled to her feet, only to suddenly realize she seemed to be moving on all fours. Disbelieving, Suisui twisted around to look. A tail. Whose tail? Her eyes flew wide open, and she instantly looked down at her own paws. My hands. Whose are these? My paws. Oh my god. Her face turned ashen with terror. This can't be real. Am I still dreaming? Suisui hopped about, wanting to fall asleep again and wake up properly, anything to escape this dream, but things did not go as she wished. She could only resign herself to taking one step at a time. Still, what on earth was she in this so-called dream? The trees soared into the clouds, and all around were massive, unfamiliar thickets and shrubs. Birds wheeled between the trunks. In an instant, it felt as if she herself had shrunk dozens of times over. She only felt small and utterly helpless. For now, all she could do was look for water. Suisui raised a paw, stared at her own claws, and drew a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She quietly cheered herself on. Suisui, don't panic, don't panic. Stepping onto the soft earth, she slowly took in her surroundings, then headed forward, doing her best to steady her emotions. Birdsong echoed on all sides, yet aside from that, she saw not a single human figure. Suisui could only treat it as a dream and continue exploring. Ancient trees as tall as the sky thrust straight into the clouds, their branches interlacing to form a green vault overhead. Sunlight struggled to pierce layer upon layer of leaves, spilling down in mottled patches like golden threads, weaving mysterious patterns across the ground. On the ground, thick piles of decaying leaves rose like low mounds, exuding a damp, rich scent. Ancient vines crawled and coiled, winding around trunks like giant pythons, as though silently recounting the passage of ages. In the grass, wildflowers of every color bloomed, wantonly swaying in the wind and releasing a captivating fragrance that drew swarms of bees and butterflies into a graceful dance. Suisui gradually found her gaze captured by the scenery. She sat down on the ground, raised her head to admire the view within the grass, and stretched out a paw to play with the wildflowers. When she grew tired of playing, she lay on the ground with her tongue lolling, as if she had already adapted to her current identity, growing utterly at ease. It's really fun here. If only there were no early 8 o'clock classes. But maybe it's still early, and the alarm just hasn't gone off yet. Then I'll play a bit longer. Suisui stretched lazily, then suddenly spotted a small pool of water in the thicket ahead. Her brows arched, and she dashed toward the water source in a series of excited bounds. Lowering her head, she looked at her appearance in this dream, and involuntarily let out a sigh of admiration. Wow, so I'm actually an adorable little kitty. Suisui stuck out her tongue and lightly lapped at the water in the pool. Wow, it's really sweet. But I'd better not drink too much, or if I go to the bathroom in the dream, I'll wet the bed in reality. Suddenly, she felt something slithering closer, accompanied by a rustling sound. What was that? Suisui looked up and saw a pair of blackened, enormous eyes right above her. She shot to her feet and bolted. Somebody save me. Her shrill, desperate cry echoed through the valley. Suisui's forelegs were about to break from running, yet behind her a crimson python pursued relentlessly. Wasn't I supposed to be dreaming? Why can I still feel pain? What is this place? It's terrifying. I never should have said that about class. My beloved 8 o'clock class. No, damn it, did I actually transmigrate? But where is this, and why isn't there a single person around? Just as the python's tail was about to swat Suisui, flying time seemed to come to a halt. In that instant, something suddenly appeared in her mind. Congratulations to the host on binding with the ever-blessed pregnancy system. As long as the host completes a certain number of missions, the system will grant corresponding rewards. After completing the missions, whether you wish to remain here or return to your original world will both be possible. Ever blessed. I feel like my luck is anything but good. Indeed, she had gone to sleep only to inexplicably arrive in this inexplicable world and still did not understand how she had turned into a cat. Wasn't she just sleeping a moment ago? Ha, host, you're really funny. It's pregnancy, as in babies, you know. So it's ever pregnant. You want me to have children here. Luck in pregnancy, pregnant. But she was still single since birth. How was she supposed to have children? Besides, was there even a hospital here? What if she hemorrhaged and died in childbirth? That's right, host. Here you can experience different lives and even possess all the handsome men under heaven. As long as you're willing, you can bear children for many perfect pretty boys. You'll never have to fear being hurt or emotionally manipulated again. Well, are you tempted? But giving birth is really painful. If something goes wrong and I die, won't the missions all fail? Oh, my dearest host, the moment you become pregnant, the system will prepare many items that are highly beneficial for childbirth. You will absolutely enjoy treatment befitting an empress. At the mention of good things for giving birth, Suisui was instantly moved. Then I'd like to ask, what is this place? And I don't seem to be human anymore, do I? Haha, congratulations, host, you guessed correctly. Heart gesture. This is the Beast World continent, and your body belongs to the Lingmao, the Spirit Cat clan. Having 6 babies in one litter is not just a dream. The system's excited tone formed a stark contrast with the deathly pale look on Suisui's face. So I'm going to have children with animals. Suisui was on the verge of collapse. Was she never going to live a normal human life again? Why did she have to bear children with beasts? Don't worry, host. On the Beast World continent, everyone is in beastman form. You can also have them use their human forms to mate with you and conceive children. Then will you stay here watching over me all the time? If I have any problems, can I come to you? Of course I will, host. At the beginning, we must ensure your safety. I will also arrange high-quality orc males to become your partners. After you complete the missions, you may return to your original world and will receive corresponding rewards. Just treat this as a pleasant journey. Fine. Since she had come, she might as well settle in. Suisui finally accepted this utterly illogical task. After all, she truly did not want to go back to work. If she could experience the life of a ruler who never had to attend court again, it did not sound so bad. The moment the system detected Suisui's consent, the good fortune system instantly released the frozen flow of time. Before Suisui could react, the tail of the giant python lashed out and sent her small body flying. Her tiny body, like a torn bundle of rags, tumbled from the heights and plunged off the cliff in free fall. With several muffled thuds, she crashed into the meadow at the bottom of the ravine. Seriously, didn't you say you would protect the host from harm? The system murmured, oops, sorry host, I forgot. But Suisui was already unconscious and could no longer hear it. A single cool tear slid down the tiny cat's furry face. The fainted Suisui did not notice that beside her lay a white tiger who had just awakened from sleep. The white tiger pawed at the limp little cat. Seeing no response, he gently took her in his mouth, tossed her onto his back, and strode off toward his cave with a proud, imposing gait. He carefully placed the little cat onto his nest, lowered his head to lightly breathe in her scent, then covered her with his own animal pelt. Then the white tiger transformed into a tall, strapping man, wearing only a leopard print skirt barely covering his most private parts. His 8-pack abs exuded raw strength. His name was Nuo Lin, an inconspicuous member of the white tiger tribe. His physique was considered too weak, and none of the females in the clan had chosen to pair with him, so he had gone out wandering alone. Never had he imagined he would actually pick up a little female. Seeing the little female covered in wounds made his heart ache. He wondered which family had lost their young female, and how they could have thrown her down from the mountain like this. On the Beast World continent, who would dare treat an apparently underage female in such a way? Were they not afraid of incurring the beast god's punishment? After settling, Suisui properly, Nuo Lin turned and left the cave. He still had to fetch food and water for the little female. Nuo Lin, are you all right? He had barely stepped outside when he ran into Chiyun, a wolf tribe orc who had played with him since childhood. Chiyun likewise was not accepted by the wolf tribe. Malnourished in the womb, he had been born smaller and thinner than the other wolf cubs. Seeing their half-dead-looking cub, Chiyun's wolf father and mother had always given food to the stronger offspring first. Only when the others were full would Chiyun be allowed to eat. If the others finished everything, he could only go hungry. Yet Chiyun had clung to life through sheer tenacity, surviving on leftovers and scraps. Chiyun, it's you. I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? Recognizing Chiyun, Nuo Lin finally let go of the worry in his heart. He had never feared that Chiyun would compete with him for females because he knew that with his strength alone, he could not possibly support a female. If Chiyun also failed to find a female willing to choose him, Nuo Lin would gladly let Chiyun join him in caring for one. On the Beast World continent, most females had at least 3 or 4 beast husbands, but of course everything depended on the female agreeing once she awoke. So Nuo Lin asked Chiyun bluntly whether he had thought about taking a mate. I'm the same as you. No female wants to choose me. Hearing this, Nuo Lin froze for a moment. After all, there was a certain female in the tribe who had never given up on Chiyun. Doesn't Xingyue like you? Don't you like her? You mean Xingyue? She already has 7 beast husbands. Why would I go over just to be the 8th? At the mention of that female, orc Chiyun's expression turned to utter disgust. He had no desire to join a queue so long that he might not get even 1 turn a week. Besides, Xingyue's beast husbands all strutted with their noses in the air, as if Xingyue deigning to fancy Chiyun would be a blessing earned over 8 lifetimes. Then what kind of female do you want? Now that he understood Chiyun's thoughts, Nuo Lin grew curious about what sort of female he liked. I don't know. The 2 of us are still too weak. We have to hunt well before any other female will even consider me. From his thoughtful expression, it was obvious he truly did not know. After all, females were far too few and males far too many. In their entire tribe, there were fewer than 20 females, yet more than 60 males, not even counting those who had not yet come of age. All right. By the way, Chiyun, do you still have any meat left? Fortunately, Nuo Lin did not press him further. The sudden change of topic caught Chiyun off guard. He thought Nuo Lin had simply gotten hungry while chatting. Yeah, haven't you eaten? I already have. I picked up a female of the Spirit Cat clan while I was out playing. She's injured, so I brought her back. Really? Then wait here, I'll be right back. The moment he heard that Nuo Lin had picked up a little female, Chiyun rushed off. Although he had never seen her, any female who could make Nuo Lin this anxious must have struck his fancy. Qian dashed back to his own dwelling. Luckily, he still had some meat stored away, otherwise the little female would have nothing to eat. He resolved to give Nuo Lin a proper lecture later, so that their future female would never go hungry. Once Qian had left, Nuo Lin sauntered back to his own little nest. Seeing the small cat curled up on the bed, he carefully tucked the pelt around her before transforming back into a white tiger and pressing his body close to hers to keep her warm. Under the healing touch of Nuo Lin's tongue, the wounds on her body slowly closed. In her dreams, Suisui thought it was just her cloth doll, and she burrowed headfirst into Nuo Lin's embrace. Feeling the small cat squirm in his arms, Nuo Lin was so startled he did not dare move at all, afraid he might press open her wounds again. Suisui slowly opened her eyes. Sensing the heat radiating from behind her, she froze in terror, not daring to move. She had no idea what exactly was lying at her back. Inside, she was ranting madly, Mom, I'm scared to death. Host, don't worry. Behind you is just a big tiger. Hearing Suisui's frantic thoughts, the system offered what it considered a comforting explanation. Clearly, it did not help at all. Suisui's eyes widened as she silently snapped at the system in her heart. Are you out of your mind? How can you say something like that so casually? Host, don't worry. You can try getting to know him. Considering how fond you were of fluffy plush toys in your previous century, the system has matched you with several fluffy male beasts. You may play with them as you please. Seriously, are you kidding me? Are you sure he won't eat me? Be bold, don't be afraid. You're an animal now too. Talk to him first. I believe you'll come to like him. Suisui was left utterly speechless. The moment she heard the calculation, she cursed with foul language. Yet she still dared not speak. Sensing the movement, Norin also opened his eyes. Watching the little female's tense back, he chuckled softly, and then rolled out of bed, crouching in front of Suisui, admiring her fluttering eyelashes that were particularly adorable. Little female, you're awake. Upon hearing Norin's voice, Suisui could no longer pretend to be asleep. She opened her eyes, her pupils instantly constricting as her whole body bristled with alertness, staring warily at the tiger before her. She used to love visiting the zoo to see tigers and lions, but this was her first time observing a tiger up close in her life. Although the system had already informed her, it was still a shocking experience. What should she do? Hello, little female, my name is Norin. What is your name? Seeing the little female, so tense, Norin relaxed his breath. Don't be afraid, are you from the spirit cat clan? I am from the tiger clan. Hearing Norin's guess, Suisui thought of her mission and went along with it. But she was unsure how old Norin was now, whether he was an adult beast or not, and when she would be able to perform her task. She thought to herself that it would indeed be nice if he were a handsome and imposing beast. I am Suisui. I'm from the spirit cat clan, but I forgot how I got out. I accidentally fell off a cliff while being chased by a red snake. Suisui's soft voice immediately triggered Norin's protective instincts. Her expression at that moment was like an eggplant hit by frost, with her 2 ears drooping, tail naturally hanging down, and her little eyes looking utterly wronged. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I will protect you. But I have no family left. After saying this, Suisui burst into tears, and Norin awkwardly embraced her. Suisui, don't cry. If possible, Norin would like to give you a home. Will you let me be your partner? Let me protect and take care of you. Hearing Suisui's sad cries, Norin immediately blurted out this sentence that made her bewildered. But regardless of the outcome, Norin wanted to give it his all. As long as Suisui agreed to have him as her partner, he would work harder to ensure she had a good life, and he would strive to hunt more diligently in the future. Suisui was momentarily stunned by Norin's sudden confession. System, what's going on? Is he confessing this quickly? Didn't I just meet him? Could there be some kind of conspiracy? Host, don't worry. Most beasts in the beast world are quite simple-minded. Once they decide on someone, unless they die, their heart will remain with that person. Even if they are not that person's partner, they will disregard everything for them. Is that really okay? It's always like this. Norin waited for a long time without hearing a response from Suisui, thinking that she might not be willing. He lowered his head, feeling heavy-hearted. I know I might not have much ability right now, but can you give me a chance? Suisui looked up at Norin, the fluffy big tiger, and sniffled. Can you show me what your human form looks like? Norin's face instantly lit up with joy. Of course. As Norin shed his tiger form, Suisui was instantly mesmerized. His deep, enchanting eyes captivated the heart, and his silver shoulder-length hair fell messily across his chest. His fair complexion resembled that of an elf strayed into the human world, with slender willow-like eyebrows and doll-like eyelashes that curled slightly. His well-defined abs exuded strength with curves that made it impossible for anyone to look away. Seeing Suisui staring at him, without blinking, Norin chuckled softly, gently pinching her little paw and placing it on his abs, moving it up and down softly. Suisui gasped and said softly, This doesn't seem appropriate. Yet her eyes couldn't help but sneak a glance at his abdomen. Suisui, are you an adult now? Seeing her shy expression, Norin felt a rush of blood to his head, but managed to suppress it, silently changing the subject. I forgot. Hearing Norin ask about her age, Suisui realized that since she had just arrived in this world, she had yet to figure out who she was, so how could she know if she was an adult? You are an adult, just became one. Don't worry, tell him, pounce on him, and have his cubs. System, can you please be quiet? The sudden excited voice of the system almost made the guilty Suisui scream. She quickly urged the system to be quiet, thankful that the two could communicate telepathically, otherwise Nuo Lin might think she was an idiot. I'm solving your problems, and you still complain about me. I guess I'm an adult now, she replied meekly. Little female, are you satisfied with me? Suisui shyly nodded. Can we go bond later? Suisui remained silent and nodded. Seeing this, Nuo Lin understood that Suisui was too shy to say it out loud, but it was okay, as long as she gave him a bit of response he would be satisfied. Bonding requires human form. Can you transform into human form? I've never transformed before, I don't know. Suisui looked at Nuo Lin with innocent eyes, and Nuo Lin felt a rush of blood surge through him. He instinctively took Suisui's hand. It's okay. I will teach you. Suisui felt an inexplicable energy guiding her to take a big step forward, not even noticing when Nuo Lin had left. Suisui felt her body expanding slowly, growing taller as her tail and ears disappeared. When she completed her first transformation into human form, it was as if all the beauty in the world blossomed in that moment. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as sheep-fat jade, emitting a faint warm glow as if gently caressed by moonlight. The texture of her skin was like the finest silk, so delicate that one could hardly perceive a flaw. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, with eyebrows like distant mountains, and the corners of her slightly upturned eyes carried a hint of natural charm, yet still retained a sense of liveliness. Her almond-shaped eyes resembled deep lakes, clear and enchanting, with countless stars seemingly hidden within their pupils. Her straight and delicate nose added a perfect sense of dimension to her beauty. Her figure was graceful, with perfectly proportioned long arms and legs, every movement exuding an innate elegance and agility. No wonder Nuo Lin took the opportunity to step out while Suisui was transforming. He was worried that she would feel awkward after her transformation, especially since he was completely unclothed with beast hide left on the bed for her to wear. The beast hide was adorned with white tiger stripes, and from the patterns, it was clearly Nuo Lin's. Suisui was somewhat stunned. Could it be that every beastman in the beast realm had their own beast hide? Otherwise, how could the beast hide on the bed be identical to Nuo Lin's? Suisui put on the beast hide and walked to the water's edge, gazing at her reflection. It seemed to amplify her beauty in this world, and she never imagined she could look so stunning. That's right, this is the power of the system, trust me. Hearing the system's proud tone, Suisui curiously asked, though she didn't expect it to say much. The host said it was all about fate. Recently, the novel you read was written by our master god. Do you remember what you commented below it? You said, why wasn't it you who traveled through time, or else you would have many cute little cubs. However, upon hearing Suisui's question, the system decided to give her an answer. What if she thought too much in the future when she got pregnant? This was all based on experience. The master god had shown him before that a pregnant woman could be as clueless as Sherlock Holmes, and one misstep could lead to everything being lost. So the master god agreed and allowed me to bind with you. He said that once you complete your tasks, he would send you to the place you wish to go and grant you a fortune. Oh my, the master god is so casual. But since I'm here, I'm willing to take on tasks. Wealth isn't what matters, but handsome guys are really important. The system's teasing instantly made Suisui lose her composure, and she exploded. Who said I didn't want it? When did I ever say that? The system could only purse its lips, as women's words were not to be trusted. It was indeed based on experience. The master was worried that the system would be tricked by the host. So many chips were set in the system to avoid being deceived. So system, are you a person or a machine? Unable to find a flaw, Suisui was curious whether the system was a machine or a person. After all, the system's thinking was quite advanced, and she was simply curious. I am neither a person nor a machine. To put it plainly, I am a spirit created by the master god, and you could say I temporarily share your fate. Temporarily. Yes, unless you wish for me to be with you for a lifetime. Once you return to your original world, I will go back to the master god's side. What I will do afterwards is a matter for the future to be discussed later. Suisui thought about it. As long as she was not in danger, the rest didn't matter. Suisui, you look really beautiful. As soon as Suisui stepped out, Nuo Lin spotted her immediately. Her pure black hair was exceptionally beautiful, standing out in the white tiger tribe, where everyone else had white hair. He was momentarily mesmerized. Thank you for the compliment. Quick, the meat brought by Chiyun, come and eat. Chiyun? Yes, Chiyun is my brother whom I grew up with. He belongs to the wolf tribe. I'll introduce you to him when I have the chance. All right. Seeing the meat roasted by Nuo Lin, Suisui had thought that beastmen only ate raw meat, but it turned out they also ate cooked food. She took a bite from Nuo Lin's hand. She was instantly taken aback. There was no flavor at all, just a fishy taste. Why does it taste fishy? Nuo Lin, who was intently watching Suisui eat the meat, looked concerned upon hearing her say it was not tasty. It was indeed true that their tiger tribe's meat might be unpalatable to females. I'm sorry, Suisui. The roasted meat of our tiger tribe is like this. What did you eat in the spirit cat tribe? Tell me, and he'll go get it for you. He did not want Suisui to go hungry, so he asked clearly what she wanted to eat. He would obediently bring it back for her. Suisui was the first female he had ever encountered, and he needed to take good care of her. The chieftain said that females are fragile beings who need to eat cooked food, otherwise they could get sick. Moreover, females must not encounter danger, otherwise it is the male's fault for not protecting their females. It's fine, let's just eat what we have for now. I'll think of a way later. Suisui didn't want Nuo Lin to go find food for her right now. After all, she had just arrived in this world, and perhaps they didn't know what salt was. How can I let Suisui do that? You just tell me what you need, and I will go find it. Upon hearing Suisui say she wanted to think of a way, Nuo Lin quickly thought about how to help, especially since Suisui had agreed to be his partner. This meant Nuo Lin would essentially become one of Suisui's beast husbands, but they would still need the chieftain to perform the binding ceremony in front of the beast god. Alright, then let's eat first. Okay, all according to Suisui. Seeing Nuo Lin's eager expression, Suisui casually stroked his soft fur. Indeed, tigers were tigers, the texture was simply superb, and she almost didn't want to let go. After finishing their meal, Suisui followed Nuo Lin to the chieftain's door. Nuo Lin, isn't the partner ceremony over? Why are you here? The chieftain was filled with surprise upon seeing Nuo Lin. Why did he suddenly come over, and he had a female with him from an unknown tribe? Chieftain, I found a female. She is from the spirit cat tribe, and I want to bond with her. Hearing that a female was willing to be with Nuo Lin, the chieftain expressed his doubts. After all, females usually paired with brave beastmen, but this female looked very beautiful. He couldn't understand why she would choose Nuo Lin. Are you serious? Worried that Nuo Lin would casually choose an unknown female, the chieftain stared at him, uncertain whether to allow them to bond. Yes, chieftain. Seeing Nuo Lin's resolute demeanor, the chieftain was taken aback. He had never seen Nuo Lin like this before, and could only nod, inquiring about Suisui, who was standing beside him. Are you from the spirit cat tribe? The chieftain examined her and noticed the distinctive emblem of the spirit cat tribe behind Suisui's ear. Yes, chieftain, my name is Suisui from the spirit cat tribe, just turned adult. Alright, do you wish to bond with Nuo Lin? Have you made up your mind? The clan leader gazed seriously at the female before him, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. At this moment, Suisui's heart was filled with determination. She slightly raised her head, meeting the clan leader's eyes directly, secretly thinking, so what if Nuo Lin is not the strongest of the tiger clan? His kindness, his gentleness are unmatched. By his side, I can truly feel warmth and security. Without hesitation, she replied, leaving the clan leader momentarily speechless. Nuo Lin is not the strongest of the tiger clan, and there are many young beastmen in our clan who have yet to bond. Sorry, clan leader, I am willing to bond with Nuo Lin, even if his abilities are not strong, and even if he is the only one I have right now, I still wish to bond with him. Her voice was clear and resolute, filled with trust and affection for Nuo Lin. I believe that if we work hard together, we will surely have a happy life. How others see it doesn't matter. What matters is that I know how good he is to me, and I am willing to accompany him through thick and thin. The clan leader looked at her determined gaze and felt a pang of emotion, but still said, all right, since you have made up your mind, I won't say more. I will go to the square now to ask the beast god to witness. A few of them arrived at the statue of the beast god, praying devoutly. Surrounding beastmen gathered to watch the spectacle. Nuo Lin actually has a female wanting him. It's unbelievable, isn't it? A beastman muttered quietly, filled with surprise and confusion. I wonder what this female is thinking. Nuo Lin is not exactly outstanding in the tiger clan. Although Nuo Lin is not the strongest, it is still a great honor to have a female like him. I just wonder if the female will start following him. Another beastman shook his head, secretly worried about this female's future. As Nuo Lin prayed, he cast a glance at Suisui, still concerned that one day she might feel he was inadequate. Suisui noticed his worries and carefully squeezed his hand. Nuo Lin, don't worry. Whether your abilities are strong or not, you are my first beast husband, and no beast can shake your position. Nuo Lin nodded. He knew as a beast he might not always be able to protect her in this dangerous jungle, but as long as she held him in her heart, he would not hesitate to give his life for her. After the bonding was successful, the clan leader approached Suisui, looking at her with warmth. Your name is Suisui, right? Suisui nodded slightly and politely replied, yes, clan leader. Facing the clan leader of the tiger clan, Suisui felt a bit nervous inside, but more than that, she felt respect. The clan leader spoke earnestly. Now that you have bonded with Nuo Lin, from now on, wherever he goes, you go. The tiger clan is also your home. The clan leader looked at Nuo Lin's determined gaze, feeling a surge of emotions within. He had watched Nuo Lin grow up. Although he was not his father, he regarded Nuo Lin as his own child. Although Nuo Lin is not the strongest, I still hope you can treat him well. This child grew up alone, and I believe he can take good care of you. The clan leader's eyes were filled with affection for Nuo Lin and hope for their future. Suisui sincerely said, thank you, clan leader. Then she took Nuo Lin's hand, and from this moment onwards, Suisui completely possessed her first tiger clan beastman. The clan leader nodded. Nuo Lin, go and collect the food that belongs to you. You have successfully bonded, and this is what you deserve. Yes, clan leader. Nuo Lin responded, his heart already so excited that he could hardly speak, his hands trembling, his eyes filled with exhilaration. Nuo Lin has truly bonded. This is incredible. A beastman exclaimed in astonishment, filled with confusion. How did Nuo Lin manage to get a female to follow him? Yes, I wonder if this female can survive with Nuo Lin. Another beastman echoed, secretly worried about Suisui's future. But this female is very beautiful. If I could have her, I could also feed Nuo Lin. An overly ambitious beastman thought to himself, fantasizing about winning Suisui favor. What are you talking about? If anyone is to be chosen, it should be me. I am much stronger than you. Another beastman retorted defiantly, feeling he had the upper hand over the other. Clearly I am stronger. Why don't we settle this with a fight? The first beastman was enraged, holding back his desire to prove himself stronger. Hey, if it's a fight, then let's fight. I don't believe I can't beat you. The latter beastman also stood his ground, filled with fighting spirit. In no time the scene became noisy while Nuo Lin and Suisui hand in hand smiled as they walked towards the food gathering place, ignoring the commotion around them. All they saw was each other. Enough. What are you doing? Nuo Lin is at least a few years older than you. Come back to me when you have a female to bond with. After the clan leader left, they lost interest in fighting and gradually dispersed. The two beasts who were just fighting quickly made up and ran off. Back in the room, Suisui surveyed her surroundings. Arriving here in a state of unconsciousness, it was her first time seeing such a simple room. Suisui worried whether it would leak during the rain, as she felt a bit anxious about the future. Nuo Lin, do we need to ask the clan leader for our food? Suisui looked at Nuo Lin with curious eyes, puzzled by this. What if she got hungry at midnight? Wouldn't that be awkward to disturb the clan leader? Nuo Lin gently took Suisui's hand and patiently explained, after bonding, it's not necessary. Before bonding, everyone ate together, so the food needs to be placed with the clan leader for distribution. Suisui frowned slightly, continuing to ask, then where does our food come from? Her gaze carried a hint of worry as she had not fully grasped this new way of life. Nuo Lin smiled, gently stroking Suisui's hair as he said, during the day, we will go hunting. Half of the prey we catch will be kept, and the other half will be given to the clan, as we need to store food for winter. We won't go out all winter, so it's a season for giving birth. Nuo Lin thought to himself originally he had no problem with how much he hunted, but now it was different. He had a female to care for, and he needed enough food for her, otherwise she would surely starve during the winter. Suisui nodded slightly as she listened to Nuo Lin. Having never experienced the winter in the beast world, she was unsure how to endure such cold. Fortunately, she was a cat and could curl up to keep warm. Nuo Lin looked at Suisui, who seemed to be deep in thought, and said, don't worry, Suisui. I will go hunting tomorrow, and will definitely ensure you don't go hungry or cold. His eyes were filled with determination, hoping to give Suisui enough sense of security. Suisui nodded and smiled in response. I believe in you, Nuo Lin. Suisui's voice was filled with deep affection, like a gentle spring breeze brushing against Nuo Lin's heart, and he tenderly embraced her. I'm so glad to have you. Suisui returned his embrace, feeling touched that someone could treat her so well in this unfamiliar place. As Nuo Lin spoke, he also began to unpack the soft beast skin he had prepared earlier, kindly not allowing Suisui to help. The beast skin was carefully selected by him, intended to be washed in the river, and made into a beautiful skirt for Suisui. His gaze was filled with affection for Suisui, as if he could already envision her joy when she wore the new skirt. Suisui, would you like to go out and explore with me? Nuo Lin smiled at Suisui, his eyes full of anticipation. He didn't want Suisui to stay at home. He wanted her with him at all times. Sure, Suisui replied cheerfully, her face glowing with excitement. She hadn't had the chance to enjoy herself here yet, so it was a great time to take a stroll. Nuo Lin transformed into his majestic white tiger form, his snow white fur shimmering under the sunlight. Suisui lightly sat on his broad back, holding onto his neck tightly. They exited the cave to be greeted by a vibrant scene. The lush green mountains stretched endlessly, with towering trees piercing the clouds, their dense foliage intertwining to form a green canopy. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves as if playing a beautiful song of nature. Following the path, they soon came upon a crystal-clear stream. The stream flowed gently, shimmering golden under the sunlight, and the stones and fish beneath the water were clearly visible. Colorful wildflowers bloomed by the stream, releasing waves of fragrance. Butterflies danced among the flowers while bees busily collected nectar. Venturing deeper into the mountains, birds joyfully sang from the branches and squirrels frolicked between the trees. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees, invigorating the spirit. The distant peaks rose in layers, contrasting beautifully with the blue sky and white clouds, creating a stunning painting. Nuo Lin slowly transformed back into human form, his movements light and graceful. He gently set Suisui down and said softly, Suisui, you can play for a bit, I will clean the beast's skin. His eyes were filled with care, and his voice was like a clear breeze in the mountains, providing immense comfort. Although Nuo Lin allowed Suisui to play freely around him, she felt a deep sense of vigilance and fear inside. After all, this was the beast realm, fraught with dangers, though a moment's carelessness could cost one's life. She thought to herself, I can't just run around carelessly, the place is filled with unknown dangers. It's definitely safer to stay close to Nuo Lin. Now Suisui just wanted to be cautious and stay close. She squatted beside Nuo Lin, her eyes fixed intently on his hands as he washed the beast's skin. His hands were long and powerful, each movement filled with strength and precision. Suisui couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Even though she wasn't particularly fond of hands, she found his large hands especially striking. She instinctively opened her own hand to compare with Nuo Lin's, mumbling to herself, mine is so small. A hint of adorable innocence appeared on her face. Nuo Lin focused on his task, still keenly noticed Suisui's small gestures. He couldn't help but chuckle softly, his laughter filled with affection as he said, Suisui's hands are really cute. He looked up, his gaze gentle as it settled on Suisui, filled with love and warmth, causing her to unconsciously smile back at him. Nuo Lin hoped to remain in this moment forever. As the sun slowly dipped in the west after finishing cleaning the beast's skin, he played with Suisui for a while before leading her back home. Suisui, you sit here for a moment. I will get some food to fill our stomachs. There's a bonfire party tonight, let's go watch it together. Bonfire party. Yes, today is the day for single men and women of the tribe to pair up. Everyone will gather and have fun tonight. I'll take you to see it. Sounds good. Suisui exclaimed in excitement, her face filled with anticipation. She didn't know if the bonfire party here was the same as in modern times, but it was sure to be different. Do you know why the tribe leader says Nuo Lin is weak? Why don't you ask him yourself? I have to understand why he is like this, even though he doesn't seem weak. Suisui was a bit curious, but also felt a pang of sympathy. Well, it's because when Nuo Lin's mother was pregnant with him, the tribe was fighting with another tribe. Nuo Lin's father fought fiercely to protect his wife, who was about to give birth. The battle was extremely brutal, with cries and roars echoing in the skies. After Nuo Lin was born, his mother died during childbirth, leaving little Nuo Lin crying helplessly amidst the chaos, his cries sounding so pitiful. The tribe did not harm the tiny Nuo Lin, perhaps because they were exhausted from the fierce battle, or perhaps they held a flicker of compassion. It was until he was taken in by the White Tiger tribe leader, but Nuo Lin had always suffered from malnutrition, his body frail, only able to follow capable tigers seeking shelter. He was like a fragile seedling struggling to grow amidst a storm. So this tribe isn't the original tribe. Of course, that tribe was completely wiped out in that brutal war. But Nuo Lin didn't know the leader had always thought of him as a child abandoned by his family. Perhaps it was the mockery of fate allowing Nuo Lin to experience such twists and turns in his ignorance. Suisui's face radiated excitement, as if she could already envision the endless feasts of rabbit meat in the future. Nuo Lin's eyes were filled with admiration and affection for Suisui. Nuo Lin, you are so kind, come give me a hug. Suisui opened her arms, her face blooming with a bright smile. All right, Nuo Lin said without hesitation, lifting Suisui securely into his embrace with his strong arms, the motion gentle yet firm. He allowed Suisui to comfortably enjoy her meat in his arms. Nuo Lin, am I heavy? Suisui asked playfully. Not at all, Suisui, you need to eat more, you are too thin. Nuo Lin's voice was deep and gentle, filled with concern, and the tight embrace seemed to convey his endless care for Suisui. The sky gradually darkened like a heavy black veil, slowly enveloping the earth. The bonfire festival of the White Tiger clan officially commenced, with the blazing fire illuminating the surroundings, the dancing flames resembling passionate dancers joyfully showcasing their vitality. When Nuo Lin and Suisui arrived, the beast couples had already begun to dance. Pairs of agile beastmen illuminated by the bonfire moved gracefully to the cheerful rhythm. Their figures swayed in the firelight, the powerful movements displaying the beastmen's boldness and passion. The male beastmen were tall and robust, their muscular outlines subtly revealed in the firelight, while the female beastmen moved elegantly, their graceful curves exuding charm. The cheerful dance kicked up clouds of dust, as if the entire world was immersed in this fervent and joyful atmosphere. The clan leader spotted Nuo Lin and Suisui waving them over, and Nuo Lin took Suisui's hand and walked over. The clan leader's face instantly broke into a warm smile upon seeing Nuo Lin and Suisui, and he waved at them. Nuo Lin, seeing this, tightly held Suisui's hand and quickly approached. Clan leader, Nuo Lin said respectfully. The clan leader nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the two. This is Suisui's first time attending the White Tiger clan's bonfire festival. Make sure she has a good time, all right? The clan leader urged earnestly, his eyes filled with concern. Tonight is a good day for mating, Nuo Lin, so do your best to ensure there will be a litter of White Tiger cubs next year. The clan leader burst into hearty laughter, his voice loud and boisterous. Yes, clan leader, Nuo Lin replied, his expression resolute yet tinged with shyness. Beastmen are quite straightforward without any pretense. Though Suisui understood that her purpose was to bear cubs, hearing the clan leader speak so bluntly made her feel somewhat embarrassed, her cheeks instantly flushing with a hint of crimson. At that moment, a tall female beastman swayed her hips and walked up to Nuo Lin and Suisui. She scrutinized Suisui from head to toe, a smirk curling her lips as she disdainfully remarked, Nuo Lin, is this your chosen partner? She looks so frail, ooh, I wonder if she can even bear cubs. That tone was filled with provocation and contempt. Dan Yang, Nuo Lin has finally found a female. How can you say such things? The clan leader reprimanded loudly, his brow furrowed, his gaze sternly fixed on Dan Yang. Clan leader, how can Nuo Lin, being a member of our White Tiger clan, be expected to seek an outsider? Dan Yang stood with her hands on her hips, head held high, expressing her dissatisfaction, her eyes revealing disdain for Suisui. Hearing Dan Yang's contempt for Suisui, Nuo Lin's expression darkened instantly, his originally gentle eyes now blazing with fury. Unable to endure any longer, he shouted, Clan leader, will you really allow Dan Yang to bully my female? His voice was filled with anger and discontent, his body trembling slightly from agitation. Nuo Lin, you should understand that the conflicts between females cannot be interfered with by males. Even I cannot intervene too much. The clan leader frowned, his expression serious as he spoke with an undeniable authority. It's fine, Nuo Lin, let me handle the disputes among the females. Suisui gently patted Nuo Lin's arm, giving him a determined look, her face showing no signs of fear. Suisui, I will protect you. Nuo Lin tightly grasped Suisui's hand, his gaze filled with concern and worry, his voice low, yet brimming with deep affection and determination. I believe in you, Nuo Lin, Suisui replied, squeezing Nuo Lin's hand back, a smile blossoming on her face like the warm sun of spring, radiating warmth and strength, bestowing upon Nuo Lin boundless trust and support. What are you targeting me? Do you think I am unworthy of having Nuo Lin? Suisui stepped forward, standing tall, fearlessly staring directly at Dan Yang. Oh, you are quite perceptive, female. As long as you leave Nuo Lin, how about I share my powerful beast husbands with you? Dan Yang smirked mockingly, glancing sideways at Suisui, her tone full of arrogance, as if assured that Suisui would comply and hand Nuo Lin over to her. Absolutely not. I only want my beast husband. Oh, as for your husbands, I have no interest. Who knows what your intentions are? Suisui resolutely rejected, her arms crossed defiantly. You who in the White Tiger clan doesn't know Nuo Lin relies on others for hunting. Do you really think you can be well taken care of by him? Dan Yang, furious and embarrassed, raised her voice, sharply glaring viciously at Suisui. So are you saying all this to make me give up on Nuo Lin and let him be with you? Suisui stood her ground, her gaze fixed on Dan Yang, her voice rising a few notches, filled with questioning intent. Other beasts gathered around to watch the commotion, whispering and gossiping. What's going on? Didn't Dan Yang have several beast husbands before? An elderly beast with mottled fur asked curiously, his eyes darting between Dan Yang, Nuo Lin, and Suisui. I heard Dan Yang wanted to take Nuo Lin because although he isn't good at hunting, he is quite handsome. A young beast whispered conspiratorially, his tone mysterious. Then why didn't she take him? Another beast asked, puzzled, leaning in closer. Dan Yang thought she would first gather a few other beast husbands, and once they became powerful, she would claim Nuo Lin for herself. The young beast continued to explain, looking very serious. But Nuo Lin already has a female. Why does Dan Yang still want to snatch him back? Clearly she didn't choose Nuo Lin when selecting husbands before. A plump beast shook its head, sighing. But Nuo Lin already has a female. Why does Dan Yang still want to snatch him back? Clearly she didn't choose Nuo Lin when selecting husbands before. A slim beast frowned, looking confused. If one didn't know better, they might think Dan Yang has a grudge against that female. An older beast stroked its beard, speaking thoughtfully. I don't know. Many beasts shook their heads in confusion and misunderstanding as they discussed the matter. No wonder you can't stand me, but turns out you want to take my beast husband away. Suisui squinted her eyes slightly, her gaze fierce as she stared at Dan Yang, her tone filled with anger and disdain. Nuo Lin is now my beast husband, and tonight we will mate. From this night on, Nuo Lin is my primary beast husband, and no one can shake his position in my heart. Suisui placed her hands on her hips, standing tall and firm, her resolute attitude seemingly declaring her claim over Nuo Lin to everyone. While a primary beast husband, it seems Dan Yang's plan has backfired, deepening their bond instead. One beast exclaimed, astonished, with eyes wide open. This is getting exciting. Another beast rubbed its hands in delight, eyes sparkling with the thrill of the unfolding drama. Let's see how Dan Yang will handle this. I challenge you. If you and I won't think about Nuo Lin anymore. If I win, you will give Nuo Lin to me. Dan Yang gritted her teeth and said fiercely, her eyes revealing a fierce intensity. Why should I? Suisui glared at Dan Yang, her anger boiling over. He is my beast husband. Why should I give him to you? Suisui trembled with rage, her voice sharp and piercing. Your unreasonable demand is nothing but a delusion. I could never let my mate suffer any harm. If you refuse, I will move out with Suisui and leave the White Tiger tribe. You, Nuo Lin, do you really have to do this? Dan Yang looked at Nuo Lin in disbelief. She was clearly the most capable female in the tribe. Why was Nuo Lin being so unyielding? Yes, Dan Yang, I have never wanted to be your beast husband. Have you considered how your beast husband feels about this? Would they be willing for you to compete with other females for a male? Dan Yang ignored Suisui and instead aimed her remarks at Nuo Lin, speaking arrogantly. You should think carefully. I am the most capable female of the entire Tiger clan. Just look at her, frail and weak. She would likely not be able to bear any offspring for you. Oh, please, how impressive you are. So tell me, how many did you give birth to in your first litter? Suisui crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow, her eyes full of disdain. In my first litter, the leopard had 5, and the second litter had 3 tigers, Dan Yang said, raising her chin with a sense of pride. I thought that was something special. In our spirit cat clan, the least we have is 6 or 7. Can you really be proud of just 3 or 4? Suisui smirked, a hint of mockery in her tone. Upon hearing that the spirit cat clan could have 6 in a litter, the males below erupted in excitement. Is what this female said true? At least 6 cubs. A young male exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Nuo Lin is so lucky to have paired with such a high-quality female. Another male said, his face full of envy as his gaze darted between Nuo Lin and Suisui. My goodness, Nuo Lin is incredibly lucky. An older male exclaimed excitedly, his whiskers trembling in excitement. We have never even heard of such a fertile female before. A robust male scratched his head, looking confused. Hey, I've heard of it. The spirit cat clan is favored by the beast god. Each type of spirit cat supposedly has different abilities. What do you think this female's ability is, A shorter male squeezed to the front, speaking mysteriously. I don't know, let's see Dan Yang's expression. An old male pointed at Dan Yang. Oh, how terrifying. Dan Yang's face turned extremely ugly, her features twisted together, her fierce expression seeming capable of devouring others, making many beasts gasp in shock. How can this be? Dan Yang's eyes widened as she screamed in disbelief, her voice sharp and piercing, filled with shock and anger. How can it not be? With your experience, you've had no idea how many litters, but I am different. My first litter with Nuo Lin will definitely be his offspring. Can you guarantee that your next litter will be Nuo Lin's cubs? Suisui stepped forward, her sharp gaze locked onto Dan Yang, her voice crisp and firm, each word striking Dan Yang's heart like a sword. You. Dan Yang trembled with rage, pointing at Suisui, but unable to utter a complete sentence. Her face flushed red, eyes burning with fury, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Dan Yang could not guarantee anything because she had promised her bear husband that the last litter would belong to him. She had originally thought that with her fertility and status in the tribe, she could easily make Nuo Lin abandon Suisui and come to her. However, she did not expect that this seemingly weak female would be so tough and confident, which made her feel incredibly defeated and angry. She simply could not accept that despite her high capabilities, she could not compete with this seemingly fragile female. In her heart, she raged continuously, her eyes full of jealousy and unwillingness. Oomph. Dan Yang snorted coldly from her nose, trying to salvage her dignity. She clenched her teeth, wanting to argue again. Before she could say anything, the tribe leader interrupted her. Ever since he heard about Suisui's high fertility, he wanted to step in, but he couldn't offend either female. If the females left the tribe, it would also be a significant blow to the tribe. Clearing his throat, the leader raised his voice. Everyone quiet down. Dan Yang is a long-standing member of the tribe. Do you not allow Nuo Lin to have a female? His voice was authoritative and heavy, silencing all the beasts present. Furrowing his brow, the leader continued solemnly. When Nuo Lin couldn't find a female, why didn't you step up? Now that Nuo Lin has found one, you don't wish him well, but instead want to break them apart. Yes, Dan Yang, you already have 5 beast husbands. From now on, Nuo Lin will be Suisui's primary beast husband. This is an honor. Do you want Nuo Lin to also be your primary beast husband? How could that be? My primary beast husband is the bravest warrior in the tribe. Dan Yang pouted proudly, declaring, yet a trace of barely perceptible panic flickered in her eyes. Isn't that enough? Nuo Lin is also a member of the White Tiger clan. Do you want to hurt his feelings? Another beast man stepped forward, filled with dissatisfaction. Nuo Lin is now the first beast husband of Suisui. Do you want to take that away from him? Yet another beast man followed up with a question, his gaze fixed intently on Dan Yang. Dan Yang opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond, her complexion shifting between pale and flushed, appearing extremely embarrassed. All right, Dan Yang, let's go back. Dan Yang's wolf clan beast husband could no longer stand by stepping forward to try and pull her away, his eyes filled with helplessness and a plea. But Dan Yang retaliated with a slap, shouting, get lost, useless. Her fierce demeanor sent chills down the spine. The wolf clan beast husband covered his face, his eyes filled with pain and humiliation, yet he dared not retaliate, only lowering his head silently and retreating to the side. The surrounding beastmen shook their heads and sighed at the sight, feeling greatly dissatisfied with Dan Yang's unreasonable behavior. Nuo Lin stood beside Suisui, resolutely stating Nuo Lin will only bond with Suisui. The clan leader looked at them helplessly, sighing, enough, let's put this matter to rest. Tonight is the bonfire festival. Everyone should enjoy themselves and not worry about these trivial matters. The beastmen nodded in agreement, and the atmosphere of the festival gradually became lively again. Nuo Lin held Suisui's hand, dancing around the bonfire in the traditional dance of the White Tiger clan. Host, tonight is a good time for conception. Do you want to give it a try? The good fortune system, fearing Suisui might forget her purpose, hurriedly reminded her, its voice urgently ringing in her mind. Yet how could Suisui not be aware? I know, but can one just wander around freely during the bonfire festival? Suisui silently responded to the system in her mind, her brow slightly furrowed, revealing a hint of worry and hesitation. Moreover, how should I even bring it up? Suisui bit her lip, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, feeling a wave of shyness. After all, she was still a good young woman, and it was somewhat embarrassing for her to take the initiative in such matters. Host, you can simply place your hand on Nuo Lin's neck. It's quite simple. Just give him a kiss, and there's no way he won't take the initiative. All right, I'll try my best. Suisui took a deep breath, gathering her courage as she slowly leaned closer to Nuo Lin. Her heart raced as if it would leap out of her throat. Her hands gently rested on Nuo Lin's neck, her fingers trembling slightly. What's wrong, Suisui? Are you not feeling well? Nuo Lin, sensing Suisui's proximity, asked with concern, his eyes filled with worry. No. Suisui's voice was as soft as a whisper, her eyes darting away, unable to meet Nuo Lin's gaze. Your hand is on my waist. Seeing that Nuo Lin was unaware of where the waist was, Suisui blushed and playfully guided his hand to her waist. Closing her eyes, she mustered all her courage, tiptoed, and gently pressed a kiss on Nuo Lin's face. In that moment, it felt as if time had stopped. The surrounding noise faded away, leaving only the intertwined sound of their heartbeats. Then Nuo Lin, ignited by the strongest desires deep within, eagerly scooped up Suisui in his arms, his powerful embrace tightening around her as he swiftly strode into the room. The door slammed shut behind them with a resounding bang, as if to isolate them from everything outside. The room was filled with an ambiguous and fiery atmosphere, as Nuo Lin held his eyes ablaze with a burning passion, an endless love and desire for Suisui. Finally, with a gentle breeze flowing, it felt as if they were amidst a splendid cloud, every cell crying out for the initial joy. Wailing, how could it be like this, excitedly howling towards the sky, meow. The sound carried a sense of affection. It was so cool. Congratulations, host, for completing a significant event in your cat life. The system's voice echoed in her mind. But at that moment, Suisui could no longer hear anything. She felt like a butterfly swinging on a swing, swaying with the speed of the swing. Her thoughts had long since drifted away, her entire being seemingly immersed in a dreamlike ocean, unable to extricate herself amid the surging waves. Not knowing how long it had been, she finally came to a stop. In her daze, Suisui felt a cool and refreshing sensation beneath her, yet was unaware of the reason, as drowsiness washed over her like a tide, causing her to slowly close her eyes. Her breathing gradually steadied, resembling a weary little cat, quiet and sweet. After Nuo Lin cleaned up Suisui, he noticed the tiger head mark belonging to him on her arm, which stood out prominently against her fair skin. Nuo Lin gently stroked it, feeling an immediate warmth. The touch seemed to carry a magical essence that softened his heart. He fell asleep holding Suisui, the night still young, yet he was exceptionally gentle considering it was her first time. Nuo Lin's arms tightly embraced Suisui, as if he wanted to merge her into his very life. His breath lightly brushed against Sujui's hair. In this tranquil night, they slept entwined like a beautiful painting. As dawn broke, the faint morning light filtered through the clouds. The White Tiger clan leader stood in the center of the tribe, tilting his head to let out a long and resonant howl that echoed throughout the tribe. Hearing the sound, Nuo Lin immediately sprang out of bed, moving gently, fearful of waking the still slumbering Suisui. Carefully covering Suisui with the animal hide, he placed a soft kiss on her forehead. After ensuring Suisui was settled, he quietly stepped out. Every morning, the male beasts need to venture out to hunt and gather food for the tribe. Meanwhile, the beast that has bonded carries an even heavier responsibility, needing to bring back more prey. Nuo Lin's mind conjured the image of Sujui's frail form, and he silently vowed to work harder during the hunt, ensuring that Suisui would be healthy and plump. Nuo Lin joined the other male beasts as they stepped into the forest. Nuo Lin's gaze was focused and sharp, missing not a single rustle in the grass. Though he had always been slender, he was willing to charge into battle for his female. The birds chirped joyfully in the woods, yet it did not affect the vigilance of the White Tiger clan. The clan leader led the group, quietly weaving through the underbrush, striving to make no sound. Suddenly, a faint rustling came from the grass ahead. The clan leader led the group to halt instantly, their bodies tense with their eyes fixed unwaveringly ahead. A plump pheasant burst from the underbrush, and Nuo Lin lunged without hesitation, swinging his tail in a powerful strike that sent the bird collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Nuo Lin, why didn't you kill it? The chieftain watched, puzzled, as Nuo Lin, unlike before, had spared the creature, drawing bewildered glances from the other beastkin. Indeed, Nuo Lin, what use is a live animal? Another beastkin stepped closer, gazing at him with genuine confusion. Chieftain, it's for Suisui. She wishes to raise these pheasants and hares, so we'll have meat through winter without venturing out to hunt. Nuo Lin bowed respectfully before the chieftain, his eyes alight with quiet conviction and unwavering support for Suisui's vision. So that's it. This female Suisui is truly astute, thinking far ahead. The chieftain gave a slight nod, admiration gleaming in his gaze. Then, Nuo Lin, you must catch many more. Do not disappoint Suisui. A nearby beastkin clapped Nuo Lin heartily on the shoulder and laughed. I understand. I'll do my utmost, Nuo Lin replied, firmly, resolve burning in his heart to gather enough live prey to bring joy to Suisui. I believe we should all follow this course. If raising such creatures ensures meat through the bitter cold, then let us adopt Suisui's counsel, and spare those who cannot become full beastkin, keeping them for winter sustenance. The chieftain surveyed the assembly, voice ringing with unshakable authority. Yai, oh ho! At his words, elation erupted. Cheers rose like thunder, wave upon wave. Joy and anticipation bloomed across their faces, as though they already beheld winter's bounty laid before them. At last, we'll no longer starve through the frost. A young beastkin leapt into the air, brandishing his weapon. Indeed, Suisui's idea is brilliant. Another beastkin smiled warmly, eyes shimmering with visions of a brighter tomorrow. Murmurs swelled among the crowd, each voice carrying newfound hope. Each year, countless beastkin perished in winter, starving or frozen to death. Those harrowing memories still haunted them. Now, with this solution at hand, all willingly embraced Suisui's wisdom. Should the tribe survive the coming winter without risking lives for food, Suisui would be hailed as the savior of the White Tiger clan. May this winter pass peacefully over our tribe, free of sorrow, free of parting, murmured an elder beastkin, tears glistening at the corners of his eyes. All nodded in silent solemnity, vowing inwardly to prepare diligently to meet the winter's challenge with unity and resolve. Without pause, Nuo Lin returned to the grasslands, scanning the terrain with the sharp, unblinking focus of a hunting eagle, searching tirelessly, heart alight with the promise of more quarry. Suddenly, a hare darted forth, nimble as wind, dodging Nuo Lin's lunge at the very last instant with a lightning-quick turn. Undeterred, Nuo Lin instantly repositioned himself feet, flying across the earth as he surged forward once more. In the fierce chase that followed, the hare zigzagged desperately, yet Nuo Lin closed in relentlessly. At last, seizing his moment, Nuo Lin launched himself forward and subdued the hare, binding it securely with rope. The creature lay helplessly restrained. Ignoring the sweat pouring from his brow, Nuo Lin pressed deeper into the forest, relentless in his quest, until not far off a massive wild boar seized his attention, broad-shouldered, tusked, and fearsome. Its body was immense, bristling with coarse, steel-like bristles. Its curved tusks gleamed with lethal menace in the dying light of the sun. Nuo Lin knew well the boar's ferocity. It was no ordinary prey. Its raw strength and explosive speed had turned back even seasoned beastkin. Yet the thought of nourishing Suisui steeled his resolve. He drew a deep breath, quelling his fear, and fixed his gaze, unwavering, determined. Nuo Lin and Kai, the beastkin, moved in perfect synchrony, flanking the boar from left and right, their steps as silent as falling leaves. Each step Nuo Lin took was measured, his pulse hammering in his throat. He dared not stir the beast's suspicion. Kai's breathing slowed to near silence, his eyes locked onto the boar's every twitch. Seizing the moment of unawareness, they struck as one, inflicting deep wounds on either flank. Blinded by pain, the boar charged wildly, tusks bared for vengeance, only to feel a sudden searing bite at its tail as another beastkin lunged from behind, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Nuo Lin and Kai converged, cutting off escape, yet the boar, cornered and frantic, veered straight toward Nuo Lin. The boar's assault was brutal and unrelenting. Deep gashes split Nuo Lin's skin, his tunic shredded, blood staining his fur crimson. Seeing Nuo Lin wounded, the chieftain rushed forward, leading the tiger beastkin in a thunderous charge, his presence commanding, his bearing indomitable. His kin followed, fierce and fearless. Kai, the strongest among them, leapt with devastating force, clamping his jaws around the boar's throat. Though the beast thrashed violently, Kai held fast, until the boar's struggles ceased, its breath extinguished forever. Nuo Lin, have you lost your mind? Roared the chieftain, fury warring with deep concern in his eyes. Chieftain, I slipped. Nuo Lin bowed, his head, voice faint and strained. Blood still welled from his wounds, his face pale with pain bore the stark imprint of suffering. You've just formed a bond, and Suisui has only you. Have you considered what would become of her if you fell? The chieftain's brow furrowed heavily, tone grave. How could you act so recklessly, ignoring your bondmate's heart? Another tiger beastkin added, voice thick with worry. You mated last night. What of your unborn cubs if you perish? You bear responsibility for Suisui and for the cubs yet to come. I understand, chieftain. Nuo Lin lifted his head, eyes filled with remorse and sincerity, voice weak but resolute. The chieftain sighed. He knew Nuo Lin's courage sprang from a fierce desire to grow, to stand stronger within the clan, and thus protect Suisui more fully. Yet such rashness endangered everything. Gather our spoils. The day's hunt is sufficient. We return to the clan. His command swept across the clearing, firm, unquestionable. Yes, echoed the chorus as all set about bundling the prey, readying for the journey home. Nuo Lin straightened his spine. Today's trial had earned him honor among the tiger beastkin, but his perilous daring left the chieftain no choice but to entrust Suisui with watching over him closely henceforth. In the room, Suisui was deeply immersed in sweet dreams when the urgent and incessant calls from the good fortune system abruptly awoke her. Host, host, wake up, quickly wake up. The system's voice echoed in Suisui's mind again and again, filled with uncontrollable excitement. What are you doing, system? Let me sleep a little longer. Suisui turned over, covering her head with the blanket, her voice thick with sleepiness and dissatisfaction as she tried to block out the system's voice and return to that warm dreamland. Host, don't sleep. Don't you want to know if you have a baby in your belly? The system's voice rose a few pitches, brimming with anticipation. We just shared a room. How could there possibly be a baby? Suisui mumbled, her voice muffled under the blanket. Who said that? Host, you do have a baby in your belly, and it's 6 of them. The system's voice trembled with excitement. What? How do you know? Isn't that too fast? Suisui suddenly threw off the blanket, sitting up with her eyes wide open, her face filled with disbelief. What's wrong, host? Are you not prepared? The system's voice carried a hint of doubt. It's not that, it's just a bit unexpected. But if it's true, why are you so excited? Suisui rubbed her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, her tone a mix of surprise and a touch of reproach. Of course I'm excited. The moment the host becomes pregnant, a reward can be claimed, and the system will protect the host throughout the entire pregnancy. The voice of the good fortune system was filled with joy and excitement, as if it was even happier than Suisui herself. Tell me more. Suisui's curiosity was piqued, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Well, in simple terms, the host's pregnancy is in an invincible state, and even if someone feeds poison, it won't die. The system patiently explained, its tone revealing a hint of pride. Really? Is my child that hard to kill? Suisui's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to believe that the child in her belly would possess such powerful life-saving abilities, leaving her both delighted and incredulous. Yes, indeed. Additionally, you will also gain pills that enhance your abilities and aid in body recovery. The system continued, seemingly wanting Suisui to fully understand the benefits of her pregnancy. So if someone like Nuo Lin, who is weak, can also be helped. Suisui immediately thought of her partner Nuo Lin, whose clan leader had said he was weak and would surely encounter various dangers while hunting, causing her to worry. Yes, it's basically possible. The system provided an affirmative response. Then please exchange one for me. Once she improves Nuo Lin's physique, she wouldn't have to worry when hunting. Not possible for now, host. The system still left Suisui unsatisfied. Why not? Didn't I just get pregnant? Suisui frowned, thinking she would be eligible for something due to her pregnancy. Only after healthily giving birth to the baby does it count. The system explained, helplessly, not wanting to disappoint the host, but the rules were as such unchangeable. Fine, it's like saying nothing. Suisui sighed helplessly, realizing she would just have to wait, but at least she knew how to resolve it. How long is my pregnancy? Suisui asked with eager anticipation, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Just 2 months. The system cheerfully replied. Wow, really? My baby will be born in just 2 months. Suisui's mouth dropped open in surprise, her face filled with disbelief. Yes, host. The system affirmed. Well, waiting for a bit isn't a problem then. A gentle smile blossomed on Suisui's face. I wonder if I'm carrying a cat or a tiger. Generally, tiger genes should be stronger than cat genes, so I must be having a tiger. Suisui tilted her head, talking to herself with a touch of curiosity and speculation. Host, you are indeed having a tiger. In the beast world, the offspring species is determined by the male animal species. The system patiently explained. Oh, I see. So does that mean I will never give birth to a kitten? A hint of disappointment flashed in Suisui's eyes, as she had originally imagined having an adorable kitten. Host wants to have a kitten. The system has a gene-altering potion that can be taken without harming the baby and will allow you to have a kitten. The system's voice was filled with temptation, seemingly encouraging Suisui to have more litters. So amazing. Suisui's eyes widened in surprise, her mouth forming an O shape. Yes, indeed. The system said proudly. All right, once I give birth to this litter, I will definitely have a kitten. A look of renewed anticipation spread across Suisui's face. She had always preferred kittens. Back in her original world, she had seen others raise cute cats, but she never had the time to raise one herself, making it a small wish of hers. As the sun slowly set, the orangered afterglow fell like a dreamy veil over the forest, wrapping the entire area in a layer of warm and mysterious hues. Nuo Lin returned with a bountiful haul, his body laden with various prey, the heavy weight making his steps slightly cumbersome, yet still resolute and powerful. At this moment his heart was filled with concern for Suisui, her delicate and adorable visage continuously appearing in his mind. Imagining her joyful expression upon seeing these prey, her surprise-filled eyes and radiant smile seemed to be right before him, filling him with happiness and contentment as he thought of providing her with a prosperous and stable life, free from worries about food. The firm belief in giving her a good life became increasingly solid in his heart, like a deeply rooted tree that would not sway regardless of the storms it encountered. Suisui, I'm back. Nuo Lin's voice, filled with joy and urgency, echoed from outside, followed by him rushing in his hurried steps, stirring up a gentle breeze. Last night Suisui had indeed been too tired, so much so that she had not stepped outside the room until now. Suisui always felt that the outside world was fraught with unknown dangers, preferring the safety and comfort of her little nest, so she chose to stay inside. Hearing Nuo Lin's voice, Suisui's heart brimmed with joy as she quickly walked outside. As soon as Nuo Lin saw Suisui, he immediately wrapped her in his arms, the warm and strong embrace, making Suisui feel immensely secure. Be careful, don't fall. Nuo Lin's voice was gentle and caring, his eyes full of concern. Don't worry, Nuo Lin, I won't fall. Suisui giggled, her smile radiant like flowers blooming in spring. What do you think I've brought back for you? Nuo Lin blinked, a mysterious glimmer sparkling in his eyes. Suisui tilted her head, her eyes filled with curiosity. Look, it's a rabbit and a wild chicken. Nuo Lin proudly displayed his catch before Suisui, a beaming smile on his face. Wow, Nuo Lin, you're amazing. Suisui clapped her hands excitedly, her eyes brimming with admiration for him. Nuo Lin scratched his head shyly, saying, we all hunted together. Then my Nuo Lin is also very impressive. Suisui said as she stood on her tiptoes and gently pecked Nuo Lin on the lips, a kiss that nearly melted his heart. Suisui, did you go out for a stroll today? Nuo Lin gently stroked Suisui's hair, concern evident in his gaze as he worried she might feel out of place in the tribe. Nuo Lin, can you take me hunting tomorrow? Suisui looked at him with wide eyes filled with anticipation. Hunting is too dangerous. I can't bear to let you take risks. Nuo Lin furrowed his brow, worry etched on his face as he held Suisui's hand tightly. But I'm so bored at home all alone. Suisui pouted, her expression somewhat forlorn. Suisui, you can go with the females to gather wild fruits in the mountains. If you only eat meat, your body won't be able to handle it. Nuo Lin patiently reassured Suisui, his tone gentle. Really, Nuo Lin, can I go out with the females? Suisui's eyes lit up, her smile returning. Of course you can, Suisui. I hope you can have your own companions in the Hu tribe. Nuo Lin nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with encouragement and support. Nuo Lin, you're so kind. Suisui leaped into Nuo Lin's arms, gently rubbing her head against his chest. Seeing Suisui smile, Nuo Lin felt as if his heart was warmed by a gentle breeze. Noticing that Suisui hadn't eaten much of the meat he roasted for her that morning, he thought she might not have liked it. He hurried outside to roast more meat for Suisui, knowing she must be hungry with plenty of leftovers on the stone slab. However, Nuo Lin showed no disdain at all. He simply tossed the meat into his mouth and chewed vigorously as if nothing else mattered but filling his belly. Suisui, wait a moment. I'm going to roast some meat for you. I brought back many delicious things. I'll prepare them for you one by one. Suisui nodded, feeling grateful for Nuo Lin. Even when she did nothing in her room, Nuo Lin would still make her delicious food without a single complaint. He turned around to roast fresh wild boar meat for Suisui. This wild boar meat was the reward from their hunting trip together today. During today's hunting expedition, Nuo Lin had shown exceptional bravery and contributed significantly, resulting in a generous share of meat that would last him and Suisui for several days. They had caught 3 rabbits and 3 wild chickens. This bountiful harvest was due not only to Nuo Lin's formidable abilities, but also to Suisui's clever strategies. At that time, the tribe leader smiled and said, Nuo Lin, your performance in today's hunt was outstanding. You are the warrior of our tribe. And there's Suisui, the clever female. Her ideas were a great help. For these catches, I will take just a small portion. The rest you take back to nourish Suisui, while hoping to soon add a few lively and strong cubs to our Hu tribe. Nuo Lin listened, filled with gratitude, and solemnly replied, Tribe leader, rest assured, I will take good care of Suisui and live up to your expectations. After saying that, Nuo Lin joyfully took the game home, determined to ensure Suisui enjoyed a satisfying meal. The other beasts had no complaints either, all thinking of returning home to let their females learn from Suisui how to raise wild chickens and rabbits. If no beasts died in winter, Suisui would surely be the benefactor of the entire Hu tribe. Kai, you're back. Yu greeted him with joy, her eyes filled with warmth and concern. Yu, today was fruitful. I'm going to get you something to eat. Kai's face radiated with pride as he spoke and prepared to turn and head outside. Kai, you just returned from hunting. Oh, let Xian go. Yu looked at Kai with concern, gently placing her hand on his chest, wanting to ask him more questions. All right, Kai, you just returned from hunting. Spend some quality time with Yu. He'll go cook. Xian said with a smile, his eyes filled with understanding and kindness. Okay, Kai responded, a look of relief on his face as he pulled Yu into his embrace, savoring the warmth and tranquility of the moment. I heard from the beasts that Nuo Lin hunted a wild boar today. Yu asked curiously as she held on to Kai's arm. Kai sat directly on the stone bench, effortlessly pulling Yu into his embrace, affectionately wrapping his arms around her waist, and said, Indeed, Yu, tomorrow we should visit Nuo Lin's home to see his female. What's the matter? Yu tilted her head slightly, looking at Kai with confusion. Nuo Lin's female taught everyone a way to avoid hunger in winter. The tribe leader instructed all females to go learn. Kai patiently explained, his expression carrying a hint of admiration. The elders might announce it to everyone tomorrow. He continued, his gaze fixed on Yu, unwilling to leave her side. A method to avoid hunger in winter. Is Nuo Lin's female really that amazing? I'm not sure, but when Nuo Lin mentioned it to the tribe leader, they were all very excited. If it's true, our tribe will only grow stronger in the future. No wonder Yu heard other beastmen praising Nuo Lin while she was out. It turns out this was the reason. She had previously been puzzled, wondering what remarkable deed Nuo Lin had done to earn such praise, but now she finally understood. Yu stopped caring about the news she had heard, her thoughts entirely focused on the delicious food that was about to be served. When Xian placed the fragrant food on the table, she eagerly called her beast husband to join her in eating meat. Yu was a female with wheat-colored skin, healthy and full of vitality. Kai was her first beast husband, a majestic white tiger and the bravest warrior of the Hu tribe, always seen leading the charge during hunts. Yu had a total of 4 beast husbands, and she was ready. Once her mating period arrived, the first litter of cubs would be reserved for Kai. So she also heeded Kai's advice. If the elders didn't instruct the females to learn from Nuo Lin how to avoid hunger in winter, she would find a way to befriend Nuo Lin's female. Tonight, Yu's time was dedicated to Kai, while the other beast husbands transformed into their beast forms and slept at the door without a word of complaint, because Yu was truly wonderful and did not excessively favor one beast husband over the others. All beastmen were treated equally with no excessive favoritism or dislike towards any particular beastman. Several beastmen were fortunate to have a female like Yeya. They all wanted to stay a little closer to their female. Nuo Lin and Suisui finished their food and rose to carefully tie the wild chicken and wild rabbit to a tree with sturdy rope to prevent them from running away. Let's go, I'll show you around. Nuo Lin smiled, extending his hand towards Suisui, his eyes filled with tenderness and anticipation. Sure. Suisui exclaimed excitedly, grabbing Nuo Lin's hand, her face blooming with a radiant smile like a flower. She was already eager to find some branches and vines to make a little nest for her small animals and to fashion a convenient little bowl for eating out of bamboo. As they stepped out, they encountered Qiyun, who was also free. It was Suisui's first time seeing Qiyun, and his gray beast ears looked incredibly soft and cute, making one unable to resist the urge to reach out and touch them. Draped in gray wool fur that concealed some inappropriate areas, his well-defined muscle lines were faintly visible beneath the fur, exuding a sense of power. Qiyun. Nuo Lin initiated the greeting. Nuo Lin, are you all going out? Qiyun's voice carried a hint of curiosity. Yes, I'm taking my partner out for a stroll. Nuo Lin replied with a smile, tightly holding Suisui's hand. Do you know each other? Suisui, this is my partner the wolf tribe Qiyun, Nuo Lin introduced to Suisui. The system's voice echoed in Suisui's mind. Host, he can serve as your next partner. But he is Nuo Lin's partner. Isn't that inappropriate for me? Suisui silently responded to the system, a hint of hesitation flickering across her face. Host, here you can have many males, they will both take care of you as good friends and will not fight, right? They can also protect you together. The system continued to persuade her. Is that so? Suisui still felt somewhat uncertain. Absolutely. The system provided a definitive answer. Hearing the system's affirmative answer, Suisui began to carefully observe the wolf tribe beastman, thinking he must belong to the little puppy type. Should we do it together? Suisui gathered her courage to say. Really? Qiyun's eyes lit up with surprise. If Suisui says it's fine, then it's no problem. Nuo Lin laughed heartily, showing no concern about Suisui taking Qiyun as a beastman. Good female. Qiyun glanced at Nuo Lin, who nodded slightly, showing no objections. In the beast world, if a female openly invites a beastman to accompany her, it usually means she intends to take that beastman as her partner. This was an unspoken but well-understood rule in the beast world. Nuo Lin and Qiyun were both aware of this principle, but Nuo Lin was unsure how to bring it up with Suisui, as having more partners meant less harm for the female, providing better protection for her and their future offspring. In this world, there were many wandering beastmen, without a fixed home, drifting about, thus being unwelcome in the beast world. However, not all beastmen were called wandering beastmen. It included some toxic beastmen, or those without body heat, often snakes, lizards, scorpions, and the like. These special beastmen were often viewed as outcasts struggling to integrate into normal tribal life, forced to survive alone in the wilderness, facing various dangers and dilemmas. Nuo Lin carried Suisui on his back, his steps steady, while Qiyun walked beside them, his gaze vigilant, carefully protecting Suisui to prevent her from falling, though Nuo Lin would never let Suisui fall from his back. His solid back provided Suisui with a profound sense of security. The three beasts reached a small river where Suisui marveled at the large and plump fish in the beast world, their bodies swimming in the water hefty enough for her to eat for a whole day. Nuo Lin, look, it's fish. Suisui excitedly pointed at the fish swimming in the river, shaking Nuo Lin's arm back and forth. What is fish? Although Nuo Lin didn't know what fish was, seeing Suisui's excited expression made him happy as well. His gaze followed the direction of Suisui's finger, where there were only gullah beasts. Is Suisui talking about the gullah beasts in the river? Is it called gullah beast? What a strange name. It's odd, but it must taste very good. Suisui couldn't help but swallow, already imagining eating fish meat and drinking fish soup. Suisui, this is a gullah beast. Its meat isn't tasty, Nuo Lin explained, his brow slightly furrowed. That's because you can't cook it. Our spirit cat tribe loves this kind of food. I'll catch some and make it for you to eat. Suisui confidently declared, her eyes sparkling with eagerness. Is it really delicious? Nuo Lin asked, half convinced, his eyes revealing curiosity. Then for Suisui, I will try it out, Nuo Lin said with determination, his face filled with affection. Suisui, stay on the shore, I'll go catch it for you. Nuo Lin was eager to try, rolling up his sleeves in preparation to enter the water. Nuo Lin, let me do it. Ooh, I also want to do something for Suisui, Qiyun said urgently, his eyes full of desire. All right, Nuo Lin agreed, thinking he should let Qiyun have some presents in front of Suisui. As soon as he finished speaking, Qiyun dove into the water with a splash. Nuo Lin, can wolves swim? Seeing Qiyun disappear into the water, Suisui looked at the surface with a furrowed brow filled with worry. What if he couldn't swim and drowned? Don't worry, if he couldn't swim, he wouldn't have jumped in. I would look down on him, Nuo Lin said, arms crossed over his chest, his expression resolute. Isn't he your friend? Suisui exclaimed, surprised by Nuo Lin's attitude. Yes, but I don't want you to worry about him, Nuo Lin replied, looking at Suisui with gentle determination. Suisui, you know I can't be your only beastman, so I want you to consider taking another beastman. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, wanting to confirm Suisui's thoughts. If Suisui didn't like Qiyun, he would respect her opinion. But we just got together. If I take another beastman so soon, I feel it would be unfair to you. Suisui looked at Nuo Lin, his certainty causing her to feel uncertain about her own feelings. After all, in the original world, there was no situation where a woman had several men. It was usually just one man with many women. Although she is currently just a beast in the beast world, she still needs to prepare herself mentally. Being asked to choose immediately made her a bit timid. However, it seems that Norin doesn't mind if she finds a beast husband. Perhaps in the beast world this is not unusual, and a female beast can have as many beast husbands as she wants. Although the system suggests that she should take Qiyun as her beast husband and care for her, with Norin, the beast world is dangerous, yet she will be careful and won't let other beasts harm her. Besides, the system will protect her as well. Perhaps seeing Suisui's predicament, Norin wrapped his arms around her, and his strong embrace brought endless warmth to Suisui. Suisui, don't worry. I will respect your choice whether you want me or not. Norin's voice was deep and gentle, like a soft breeze brushing past her ears. Really, Norin? Looking at the obedient Suisui in his arms, Norin's eyes were filled with tenderness. I know Qiyun very well, which is why I am willing to let him be one of your beast husbands as long as I remain your first choice in your heart. Norin's gaze was affectionate and resolute, looking directly into Suisui's eyes. Norin, Suisui was truly moved by his words, and her eyes instantly became moist. How could Norin be so wonderful? Eventually Suisui followed Norin's advice, saying, "Okay, I'll listen to you, but you will always be first in my heart. My first litter of cubs will also be your little tiger." Suisui's voice had a slight sob as she snuggled tightly in Norin's embrace, seeking comfort. Norin embraced Suisui tightly. In fact, he also wanted to be the only beast guarding Suisui, but he knew that was impossible. He understood better than anyone what the beast world was like. He not only wanted Chiyun to be Suisui's beast husband, but he also believed his female deserved the best of beasts. Chiyun, who was in the water, heard their conversation and suddenly leaped out of the water, creating a huge splash, like blooming flowers all around. Suisui turned to look at the noise and saw Chiyun with 3 large fish in his mouth and 2 fish tightly clutched in his sharp claws. At this moment, Suisui's stomach let out a grumbling sound, possibly due to having cubs inside her. She felt particularly hungry. "Norin, hurry, I caught a lot of fish," Chiyun exclaimed excitedly, his face filled with pride. "Chiyun, Suisui has agreed for you to be her beast husband." "Really?" Chiyun was so excited that he instantly transformed back into human form, scooping Suisui up and spinning her around. "Quick, let me down, I'm hungry," Suisui complained. Although it was fun, Suisui already had cubs in her belly, but she hadn't told Norin yet as she would share this good news when they returned. Though the system protected the cub inside her, as a female carrying a small life, Suisui felt she couldn't be too bumpy. She didn't want to feel uncomfortable. "Don't worry, host, you won't feel too uncomfortable throughout the entire pregnancy." Suisui was caught off guard by the system's sudden voice. It didn't matter if she wasn't strong as long as she confirmed that both she and the cub in her belly were fine. "I'm not always here. I only appear when I think you need me." "Okay. Hee all right." Chiyun grinned while scratching his head. Suisui took Norin's hand, saying, "Norin, why haven't you shown me your beast ears?" Suisui, it's because Chiyun matured later, so he can't freely stretch his beast ears, Norin patiently explained, gently pinching Suisui's nose. Seeing Chiyun's beast ears, Suisui suddenly felt the urge to touch them. After all, Chiyun was about to become her beast husband, so touching them shouldn't be a problem. With this thought, Suisui directly placed her hand on them. That soft touch made Chiyun instantly feel the wonderful sensation of a female touching his ears, and he was so tense that he didn't dare move. "Suisui." Chiyun's voice carried a hint of barely noticeable shyness. "Chiyun, your ears are so fun to play with." Suisui was having a great time playing, completely unaware of Chiyun's unusual reaction. As she earnestly played with his beast ears, she didn't notice that Chiyun's ears were gradually turning red. At this moment, Norin placed his hand on Suisui's other hand, gently squeezing it. "Suisui, Chiyun's ears are sensitive. Be gentle, or you might end up becoming mates tonight," Norin said with a mischievous smile. "Oh, is that so?" Suisui exclaimed in surprise, finally noticing Chiyun's flushed ears. Oh my, she forgot that she was also a cat and had beast ears, as she remembered being pinched by Norin before and could vaguely recall that feeling. Thinking of this, Suisui shyly buried her face in Norin's embrace, saying, "Oh dear, I completely forgot." "Ha ha, it's fine," Norin comforted with a smile. "It's okay, Suisui. If you don't want to become mates with me for now, I can wait." Chiyun hurriedly said, his eyes filled with sincerity. It's not that I..." "Oh dear, how should she say it?" Suisui mentally groaned. "Can I have intercourse while pregnant?" Suisui silently asked in her heart. "Yes, host, feel free to indulge, the child is fine." The system's response relieved Suisui a little. Suisui secretly glanced at Norin, who was holding her, and quietly asked, "Can I become mates with Chiyun tonight?" "Yes, Suisui, I've said before that as long as you are willing, I can find many beast husbands. I just need him to protect you well," Norin replied without hesitation, a gentle smile on his face. Suisui pouted, thinking, "If you knew I was pregnant with your cub, would you still let me be with Chiyun?" The answer was certainly no, but with so many bugs, Suisui obviously couldn't say it. After all, who would believe that she could get pregnant just a day after her first mating? Upon receiving Suisui's answer, Chiyun's face turned even redder, like a ripe apple. He moved closer to Suisui, crouching down and rubbing his large head against her hand. "Suisui, are we becoming mates tonight?" Chiyun's voice was filled with anticipation and nervousness. "Chiyun, do you wanna?" Suisui asked with a smile, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness. "Yes, I do." Chiyun eagerly nodded, his eyes full of determination. "Chiyun, do we need to go to the clan leader again?" Suisui tilted her head and asked. "We need to go because any orc who wants to form a bond must go to the statue of the beast god and have the clan leader officiate the ceremony." Nuo Lin thought about how Suisui was still hungry. "Chiyun, stay with Suisui, I will find something to burn so Suisui can teach us how to eat gula meat." As long as Chiyun takes good care of Suisui, when Nuo Lin is not around, he will be fine. If he fails to do so, Nuo Lin has the right to punish him. After Nuo Lin left, Chiyun sat awkwardly beside Suisui, unsure of where to put his hands, staring blankly at her, making her feel both amused and helpless. "Chiyun, can I teach you how to clean this gula beast?" Suisui tilted her head, feeling the need to change the subject to avoid the awkwardness. "It's okay, Suisui, just tell me how to wash it, and I'll do it that way." Chiyun's serious demeanor made Suisui seem a bit casual by comparison. Suisui had no choice but to stop teasing him. Since he wouldn't let her do it, she decided to instruct him instead. "Okay, first you need to smack the gula beast to death." As soon as Suisui finished speaking, there was a bang, and the fish's head disappeared. It was her first time seeing such a fierce orc in the beast world, leaving her momentarily stunned. What's next? Chi-Yun asked impatiently. We'll find a sharp stone and scrape off the scales. Suisui snapped back to reality, pushing aside the earlier scene from her mind. However, she couldn't help but recall it. Even if it was for killing fish to eat, seeing it happen so suddenly was still quite unsettling. After a difficult time, helping Chi-Yun clean up, Nuo Lin returned at just the right moment, carrying a pile of good wood and placing dried leaves on top of it. Suisui watched as Nuo Lin pulled out 2 uneven black stones from his arms. Clack clack. What are these? Suisui was confused. Oh, wasn't this for lighting a fire? What were these 2 stones for? Couldn't they just drill wood for fire without it? These are fire stones. By striking these 2 stones together, you can ignite the leaves and cook food. Nuo Lin patiently explained, demonstrating how to use the fire stones. Nuo Lin was puzzled as to why Suisui was so interested in the fire stones. Did the Spirit Cat clan not have fire stones? Did they eat raw meat? Although the tribe also had raw meat, females couldn't eat it often, otherwise they would get sick. They're so beautiful. Suisui's eyes were glued to the fire stones, her face filled with curiosity. Nuo Lin was concerned about whether Suisui had gone hungry and frozen before, but it was clear that her attention was solely on the stone in his hand. Host, could you not look so naive? The system's voice echoed in Suisui's mind. Who looks naive? Suisui retorted inwardly. You still won't admit it. Once you have a few more children, the space will provide you with elixirs. After consuming them, you can acquire various abilities, but you can only choose one, not all. The system continued. What exactly is in your space that only appears after you have children? Suisui mumbled with dissatisfaction. Those are rewards for giving birth to your little ones. The higher the talents of the babies, the greater the rewards. All right, I know I need to give birth, but it's not like I'm not pregnant. Suisui replied helplessly. Suisui, if you like it, take it. Here, I have a few pairs left. Nuo Lin directly handed the fire stones to Suisui. He could tell that she liked them very much. Nuo Lin, where did you get these? The clan leader gave them to me, so that you could eat cooked food, otherwise it could lead to illness. Nuo Lin answered with a smile, his eyes filled with care for Suisui. Then where did the clan leader get them? Suisui pressed on her curiosity, intensifying. I don't know about that, Nuo Lin shrugged helplessly. After all, he initially knew very little about the existence of fire stones. It was just that no one paid attention. Later, when a female fell ill from eating raw meat, the clan leader somehow obtained the fire stones. It is said that flames can destroy everything, and they must be used with caution, otherwise it could bring disaster upon the entire beast world, so they are always very careful when using them. Nuo Lin and Chi-Yun watched as Suisui skillfully cleaned the fish, using her sharp claws to gut it and finding a sturdy branch to secure the fish. Suisui, you're really amazing. Yes, Suisui, the females of the tribe have never cooked for the males. We are truly lucky. Indeed, in Nuo Lin and Chi-Yun's eyes, the females of the tribe just waited to be fed in their nests. How could they actively cook for the males? A female cooking for a male could only mean the male was incapable. But now that it was their turn, they felt immensely happy. Having a female willing to cook for them was such a great honor. Eat up quickly, it's ready. Suisui handed one of the roasted pieces of meat to Nuo Lin, who watched as Suisui glowed with happiness. He took a bite and squinted his eyes. It's so delicious. Suisui handed another fish to Chi-Yun and took the last one for herself, taking a bite. Her expectant expression slowly calmed, as it wasn't as delicious as she had imagined. What's wrong? Nuo Lin didn't miss the fleeting disappointment in Suisui's eyes. It's nothing, I just feel like it has no flavor. Suisui pouted. Having tasted the delicious foods of her original world, she found the resources here too scarce, making the food not very tasty. What flavor do you like? I can go find some for you. Yes, I can also help look for it. We know this area quite well. Is there any salt? Salt? What is that? Chi-Yun and Nuo Lin looked confused. Salt is something from the sea? Is there a sea here? Suisui had never seen the ocean either. If there was one here, it would be great to explore. Yes, there is a sea, but it's quite far from here. I can take you there tomorrow, but not today, or it's too late. Nuo Lin gently patted Suisui's head. All right, let's save it for next time. Suisui finished eating the fish in her hands. Although it wasn't tasty, it was enough to fill her stomach. Let's go. Now that they were full, it was time to head home and sleep. Okay. Chi-Yun transformed into his beast form. Suisui, let me take you back. Suisui glanced at Nuo Lin, who nodded slightly, indicating that there was no problem. Chi-Yun lowered his body to the ground, and Suisui jumped onto his back in beast form, then transformed back into human form, tightly gripping Chi-Yun's fur. Nuo Lin extinguished the fire with his claws, and after clearing the dust, headed towards the direction of the tribe. Upon arriving, they encountered the beastmen, looking for Suisui. Nuo Lin, are you just returning? Elder, is there something wrong? Nuo Lin asked. Well, I've heard that Suisui the female can help prevent starvation during winter, so I wanted to discuss whether she could help the tribe's females. The elder looked at Suisui with anticipation. Moi. Nuo Lin voiced his confusion. While hunting during the day, I brought back a few live wild chickens and rabbits for you. The tribe leader heard that you wanted to raise them, so he asked if you could teach everyone. Is that okay? So it turned out that she had asked Nuo Lin to bring back the rabbits and wild chickens. However, they had never considered raising some animals to eat during winter before. I see, that's fine. Am very willing to help if needed. Suisui readily replied, planning to ask Nuo Lin more about it when they returned home. Thank you so much, female. Rest assured the tribe will prioritize your needs. The elder expressed his gratitude. He hadn't expected Suisui to be so agreeable. He thought it would take more effort. Then we will see each other tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Suisui, are you really going to teach them tomorrow? If it means the tribe's beastmen won't starve during winter, that would be wonderful. Then the white tiger tribe will also grow stronger. Qi actually didn't want Suisui to be too tired. After all, the females in the beast world didn't have to work this hard, especially teaching the beast race to care for other beasts. Oh no. Suisui suddenly slapped her forehead, startling both Nuo Lin and Qi, who quickly supported her on either side. What's wrong, Suisui? They thought perhaps she was feeling unwell or had fallen ill. In the beast world, getting sick was a common occurrence. Almost all beasts got sick to some extent, which is why they were concerned. I forgot that I need to make a nest for the rabbits and chickens. After hearing the reason for Suisui's exclamation, the two felt relieved. As long as she wasn't sick, it was all good. It's all right, Suisui. I will handle everything. You just focus on resting. Nuo Lin quickly reassured her, stating that his female just needed to rest while he and Qi would take care of the rest. Okay then. Suisui had no choice but to let it go for now. What she needed to do most was to go to the tribe leader to bond with Qi. Tonight she had to give Qi a status, and in a few days she would share this good news with Nuo Lin. Let's go to the tribe leader's place. Alright. Qi carried Suisui while Nuo Lin formed a protective circle beside them, carefully watching over Suisui. Tribe leader, we have come to bond. Hearing the voice, the tribe leader turned around and saw Suisui and Nuo Lin, wondering why they were back to bond again. Didn't you already bond with the female Suisui? The tribe leader looked at Nuo Lin with confusion. It's not me bonding with Suisui. Oh, it's Suisui bonding with Qi. Nuo Lin explained from the side. Suisui, do you wish to bond with Qi? The tribe leader looked at Suisui, his gaze filled with inquiry. Yes, that's right, tribe leader. Suisui nodded slightly. Good, since you agree, I will hold a ceremony for you. The tribe leader said decisively. Thank you, tribe leader. Suisui and Qi replied in unison. No need for thanks. Once the food is raised, you will be a great contributor to the entire white tiger tribe. The tribe leader said with a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation for the future. After the bonding ceremony, a unique mark belonging to Qi appeared on Suisui's wrist, resembling a small wolf cub. Nuo Lin, you and Suisui should head back first. I will be back soon. Just after leaving, the tribe leader Qi couldn't wait to retrieve the things he had saved over the years. He had heard from beasts that it was important to give females some good things before bonding. This would make the females fond of him, and after bonding, the female would like him even more, especially when giving the most beloved female the most cherished gifts. Qi sudden departure was something neither of them had anticipated. She thought Qi would be more eager to embrace her instead. Indeed, she was overthinking it. She shook her head vigorously, trying to clear her mind. With a new beast husband, Nuo Lin had to tidy up the nest where he had kept the beast skins. Although small, it was usable, so he figured he would make do in the small nest for the night. Suisui, being too weak, was not suited to sleep in a small place, so on mating night, Suisui and Qi could just sleep in the larger nest. Nuo Lin quickly tidied up the room, and just then Qi rushed in, holding fresh flowers for Suisui in his mouth. Suisui couldn't recall the name of the flowers, but they smelled delightful. After transforming into human form, he brought all the beast skins he had collected, which were wrapped around fruits he used to love. What is this? Suisui asked in confusion. These are the beast skins and food I saved. The skins were from hunting and are relatively intact and warm. The fruits were picked from the back mountain and are also very delicious. Every time I eat them, I feel a surge of strength in my body. Qi proudly explained. Energy fruit? Suisui asked in her mind as the system suddenly spoke up. The energy fruit is something that beastmen can use to cultivate in the beast world. The system explained. Cultivation? Isn't that something from the immortal world? Could it be that the beast world precedes the immortal world, and will I be able to cultivate as well? The system responded. Yes, did you know that beastmen can also cultivate elemental powers? The elemental powers are metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and lightning. Beastmen who gain elemental powers do not fall ill easily, do not die easily, and the offspring they produce will also be exceptionally superior. Most importantly, if your white tiger beastman eats this and works hard on cultivation, he can become the most formidable beastman in the white tiger tribe. The system, seeing the energy fruit of the beast world, was at a loss for words, filled with envy. So amazing. Suisui was surprised that this seemingly unremarkable little fruit could be so powerful. It seemed her beast husband was not ordinary at all. Indeed, host. You can eat it too, and then awaken one of the energies to dominate the world. The system encouraged. Forget it, dominating the world is not for me. I just want to indulge in food, drink, and fun. Suisui decisively refused. Alright, but Qi should have awakened to ability by now. Maybe you can try to conceive his offspring tonight. The system remains as dedicated as ever. However, despite the complaints, the necessary tasks cannot be neglected. Qi was thoughtfully tidying up the bed, making it neat and clean with animal skins. The image of such a diligent husband made Suisui's heart race once again, and as she imagined the upcoming moment, her mind involuntarily filled with some indescribable thoughts. Suisui casually popped a red fruit into her mouth, the sweet juice flooding her palate. So delicious. Suisui squinted her eyes in satisfaction. If it's delicious, eat more. I'll pick some more for you later, Qiyun said with a smile, his gaze tenderly fixed on Suisui. Qiyun, you're so nice. Suisui's lips curled into a sweet smile. You're my female. How could I not treat you well? Qiyun scratched his head, looking adorably foolish. Qiyun finished making the bed and obediently stood next to Suisui, who looked particularly charming, while eating the fruit, captivating his gaze endlessly. Aren't you tired? You've been running all day. Sit down and rest a bit, Suisui said with concern as she looked at Qiyun. Suisui, I'm not tired. I'm very strong. Qiyun puffed out his chest, showcasing his strength. Seeing Qiyun's eagerness, Suisui decided not to hold back anymore, especially since they were already mates. Looking at Qiyun's handsome face, she suddenly felt like a hungry wolf. Suisui stared at Qiyun for a bit too long, causing him to lower his head shyly, his beast ears turning a cute shade of pink. Qiyun, come closer to me. Qiyun slowly crawled towards Suisui, who pulled him closer. As he saw her lips magnified before him, he didn't even get a chance to react before Suisui leaned down and kissed him. Gazing deeply into Qiyun's eyes, she was enchanted by the reflection of her flushed cheeks. At that moment, the desire deep within Qiyun was completely awakened. He pulled Suisui into his arms, and Princess carried her onto the freshly made bed. Nuo Lin was quietly completing the task that Suisui had entrusted to him outside. In truth, he wasn't assigned this. Suisui merely mentioned wanting to make a nest for the chickens and rabbits. However, with Suisui busy, Nuo Lin went ahead and did it so Suisui wouldn't have to do it tomorrow. Hearing the sounds from inside, Nuo Lin knew things were progressing, but he felt conflicted as he had just embraced his own female, only to let her be with another male beast. Forget it, it's not like my abilities are the strongest. If only I could be a bit stronger. After finishing the nest, Nuo Lin fed the chickens and rabbits some grass before retreating into his room. Unable to sleep, he could only force himself to rest. He needed to hunt tomorrow, and if he got injured, he wouldn't be able to provide for his female. By morning, Qiyun gazed at Suisui's face, unable to control himself, and pressed a kiss on her delicate red lips. Feeling satisfied, he got up, wrapped himself in animal skins, and prepared food for his little female. Nuo Lin. As Qiyun stepped outside, he saw Nuo Lin tidying up roasted meat for Suisui. Nuo Lin replied, unsure of what to say at first, but feeling awkward if he said nothing. Nuo Lin, stay at home today. I'm going hunting with the tribe leaders. My cooking isn't great, can you take care of Suisui? Nuo Lin thought about it, and agreed. Indeed, Qiyun's roasted meat wasn't tasty, and if he stayed, Suisui might go hungry, which neither of them wanted to see. Alright, are you sure? Nuo Lin couldn't help but ask. He was worried Qiyun might get hurt, but what he didn't know was that Qiyun had gained abilities to rival the warriors of the tribe. Don't worry, Nuo Lin, it's completely fine. Okay. Nuo Lin watched Qiyun leave, then slowly walked into the room, putting down what he was holding. Inside the room, Suisui was still asleep. Nuo Lin transformed into his beast form and lay beside her, reluctant to wake her, falling asleep while holding her. In her dreams, Suisui seemed to return to her little room, hugging her teddy bear and sleeping soundly. Nuo Lin couldn't bear to wake her up and fell asleep beside her. Suisui, female, are you awake? Hearing someone looking for Suisui, Nuo Lin recalled the elder's words from last night and quietly slipped out. Nuo Lin, is Suisui awake? The visitor was Kai's female. He remembered her as the female of the tribe's warrior, wondering when Suisui and Kai's female had met. Kai's female. Suisui is still asleep. Hearing that she was still asleep, was not surprised, as she had heard that Suisui had formed a bond with Nuo Lin's playful friend Qiyun, which was quite unexpected. Suisui managed to have two not-so-strong beast companions. Am I interrupting you? The females are going out to gather food. The elder asked me to come and wake Suisui. I'll let her know. Oh, please wait a moment. Okay. Nuo Lin walked into the room, and took a look around. Overall, it was quite tidy, and they even had another room, indicating they had done a pretty good job taking care of the female. When Nuo Lin entered, Suisui was already awake. Nuo Lin. Suisui's voice was slightly lazy. Kai's female is looking for you. The females usually go out to explore with the elders while the males go hunting. Do you want to go? Nuo Lin approached Suisui, helping her up and handing her water from the stone table softly, asking, do you want to go? Suisui rasped, taking a sip of water from Nuo Lin's hand. Nuo Lin replied, his gaze filled with tenderness. After getting ready to go out, was indeed still waiting outside. When she saw Suisui, her fair skin amazed her. With red lips and white teeth, she was extremely beautiful. No wonder people outside praised Nuo Lin's female for her beauty. You are Suisui, female. You are truly beautiful. Hello, you are beautiful too. Absolutely not a sarcastic remark. Was the modern archetype of a mature woman, tall with a wheat-colored complexion, looking healthy and very capable. Seeing such a beautiful female for the first time, was so excited that she didn't know how to start a conversation. Suisui noticed her shyness and directly stepped forward to link arms with You must be Ooh, I've heard Nuo Lin talk about you. You are the female of the first warrior. I really like you. Your tall figure and female voice are what I've dreamed of having. You are quite remarkable yourself. You don't even know that Kai spoke of you last night. You were actually praised by the clan leader as a female. I wanted to meet you last night, but hearing that you were busy with Qiyun, I thought I would come to see you today. The two of them hit it off immediately and began to exchange flattery, leaving Nuo Lin standing there in a daze. When did they become so familiar? But it didn't matter, after greeting Suisui they left. As long as Suisui has someone to accompany her it's fine. He has to go hunting with Qi Yun. The more prey they catch the more different types Suisui can share. Before leaving he made sure to feed the chickens and rabbits. However, it was evident that Suisui had already forgotten about the chickens and rabbits she was raising. She was completely enchanted by the beautiful sister. When they arrived at the square, quite a few females had already gathered there. Didn't they say all the females had to come? Did we come too early? Suisui looked around puzzled. No, this is all the females. Yu replied, surprised that Suisui would ask such a question. There were already many females in their tribe. Do you think there are many females? We are quite precious, you know. Unlike you, who is clearly a female, but has chosen two mediocre males. Dan Yang, already displeased from the previous incident with Nuo Lin, instantly exploded upon hearing Suisui words. She did not believe that this female could keep everyone from starving, which only made her angrier. What kind of males I choose is none of your business. Just take care of your own males, Suisui said, showing no mercy. Anyone who dared to provoke her would find that she was not an easy target. You. Dan Yang was furious and wanted to say something, but Suisui shot her a glare. What do you mean by you? All right, Dan Yang, how many times have I told you not to cause trouble? The elder truly did not want to hear this. They had previously agreed to behave, yet here, they were squabbling again. Dan Yang turned her head away, looking unconvinced. Suisui, I apologize that Dan Yang isn't a bad person, just too impulsive. The elder could not say who was right or wrong, only trying to mediate between the two females to prevent an unpleasant quarrel. As long as she doesn't bother me, I won't pay her any mind. She just wants to state her position, as she isn't looking for a life-and-death battle. Sigh. The elder could only glare sternly at Dan Yang, feeling helpless. You are truly amazing. The females of the tribe can't even argue back against Dan Yang. Yu looked at Suisui with admiration. Previously, when Dan Yang scolded females, many would avoid her, fearing they would also be scolded, but no one had ever scolded Suisui. I wasn't scolding her, it just annoys me that every time she sees me it's as if I've killed her entire family. It's a bit bothersome. Suisui truly found it irritating, like a mad dog that bit at people for no reason. She has a bad temper, but the males around her are indeed numerous. Why does she have a bad temper? She raised an eyebrow, thinking that everyone has a temper. If one were to compare who had the worst temper, it was truly ridiculous. All right, today we will head into the forest first. Dan Yang walked at the front while the elder and the others followed slowly. Suisui and Yu walked at the back, able to hear what the elder was saying while they could also whisper to each other. What do we usually look for when we come out? Suisui felt a bit curious about how far they had to walk every day and why they didn't transform into beast form. Wouldn't it be faster that way? Usually we wander around the forest to gather some small fruits which are said to help regulate the stamina of females. Is it really effective? Regulating the stamina of females. What a niche term, she had never heard it before. Perhaps. However, we found many edible fruits recently, so I think we can find some today too. Suisui instantly became more spirited, looking around for anything she might need. It seemed that in such a place there should be plenty of food. Moreover, this world is filled with natural and harmless green vegetables, which must be far better than those modern technological products. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. System, is there anything edible around here? Suisui asked eagerly. Host, I am a childbirth system. How can you make me do such rough work? The system complained unhappily. Hey, why not? I still have a life of enjoyment. Why would you throw me into this desolate place? Upon hearing the system's pretentious voice, Suisui wished she could crush it, but unfortunately she couldn't hit it. Who said that? The birds here definitely will poop. The system seemed to know what Suisui was thinking, and its words made her want to squash it even more. Do you want me to drag you out and beat you up? Suisui pretended to threaten. Host, you can't drag me out. The system was smug, but also understood the need to be cautious. In the end, under Suisui's relentless efforts, the system reluctantly agreed to her unreasonable request. Sai, who told her she was its host. Even if her host was not great, it was still its choice. She had to bear with it. Host, there are some wild potatoes 300 meters ahead. The system's voice echoed in Suisui's mind. Upon receiving this good news, Suisui's eyes sparkled as she quickly thought, and quietly leaned over to Yu's ear, whispering, Yu, I need to take a break. What should I do? Wait a moment, I will tell the elder. Yu said, then quickly ran to the elder like the wind, whispering something in her ear. The elder then called out loudly, All right, everyone, take a break. If anyone needs to take a break, do it quickly. Yu, come with me. I'm scared to go alone. Suisui looked tense, gripping Yu's arm tightly, already planning her course of action. After all, in this perilous world of beasts, it was better not to be alone. Okay, Yu replied. Suisui, don't run too far, otherwise everyone will worry. The elder cautioned. Suisui nodded vigorously, pulling Yu as they pretended to head towards a convenient place, but in reality, she wanted to lead Yu to find the wild potatoes. What do you think this is, eh? Suisui squatted down, pointing at the plants on the ground. Isn't this just ordinary grass? Yu looked puzzled, thinking it was just ordinary grass. The large leaves felt angular, and she couldn't believe it could be eaten. No, let's call the elders over to take a look. This is something edible for our Lin Cat clan, Suisui said earnestly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Oh really? Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. The grasses in this area grew here every year. If this was something edible, how much food had they missed? Suisui nodded vigorously. The two of them held hands and quickly ran to the front of the main group, excitedly informing the elders about the edible thing Suisui had discovered. What Suisui found can't be real. We've been here for so long without finding anything edible, and she discovers it right after she arrives. Dan Yang looked skeptical, shouting loudly. If you don't believe it, then when we dig it up, don't eat it. Suisui glared at her angrily. Why should I? I helped dig, why shouldn't I get a share? The female stood with her hands on her hips, refusing to back down. Then just don't say anything. Suisui was equally unyielding. The elder, watching the noisy pair, frowned and said impatiently, let's go see first. Stop making a ruckus here. So everyone followed Suisui and Yu to the place where the potato seedlings were discovered. Dan Yang still looked at Suisui with disdain, as if she were deceiving all the beastmen. Suisui didn't want to bother with such a person and led everyone to the spot where she found the potatoes covered with a layer of lush green leaves. The beastmen couldn't tell this was something edible and thought it was just grass. This is it, Suisui declared. Are these really edible? The elder looked at the grassy area, doubting whether Suisui had made a mistake, but seeing her confident demeanor, he felt a bit uncertain. You all still believe her? This is clearly grass, not food. Dan Yang's sudden interjection caught the elder off guard. She truly was impervious to reason. Have you ever eaten it? Suisui didn't want to waste words with her. She really didn't want to deal with her, but unfortunately, she was like a stubborn adhesive, impossible to avoid. Of course I've eaten it, it tasted horrible. Suisui rolled her eyes, not wanting to listen to her, and looked to the elder for a decision. Isn't it enough to just dig it up and see? A crowd was entangled in debate. Is there really food here, Suisui? The elder observed Suisui's self-assured demeanor and was also questioning if she was mistaken about there being no food at all. However, she considered Suisui's feelings and did not express her doubts openly. There's definitely nothing here. What else could there be apart from grass? Dan Yang, be quiet. If there's food here, you should apologize to Suisui. Since she arrived in the tribe, you've been targeting her, and it can't just be because she's paired with Nuo Lin. Elder, I just don't understand why you must defend her. Enough. Dan Yang was brainless, and the elder didn't want to explain further. None of the other females were like her, making unfounded accusations. Then let's dig it out and take a look. If there's food underneath, you can dig it up. If you don't believe it, then forget it. I'll have my Nuo Lin dig it for me later, so I can eat it myself. The little proud look made Yu find her increasingly adorable, her eyes narrowing in delight. Though they had only just met, Yu felt Suisui's confident demeanor was particularly charming. If Kai were here, she could have him dig it out directly. Yu smiled at Suisui, who felt a bit uneasy and couldn't help but ask, aren't you worried he'll trick you? Not worried at all. Why? Because from the very beginning Yu believed Suisui's words and had never doubted anything. Why should I worry about you tricking us? You seem so confident, you must have a plan. Besides, I like you, even if you were wrong, so what? You really have nothing to worry about. Hearing such words felt so gratifying that Yu truly was the best female in the entire tribe. No wonder she had so many beastmen suitors. Suisui wrapped her arm around Yu's shoulder. You're right, in that confident. Yu shyly pushed her away a bit. After all, it was the first time a female was so close to her. If Kai were here, he would definitely want Yu to keep her distance from Suisui, but she just liked being close to her. It was as if Suisui had a magnetism that attracted her. All right, someone start digging. With the elder's command, the surrounding males protecting the females rushed out and began to claw at the soil. At that time, they didn't have tools, but making a simple one was not a problem. Host, don't think too much. Once you eat the energy fruit, you'll have the energy to make one yourself. Is the energy fruit really that amazing? Suisui asked in surprise. Of course, you'll find out soon enough. All right. The system rushed in and out in a hurry, and it was unclear what it was in a hurry about. Elder, there's something inside. Quick, dig it out. Hearing that there was something inside, the elder and all the females exploded in excitement. So there really is food. What have we missed for the past few cold seasons? Exactly. Suisui is really impressive. What's the use of being impressive? She just found 2 useless beastmen. Dan Yang's unfriendly voice still came through. And what about you? You have useless beastmen, yet you're still inferior to Suisui. You only know how to scold and beat your beastmen. Other beastmen couldn't stand Dan Yang's sense of superiority and began to criticize her. Exactly. Apart from scolding beastmen and targeting females, what else can you do? When Dan Yang was attacked by other beastmen, no one came to rescue her. When the elder stepped forward, Dan Yang thought she was coming to save her, but just as a smile appeared on her face, she heard the following. Dan Yang apologized to Suisui. She immediately widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at the elder. She never expected the elder would help this outsider. After all, she was a native of the White Tiger clan. Why should she apologize to an outsider, Ling Cat? If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. She bullied Suisui, and Suisui was not the type to stand by without retaliating. Watching Dan Yang feel wronged, Suisui felt particularly satisfied at that moment. Why should I? Why should I apologize to her? Dan Yang didn't even realize where she was wrong, and the elder was holding her head in frustration. Dan Yang, if you still don't repent, Suisui is now a great benefactor of the tribe. She can ensure that all the cubs in the tribe won't starve during winter. Have you been looking for Suisui female form all along? Did you think I was unaware? I am leaving you some leeway. If one day you exhaust the last bit of goodwill the tribe has for you, do you think there will still be a place for you in the tribe? Don't you know what winter is like for us? The elder's angry roar frightened the group of females, but she knew these words had to be spoken, or otherwise Dan Yang would have no idea where she was wrong. Usually Dan Yang was seen as a female overly protected by the males, which had led to her fearless nature. It's uncertain whether this is good or bad. I'll just ask you one thing, will you apologize? Everyone looked at Dan Yang, making her mistakenly believe that everyone was watching her misfortune. She turned and fiercely shouted at Suisui. Is saying sorry enough? She then transformed into her beast form and hurried back. Suisui, I'm sorry for making you suffer. It's fine, elder. No need for an apology. She can bear her own mistakes. As long as she doesn't cause trouble in front of me, what she does is none of my business. Suisui firmly expressed her position, as she did not wish for others to blame her in the future when things went wrong. If that were the case, she might as well find another place to live. The elder instructed half of the males to transport potatoes back to the tribe, while the other half continued forward with the females. Yu took Suisui's hand, eagerly pulling her forward. After the previous incident, Suisui had become the beloved among the females. Suisui, how do you know so much? Yes, Suisui, you are amazing. The crowd of beasts chattered excitedly, suddenly becoming so warm that it felt a bit unfamiliar. Yu also shielded Suisui from some of the other females. All right, let's go gather some fruits first. The elder will surely arrange things later. Yu is right. Let's follow Suisui. Let's go pick potatoes. Suisui smiled and responded, sure, let's gather some potatoes first. After saying that, she busied herself with the others and laughter echoed across the land. Yu pulled Suisui forward quickly, saying, oh my, it's so scary. Why have those people suddenly become so enthusiastic? Ha ha ha, they are enchanted by your charm. Yu knew that if Suisui were just an ordinary female, they wouldn't have shown such patience and enthusiasm. Even for herself, if Kai hadn't suggested that she get closer to Suisui, she might have realized Suisui's merits much later. But these words could not be spoken, as saying them would upset the beasts. She led Suisui to the usual fruit-picking spot, where the fruits were all bright red, essential nutrition for females. So many. Suisui gazed at the forest, which seemed endless. The fruits resembled apples, but they were smaller and the leaves were not like those of an apple tree. What kind of fruit is this? I heard from the clan leader that this is a female flower fruit, which provides nutrition and strength to females, enabling them to be stronger and bear many adorable offspring. Yu raised her eyebrows, looked at the entire forest, and resolutely pulled Suisui's hand to venture inside. System, can I eat this? The bright red fruits seemed to entice her to consume them. No problem, host. You can eat them, but try not to eat too many. This fruit is unique to the beast world and will become extinct in the future. Can this seed be planted? Extinction seems quite tempting, as she hadn't even tasted it yet, and it would be a pity if it went extinct. In theory, yes, but I have no information on that in the beast world. Suisui nodded, but didn't say anything further, accepting the beast skin that Yu handed her. What is this for? To hold the fruits. Otherwise we won't be able to carry many. Yu patiently explained. Oh. Suisui suddenly realized, and Yu guided her step by step to wrap the fruits in the beast skin. Following the main group, back the journey felt particularly comfortable without Dan Yang. Chatting with Yu made time pass quickly, and before long they arrived at the tribe. It was unfortunate that the hunting males had not yet returned. Suisui, why don't you find another male? Yu tilted her head, looking at Suisui with curiosity. I just arrived at the White Tiger tribe, and on my second day, I already had 2 males. How could I find another so soon? Suisui shook her head with a wry smile, a hint of helplessness in her expression. Even farm animals cannot be overworked. That's all right. If your 2 males go hunting, who will take care of you? Yu's eyes widened, her expression serious. After all, they had all gone through this, and didn't find anything wrong. We'll talk about it later. Suisui sighed lightly. As a rather conservative modern human, she still couldn't directly adapt to the rules of the beast world, her gaze slightly evasive, feeling embarrassed to accept Yu's words. All right. Seeing that Suisui didn't want to continue this topic, Yu stopped. On the day she came of age, she had directly bonded with 3 males. After they all returned, Suisui had to walk slowly to her room alone. The agility of the spirit cat's body made the long walk feel effortless. When Suisui returned to her room, there were fruits and cooked meat left by Nuo Lin before he left on the stone table. The cooked meat was tender and not at all greasy. Suisui took a bite, savoring the flavor, although it still retained a hint of fishiness. Host, you must admit that Nuo Lin is indeed very thoughtful. I wonder how he knew you were pregnant. He's so considerate. If he knew you were pregnant, wouldn't he be even more considerate? The system's voice echoed in Suisui's mind. You're right. However, the food here is a bit hard to swallow. Fortunately, the fruits are quite delicious. Suisui responded to the system as she ate. When are you planning to find another one? The system asked eagerly. I'm pregnant. How can I find someone? Suisui rolled her eyes, helplessly stroking her belly. Who said you can't find someone while pregnant? I will protect you and ensure you give birth safely. The system assured confidently. Let's wait a bit longer. Suisui sighed, feeling somewhat conflicted in her heart. Although she was bound to a childbirth system, finding a beast husband so quickly still felt inappropriate. After all, she needed to build some feelings with those 2 beast husbands first. Suisui found a piece of animal skin in the room. The sun outside was pleasant, and it would be perfect if she could lie down. While there aren't many expectations for life in the beast world, it's nice to be comfortable, but since there are no conditions, let's create some. Suisui casually walked by, and in that moment of distraction her gaze swept over to one side, before suddenly locking onto something. She saw the chicken coop and rabbit hutch that Nuo Lin had made. At that moment Suisui stood frozen, her expression shifting from calm to deep surprise. She seemed completely unprepared for how quickly Nuo Lin had completed the hutch, which wasn't too complicated, just branches enclosing the chickens and rabbits in 2 separate circles. Simple weeds were used to cushion the animals, and food and water had been prepared in advance, leaving Suisui with no worries at all. Indeed, since she had slept with Chi-yun last night, Nuo Lin must have had a sleepless night to finish the hutch so quickly. She would thank Nuo Lin when he returned. Not knowing what time it was, she watched the sun slowly dip in the west, indicating it was probably afternoon, and Nuo Lin and the others should be back soon. When you came to find Suisui, it was just in time for Suisui to be lazily lying down in the sun. Though there was no comfortable bed here, there were plenty of trees around. Suisui carefully rolled the animal skin into a rope and secured the other ends firmly to the trees, thus forming a natural hammock. Wow, what is this? It's so beautiful. As soon as Yu walked in, she was captivated by the novel sight before her, unable to help but exclaim in awe. Yu, you're here. Suisui beamed with a satisfied smile and waved at Yu. Suisui, what is this? It looks so comfortable. Yu curiously walked closer, gently touching the hammock. This is a hammock I made. You can rest on it and bask in the sun. It's very convenient. Suisui watched Yu's enjoyment and introduced it to her, saying that if she liked it, she could make one for her too. It wasn't too difficult. Really? Can Suisui teach me? I want to learn too. Yu looked at Suisui with eager anticipation. Sure. Suisui readily agreed, and Yu excitedly took her to her room. Yu's male companions, numbered 5, E2, had gone hunting, while 3 stayed at home to take care of Yu's needs. Before the 2 even reached the door, they encountered the males waiting for Yu's return. Looking at the door, seeing the female following Yu, several beasts turned to look at her, their eyes filled with confusion, eager to know what charm this female possessed, as Yu, who was usually cold to others, was now all smiles and warmly welcoming. This is my friend Suisui, the female of Nuo Lin and Chi-yun. You must not be rude to her, as she is now my friend. Yu solemnly introduced Suisui to her males. Don't worry, Yu, we have no objections to Yu's friends, one of the males promptly stated. Good, Yu nodded in satisfaction. Suisui, these are my males from the bear tribe, the deer tribe, and the bird tribe. The other 2 are not here, one is from the tiger tribe, and the other from the wolf tribe. Yu introduced each male to Suisui. Suisui didn't care much about Yu's males, it didn't matter to her. As long as she and Yu were good, who her males were was insignificant. Suisui chose 2 trees nearby that looked sturdy and walked over to touch them, saying, not bad, quite sturdy. Do you have animal skin? A larger piece will do. Suisui turned to ask. Yes, Ayun will go get it, Yu instructed. All right, Ayun replied. Ayun was Yu's male partner, robust and sturdy, not very fair-skinned, but not too dark either, and he quickly went to fetch the animal skin. Suisui quickly made a hammock using simple techniques. The animal skin was from the bear tribe, relatively large. Suisui had Yu's male poke 2 holes in it and secured both sides with grass ropes. She tested it by sitting on it, and it felt quite sturdy. The tree was also very solid, and there was no sensation of swaying at all. Get on and try it out, Suisui suggested with a smile. Okay. Hearing Suisui words, Yu couldn't wait to try it out, lazily stretching on the hammock. Wow, Suisui, this is amazing. It's so much more comfortable than sleeping on a stone slab. Yu exclaimed excitedly, her face radiating satisfaction. This hammock was indeed soft, lying on it and swaying back and forth made it hard for the beasts not to feel drowsy. They often felt sleepy in the afternoon, but without the hammock, she wouldn't have thought about sleeping at all. But this is only suitable for when the sun is out during the day. At night, you still need to sleep inside the room, Suisui thoughtfully reminded. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Suisui. Yu responded without any disappointment upon hearing they couldn't sleep outside at night. After all, it was indeed unsafe outside, and the dew was heavy. One could easily fall ill if they weren't careful, so Yu obediently nodded in agreement. Yu's beast husbands were also very polite. Seeing how happy Suisui made their female, they excitedly thanked Suisui repeatedly. Suisui waved her hand. It's okay, no need to be so polite. After all, Yu was her first friend in this world. Perhaps there would be more in the future, but who knows what they would be like. Not all beastmen were good. Suisui also shared her methods for raising animals with Yu. Countless cubs and females die of starvation in winter. If we can raise the animals first, then when winter comes we can think about eating meat, so we won't starve to death, right? Suisui seriously explained her thoughts to Yu. Suisui, where did you come up with these ideas? They're amazing. Yu looked at Suisui with admiration. Maybe I'm just smarter, Suisui playfully winked. Then Yu followed Suisui, who directed Yu's female to start raising the animals. She had Yu's beastmen gather more branches and vines, and together they began to build a small nest for the animals. Yu tightly held Suisui's hand, closely following her, fearing that she might forget what she had said. She also made some feeding bowls and drinking basins for the rabbits and chickens using some pitted stones. The feeding bowls weren't crucial, but the drinking basins were essential. Suisui thought that since these animals ate grass, throwing the grass on the ground for them to eat was fine, but they couldn't go without water. In the beast realm, without porcelain, one can only find some stones to hold their belongings. Suisui was still slowly exploring what could be useful in the beast realm, thinking to herself, tomorrow, we'll see if the system can find anything else that can be used. Turn back your male. Kai has returned. Have him find some living animals, chickens, rabbits, or ducks, anything will do. If you're not sure, just ask Nuo Lin. I told him before, if he's uncertain, he can bring it to me for a look. Yay, Suisui, you're amazing. You felt that having Suisui was like having a treasure. Even the most precious potato could be found. What couldn't Suisui accomplish? Suisui couldn't have imagined that because of this incident you would become her #1 fan. After finishing the hammock and the breeding task, the sky gradually darkened. Yesterday at this time, Nuo Lin and the others had already returned. Suisui hurriedly bid farewell to Yu, transforming into an animal and rushing toward her cave. She nearly collided with Kai, who had just returned. Luckily, Kai reacted quickly and avoided the crash. Sorry, I have to go. Is this Nuo Lin's female? After Suisui walked away, Kai hurried to Yu's side and embraced her. Yes. Kai, look. Did Suisui make all of this? Kai turned his head to follow Yu's gesture, looking at the animal skins hung between 2 trees, puzzled by their meaning. Yu pulled his hand, guiding him towards the animal skins. Sit on it and feel it. She eagerly anticipated Kai's surprised expression. Kai obediently touched it, first feeling the softness of the animal skin before leaping onto the hammock with ease. Wow, what is this? The softness of the animal skin and the swaying of the 2 trees gave Kai a novel sensation. Upon learning that it was made by Nuo Lin's female for Yu, he was not surprised. It's a hammock. How do you find it? Isn't it novel? Yes, it really is nice. Yu's expression showed she was aware of the hammock's uniqueness, which was why she didn't tell him directly, but wanted him to experience it himself. Yu, guess what I brought back for you? Since Yu had given him such a big surprise, he presented his hunted prey to her, certain she would love it. Wow, a rabbit. Previously, Yu had wanted to have a small rabbit to keep as a pet. Now with Suisui teaching the males how to build a nest, she no longer needed to worry about Kai's safety while hunting in the winter. Yu's smile melted away Kai's exhaustion. He jumped off the hammock and pulled Yu into his embrace, gently inhaling her fragrant hair. Kai, Suisui came over this afternoon and taught them how to breed animals. They've already learned, so you won't need to go hunting this winter. It seemed that Yu and Nuo Lin's female had a good relationship, which eased Kai's mind. As long as his female wasn't bullied, he didn't mind Yu making more friends. Okay, but you also need to fill your own stomach first. Don't worry, Kai. After eating and drinking enough, Kai pulled Yu into his arms, sealing his long-desired kiss. Suisui hurriedly ran to her small nest. At this moment, Nuo Lin and Qiyun had returned and were preparing food. Nuo Lin noticed Suisui. He rushed over and scooped Suisui up, spinning her around and holding her securely in his arms. Nuo Lin, put me down. I'm getting a bit dizzy like this. Suisui complained playfully. Dizzy? Suisui, what's wrong? Let's find a shaman. Nuo Lin said, looking anxious, his brows furrowing. No, I'm fine, I just might have run too fast. Suisui hurriedly explained, but Nuo Lin, focused solely on her, was not listening at all. He only knew that Suisui felt unwell and needed to see a shaman. That won't do either. Be good, Suisui. Qiyun will watch at home. It'll take Suisui to find a shaman. Nuo Lin spoke with a firm tone, leaving no room for doubt. He didn't blame Nuo Lin for being overly dramatic. In the beast realm, even a slight cold could lead to death. For Suisui, who felt dizzy, Nuo Lin only grew more anxious, fearing she might be ill. Fine, you go ahead. Qiyun also felt anxious upon hearing that Suisui was unwell, but he knew that worrying was futile. He could only wait at home for Suisui and the others to return from the shaman, hoping to get a bite of meat and a sip of water. Nuo Lin transformed into his beast form, securely placing Suisui on his back. Hold on to my fur. Suisui obediently clung tightly to Nuo Lin's fur, and he dashed towards the shaman like the wind. System, can the shaman check for pregnancy now? As Nuo Lin ran, Suisui continuously inquired if the system could detect her pregnancy. After all, she wasn't a beast and didn't know when their breeding season was. Yes, no problem, host. It can be detected. Hearing the system's affirmative answer, Suisui let out a long breath and soon arrived at the shaman's door. Nuo Lin transformed back into his human form and gently placed Suisui onto the stone bench beside the shaman. Shaman, please come see what's wrong with Suisui. Nuo Lin anxiously pulled the shaman to Suisui's side. The shaman, who had just sat down, took a deep breath. Calm down. If you're so flustered, what can you communicate? Really? Then the shaman kindly asked Suisui, where do you feel unwell? I'm a bit dizzy and uncomfortable. It's nothing, let me take a look. Although the shaman felt a bit uncomfortable being pulled like this, considering that the female might be sick, he didn't take it out on Nuo Lin. The shaman gently placed his hand on Suisui's pulse, afraid of hurting the little one. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, his expression becoming serious as he looked at Nuo Lin and then at Suisui. Is there something wrong? The shaman shook his head. Wait for me a moment. He then turned and went to the backyard, returning with the grass. Shaman, what is this grass? The small wilting leaves seemed to lack water. Suisui had never seen it, and neither had Nuo Lin. This is pregnancy grass. Pregnancy grass. What is it used for? To bring good luck. Perhaps it could mean good fortune. After all, good luck, good pregnancy. What is pregnancy grass? It's used to test if your female is pregnant. Crack. Nuo Lin felt as if something inside him had shattered his mouth agape in disbelief. The shaman quickly placed the pregnancy grass in Suisui's hand. Before long, the pregnancy grass indeed changed color. Nuo Lin looked on in disbelief, unable to fathom that the little female was pregnant. Am I going to be a father? However, it could also be a cub of Qiyun. After all, the next day Suisui and Qiyun made it. If Qiyun had not made it at that time, might the first cub have been his? Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin, why are you lost in thought? The shaman looked at Nuo Lin, who was suddenly distracted, feeling a mix of disappointment and frustration. What was going on? His mate was pregnant, yet he wore that expression. What? You don't want it. That expression seemed as if Nuo Lin would be thrown out if he uttered a single word of discontent. No, how could that be? I definitely want it. However, the probability of cubs being born in the beast world is truly very low. The probability of pregnancy and childbirth among the White Tiger clan is also quite rare. Usually, among many pairs, only one will conceive. Nuo Lin was still quite worried, especially since this was the first time having cubs. He never expected this tremendous good news would come to him. The beast god really treated him well. He used to be a universally despised existence, and now he actually had his own mate and cubs. Even though he didn't know if the cub was his, that didn't matter. As long as it was Suisui cub, he would cherish and protect it well. Seeing Nuo Lin like this, Suisui didn't want to tease him any longer and directly asked shaman, how long can you tell if there are cubs in my belly? No problem. The shaman didn't use traditional pulse reading, but instead gently placed one hand a finger's width away from Suisui's belly, slowly sensing. Suisui could also feel this sudden warmth wrapping around her entire body. She felt a pleasant warmth in her belly. Shaman, what kind of ability is this? This is healing. It's an energy I unintentionally acquired, which is why I can serve as a shaman in the White Tiger tribe. So that's how it is. It seems the shaman unintentionally consumed the same fruit as Qiyun, awakening his powers without realizing it. Could it be that such energy hasn't spread widely in the beast world? It seems he would need to let Nuo Lin try it out when they return. It has already been the third day since I mated with Nuo Lin. This is Nuo Lin's cub. Suisui felt no surprise at all, but this news truly startled Nuo Lin, leaving him at a loss for where to put his hands. What? It's my cub. Nuo Lin's flustered demeanor made Suisui find him even more adorable, and she affectionately rubbed his fluffy head. What's wrong? Are you not happy? How could that be? Suisui, I'm just scared. If I had known you were pregnant after that time, I absolutely wouldn't have allowed you to mate with Qiyun. Nuo Lin was truly frightened. If that mating had harmed Suisui or the cub in her belly, he feared he would never forgive himself. He regretted introducing Qiyun to Suisui so quickly. Nuo Lin fell into deep panic, and the shaman spoke up appropriately, hoping to help him find some peace. It's okay. Although females in the beast world are fragile in the early stages of pregnancy, it doesn't affect the mother's health. The gestation period for the Lin Cat clan should be 2 months. During these 2 months, just let Suisui have a good rest. Thank you, shaman. Suisui expressed her gratitude to the shaman, taking Nuo Lin's hand as they walked out. Nuo Lin closely watched Suisui, fearful that she might encounter any trouble. Nuo Lin transformed into his beast form, gently wrapping his tail around Suisui, who safely settled onto his back. In truth, Nuo Lin felt very happy, especially hearing the shaman say everything was fine, but at that moment, he still found it hard to feel cheerful. Arriving at a small stream, Suisui asked Nuo Lin to stop and sat by the riverbank, dipping her feet into the water. Nuo Lin was about to stop her, but was blocked by Suisui. Nuo Lin, come sit beside me. Nuo Lin obediently transformed into his human form, wrapping his arms tightly around Suisui, not daring to be slack for even a moment. Nuo Lin, do you not like that I'm having a child? Ever since the shaman said I was pregnant, I haven't seen you smile. Do you not like me, or do you not like our cub? Suisui felt she needed to have a good talk with Nuo Lin. She couldn't let the impending arrival of the cub frighten him. I didn't. Suisui, I'm very happy, but I'm more worried. If anything happens to you, or the cub, I don't think I could live with myself. It's all my fault. If I hadn't let you mate with Qiyun, you wouldn't be feeling this way now. Nuo Lin didn't want Suisui to know how weak he felt, but he truly wanted to calm his emotions. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't suppress them. He simply couldn't smile. Nuo Lin, it's okay. I'm fine. Suisui heard Nuo Lin's string of words and realized that her pregnancy had truly scared him. She quickly embraced him, feeling the mighty beast in her arms, sobbing. Suisui reached out to lift Nuo Lin's head, her heart aching at the sight of his pitiful eyes with tears gathering at the corners. Recalling the scenes from her past life, where boys would flirt with girls, Suisui prepared to put it into practice. Leaning closer to Nuo Lin, just as he thought she was going to kiss him, she used her tongue to lick away the tears from the corners of his eyes. Don't cry, I can't bear to see you cry. This single sentence stirred up tremendous waves within Nuo Lin. He forgot his fear and confusion, facing Suisui with a sense of helplessness. He never expected that she would kiss the corner of his eye, the gentle touch feeling as if a feather had brushed over him. His lips parted slightly in surprise, only to be gently sealed by Suisui. He understood she didn't want him to be too sad, but this was truly a moment of love. Nuo Lin, gradually calming his emotions, slowly led Suisui back to their cozy little nest. How is it? Is Suisui okay? Qiyun had been waiting in the nest for a long time. He was very anxious. Having fed the rabbits and chickens and cleaned the room, he tidied up the animal skins, yet they had not returned. Anxious, Qiyun paced back and forth at the entrance, suddenly spotting the two coming toward the nest. He hurried to greet them. It's okay now, much better. Sorry to have worried you, Chi-yun. After comforting Nuo Lin, Suisui went to reassure Chi-yun. She knew her two beast husbands were scared, and she didn't mind. Watching the strong man cry was truly satisfying. As long as Suisui is fine, I don't mind worrying at all. What bad intentions could the little puppy have? He just wanted his obedient female to be well and give him cubs. Chi-yun. What's wrong? Nuo Lin suddenly called out to Chi-yun very seriously, quietly asking, looking at Nuo Lin's solemn expression, concerned that something bad might have happened. He stood quietly in front of them, his head slightly lowered. Suisui is having a cub. Nuo Lin's announcement brought immediate relief to the anxious emotions within Chi-yun. Excitement filled his entire face in an instant. The tail unconsciously peeked out, swaying from side to side, excitedly asking when the little one was conceived, and that the little one would surely be very cute. What? So soon? When did this happen? On the day we became partners. Chi-yun hurriedly grabbed Suisui's hand. Quick, Suisui, sit down. Do you want some water? Do you want to eat some fruit? Are you hungry? He'll go get you something to eat. Seeing Chi-yun's flustered demeanor as he dashed away, Nuo Lin and Suisui exchanged smiles. That's just how Chi-yun is, but he must be so happy he can't find his way. Chi-yun thanked his past self for preparing delicious food for Suisui when he had nothing to do. The fruits he had stored earlier were now coming in handy. Whenever Suisui wanted to eat, Chi-yun could easily take it out for her, including fruits that could enhance the abilities of beastmen. He placed the food and fruits on the stone table, and Nuo Lin and Suisui were left dumbfounded by the abundant offerings. Why is there so much? Since Suisui, you are expecting a little one, I brought everything for you. The entire stone table was filled with food for Suisui, and Chi-yun was also worried that the little one in her belly would absorb the nutrients from Suisui's body, so he needed to make sure Suisui ate more. But I don't want to eat right now. Suisui looked up at Chi-yun, troubled. With so much food, how long would it take to eat it all? Besides, she had already eaten in the afternoon and couldn't eat anything now. It's alright, Suisui. You can eat whenever you want. Well, it can only be like this. Suisui saw the fruits on the table and found a few energy fruits among them. Not wanting to be unfair, Suisui took 3 energy fruits and handed them to Nuo Lin, and Chi-yun taking one for herself as well. I really like this fruit. Let's eat it together. Sure. Nuo Lin and Chi-yun looked at their pregnant mate and thought of themselves. They suddenly felt so happy, kissing Sui's sweet cheeks, one on the left and one on the right. Embarrassed, Suisui buried her head into the fruit, leaving a small bite mark on the bright red fruit. It's really delicious. You should try it. Nuo Lin and Chi-yun exchanged glances, and they didn't refuse the fruits Suisui offered. They popped them into their mouths, and the bursting juice filled their entire mouths. Nuo Lin and Chi-yun finished all the meat on the table, and Nuo Lin then took Suisui to sleep. After cleaning up the leftovers, Chi-yun fed the little bunny and chick at the door before transforming into his beast form and lying down at the door of their room. In the morning, Chi-yun took the initiative to go hunting, letting Nuo Lin stay inside with Suisui. After all, Suisui already had a little baby in her belly, and she needed to be well cared for without any negligence. Nuo Lin followed Chi-yun's suggestion, but reminded him to be careful. After Chi-yun left, Nuo Lin returned to the room and looked at Sui's sleeping face, growing fonder the more he looked. He initially thought of making something for Suisui to eat when she woke up. However, Chi-yun had already prepared it, so he gave up. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt more energetic after finding out that Suisui was pregnant last night, as if he particularly wanted to go hunting, but he still needed to take care of Suisui. As he approached the room, Suisui had already opened her blurry eyes. Nuo Lin hurriedly picked her up, and Suisui transformed into her beast form, snugly curling up in Nuo Lin's embrace. Nuo Lin, I'm so sleepy. Be good, sleep a little longer. Looking at Suisui, whose eyes could barely stay open, Nuo Lin felt a pang of heartache. If she was uncomfortable now, it would only get worse as her pregnancy progressed, so he had to take good care of Suisui. I'm not sleeping anymore. I'm hungry and want to eat something. Alright, Chi-yun has already prepared it for us. Shall I take you over? Nuo Lin had always obeyed Suisui, and after she got pregnant, he couldn't bear to leave her. After finishing their meal, Suisui insisted on going to find Yu with Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin couldn't refuse, and had to go along with Suisui's wishes, taking her to find Yu. Upon hearing that Suisui was pregnant, Yu was also happy for her. Wow, you're so lucky to have a baby so soon. Yes. What about you? When will you have a little one? Suisui was also curious about when Yu would have her own baby. After all, Yu already had 5 beast husbands, but she hadn't heard of her having a baby yet. I'm waiting for my heat period to arrive, then I'll have a baby. The first litter will definitely be Kais. Talking about this topic, Yu appeared very sweet, and Nuo Lin beside her showed no signs of embarrassment. The beast world was relatively open, and such matters were quite direct. Why wait for the heat period? Can't you just do it normally? Hearing Yu use words, Suisui felt a bit confused, not understanding why it was easier to conceive during the heat period. She had never experienced becoming pregnant after just one mating. Of Suisui was the first and only one. Normally, mating doesn't easily lead to pregnancy, but during the heat period it becomes very easy. No, I got pregnant without being in the heat period for this litter. Yu was very curious if she followed Suisui's method, which she also quickly conceived. After all, she had been partnered with Kai for a long time, and still had no baby, and the same went for her other beast husbands. Really, Suisui? What method did you use to get pregnant? I want to try it with Kaya, maybe I can get pregnant too. Just as Suisui was at a loss, the system came to her rescue. Host, I can help you. Is there really a way? Of course, host. I exist specifically to help beast people have babies. Then tell me quickly. The system shared several methods for quick conception with Suisui, causing her face to turn red. With the system's specially made soup, hitting the mark at once wouldn't be a problem. It's possible, but we have to discuss it secretly. Suisui felt a bit shy about making such an embarrassing matter public, so she pulled Yu aside, moving a little away from Nuo Lin and the other males. However, she may have forgotten that beastmen generally have very sensitive ears, so they could hear what Suisui said, but no one spoke up. What is it? Oh, it's just that thing, let's just call it. Not sure how to explain, but since this is the first time discussing this, I'm worried it won't be sent out, so I just use as a simple substitute. Accompanying a knowing glance, Yu nodded, slightly a hint of red on her face. Every position seemed rather yayo. Yu secretly glanced at her own male, thankful that Kai wasn't there, otherwise she might not be able to get out of bed tomorrow. After saying that, she grabbed Nuo Lin and ran away. Nuo Lin didn't expect his mate to be so experienced, a smile creeping onto his face. They could try it together another day. The lecherous gaze made Suisui feel a bit strange. Why are you looking at me like that? Be good. Hee, I also want to try that ZS you mentioned someday. Suisui's eyes widened in shock. How did he hear that? Wasn't he far away at that time? But Yu's male partner was also present. Could they have all heard it? Indeed, on the other side, Yu was also undergoing the trial by the beastmen. Yu, what do you want to try it too? How did you know? She thought she was far enough away from Suisui and the others, but she was still overheard. Those ears are infuriatingly sharp. Yu, beastmen have very sensitive ears just like you. Yu did not expect the beastmen to approach her. She was brainstorming ways to escape from these beastmen. If Kai were here, it would be much better. I forgot. That's okay. The beastmen stared at her one by one like hungry wolves wanting to devour her. Of course, it was not literally about eating, but just to add some joy between couples. Let's talk about this later. The first child is for Kai. You cannot snatch him. After all, it was agreed beforehand that the first child would definitely be given to Kai, since he has spent the most time with her, and Yu likes Kai the most. She has put in a lot of effort to conceive. I know Yu. When the time comes, I will let you all come one by one. Don't be anxious. Although it is difficult for beastmen to conceive, even if they do, they must be careful, because both the cubs and the pregnant women are very fragile. This is something that all beastmen know, including Yu and all her beastmen. Nuo Lin, let's go out for a stroll, okay? Alright, I will listen to you. Having been in the tribe for so long, Suisui still yearned for the outside world. Nuo Lin took Suisui deep into the forest, which was mostly forest with hardly any barren land. The beastmen also live in the forest, wandering aimlessly. Nuo Lin was sharing stories about his past hunting experiences. During the happy moments, Suisui would giggle along, and whenever this happened, Nuo Lin would look at her with a very doting smile. In her excitement, Suisui would reward Nuo Lin with a kiss, leaving him momentarily flustered. There were quite a few small animals in the forest, including plump little squirrels. That one has no meat and is not tasty. Well, Nuo Lin thought she wanted to eat such a cute little squirrel. But where there are squirrels, there are usually pine trees and pine cones. Suisui looked around, and Nuo Lin was always by her side, protecting her. Indeed, this is a pine tree. This little squirrel ran quite far, its tiny legs hopping quickly. Nuo Lin, let's go this way. All right. Nuo Lin followed Suisui. Although he didn't know what she was planning to do, he was willing to follow her wherever she went. Suisui stopped at the base of a large tree. The tree was enormous, and its leaves were sharp like a hedgehog's spines, poking painfully. Nuo Lin quickly pulled Suisui back, saying, Suisui, don't go near the thorns, that will hurt you. I won't, Nuo Lin. This is something edible. I'll pick it for you. Suisui, let me down. If you want to pick that, just tell me, and I'll do it. Seeing Suisui reach for the thorns above, Nuo Lin hurriedly held her back, refusing to let go. However, hearing her say it was food, Nuo Lin's heart was tempted. Food is such a precious thing. The one that is deeper in color, the round one, is fine. Okay, just wait a moment. Nuo Lin carefully observed the pine cone above. Although there were thorns all around, he knew he had to get it for Suisui. Suisui said, actually, the one below is fine. Suisui watched Nuo Lin prepare to jump high for the pine cone, but indeed, as he said, it was quite dangerous, and if she tried to pick it, she would definitely get pricked by the pine needles. It's alright, Suisui, it will be ready soon. Nuo Lin jumped and landed steadily on the ground, holding a round pine cone in his mouth. Suisui took it in her hands, gave Nuo Lin a big hug, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Nuo Lin blushed shyly, leaving Suisui momentarily unable to tell who was the male and who was the female. How could she be so proactive? Let's leave it to Nuo Lin next time. Honestly, she didn't have much hope. Well, for the sake of their relationship, being a little proactive wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't cost her anything. Suisui held the pine cone and squatted down by a large rock. Nuo Lin, come here. Then in front of Nuo Lin, she picked up the large rock, gently smashed the pine cone, and then used her hands to pry open the pine scales one by one, gently tearing the fruit out from the gaps. Suisui gently smashed the pine cone, splitting it in half, extracting the plump, white flesh inside, and offered it to Nuo Lin's mouth to taste. After Nuo Lin swallowed it, she repeated the previous action and placed a new piece of fruit into her mouth. The pine cone burst open in her mouth. The flesh was fragrant and soft, filling their mouths with the aroma of the pine cone, and both Nuo Lin and Suisui couldn't help but exclaim in delight. She was extremely happy at that moment. Previously, pine cones were eaten as snacks, but now they could be eaten freely. With so many pine cones and such a big one, she could have her fill today. Heaven knows she hadn't had a snack in a long time. Eating grilled meat every day was quite nauseating. So there are so many delicious things we didn't know about. Once we go back, I want to tell everyone about the food here, so we won't have to worry about starving. It seems like Nuo Lin has discovered a new world. In the future, he really needs to take Suisui out more often. That way there will be different delicious foods every day, and the females of the tribe and the cubs will be well fed. That's right. Nuo Lin, you are really smart. The one who is smart is you. Suisui, you are the benefactor of the entire tribe. Benefactor. So there's also a concept of benefactor in the beast world. But she just hopes to help everyone live a good life, so that every female can give birth. Giving birth wouldn't be difficult. After Nuo Lin left his scent here, he took 2 or 3 pine cones and stuffed them into his beast skin. She glanced at the fallen pine cones on the ground. Some had already been eaten by squirrels, leaving only the skins behind, while others had burst open, revealing the flesh inside. Thus, she decided to pick up the burst-open pine cones on the ground to save Nuo Lin the trouble of picking for her. After tidying up, she was troubled by the pine cones that had no place to store them. It would be great if she had a bamboo basket. That way she could store anything without worrying about losing it. Nuo Lin, is there any bamboo nearby? Bamboo? What is that? Is it something edible? Well, it is quite obvious that Nuo Lin didn't know and had never heard of it. But that was normal. Yes, they are segmented and elongated, and their leaves are a bit wider and thinner than those of pine trees. If we can find bamboo, we could use it to build the stone house, which would be perfect for staying warm in winter and cool in summer. Oh right, they grow in clusters. Have you seen them? What you mentioned does ring a bell, but I'm not sure if it's what you're looking for. It's a bit far from here. Can I take you there tomorrow? Sure, of course. Let's hurry back then. Nuo Lin carried Suisui as they leisurely headed in the direction of their home. Good. Suisui recalled that bamboo had many uses in her original world. If they could indeed find bamboo, she would surely make the most of it and explore its potential to the fullest. Host, weren't we here to have children? Observing Suisui's actions, the system was somewhat puzzled. Originally the goal was to do nothing during the work hours, yet given this opportunity to slack off, she instead wanted to be productive. This was truly baffling. Of course I know, but I'm not a baby-making machine. There has to be more than just having children. Besides, if I can create some useful items or food in the beast world, wouldn't that mean my offspring can grow up normally? Suisui firmly upheld her views. After all, in her original world, there was no worry about food or drink, and there were smartphones to play with. Who would want to work if they had money? After all, waking up at 8 for work was exhausting, so of course one would want to slack off. However, in this world, one must strive and discover things on their own. As a female, she needed to let her beast husband hunt, and with the risk of starving in winter, if she continued to slack off, she would likely just wait for death. Bamboo had numerous uses. It could be eaten and made into furniture, beds, tables, chairs, bowls, and baskets. It would be so convenient in the future, and just thinking about it made Suisui feel excited. All right, host, you're right, I support you. Then can you help me find out where the nearest bamboo is? The system replied, this won't work. Doesn't Nuo Lin know where the bamboo is? You should let him take you there tomorrow. I knew you were unreliable. The system was still the same old dog, giving no help. Could it really do nothing but assist in having children? My goodness, that would truly be the end of the world. As the sun began to set, Nuo Lin returned with Suisui, and upon seeing the 2 soft and adorable beasts, Suisui felt very happy. Chiyun, you're back. Chiyun had already fed the chickens and rabbits, and was preparing a meal when Nuo Lin returned with Suisui. With Nuo Lin around, Chiyun felt more at ease. Although Nuo Lin wasn't the strongest, the tiger tribe would never allow their females to be harmed. Yes, I came back early today. Oh, I hunted 2 wild boars today. The tribe leader decided to share the spoils, including some for the beastmen who are not paired off. It seems the haul was quite good. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Just thinking about it made Chiyun feel magical, as if there was some energy within his body, but he still didn't know how to harness it. You have no idea. I suddenly unleashed a great deal of power today, as if energy was about to burst from my hands, and many beastmen felt the same in varying degrees. Today, many beastmen discovered they had similar abilities, but only Suisui knew they had their own energies. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and darkness. There surely was one among them. Wow, Chiyun, you're amazing. But having energy in your body means you need to practice more to harness it. That way my Chiyun will become even more formidable. Suisui was not blindly flattering him, as the system had long told her about this, and she would awaken her energy in the future as well. If it was fire-based, that would be really great. After eating her fill, Suisui took advantage of the sun still being up to lie on her hammock for a while. She didn't transform into her beast form, because she found that in that form she was particularly clumsy. Moreover, encountering a moving rope made her unable to resist the urge to pounce on it. Seeing a tree made her want to sharpen her claws, and sometimes she even felt like chewing bones to grind her teeth. It was truly unbearable. Though she really loved that form, her soul was human. Such shameful actions, who would do that? Well, alright, it was indeed her. Nuo Lin watched over Suisui as if she were a porcelain doll that he dared not let get bumped or scratched. Nuo Lin, it's really comfortable. Why don't you come and lie down for a bit too? What about me? What about me? Hee, I'll make another hammock someday. Then we can both lie down. Alright, though he understood Qiyun was not too disappointed. One day, he would hold Suisui and lie on this hammock together. Qiyun rolled his eyes at Nuo Lin. Indeed, a good friend could not have a female, or else they would inevitably get into a fight. My goodness. Forget it, after all, Suisui was pregnant, so let Nuo Lin be the beast father. Qiyun quietly thought that the next litter must carry his offspring. He wanted to hold Suisui and never let go. Qiyun, tomorrow, I'll take Suisui to the forest to find what she wants, and you can go hunting. They originally took turns hunting, but since Suisui wanted to find bamboo, Nuo Lin thought it would be good to switch with Qiyun. After all, if Qiyun's energy could be triggered by more hunting, that would be beneficial. Sure, no problem. Since Suisui is carrying your offspring, you need to take good care of her. I heard that the baby can hear their parents' voices while in the womb, so you can communicate more with the baby in her belly. Qiyun agreed without a second thought. He was currently quite fond of the feeling of hunting. Once his inner energy was unleashed, he wouldn't be the weakest in the tribe anymore. Yes, no problem. Suisui, can you have my babies in the next litter? Qiyun shyly asked Suisui. He wasn't sure if she would agree to have his offspring, because having babies was quite strenuous, yet he really loved the feeling of holding Suisui. It was truly comfortable. Of course, Qiyun, you are my beast husband, and I will have babies for each of you. Yay, Suisui indeed loves me the most. Hearing what he wanted to hear, Qiyun was as happy as a child, excitedly bouncing around the hammock the two shared. Nonsense, clearly Suisui loves me the most. Nuo Lin couldn't help but retort. Suisui clearly loved him the most, as he was the first beast husband. Alright, I love each of you, including my offspring. Indeed, regardless of what they look like, Suisui has always liked them. If she didn't, she wouldn't have taken them as beast husbands, so why are they so conflicted? That night, Nuo Lin held Suisui close while Qiyun rested at her feet. A protective circle formed around Suisui, safeguarding her from harm and ensuring a stable environment for the cubs in her belly. Suisui didn't sleep very well that night, perhaps due to her pregnancy, feeling uncomfortable, but considering she was just pregnant, it might be worry. Then she snuggled closer to Nuo Lin and fell into deep sleep again. Nuo Lin was aware of holding her tightly, concerned that she might catch a cold or be uncomfortable while sleeping. The whole night passed without dreams, and Suisui was picked up by Nuo Lin, her sleepy face exuding a sweetness that was simply irresistible. Suisui, it's time for us to set off. No, just 5 more minutes. Suisui curled her body, wrapping herself in animal skins and turning her back to Nuo Lin. 5 minutes. Oh, just a little while longer, just a moment. Suisui quickly woke up, casually rolled over, fearing that Nuo Lin might suspect her. Fortunately, Nuo Lin didn't perceive anything unusual, instead thinking that Suisui was just talking in her sleep. Alright. Suisui, look, there's an egg in the chicken coop. Could it be a little chick? Qiyun rushed in, not noticing anything amiss. It should be, but the chick can be eaten and the little chicks can be eaten too. Suisui, disturbed by the two, lost her mood to sleep and sat up, surprised to see the egg in Qiyun's hand. She reached out to take the egg, shaking it to hear the thud, thud, thud sound inside, delighted to have one more edible item. Qiyun, do you know which chicken laid this egg? I don't know, but there are 5 chickens in the coop now. Maybe after feeding them for a while, they'll all lay eggs. Alright, let's feed them some more then. Suisui stretched lazily, feeling more and more sleepy, but there were other things to do today, so she couldn't continue sleeping. Shed rest again after returning in the afternoon. Suisui, I'm going to the clan leader's house first and find a way to bring back the pine nuts. Nuo Lin looked at Suisui, who could hardly open her eyes, feeling reluctant to let her accompany him on the journey. Okay, later we'll need the clan leader's help with the bamboo too. Suisui thought about it. Pine nuts could be eaten and everyone could enjoy them. Eating more pine nuts would also benefit the beastmen who were expecting cubs. With Nuo Lin gone, she could just wander around herself. Then you go ahead. We'll just wander around here. Alright, although this is the White Tiger tribe, don't stray too far, it can be dangerous. Hearing that Suisui wanted to go out alone, Nuo Lin felt uneasy. However, females were still relatively rare in the beast world, especially in the White Tiger tribe, so he couldn't help but remind her. Don't worry, Nuo Lin, I value my life very much. Okay, I'll be back soon. Nuo Lin transformed into his beast form and dashed out. Suisui wandered around the chicken coop, then went to check on the rabbit burrow. The rabbit's belly was also a bit round, indicating it might be pregnant too. After feeding some cabbage, she waited by the small river next to the door, watching the fish swim about. She still wanted to eat them, but she hadn't found any chili pepper yet, and they wouldn't taste good without it. Looking at her reflection in the water, although her face remained the same, her clothes were too ugly. Sigh. It had been a long time since she had bathed, since there was no one around, she decided to sneak in a wash. Suisui observed her surroundings, finding a quiet spot, and cautiously chose a large tree as cover. After all, if someone showed up, and she couldn't react in time, transforming into her beast form would be the same. Host, you can wash now, I will keep watch for you. Okay, she felt reassured with the system there. But she didn't realize that the system could easily betray her. With that, she cast aside all worries, took off the animal skin, and dove straight into the water. At the moment the water brushed against her skin, a wave of comfort washed over her. Ah, this feels so good. It's been so long since I've had a proper soak. She gently ran her hands over her shoulders, washing away the dirt from her body. A pair of eyes took in the scene, examining the soft and adorable female who seemed delicate and vulnerable. This female appeared no different except for being a bit frail. Suisui, while bathing, began to sing in excitement, completely unaware of the fluffy white figure above her. That white creature leapt down from a branch slowly, making its way towards Suisui. Suisui noticed a sound from the grass and turned to see a fluffy white fox. Is this a snow fox? But shouldn't snow foxes appear only in snowy winter landscapes? No, this is the beast world. Could this be a beastman? Suisui hid herself in the water and turned to look at the adorable fox. It was truly cute, resembling a small Samoyed. Oh. Suisui tilted her head. Aren't you a beastman? Host, he is a beastman. Wow, he is a beastman. What is his name? Can't he transform into human form to talk? Fine, he probably would be scared if he transformed into human form. You can't come closer, wearing animal skins. Host, you don't need to be nervous. This fox is stronger than your other 2 beast husbands. You can take him as a beast husband. Are you serious? Of course. Host, you should know that you came here to have children with those powerful beastmen. Plus his human form will be super handsome. Alright, I'll try my best. After all, Chiyun went hunting, so only Nuo Lin could accompany her. Moreover, if Nuo Lin had matters to attend to, she wouldn't have any beastmen to protect her, although she hadn't encountered any danger so far. But the first beastman she encountered was truly terrifying, as if he wanted to eat her, so Suisui couldn't take any risks. If possible, being a beast husband wouldn't be a bad idea, she would just have to wait and see. What if he doesn't have feelings for her? What if he is already with a female? That would be even worse. But she didn't know where the fox tribe was, or how far it was, nor how he had come here. When Suisui told him to stay put earlier, he had crouched there without moving. Even when she donned her animal skins, the fox didn't peek, knowing that he shouldn't disrespect a female. Seeing the fox so obedient, Suisui suddenly felt that having such a beast husband wouldn't be a bad choice. Dressed appropriately, Suisui walked barefoot to the riverbank and squatted beside the fox. The fox lifted its soft paw and placed it on Suisui's hand. Accompanied by a soft sound, Suisui was almost melted by the cuteness. Are you a beast man? Why does he remain in his beast form and cannot speak? But his voice is truly super cute. Suisui gently cradled the white fox in her arms, saying, You don't mind if I take you home, do you? You are so adorable. The white fox, held in Suisui embrace, leisurely observed the surroundings. He was ambushed by a rogue beast man while fighting others, and the force of the attack had left him injured and unable to revert to his human form. After resting here for a while, he would consider whether to stay. This female is truly kind-hearted and beautiful, willing to take him back without him saying anything. She doesn't worry that he might harm her. He wonders if she has a partner, but he can smell her scent. The male scent is faint, yet there is a hint of cub scent within her. Could it be that this female is pregnant? If I don't speak, will she think I'm just an ordinary beast? While he thinks that Suisui probably sees him as just an ordinary beast, after all, no beast would be held in a female's arms. Oh my, how can she be so close to my face? He tentatively tapped Suisui's hand with his paw, the soft and sticky sensation engulfing her whole body. Be good, little fox, are you hungry? I'll get you something delicious later. Oh no, just that one sentence made the fox feel utterly captivated. How can this female speak so gently and sweetly? The fox called out quickly, burying its face into Suisui's embrace. When Suisui returned home, Nuo Lin had not come back yet. Usually Nuo Lin and Chiyun would hang food on branches, worrying that Suisui might be hungry. Suisui took it down and found a stone bowl for the fox, placing it down gently. Hurry, little fox, you must be hungry, eat something. After preparing everything, Suisui placed the fox on their little bed and checked its feet, which were clean. Suisui. Nuo Lin, you're back. Suisui was pleasantly surprised when Nuo Lin returned, but had to act a bit clueless. Otherwise, how could she explain the little fox in her arms? Look, I found a little fox. It's pure white and so beautiful. Suisui, he is a fox beast man. Nuo Lin stared at the fox for a long time, noticing that it was injured, which is why it ended up here. But why was it injured, and how did it end up in Suisui's hands? But he can't transform into a human form. Nuo Lin rubbed Suisui's head, not thinking too much about it, knowing that Suisui liked him. If he were strong enough, he could be Suisui's beast husband. But given the current situation, Nuo Lin felt that the fox was probably too weak. Are you from the fox clan? Nuo Lin spoke in the beast language. He wanted to know who this white fox was. The fox clan is supposed to be quite distant from the white tiger clan, so how did an injured white fox come all the way here? Yes, my name is Huyen. I came here because I was injured. At that time, the female was playing by the river, and I walked over, and she took me back. Huyen was also ready to share his experience, but Suisui interrupted him, since what she could hear was, roar, roar, roar. Nuo Lin, what are you saying? I can't understand. He couldn't hold back any longer. Could they not say something that a person could understand? Don't they know that this is very impolite? There's no way I would admit that I just wanted to hear some gossip. But I also don't want them to hide things from me. Aren't they my beast husbands? It's okay, Suisui, not understanding is normal, don't worry. This is a language used for beasts who cannot revert to their beast form due to injuries. Only males understand this kind of language, as it allows for better communication of information. Oh, I see. Although he wondered why, even though they are all beasts, males can understand, while females cannot, and why can they hear when in beast form? This is the fox clan's Huyen. If Suisui likes him, you can let him be your third beast husband. Oh my, it's really as if thoughts become reality. How did Nuo Lin know that I wanted to partner with Huyen? Although Hu Yin is indeed handsome, it was still a bit unexpected. But since Nuo Lin agreed, refusing would be ungrateful. But I already have cubs, what should I do if I don't want to mate? Don't worry, Suisui, Hu Yin will agree. Alright, the last issue is resolved. Nuo Lin really understands Suisui well, able to guess her thoughts almost instantly, while showing her great respect and support. Suisui slowly walked up to the fox saying, "Why don't we wait for him to respond first? I don't know if he is willing this way. Besides, I want to see his human form." Oh no, the more she spoke, the more wrong it became. Did she really have to wait for them to ask if she just liked their appearance? How cliché. Suisui shyly covered her face with her hands, anxiously waiting for Nuo Lin's questioning. But what she got in return was, "Okay, I will listen to you." Nuo Lin, what is it? Let's take Hu Yin to the shaman. Oh, I believe the shaman can definitely help. Shall we find bamboo together? Alright. Suisui picked up the well-fed Hu Yin and took him to the shaman. Shaman. At the door, Suisui called out loudly to the shaman inside the room. Ha, it's Suisui. Hearing someone call for him, the shaman quickly came out, looking at Suisui and Nuo Lin holding a fox, but his gaze was solely focused on Suisui. "Can you help me heal him?" "Of course, just place him on the bed and I'll take a look." He would never refuse any of Suisui's requests, but still had his own boundaries. Alright. The shaman looked at the white fox lying on the bed. Its ears drooped, but its eyes were bright, as if they held countless stars. No wonder Suisui would like this fox. After the shaman's examination, he remarked, "This fox is seriously injured, or it must have been driven out by its own clan, right?" "I don't know." Thinking he was asking her, Suisui quickly answered that she didn't know. The shaman nodded silently, and the white fox on the bed weak spoke up. "Yes, shaman, I know you can understand me, even though you are also a female." "I can understand. Please go on." As long as the white fox wanted to share its story, the shaman would not refuse, just quietly listening. "I am the third son of the fox clan leader. Recently, the tribe overthrew my father and elected another fox to become the clan leader. Was that because your father made a mistake?" "Did his father make a mistake?" "Not really. If there was a mistake, it was that his father was too kind-hearted, leading to being marginalized by the entire clan. People say that foxes are the smartest, but in his eyes they are the most foolish. No, he was a beastman favored by the beast god. He awakened his plant-type spiritual energy long ago, but was framed by his clansmen and met a tragic end." Plant-type spiritual energy. The shaman's eyes instantly changed, for she possessed it too. Perhaps not just plant-type, but possibly others as well. However, if the Baihu tribe had it, wouldn't that change everything? "My mother and sister were both taken by the clansmen. My mother and sister refused to comply and accidentally fell off the cliff, leaving no trace behind. My brother was framed and bullied the females, and his entire body was brutally torn apart. What a poor little thing. I wonder how he survived. Does Suisui know? Judging by her expression, she must realize he is a beast man. Shaman, I also possess energy. I know how to lead the beast clan to its peak, and I will do my utmost to elevate my tribe to greatness." Oh, what did I hear? My goodness. However, despite my surprise, I still need to confirm what he truly wants. He is not some delicate queen who knows nothing. "What are your requirements?" "I want to become mates with this Suisui." "I can't believe it. Is it really that simple? Just wanting to be mates with a female? You should have said so earlier." I worried for half a day. The shaman let out a simple sigh. "I cannot decide this. I need to seek the female's consent." "I have no objections." Since the little fox has no objections, the shaman turned to look at the female standing beside her and Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin's expression showed no dissatisfaction, while Suisui remained dazed. "Nuo Lin, what are they talking about? I can't understand a word." "Suisui, do you like this fox?" Yes. It's quite comfortable to hold." However, she still had to respond to the shaman's question. But why ask in such a manner? Does this mean she is to be given the fox? Suisui, don't say everything out loud. It's a bit embarrassing. Suisui's bold declarations left the shaman momentarily stunned. She hadn't expected Suisui to be so audacious, saying whatever came to mind. "Then do you want to hold this fox while you sleep every night?" The shaman's coaxing tone made Suisui feel that she had ulterior motives. She wondered if she planned to sell her off. Alright, she guessed correctly, as she intended to sell Suisui to Hu Yin. However, if the shaman heard this, she would say selling was a harsh term. It was about ensuring better security for Suisui. Hu Yin as a beastman was also quite formidable and could easily protect Suisui. Isn't he a beastman? Yes. What of it? Can't a beastman hold someone while sleeping every night? Really? Nuo Lin, does the shaman want the fox to be my beast husband? Alright, after listening for a while, Suisui finally understood. Yes, that was indeed the shaman's intention, haha. Yes, do you agree? But does Hu Yin agree? Isn't it supposed to be Hu Yan's decision whether he agrees or not? It wouldn't be right to take his life just because he's sick. Is it too much to sell him out to save the fox? What if he is willing? Then I have no objections, but I have cubs in my belly and cannot mate. Alright, if he is willing, then I won't have any objections. However, aren't beastmen focused on mating to bear cubs? But here I am already pregnant. He said he doesn't mind. Alright, then she could only reluctantly accept it. Who doesn't like a soft and adorable fox? I have no objections, but you must take care of yourself first. Can we become mates when you can transform into human form? The fox responded, his soft and cute face filled with affection for Suisui. He also wanted to recover soon to become Suisui's beast husband. Shaman, please help me. I want to recover as soon as possible. Hearing Suisui agreement, Hu Yin was already impatient. He hoped his wounds would heal soon so he could become mates with Suisui. The shaman was pleased to see the situation. Alright, no problem. She agreed to treat the fox's wounds and help him recover quickly so the Baihu tribe could gain a formidable ally. Shaman, please treat the fox's wounds. Nuo Lin and I are heading to the forest. Upon hearing Suisui words, the shaman readily agreed, not for any particular reason, but simply to make the Baihu tribe stronger. Alright, you all go. The forest is dangerous, so please return early. Okay, Hu Yin, take care of your wounds. Nuo Lin and I will bring food back for you. Before leaving, Suisui rubbed the fox's head. Okay, I'll wait for your return. Suisui patted Hu Yan's fur, soft and adorable, so nice to touch. Fortunately, it was still early, otherwise they would delay another day. Nuo Lin embraced Suisui. Hold on tight, we are about to set off. Alright. Hu Yan's gaze followed Suisui's departure, lingering for a long time. Alright, stop looking. Once you recover, you'll be his beast husband. You don't understand. I just want to see her more. But you just met her. Why are you so fixated on her? Hu Yan shot her a glare, clearly not wanting to discuss the topic. How could he tell her that he had seen a different female, one who seemed out of place in the beast world? The feelings Suisui brought him were incomparable. From the moment he saw her, it was as if he had determined that she was the one. As long as she expressed her affection, he would traverse mountains and seas for her. Suisui he. Hu Yan revealed a mysterious smile, and the shaman suddenly felt that she had boarded his pirate ship. Well, so be it. Nuo Lin, is it far? Suisui was on Nuo Lin's back. Although it was quite comfortable, the jostling made her a bit tired. Even without anyone's waist to lean against, she still felt as if her waist hurt. She wondered if it was just her imagination. Not far. Are you tired? Hearing Suisui's voice, Nuo Lin hurriedly stopped. Perhaps Suisui was feeling unwell. After all, pregnant females are more fragile. It's his fault. He should have brought something for Suisui. No, I'm just curious why the shaman wants me to take Hu Yin as my beast husband. It's really fascinating, don't you think? There is nothing to be curious about, Suisui. When a beastman shows interest in a female, it only signifies that she is exceptional. I do not know why Hu Yin has chosen you as his mate, but that only indicates that you have attracted him. It turns out that Suisui was suspicious of Hyun's ulterior motives, but even in the beast world, any hidden agendas would certainly not manifest in front of females. Such matters are usually struggles among males. Is that so? Just because I attracted him, does that mean he wants me to be his mate? Yes, that's correct. Nuo Lin thought of the conversation between Hu Yin and the shaman, i.e. perhaps the shaman knows something. But what is this plant-based energy they spoke of? Could it be the energy that Qi Yun mentioned? If I could also possess that kind of energy, wouldn't I no longer be the one holding everyone back? But what kind of energy could annihilate a clan leader in an instant? Nuo Lin. After talking to Nuo Lin for a long time without any response, what was he thinking? What's wrong with Suisui? Why is she asking me what's wrong? Shouldn't it be the other way around? I've been calling you for so long, yet you haven't even acknowledged me. I'm not worried about being taken away by another beastman or about getting lost. Shouldn't I be the one asking you? What's wrong with you, lost in thought? Suisui, what do you think the energy that Qi Yun mentioned is? What could make a beastman suddenly become so powerful? Nuo Lin expressed his curiosity. He simply could not understand what energy could truly empower a beastman. Energy? Who mentioned that? How would Nuo Lin know? Perhaps it was Hu Yin. But how did he come to know? Who told you? Seeing Suisui's expression, which did not seem to indicate knowledge, Nuo Lin recounted the conversation between the shaman and Hu Yin. Host, perhaps you could tell Nuo Lin that he is the father of your child. If he wishes to enhance his energy, the system can assist. Are you serious? The system's words eased Suisui's mind. Thankfully, she had the system to inform her, otherwise she might have kept it a secret. Although she was unsure if her thoughts were correct, the system's approval meant that Nuo Lin could know. Indeed, I just found this in the system manual. Alright. Suisui took a deep breath, ready to share what she knew with Nuo Lin. After all, he also possessed energy, it just had not been awakened yet. What is energy, and where does it come from? Let me tell you, the beast world exists under the dominion of the beast god, forming a unique system. You are not ordinary beastmen. You are endowed with great wisdom, the creators of worlds, the remnants of beauty. Perhaps in this way you will understand it is this world that bears spiritual energy, granting you the ultimate wisdom to create worlds and forge a perfect kingdom. You are not just you. In my understanding, your beastmen are endless, including the supreme phoenix divine dragon, as well as ants and earthworms that dwell in the dust. This is also something that the system had once conveyed to her, which is why Suisui could articulate it. From the files, she could learn many things unknown to others. In truth, the beast god only wished for Nuo Lin to believe in the truth of her words. However, there are many beastmen in this beast world, and legendary beings like phoenixes and dragons exist here as well. The system also desires for Suisui to mate with these legendary beings, as their offspring are exceedingly rare. Of course, there are also the Azure Dragon and the White Tiger. Nuo Lin is actually a beastman of the White Tiger clan, but he has merely fallen to this place, thus Suisui's choice was not arbitrary. And the Wolf clan's Qi Yun also bears the bloodline of the high-ranking Celestial Wolf clan, including Hu Yin, who is of the Nine-Tailed Fox tribe. However, Hu Yin is still quite weak. As his energy grows stronger, he will transform into a nine-tailed fox, though it will require an opportunity. And I am here as a guide sent by the beast god. I also possess energy, but my energy is still in a growing state. Once it reaches a certain level, I too can fight like the males. I can only say it this way, or I can't just tell them that I was pulled by the system to complete tasks. But my main task is also to help you reproduce. Not just you, but also the phoenix and dragon tribes. So you are my first beast husband. No one can take your place in my heart. Do you understand? Nuo Lin never expected that his mate was actually sent by the beast god to rescue the entire beast world. This was the first time he had heard that there are many high-ranking beastmen that they had never seen or understood. It turns out that his mate is not only his as she truly loves him. Clearly she could choose not to reveal this to him, but fearing that she might become jealous in the future, she still wanted to tell him that her future was not only his yet, she would always place him first. My Suisui, thank you. Thank you for being by my side when I needed you the most, and thank you for carrying our child. He held Suisui tightly in his arms. His Suisui is always so wonderful, so kind. If you want to enhance your abilities, I can help you. Suisui knew that Nuo Lin truly wanted to enhance his abilities. If he wished to improve, the system could completely assist him. I want to, but will it affect you or harm you? However, what Nuo Lin was thinking was whether Suisui would be harmed. If there were any dangers, he would rather give up this opportunity and just work harder in the future. Don't worry, it won't. Hearing Suisui assure him that he would not have any problems, the big white tiger was moved and nodded at Suisui. I am willing. I want to become strong. Nuo Lin's resolute gaze showed that since Suisui has many powerful beast husbands in her future, he would absolutely not be the weakest existence. He wants Suisui to be proud of him. He also wants his child to be ahead of all the beastmen, because he is Suisui's first beast husband, and he must live up to that title. Alright, I promise you. Let's go find some bamboo first. When we come back, I will help you. Nuo Lin nodded heavily. In fact, it was not that Suisui did not want to enhance Nuo Lin's abilities right now, it was just that the system said to let Nuo Lin wait a moment, while she went to the system shop to buy a spirit pill on credit for him, wishing him an early awakening of his abilities. Although she did not know what attribute Nuo Lin possessed, she assumed it would not be lacking, so Suisui was not worried at all. Finally, Suisui and Nuo Lin arrived at their destination, the bamboo forest. The bamboo forest soared high, likely untouched by human presence, surrounded by dense grass that could only be cut from the edges. Nuo Lin, can your claws help me saw off a section of bamboo? Suisui looked at the rows of bamboo, but had no sharp tool. However, Nuo Lin's claws were quite sharp, so perhaps he could give it a try. Sure, no problem. Nuo Lin transformed his claws into beastly form and struck down the bamboo, snapped with a crisp sound, and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The bamboo was hollow, each section just right for making a water scoop. Suisui had Nuo Lin saw off 4 sections of bamboo, selecting the better ones while the remaining were cut into smaller pieces. Nuo Lin picked up the bamboo with one arm and Suisui with the other, hurrying back to the tribe. He'll take you back first, then he'll come back with more bamboo for you. If he could bring some orcs along, he could carry more bamboo back, sparing Suisui the trouble of running back and forth. Okay, but there are dangers in the bamboo forest, particularly many snakes, so Nuo Lin, be careful. Suisui was still worried. There were many snakes in the forest, including the bamboo viper that often lived among the bamboo. It was wise to be cautious, especially since she was quite afraid of snakes. Don't worry, Suisui, he'll come back safely. Nuo Lin noticed Suisui's genuine concern for him, and quickly reassured her, fearing she might get upset, but Suisui was strong and agreed. Nuo Lin hurriedly took Suisui back, and she decided to visit Yeye's home. Yeye was her only female friend in this beast world, so it would be fun to drag her along. Yeye. After watching Nuo Lin leave, Suisui arrived at Yeye's house, knowing they could work faster together. Yeye's mail could also lend a hand. Suisui, why do you have time to find me? Yeye was very happy to see Suisui, but was curious why she wasn't resting at home during her pregnancy. I found some good things, and wanted you to come see them with me. Suisui was lucky to find many treasures every time. Yeye envied her. Sure, but do you mind if I bring my mail along? Yeye scratched her head, a bit embarrassed to ask, as Suisui hadn't brought a mail herself. Of course not, let's go together. Suisui had no objections, having a mail around provided protection and assistance, so it was a win-win. Great. After receiving Suisui's approval, Yeye excitedly brought her 2 mails along. Upon arriving at Suisui's home, she couldn't help but be curious about the various oddly shaped items displayed on the ground. What is this, Suisui? It looks strange. Yeye picked one up to examine closely, but couldn't figure out its purpose. It seemed inedible. In front of Suisui's house were several green plants unfamiliar to Yeye, but they appeared quite peculiar, prompting her to ask, Yeye, what do you usually use to drink water? Suisui didn't answer her question, but instead asked how Yeye drank water. Didn't Suisui use leaves for that? Of course I use leaves. The large leaves can hold more water. What's wrong with that? Let me show you what I've got. Indeed, Suisui did not use leaves to drink water. Alright, let's see what good thing she had. Suisui scooped a bamboo tube full of water and handed it to Yeye. Yeye, look how convenient this is for drinking water. Wow, such a long bamboo tube can hold a lot of water. Yeye took it and drank directly from the mouth of the tube, finding the taste sweet with a unique bamboo flavor. Wow, Suisui, where did you get this? It's so useful and tastes great. Wow, this is really impressive. Suisui always had such strange and wonderful things. Yeye felt a bit envious. Could she also have one? Right? Nuo Lin discovered the bamboo forest, and I thought there are many uses for this, so I wanted you to help me out. Once we figure it all out, I'll tell the tribe leader, so the whole clan can use it. Suisui was so clever, why hadn't she thought of such a good idea? Wow, Suisui, you really are the best female, you're so smart. At that moment, Yaya felt very fortunate to have listened to Kai and become friends with Suisui. Oh, otherwise, she wouldn't have the luck to use this bamboo tube for drinking water. Thanks for the compliment. But you're my first good friend, so you have to keep it a secret. Don't worry, Suisui, I won't tell anyone, and neither should your males, understood? Keeping it a secret was reassuring. Such a happy matter was not something she would share. Since Suisui said to keep it confidential, she definitely wouldn't tell anyone, but she did warn her males a little. Don't worry, Yaya, we won't say a word. Suisui was Yaya's good friend. If her males bullied Suisui, she would drive them away. In this beast world, if an orc was driven away, they would become a stray orc, and the fate of stray orcs was usually quite miserable. They would become the kind of existence everyone despised, so generally, they wouldn't provoke females. If a female drove them away, they would have no place in this world. Unless they encountered another orc who agreed to be their female, they could escape the title of stray orc. Generally, even stray orcs looked down upon those who had been chased out by females. Thus, some stray orcs became quite extreme, wanting a female to bear their offspring only to kill her afterward or abandon her to other stray orcs, leading to a generally bad end. Yet Yaya was still captivated by Suisui. However, under normal circumstances, such situations were rare, so this was a simple introduction. Don't be scared. This is a bamboo tube. Let me show you Batalo, and can generally hold some food or water. As Suisui explained, she demonstrated by setting up a fire and eagerly placing meat into the bamboo tube, burying it in the fire to cook. Then she asked Yaya, does your male have particularly sharp claws? Yes, Aishuang. Aishuang was an orc of the avian tribe with a sharp beak and claws, which was why Yaya chose him. He really met Suisui's requirements. Yaya Suisui female. Aishuang was quite tall, perhaps being a bird made him too plump to fly, resulting in an overall lean appearance. In the beast world, one might wonder if he was suffering from malnutrition. However, the orc recommended by Yaya should be reliable, so Suisui ordered him around without hesitation. Help me slice this into thin strips. Suisui took a bamboo stick and made a few gestures with it. Aishuang, being clever, immediately envisioned the kind of effect Suisui desired. All right, he said, and began to skillfully shape the bamboo into the form Suisui wanted. However, he was cautious not to carve too much at once, worried that Aishuang's mouth and claws might wear down. Yet it was true that with repeated grinding, the results would indeed become different. The strips he carved were quite good. Each one was fairly uniform. After making two, Suisui felt that they had enough bamboo to weave 2 baskets. Then in front of Yue, she began to weave the bamboo basket. Initially, she bent the bamboo, then took another strip from the opposite side, twisting it into a twist-like shape, layering it gradually. Actually, willow trees could also be woven, but she had just remembered to find bamboo and hadn't noticed if there were any willows around. She would ask Nuo Lin when he returned. Yaya followed Suisui, weaving the bamboo basket bit by bit. Whenever something was not woven correctly, Suisui would help adjust it. You must be careful, these bamboo strips are very sharp and can hurt your hands. Watching Yaya handle the bamboo strips, Suisui genuinely worried that she might accidentally cut her hand. Those strips were indeed very sharp. Just as Suisui finished her warning, a few males nearby rushed to help. However, only Yaya knew that they were purely going to be a hindrance. Their rough hands were not suited for delicate tasks. Yue, let me help you, I don't want you to get hurt. They all looked at Yaya, excitedly eager to assist. You all go away. I just need to be careful. Besides, if Suisui can do it, why can't I? You all step back. Seeing the pained expressions of those males was a first for her. Even in this beast world, she had never seen Nuo Lin or Chiyun act so spoiled or pitiful. They're just worried about you. Forget it, they can't handle such delicate work. Even when I have them help me wash beast hides, they end up tearing them apart with too much force. Suisui let them help split the bamboo into pieces, creating one small basket after another. When the first basket took shape, it left the surrounding males in awe. This little basket can actually hold things, eh? Of course it can hold things, otherwise how many would we drop, just using beast hides? Suisui took out the pine cones she and Nuo Lin had gathered and placed them in the basket. She shook it a few times, and not a single fruit fell out. How about that? While Yaya looked on with wide-eyed curiosity, it was the first time she had seen such a peculiar thing in her long life, and it was truly amazing. It really is quite good. Of course, being praised felt incredibly satisfying, but it would be better if more orcs used them. Otherwise, making so many would be pointless and could lead to waste. Yue, what if we distribute these to the females of the tribe? They could use them when gathering. Suisui suggested this partly to build good relationships with the tribe, hoping for assistance in the future. Moreover, this was Nuo Lin's tribe, and also Yaya's tribe. A powerful tribe would provide them with protection. The White Tiger clan was also a fierce beast clan, and they had shown remarkable patience toward Dan Yang, who had been causing trouble. However, recently Dan Yang hadn't caused any more trouble in front of Suisui. If Dan Yang could improve, everyone working together could create an even better tribe. Of course, Suisui. They'll help you talk to them. I have a few close female friends in the tribe. I can trade 2 baskets with them. All right, Suisui agreed readily. Kai was very clever, and Yaya was not bad either. Over the past few days, Suisui had been weaving baskets with Yeya. Kai increasingly felt that having Yeya follow Suisui was a very wise decision. A week passed, and the baskets were almost completed. Huyen was slowly getting able to move around. That day, Nuo Lin and Yun went hunting together. Because Suisui had Yeya accompanying her with Yeya's males present, Nuo Lin felt completely at ease, leaving Suisui in the tribe. That day when Suisui was alone, Huyen transformed into his beast form and picked Suisui up suddenly. "You are Huyen." Startled, Suisui was busy, but she noticed the handsome man in front of her. The male orc, having just regained his strength, couldn't wait to transform into human form to see Suisui. He remembered that Suisui said she would only consider becoming his mate after he transformed into human form. Even though several days had passed, Huyen still vividly remembered. Yes, that's me. So am I enough to be your third beast husband?" As he spoke, Huyen struck a charming pose in front of Suisui, throwing a flirtatious glance. Coupled with his stunning looks, he was indeed quite impressive. You really are impressive with a cute little puppy-like appearance, but your eyes are very beautiful." His gaze was filled with deep affection, as if he wanted to drown Suisui in his enchanting eyes. They were so beautiful that one couldn't bear to look away. Of course, our clan members say our eyes are unique fox eyes that differ from those of other tribes. So when we transform into human form, we retain our fox eyes. Hearing Suisui praise his eyes, Huyen became so excited he was at a loss for words. Indeed, it was the gaze he took pride in possessing, an inexplicable allure. "Very nice, I like it a lot. So can we become mates after I give birth to the cubs? I promise you Huyen will be my third beast husband, and I won't go back on my word." Suisui still remained unaffected by those beautiful eyes and expressed her plans. After all, being pregnant, she genuinely did not want to mate, but becoming mates meant mating, so she could only wait to give birth. Anyway, in the end, Huyen would become her beast husband, so it didn't matter to make him wait. "All right, then I'll wait for you to give birth to the cubs." Indeed, upon hearing Suisui say this, Huyen readily agreed. After all, he had seen the stunning admiration in Suisui's eyes, which was certainly not fake. Usually, he felt that his looks were of no use. But looking at it today, what was useless? It was actually of great use. If he had known his looks were so advantageous, he wouldn't have taken the long way around in the past. No problem. After all, she wouldn't suffer any losses. Huyen was a descendant of the nine-tailed fox, and in winter her tails could be as big as a blanket, making it quite comfortable in this beastly world. The rainy season is approaching, and if they don't stock up on food soon, they will face hunger during the rains. Hunting is generally not suitable during the rainy season as the paths are difficult to traverse. The shaman said that the breeding season for the wild beasts coincides with the rainy season, so Nuo Lin and Yun dared not delay. Meanwhile, Suisui was preparing to go to the chieftain with Yu to show the baskets, hoping to gather more during their collection. Without hesitation, Suisui and Yu walked ahead with Yu's male, carrying the bamboo basket behind them. "Chieftain, it's Suisui and Yu. What brings you here?" The chieftain was also worried about the impending rainy season, as in previous years, everyone faced hunger during this time. If no solutions were found, this year would be the same as the last. Though troubled, the chieftain still had some patience when facing the female members of the tribe, wanting to understand their reasons for coming. "Yes, we have something to discuss." Suisui gestured for the male to place the basket before the chieftain and shared her thoughts amid the chieftain's puzzled expression. "Chieftain, look at these baskets. They can help the females gather more than usual and are easier to carry. With the rainy season approaching, would you like to give them a try?" The chieftain accepted the bamboo baskets crafted by Suisui and Yu, wondering if they were truly as impressive as claimed. Being a chieftain, she hesitated to jump to conclusions without having used them. "Where did you find these?" "A couple of days ago, Nuo Lin took me out, and we discovered these woods. So I asked Nuo Lin to cut some for me to weave these baskets." As the chieftain listened to Suisui's explanation, she stroked the bamboo basket, pinching it at the corners, feeling its sturdiness and wondering how much weight it could hold. "There are not only small ones, there are larger ones as well, but some are in my and Nuo Lin's house, so it's inconvenient to bring them over." Suisui placed a few larger baskets next to the chieftain. The smaller ones were less filled, but the larger ones could carry more, and the males could help lift them. "Suisui, you are truly remarkable. On behalf of the entire tribe, I thank you. This will be very useful. Soon I will gather all the females to witness your brilliance together." Seeing such impressive bamboo baskets, the chieftain felt a bit relieved. If they could use these regularly, they would have enough food to survive the rainy season this year. Although it wouldn't be as tough as winter, having a better time meant everyone should unite, and all the males and females of the tribe should work together to get through this rainy season. "Thank you, chieftain." The chieftain's announcement quickly brought some females over, including Dan Yang, but her eyes no longer held the fierce look they once did. She still appeared to be a fairly pretty female. No wonder there were so many males. According to Yu, Dan Yang also had offspring now. Many females had become pregnant during the rainy season, including Yu. Hearing that Yu also had offspring made Suisui excited, but there was also a sense of dread, as crafting the bamboo baskets required Yu to perform some difficult movements. This made Suisui feel a bit anxious, and she had to observe Yu's facial expressions to see if she showed any discomfort. "When did you have offspring?" "I had no idea. I'm worried that once you have offspring you won't let me work anymore." The two joked, completely ignoring the resentful expressions of the several beastmen behind them. They were scared too, who understood their feelings. However, Suisui understood Yu and Yu understood Suisui. They empathized with each other. Fortunately, they had become good friends, both straightforward, making their bond stronger. They kept each other in check. Of course, if you have offspring and still work, wouldn't you be afraid of your beastmen killing me? How could that be? They wouldn't dare. Suisui found Yu's cute, proud little expression increasingly adorable, while the beastmen felt that in Yu's eyes Suisui ranked first, and they were second, feeling they shouldn't be third, especially when Kai was still in second. My dear Yu, it's because you are well that they don't dare. If anything happens to you, I would be eaten alive. Suisui linked her arms with Yu, swaying them side to side, enjoying a moment of cuteness. Yu patted Suisui's head, smiling happily. I have gathered you all here today to discuss a few important matters with everyone. Once everyone arrived, the chieftain displayed authority, speaking earnestly, as if conducting a meeting, and the crowd fell silent. The first matter is that you all know the rainy season is approaching in a few days. We need to stock up on enough food during these days. Of course, I will speak to the males about this too. Upon hearing that the rainy season was imminent, the crowd became anxious since hunting was difficult during the rainy season. Only by stocking enough food could they ensure they wouldn't go hungry. The second matter is that our Suisui has brought 3 fortunate items for us, and I think you should be aware of them. The first is animal husbandry, wild chickens and wild rabbits, and the burrowing beasts in the water. Suisui will teach us how to utilize them. The second is bamboo. Many of you might not venture into such dense forests as they are particularly dangerous. However, our Suisui is unafraid and has found bamboo baskets for us to use to carry things. The chieftain had several beastmen showcase the bamboo baskets, ranging from the smallest bamboo bowl to the largest bamboo tub, which wasn't overly large, but sufficient to carry offspring. As you can see, these baskets are quite sturdy, capable of holding whatever we need, especially food. We can store our goods in these bamboo baskets without having to carry them one by one, and we can transport a lot at once. Watching the chieftain have the beastmen fill the baskets with meat, potatoes, and even stones, their strength was still impressive. The female beastmen instantly erupted with excitement, including some of the male beastmen. Only a portion of those who had gone hunting were still oblivious, while the rest were eager to possess bamboo baskets. Is this true? Does this mean we can stock up on plenty of food this year? The beastmen below began discussing this sudden good news with the females beside them. We can even stock live animals. This is too unbelievable. The females excitedly linked arms with their respective males, unable to conceal their joy. Everyone is thinking about how to establish a good relationship with Suisui in the future, and also to ensure that their males get along well with Suisui males. Dan Yang also saw Suisui abilities and gradually changed her opinion of her. She had heard before that Suisui already had cubs from Nuo Lin, and even if there was some reluctance in her heart, it was no longer of any consequence. After all, Suisui was able to provide enough food for the tribe's beastmen, making hunting much easier. Dan Yang herself knew she shouldn't treat the tribe's great benefactor this way. I heard before that Nuo Lin brought Suisui live wild rabbits and chickens. It turns out it was true. One female suddenly recalled something and began to tell the surrounding beastmen what she had once heard. Nuo Lin is so lucky to have such a powerful female like Suisui. Several beastmen admired Nuo Lin for having such a good female. The beastmen below were chattering about things they had known in the past, and they were envious that Yu could be friends with Suisui in advance. Suisui is truly a wonderful female. She is willing to share such good things with everyone and even made many beautiful bamboo baskets that are useful. The more Dan Yang listened, the more uncomfortable she felt. She had already offended Suisui, and it was likely that Suisui would not forgive her. In fact, Suisui did not take it to heart at all, as she still had her own matters to attend to. And the third point, the potatoes that Suisui led us to find. Our tribe now has a method to plant them. Just plant the potatoes in the ground, and we will have an endless supply of potatoes to eat. At this point, the chief spoke with great enthusiasm, as if he could already envision the days in the future when they would happily eat potatoes together. Only Suisui thought to herself that there would come a day when they would tire of eating potatoes. If they did not find something else to eat, there would come a time when they wouldn't want to touch them at all. However, the other beastmen were unaware that all the beastmen in the square had already begun to cheer and rejoice, because compared to getting tired of food, they were more worried about starving, with females and cubs going hungry. After the meeting, a group of females surrounded Suisui, eagerly looking at her and saying, Suisui, can you take us along to do it? Yes, Suisui, we are very capable. Just tell us what to do and we will do it. Yes, yes. Seeing the enthusiastic females, Suisui found it hard to refuse. After all, she still had many things to do and could not keep making bamboo baskets for them, so they had to rely on themselves. Okay, I can, but when I need help, I will find you, alright? Of course, Suisui. After those females left satisfied, Suisui turned with Yu and saw Dan Yang standing not far away. Suisui initially wanted to walk straight over, but Dan Yang blocked her. Can you wait a moment? If you want to find me for something, then forget it. I am pregnant with cubs and do not want to argue with you. Looking at Dan Yang, who suddenly blocked her, Suisui did not show a favorable expression. She could help the tribe improve, and she could help Dan Yang too, but she should not provoke her, otherwise she was not that delicate queen. No, that's not what I meant. I wanted to apologize to you. However, Dan Yang changed her usual fierce demeanor. She rarely spoke with her head down when facing Suisui. Usually she stood tall and proud like a battle-hungry rooster. I just wanted to obtain Nuo Lin. I thought that if I took Nuo Lin as my beast husband, he would no longer be bullied by others so. Suisui then realized that Dan Yang did not necessarily want Nuo Lin. She just thought she could give Nuo Lin what he wanted. But did she know what Nuo Lin really wanted? You do not understand Nuo Lin. He would rather work hard himself than let you help him. It's because he is from the White Tiger tribe. He cannot escape the title of being useless for a lifetime. Do you think that's fair to him? Hearing Dan Yang say that, Suisui immediately rebutted. She knew Nuo Lin was not the kind of person who would give up, and he was very clear about what he wanted and what kind of beast he wanted to become. However, she also understood that Dan Yang simply did not want Nuo Lin to be criticized for not finding a suitable female. Still, she did not consider Nuo Lin's strong character. He would rather work hard to become the tribe's first warrior than let others in the tribe think he was a useless beast living off a female. Thinking of this, Dan Yang lowered her head. She thought it was her fault as she believed that what she wanted was for Nuo Lin's good, but she had not put herself in Nuo Lin's shoes. She merely wanted to give Nuo Lin what she thought was good, but had never considered what Nuo Lin truly wanted. Suisui was right as she had thought too simplistically. Please tell Nuo Lin I'm sorry, and thank you. I was wrong before. I thought you were a female who could not give birth and once thought you were holding Nuo Lin back, but you are actually the strongest one. Sometimes I even feel that you are more capable than the chief. Please forgive me. Dan Yang bowed her head, feeling shy to face Suisui. She also apologized for her previous unreasonable behavior, which made Suisui look at her in a new light. It seemed that the beast world truly had its stubbornness. Even the Dan Yang who was first met was completely different from the one who now lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. She did not make things difficult for Dan Yang. Knowing her mistakes and correcting them made Suisui see her in a better light. I'm not angry. Perhaps I was at first, but I'm not anymore. Enjoy your life with your beast husband. Of course, if you are willing to come help me, I would also be very happy. However, you should work on your temper. It's a bit too rash. Suisui also comforted Dan Yang appropriately. After all, she was just not good with words and probably did not want Nuo Lin to be laughed at by others. Thank you, Suisui. I think I will. Suisui raised an eyebrow and said nothing. After Dan Yang left, Yu took Suisui toward home, leaving the rest to the chief to arrange. I didn't expect it. This is the first time I've heard Dan Yang apologize to someone. You are the first. After Dan Yang left, Yu dared to say this to Suisui. Oh really? Yes. Before Suisui came, Dan Yang could make other females cry, and the males were no exception. However, everyone just thought Dan Yang had a bad temper and treated everyone equally. In fact, Suisui did not want enemies in the beast world. She just wanted everyone to live a peaceful life together and have cubs enjoying a comfortable life in this peaceful era, helping the beast world with farming, hunting, fishing, and so on. Because Suisui made significant contributions to the tribe, the chief decided to exempt her from gathering tasks. While others were gathering, Suisui enjoyed lying comfortably at home. Nuo Lin and Shi Yun went out hunting, while Hu Yin kept Suisui company. Suisui, how are you? Are you hungry? Do you want to eat something? Hu Yin looked at Suisui lying on the hammock, reaching out to gently sway it back and forth, making it incredibly comfortable. However, Suisui still didn't want to eat. I'm not hungry. She just wanted to simply lie on the hammock. These days her belly was getting bigger, and the gestation period for spirit cats was generally just 2 months. Now she was already catching up with the 9 months of pregnancy in her past life as a human, which was indeed exhausting. Now that you're pregnant, how can you not eat? Suddenly she found Hu Yin quite annoying, but he was the one protecting and watching over her. If you're hungry, just eat. I'm not hungry. Suisui shot him a glare, feeling quite irritable. In fact, she wanted to throw a tantrum, but Hu Yin seemed to have done nothing wrong, so it wouldn't be good to lose her temper. Then what do you want to do? He'll accompany you. Hu Yin grinned, sticking to Suisui like a troublesome adhesive that couldn't be shaken off. I don't want to do anything. However, thinking about it with Hu Yan's clever mind, wouldn't he have different thoughts? Is the fox tribe fun? Suisui suddenly became quite interested in the fox tribe, as it was said that the people of the fox tribe were very handsome. However, apart from Hu Yin, she had never seen any others from the fox tribe, and she was a bit curious if there were any good females among them. If the fox tribe and the white tiger tribe intermarried, what kind of offspring would be born? Oh, how curious it is, It's alright, about the same as here, why? Hu Yin glanced curiously at Suisui, wondering if she was planning to attack the fox tribe on his behalf. Oh, it's nothing, I'm just too bored and want to go out for a stroll. Well, she was overthinking it. However, the fox tribe was not a place she could go to now. She couldn't match them in strength, it would be dangerous to go. Going out for a walk is fine, but we can't go to the fox tribe right now. Why, oi? At that moment, Suisui didn't understand Hu Yan's words, so she simply thought Hu Yin had been driven out by the fox tribe. It's very dangerous, okay? My father and mother both died in the fox tribe. If you go, I can't guarantee I can protect you. His voice grew softer with each word, and the thoughtful expression on his face made Suisui feel a pang of compassion. What can you do? I can make you not go. Well, she shouldn't have brought up this topic. She had just wanted to tease the fox, but unexpectedly he was so insistent. Alright, don't be angry. They'll make something fun for you. Hu Yin wasn't angry either. Looking at Suisui, who seemed to be at a loss for words, his ears perked up as he thought of something fun and couldn't wait to make Suisui happy. What fun thing? Suisui tilted her head looking at Hu Yin, but he didn't provide any explanation. Just wait and see. Hu Yin hurriedly ran outside and found a long vine from a distance. He then walked around the room and found a particularly sturdy tree. Choosing a relatively solid trunk, he directly threw the vine over it, binding many colorful small flowers around it. Under Suisui's watchful gaze, a simple swing was completed. To make Suisui more comfortable during her pregnancy, he tied a piece of fox fur to the sitting area, making it soft and pleasant to sit on. Come on, try it out. As Suisui stared blankly at the place where Huyan ran out, she didn't know what he was up to, but she felt a little anticipation. Hearing Huyan's voice, Suisui finally reacted and was suddenly lifted from the hammock by Huyan. She stared blankly at the swing not far away, turning her head to look at Huyan. How did you make a swing? A swing, so that's what it's called. What a beautiful name. He just saw that Suisui's hammock could only be laid down, so he made a simpler one that could perhaps sway a bit more comfortably. Is this a swing? You don't know? I didn't know. I just thought the hammock you made could only be for sleeping, so I made one that you could sit on. I thought you would like it. Suisui was taken aback. Huyan was indeed very clever, and it was quite touching that he could think outside the box in this beastly world. I really like it, Huyan, thank you. You're welcome, but is it really called a swing? That's a lovely name. Suisui's compliment made Huyan feel a bit flustered. He fidgeted, moving like a serpent to Suisui's side. Come try it. I specially laid down the fur for you, so your bottom won't get tired. Okay. Suisui didn't brush off his kindness and reached out to pull Huyan along toward the swing. Huyan helped Suisui sit on the swing, gently pushing her from behind. Listening to Suisui's silver bell-like laughter and squealing, he couldn't help but burst into laughter himself. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Then he'll push you higher. Huyan gradually pushed harder. He wasn't worried that Suisui would fall, because he could guarantee with his life that he would catch her. Whenever she needed him, he would be there. They played all afternoon, without waiting for Nuo Lin and Shi Yun to return. Suisui was already contently asleep, and Huyan didn't take advantage of the situation. He covered Suisui with fur and went outside. He happened to run into Nuo Lin and Shi Yun returning from hunting. You guys are back. Nuo Lin and Shi Yun had just returned from hunting and hadn't had time to distribute food in the square. They rushed over to check on Suisui, who had visibly been more exhausted these past few days. They couldn't bear to see her suffer, even a little. Where's Suisui? As soon as Nuo Lin asked, Huyan raised his hand and pointed to the room. She played all afternoon and just fell asleep. Her belly has been getting bigger these days. Is she about to give birth? Nuo Lin shook his head. It was still only halfway through. There was still some time before she would give birth. When Suisui wakes up tomorrow, let's take her to see the shaman. Okay, that's what I was thinking too. It's better to ask the shaman early for peace of mind. After all, this was their first time taking care of a pregnant female. It was best to be cautious. Shi Yin placed some things he was carrying into the nest of wild chickens and rabbits. Rabbits and wild chickens he had hunted enough for Suisui to eat for a while. You've been taking care of Suisui all day and must be tired. You should go rest for a while. Nuo Lin looked at Huyan, who also seemed quite fatigued. Suisui was easy to care for, but Huyan's body was still not entirely well. He shouldn't overexert himself. It wasn't that he was worried about Huyan, but that he was concerned Suisui might worry about Huyan. They could get jealous. It's fine. There's food left for you on the table. You should go eat something. Okay. Host, are you alright? I'm fine. What's up? The sudden voice from the system startled the sleepy Suisui awake. She didn't know why the system had suddenly returned. It had been a long time since she heard its voice, and she found it a bit unfamiliar. You've been sleeping excessively these past 2 days. How is your body faring? This is my first pregnancy, and all I feel is exhaustion. I lack motivation for anything. Besides, I still haven't found salt. Everything here tastes utterly bland. Every dish is insipid to the point of tedium, and the meat carries an overwhelming gaminess. Though the system once administered a pregnancy pill, ensuring no nausea or vomiting, it still left her with a lingering sense of discomfort. She could scarcely imagine how unbearable it would have been without the system's aid. It would surely be exponentially worse without it. Perhaps relief will come once the cubs are born. Had she conceived just a little later, might she have already discovered salt? Host, I've retrieved a small amount of salt from storage. Would you like to taste it? Salt indeed eases pregnancy symptoms as it carries vital energy, helping Suisui feel more grounded and comfortable. After savoring rich flavors, bland fare becomes nearly intolerable. Instantly, a tiny packet of salt appeared in Suisui's palm. Not much, yet profoundly welcome. She dipped her fingertip into it and touched it to her tongue. It's been so long since I've tasted salt. Absolutely exquisite. Once the cubs arrive, I'll ask Nuo Lin to take me to neighboring tribes to seek out more flavorful sustenance. Seeing Suisui's renewed ease, the system scanned the cubs' vital signs within her womb, finding them robust and thriving overall in excellent condition. Host, this pregnancy yields 6 cubs. Whoa, 6 little ones. Hee. Imagining a flurry of soft, furry bodies circling her, yet never fearing clamor, filled Suisui with inexplicable joy. She already eagerly anticipated the day they would enter the world. But my belly isn't very large. Suisui gazed downward, gently cradling her abdomen, sensing the gentle, stirring movements of her cubs within, a wondrous heart-swelling sensation flooding her chest. Don't worry, you'll give birth soon. Rest quietly here over the next few days and let Nuo Lin stay by your side. She wasn't truly anxious, merely brimming with anticipation, but chose not to voice it. After all, the system, having never borne cubs itself, couldn't fathom such feelings. Why only Nuo Lin? She wondered, why him alone? Lately she'd scarcely seen Nuo Lin or Chun. They always returned home after she'd already drifted into slumber. He is the cub's sire. Upon birth, he must confirm their scent. Also, the rainy season begins tomorrow, so no one will venture out to hunt. Hearing that the rains were imminent, it felt a quiet thrill. She had always cherished the rainy season, its serene, unhurried rhythm deeply soothing to her soul. All right, I understand. Where have you been lately? I couldn't reach you at all. She had called out to the system inwardly during those days, only to meet silence. Yet the system had long been her anchor in this world. Its presence alone kept her from outwardly betraying her concern. Still, its absence had unsettled her, fear whispering that it might vanish forever. Were that true, it would feel as though the sky itself had collapsed. I went in search of a map of the beast realm, rich with resource locations. Once you're fully recovered, I'll share it with you. During the rains, you may even offer energy-boosting fruits to your beast consorts. Oh my, what an extraordinary system. She'd mentioned the beast realm's resource distribution map only once before, and the system had replied it didn't exist. By then, Suisui had nearly abandoned hope. Then suddenly the system reappeared, bearing precisely the map she'd longed for. In this realm, only Suisui and the system shared true communion, and its steadfast, selfless support moved her deeply. By the way, when do we begin enhancing Nuo Lin's energy reserves? Tonight. Have Nuo Lin sleep beside you tonight, while your other two beast consorts rest just outside the door. Once they sink into deep slumber, I'll channel my energy into Nuo Lin to fortify his own. Understood. Thank you so much, system. You're welcome, host. As the system withdrew, Suisui feigned waking, stretching languidly and making soft, deliberate sounds. Suisui, you're awake. Nuo Lin, having heard movement from outside, pushed open the door and stepped inside to find her sitting on the bed lost in thought. Spotting Nuo Lin, Suisui sat up and extended her arms toward him, her voice melting into a tender, honeyed murmur. Nuo Lin, hold me. I'm right here. Nuo Lin hurried to her side and swept her into his embrace, lying down beside her on the bed, an instinctive, enveloping protectiveness impossible to resist. Shoo, sleep a little longer. Suisui rested her head upon his arm as he whispered soothingly. Still drowsy and thoroughly unrefreshed, she felt deliciously heavy-limbed. Will you stay with me tonight? These cubs growing inside me are yours. Her playful, winsome expression made Nuo Lin adore her all the more. He could never refuse his beloved spirit cat. Of course I won't refuse you. Whenever you wish it, I am there. Nuo Lin pressed a tender kiss to her forehead, holding her close while carefully supporting her abdomen, mindful that its weight might fatigue her. Nuo Lin, will I bear them in human form or beast form? Curious about the cubs' true nature, she wondered whether they'd resemble their father or mother, though either likeness would delight her. Both their beast forms were endearing, their human forms strikingly beautiful. She would cherish them regardless of form. Should Nuo Lin ever disapprove, she'd banish him to sleep outside and bestow her favor elsewhere. I don't know, but I'll love them whether human or beast. Don't be afraid. Nuo Lin stroked her belly softly, feeling tiny kicks, little feet tapping a greeting against his palm, as if through that thin barrier fatherhood itself had taken tangible, trembling shape. His gaze softened further, eyes deep with tenderness, as he murmured sweet words through her abdomen, wishing fervently for his cub's swift arrival so they might suffer less and rest more. I'm not afraid. I just suspect they're all in beast form since they're so small. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm truly pregnant, or merely plump. Truly, she felt no fear. Only a natural, gentle tension eased immeasurably by the system's presence and the steadfast devotion of her many beast consorts. No matter their form, they were hers, and none would ever scorn them. Smaller is better. You'll spare yourself undue strain. A larger belly would tire you far more. Suisui lay close to Nuo Lin's heart, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, and found it exceptionally comforting. Nuo Lin rhythmically patted Suisui back, and as she was already tired, she gradually drifted into slumber just as all the beastmen fell asleep. The hidden system slowly floated out, drawing a circle around Nuo Lin, and gradually floated the prepared items into Nuo Lin's mouth. After everything concluded, it silently showed an okay gesture to Suisui before returning to her divine sense to continue the unfinished tasks. In his dreams, Nuo Lin unconsciously embraced Suisui. Outside, the rain began to fall unconsciously, its sound waking up the sleeping Qi Yun and Hu Yin. The rainy season has arrived. The sky outside was still dark as Qi Yun and Hu Yin brought the items from outside into the room. It's not dawn yet, let's sleep a bit more. Qi Yun glanced deeply in the direction of Suisui's room and nodded. Hu Yin had fallen asleep, but Qi Yun could not find rest. The rainy season was usually a time of hunger, and he wondered if it would be the same this year with Suisui methods. He checked around the room where food was stored. Although everything was in bamboo baskets, he still worried about whether it might spoil. Suisui and Nuo Lin woke up to the scent of wet earth. The rain outside was still heavy, pouring down. Nuo Lin, it's raining. With the rain pouring down, the leaves outside dripped with water. The rainy season was perfect for sleeping and listening to the sound of rain. She recalled that as a child, she had loved rainy days. Yes, the rainy season has come. Suisui's face was filled with excitement, but now she could not go out in the rain as beastmen could easily fall ill, especially with young ones in her belly. Even though she had a system, they surely wouldn't let her play in the water. She might as well rest. Suisui, stay here. I'll go to the chieftain's place. Okay. Nuo Lin walked to the door and told Qi Yun and Hu Yin, take good care of Suisui, I'll prepare something to eat when she wakes up. Got it, don't worry. After Nuo Lin left, Qi Yun and Hu Yin went inside. Suisui, come here and let me hug you. It had been a long time since Suisui had hugged Qi Yun, and she suddenly missed it. Seeing the two come in, Suisui, still not fully awake, reached out her hands towards them. Coming. Hu Yin jumped nimbly into Suisui's arms, but was soon kicked away by Qi Yun. What are you doing? Seeing Qi Yun's tense expression and angry, Hu Yin nearly clashed with him. Without sufficient reason, they might have actually fought. You jumped into Suisui's arms when she's pregnant, can't you be a bit gentler? Well, it was indeed his oversight. The once furious Hu Yin suddenly looked like a child who had done something wrong. Lowering his head with a pitiful expression, he tried to appear cute, making Suisui's eyes glaze over. Suisui, how are you? Do you feel unwell? He hurried to comfort Suisui, fearing that he might have truly hurt her and the little one in her belly. Suisui pulled Hu Yin into her embrace, saying, don't worry, I'm fine. Qi Yin, come let me hug you. MMM. Neither of the two beastmen showed favoritism, standing by Suisui's sides guarding her until she woke up. Qi Yin directly went to prepare some hot food for Suisui. Seeing her eat, the joy in his eyes could not be concealed. Have you two eaten? Don't worry, we've eaten. Perhaps his gaze was too ardent. Suisui felt a bit shy and quickly changed the subject, though it didn't seem to work. Oh. After eating, Suisui asked Hu Yin to bring over the bamboo that had not been used up and asked Qi Yun to find some unused beast skins. The skins were sturdy, and Suisui wanted to try making an umbrella for the rainy season so that Nuo Lin wouldn't be afraid to go out anymore. Suisui, why are you working in the rain? I'm not doing anything dangerous while you two are here with me, right? While looking at Suisui's adorable expression, it was hard to refuse. Since it was like this, they might as well indulge Suisui, as they couldn't go anywhere in the rain anyway. Host, do you really want to make an umbrella here? What else can I do? I really want to go out and play in the rain, but they definitely won't let me. Suisui truly wanted to go out and play, her little face scrunched up in displeasure. If they didn't let her go, she would be quite unhappy. Having been in the beast world for so long, she really missed the original world, her old house, everything from before. Host, don't be sad, you've already passed away in the previous world. Do you not know how to comfort me? If you hadn't said that, I might have felt a little better. Suisui lowered her head in silence, realizing that since she first traveled over, she had sensed that she might not wake up again. However, she still held on to hope. The system, seeing Suisui becoming increasingly sorrowful, also realized that it had misspoken but didn't know how to make up for it, so it continued along the same line. Sigh. Host, think positively. Once you complete the tasks here, you can return to the original world and start anew, of course with memories intact. Well, it knew how to handle Suisui. Hearing the system's words, Suisui couldn't help but lift her head, her eyes filled with excitement. Are you serious? Of course, but you might not be the same as you were in the previous world. That's fine. The self from the previous world was originally an orphan, so if she returned, she would still be an orphan. If next time she were to be reborn into a place where she had loving parents, grandparents, and grandmothers, wouldn't she be very happy? Deal, I'm willing. The worries were instantly blown away by the system's words, and Suisui transformed back into the lively Suisui. Seeing the host cheer up, the system quietly withdrew, reminding Suisui to have Nuo Lin begin his training before leaving. Suisui, we're back. MMM. Seeing them come back, Suisui quickly shook off her earlier emotions, welcoming her future umbrella. The previously emo Suisui was now full of energy again. She took a thin bamboo stick, connected several bamboo pieces together, and used thin twigs to tie them, forming a circle with 4 large leaves on top to block the rain. Next, she secured it to the rod and laid the beast skin on top. A round fan was successfully made with the 4 leaves perfectly covering the edges of the fan. After tightly securing the edges with rope, some overly large beast skin flaps were left around. In the astonished gazes of the two beastmen, a simple umbrella was completed. Suisui let Qi Yun split a complete bamboo in half, leaving the rope for the fixed pole tightly bound together. The umbrella was just fixed with a bamboo rod underneath. After completing it, Suisui picked it up and gave it a gentle shake, feeling quite pleased, though she wondered if it would hold up against the rain. Suisui, what is this? This is an umbrella used for shielding from rain. Do you want to give it a try? Sure. Hu Yin gently touched the umbrella Suisui had made, and encouraged by Suisui's gaze, walked into the rain holding the umbrella. Under Suisui's expectant eyes, she exclaimed, I didn't get wet. In that moment, Suisui's smile bloomed like spring flowers. That's amazing. Indeed, ha ha, Suisui, you're incredible. From now on, we can go out during the rainy season. Qi Yun also showed a surprised expression, not realizing that his Suisui was so capable. Having made another umbrella, Suisui was eager to go to Yu's room to share this good news, thinking that they could play together on rainy days. Instead of being cooped up indoors, Suisui felt that it would really drive her crazy. Watching Suisui bounce around, she completely forgot that she was still a pregnant woman. Suisui, don't rush. We'll go with you. No, only one of you can come with me. The other must stay at home to wait for Nuo Lin. Otherwise, he will worry if he can't find us when he returns. Then who will go and who will stay? Seeing the situation, both of them wanted to go with Suisui and didn't want to be left behind waiting for Nuo Lin. Playful Suisui came up with a good idea. Let's play rock, paper, scissors. What is that? He'll teach you. The few of them gathered around and Suisui extended her hand in front of the two. Look carefully, this is rock, this is scissors, and this is paper. You can choose freely, and he'll judge the winner. Remember, it's one round to decide the outcome. Alright, let's do it. No one knew who would lose and who would win, but this was a game of chance. Suisui smiled slyly, and in the end Qi-Yun chose scissors while Gu-Yin chose paper. Both looked at Suisui waiting for her to decide who won and who lost. Alright, congratulations to Qi-Yun for winning. Qi-Yun will accompany me. Upon hearing the good news, Qi-Yun became happy, but Hu-Yin was not very pleased as they all wanted to be with Suisui. Alright, next time I'll definitely bring you along. Okay. Hu-Yin reluctantly agreed and Suisui didn't mind as she couldn't favor anyone. They were all her beast husbands, and she would surely have more in the future. Grabbing the umbrella, Suisui was held in Qi-Yun's arms, one hand, holding the umbrella, worried about Suisui getting wet, and leaned closer to her. Suisui waved to Hu-Yin and left with Qi-Yun. Qi-Yun. What's wrong, Suisui? Suisui looked at her pregnant belly and considered that Qi-Yun had been with her for a long time, thinking that she might give him a whole litter of cubs in the future. If I give birth to this one, can I have the next one for you? Qi-Yun was taken aback as Suisui wasn't due yet, but was already thinking about giving him cubs, and a wave of tenderness washed over him. Alright, but let's talk about having cubs after you recover. I prefer you to be well. Qi-Yun didn't dislike cubs, he just had seen too many females die from severe bleeding during childbirth. To Qi-Yun, Suisui was the most important. As long as Suisui was well, he would willingly give up having cubs for a lifetime. Suisui never imagined that on a day when everyone was eagerly awaiting offspring, there was someone who didn't want cubs just out of concern for his female. Alright, I know my Qi-Yun is the best. Suisui hugged Qi-Yun's neck tightly, unable to reach his face, so she kissed his neck. The warm touch easily made Qi-Yun surrender, but still concerned for Suisui's body, he held back. Yu. Suisui had not yet arrived, but her voice had already reached. Yu, who had been following Suisui, was quite bored at home. Fortunately, Kai was there to look after her, or she would have been really bored. Hearing Suisui's voice, Yu couldn't care less about talking to Kai and ran straight out. Kai, still in place, could only smile and shake his head affectionately, watching Yu's figure. Suisui, you finally came. I've been so bored. It feels like we haven't seen each other in ages. Yu, look what I brought that guarantees you can play during the rainy season. The two females hugged each other while the surrounding beast husbands wanted to embrace them too, but could only watch longingly. Is this what Qi-Yun brought? How unique. Qi-Yun handed the object to Yu, who examined it carefully, then followed Yu into their room. Yes, this is what I just made. Suisui, you are so amazing. Is this for blocking rain? I see that you two didn't get wet at all in today's heavy rain. Yu looked at Suisui with admiration, while Kai felt a bit awkward, preferring that Yu's admiring gaze was only for him, but now there was another female competing for it. Oh well, as long as it makes Yu happy, that's good enough. Yu, how about I teach you how to make an umbrella? That way you can come play with me when it rains. Sure, Suisui. I was actually going to find you. I have good news to tell you. Seeing Yu's shy expression, it seemed she had some good news that she was embarrassed to share with her. What could it be? I'm having cubs. They're Kai's. Oh, ha, that's wonderful. The sudden good news was truly monumental. From now on, our cubs can play together. Yes. The beast husbands were also happy for Yu, as it was her first time being pregnant, so they had to be extra careful. But thank you for teaching me that method, or we might have had trouble getting pregnant. Suisui scratched her head in embarrassment. It wasn't really her achievement, as modern people had been too destructive for too long, allowing Yu to get pregnant. Of course, it could also be a result of Kai's relentless efforts. After a long silence, Yu was finally going to have her first litter of white tiger cubs. The aloof Kai also stepped in front of Yu, bowing to Suisui along with the four beast husbands behind him. Thank you, Suisui. If you need anything in the future, feel free to call us, and we will help. Suisui quickly took a step back, being held by Qi-Yun at her waist. She looked up at Qi-Yun. Don't worry, they are thanking you. Of course she knew they were thanking her, but seeing so many strong men bowing to her at once made her feel frightened. It felt as if he was the boss of a mafia. While there's no point in explaining it to him, he wouldn't understand. It's fine after all. Yeah, is my first good friend in the White Tiger tribe, and of course I hope she is happy and joyful every day. Suisui held Yaya's hand, suggesting that the males should learn to make umbrellas. Do you still have the bamboo that Yaya gave you before? Of course I do. The bear will go get it. Yaya instructed her bear warrior to fetch it, while Suisui observed her bear husband, who was quite large. Okay. His voice was also very deep. The bear's form was quite massive, its brown fur swaying with its movements resembling a modern fur coat, smoothly brushing against the ground. Its ears were adorable small ears hidden in the fur, occasionally moving up and down. The tail was a small tuft, surprisingly cuter than the ears. Well, she couldn't poke it, but did her beast husband have a bear warrior? Host, don't think about it. I will arrange a steel-eating beast for you later. Steel-eating beast. What is that? Hearing the system's voice, Suisui wiped away the drool that had fallen silently. Giant panda. Roar, this is definitely a possibility. It's not that she liked beastmen, it's just that fluffy creatures were undeniably adorable. Suisui, who had not exposed herself, cleared her throat lightly, suddenly feeling a bit silly, her mind filled with silly thoughts. She shook her head to dispel those thoughts. Suisui, do you know how boring I get during the rainy season? Yaya rubbed her belly, unable to stay idle. The rainy season would last a long time, and Kai would definitely not let her run around. That's why I came to help you. You'll have something to look forward to soon. Great, great. After the bear brought the bamboo, the wolf used its claws to shave the bamboo into thin strips. Chi-Yun laid down a piece of beast skin on the ground, and Suisui sat down on it. Yeye's beast husband also imitated Chi-Yun by placing a piece of beast skin next to Suisui. After helping Yeye sit down, several beasts curled up watching Suisui and Yeye's every move. Suisui took out a bamboo stick and quickly shaped the outline of an umbrella in front of Yeye and her beast husband. Do you have any unused beast skin or large leaves, Yeye? Yes, wait for me to get them. Yeye's female hurried out as soon as she heard Suisui's request, quickly returning with the beast skin that Yeye seldom used. She also brought back many fresh leaves from the kitchen. In the beast world, leaves were used to wrap roasted meat. She didn't know what Suisui was planning to make, but she obediently brought them. Chi-Yun took the items from her and handed them to Suisui, who in front of everyone simply twisted the bamboo, attaching the leaves and beast skin. In the astonished gazes of everyone, a simple umbrella was created. The beast skin was white, so the umbrella was also fluffy and white. After connecting the pole properly, Suisui handed it to Yeye. The color of the beast skin is very beautiful. Wow, Suisui, you're amazing. It looks really good. It's not just the beast skin, but the umbrella you made that looks super beautiful. Really? Do you want to try it out? Looking into Yeye's sparkling eyes, Suisui grew fonder of this adorable girl from the White Tiger tribe, who was also the first female to show her kindness. Sure. To be honest, Yeye couldn't wait to go outside. The ground was slippery. Kai held the umbrella in one hand, and Yeye in the other, walking into the rain. Wrapped in the umbrella, they were completely unbothered by the rain. Yeye stretched out her hand from under the umbrella, slowly feeling the sensation of raindrops falling on her palm. Ha, this is so cool. Suisui, you are simply sent by the beast god to save us. Suisui put her finger to her lips, shook quietly. Yeye and Kai played joyfully in the rain, leaving the method of making the umbrella to Yeye's beast husband. Did you learn how to do it? Yes, Suisui, female, no problem. Seeing them all learn successfully, Suisui let them demonstrate once more so they could make one for Yeye. Okay, then make another umbrella for yourselves to keep. Yeye's beast husbands nodded in agreement, and after Yeye had enough fun, she returned indoors. Suisui, aren't you going to teach the tribe leader? Watching Suisui teach her beast husbands, she thought about herself, but if she only taught them, and not the tribe, she worried that the females of the tribe might object. I will teach, but I haven't thought it through yet. After all, what I've made is only convenient for myself, so what Suisui created couldn't just be made on a whim. After all, she was just an ordinary person, only able to cater to her own needs. Suisui, I understand your concerns, but you can also tell the tribe leader. After all, you are now a female in our tribe too. Suisui thought for a moment. If this is possible, it would be better to discuss it with everyone. After all, it needs to be approached gradually. Suisui nodded at Yeye. I will consider telling the tribe leader about this. Don't worry too much about it. You have a baby to take care of. Focus on yourself. Don't worry, Suisui, I'm taking great care of my baby. Kai wrapped his arms around Yeye's waist, standing protectively behind her. Rest assured, I will take good care of my baby and Yeye. Okay, then let's head back first. Waving her hand, Suisui turned to leave with Chi-Yun, while Ye leaned against Kai's embrace, gently smiling while stroking her belly. All the way, Suisui pondered the feasibility of this matter, but it was difficult to make a decision alone. Chi-Yun, what do you think about me handing the umbrella to the tribe? Suisui, I think it's a good idea. After all, your umbrella allows many beasts to go out even in the rainy season. Hearing Chi-Yun's opinion, to be honest, the slippery roads during the rain were troublesome, especially since everything here was dirt roads. If one slipped while hunting, it could be a significant mishap. Whether for the tribe or for that male, it would be an indelible harm. Suisui fell silent, and Chi-Yun refrained from saying anything else that might trouble her. Suisui, Nuo Lin. Seeing Nuo Lin in the rain, part of the humidity in the air seemed to dissipate. Suisui reached out her hands to Nuo Lin, who instantly embraced her. At that moment, Nuo Lin was like a ball in the water. Even without an umbrella, not a drop of rain touched him. Suisui, this is the energy I awakened that can shield against all things, be it rain or danger. Suisui touched the boundary between Nuo Lin's aura and the rain, marveling at this miraculous event. When did you get this? Suisui's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It seems I had it since this morning. Right, last night the system specifically activated Nuo Lin's latent powers. Suisui understood, but for now she could only pretend not to know what was happening. The system activated Nuo Lin's abilities last night, allowing him to walk without an umbrella now. Chi-Yun also exclaimed, my goodness, Nuo Lin, you're so cool. I dream of having that kind of energy. Does anyone else know? I don't think so. I was worried someone would find out when I went, so I didn't use the energy. I just used it on the way back because I saw you were anxious. Nuo Lin appreciated Suisui's concern very much. He pressed his lips against her forehead and placed her on his shoulder, the three of them leisurely walking back down the rainy path. He didn't think at all about Hu Yin, who was still at home drawing circles slowly, making an umbrella by himself. He had watched it once and could do it now. There were still plenty of animal skins left at home, and he also had 2 pieces of white fox fur. Just as he finished making the first fox fur umbrella, he saw the 3 people walking back slowly at the door and excitedly ran out with the umbrella to greet them. Suisui, you guys are finally back. How does the umbrella I made look? Isn't it beautiful? Huyen presented the umbrella he had made to Suisui, and indeed, he heard her complimenting him. I didn't expect it, Huyen. Your hands are really skilled. Is this your fox fur? Yes, isn't it pretty? It's very beautiful. Huyen's foxtail instantly perked up, worried that others wouldn't see how happy he was at that moment. Nuo Lin set Suisui down, tidied her up, and then arranged himself, while Qiyun silently wiped the rain off himself from behind. Nuo Lin hadn't spent much time alone with Suisui, yet when he approached, truly wanting to carry her on his back. Qiyun, what are you thinking? Nothing, I'm going to boil some water for you. Suisui disrupted Qiyun's thoughts. It was too cold, and Qiyun, not coming to his senses, thought Suisui wanted hot water. Sure. However, Suisui was indeed a bit cold. The rainy season had quickly approached winter, so she needed to find a way to cope with the cold soon. After all, she was a spiritual cat now, and after giving birth, she would find a way to cultivate fire abilities so she could keep warm during winter. As a modern woman, winter was still the season she feared the most, and in this backward beast world, she was even more afraid of the cold. Noticing that Suisui was trembling all over, Nuo Lin transformed into a big tiger and held Suisui in his arms. Feeling the fluffy Nuo Lin, Suisui happily buried her head into his chest, her forepaws tightly wrapping around her body. Suisui gently pinched the tiger's big paw, feeling both hard and soft, and suddenly a thought crossed her mind. Nuo Lin, can I touch your bottom? Why, oi? They say you can't touch a tiger's bottom, but I want to try. Seeing Suisui's eager little eyes, Nuo Lin couldn't bear to refuse, and gently turned around to present his bottom to her. Smack, smack, smack. 3 slaps in a row finally satisfied Suisui's heart's desire. Haha, that feels great. After enduring Suisui's 3 slaps, Nuo Lin rolled onto the animal skin beside her, lying down and wrapping an arm around her. Suisui's unconscious pout made Nuo Lin think she wanted a kiss, and he directly pressed his lips against hers. Suisui took a sharp breath as Nuo Lin had used his tiger mouth to kiss her. Oh my goodness. Suisui's heart was filled with screams, scaring the system to come out of the space station immediately. Host, what's wrong? Why are you howling like a ghost? Nuo Lin kissed me. At that moment, Suisui's mind was filled with the feeling of a fluffy big face pressing against hers, the soft sensation making her unable to resist. Isn't it normal to kiss? The unfeeling system still couldn't understand why a kiss would make the host so excited. He kissed me with his tiger mouth. And then, forget it, the system wouldn't understand the feeling of having a fluffy big cutie cuddling up to her. Hee, how thrilling. I really like it. After coming back to her senses, Suisui hugged the big tiger's head and planted kisses on his fluffy big mouth. Mua, mua, mua. This series of actions nearly stunned Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin, I really like you. She kept rubbing against Nuo Lin's chest while he worried about hurting Suisui, dared not move, fearing he might accidentally hurt her. The system sent a series of speechless emojis and quietly retreated. Who wants to see this kind of show of affection? Forget it, he was originally a breeding system, and he silently walked into the space station. Huyen transformed into a fluffy big fox and also burrowed into Suisui embrace, his eyes rolling around non-stop. Suisui, I want a hug too. Okay, let's all hug. Hearing Huyen's whine, Nuo Lin and Qiyun shot him a disdainful glance. Huyen wasn't scared at all. Suisui, drink some water first. Suisui nodded, wanting to take the cup, but Qiyun didn't let go, so she directly took 2 big gulps. That was warm and not too hot. Indeed, her beast husbands were very considerate. Qiyun put down the cup and joined everyone in playing, carefully paying attention to Suisui's belly. Suisui, feeling sleepy, nestled in Nuo Lin's arms and fell asleep, while Huyen was on one side, and Qiyun ran to the foot of Suisui to warm her feet. As usual, Suisui wandered around, suddenly feeling a movement in her belly. System, when is the delivery? Host, it's today. So soon. It's alright, host, go back to your house, change back to beast form, we are going to give birth. Suisui moved her feet. During the entire pregnancy, the system helped her adjust her body discomforts, so the sudden delivery was quite unexpected. After all, apart from a slightly bigger belly, she hardly noticed she was pregnant. Suisui stroked her big belly, and the babies were very well behaved, not making a fuss at all. Suisui, didn't you go out for a walk? Are you feeling unwell? Seeing Suisui return, Huyen quickly supported her, noticing the sweat on Suisui's face, and couldn't understand what was happening. Huyen, go call Nuo Lin and Qiyun, I might be about to give birth. Hearing about giving birth, Huyen couldn't care about anything else. He directly howled in beast language, which instantly spread throughout the beast world. Fortunately, Suisui didn't understand the beast language, otherwise she might not want to come out after giving birth feeling too embarrassed. Far outside, Nuo Lin and Qiyun immediately forgot everything and ran back. At that moment, Suisui was already lying on the bed, supported by Huyen, who tightly held Suisui's hand, trembling nervously. I'm fine, Huyen, don't be nervous. Go check if Nuo Lin and the others are back. In fact, Suisui was also quite nervous, as it was her first time giving birth after living 2 lives, but she still comforted the trembling Huyen. Don't worry, Suisui, I've called out to them. They will definitely hear me. Although she couldn't feel any pain, giving birth easily led to backaches, especially with the contractions. Host, are you okay? I'm fine, just a bit sore in my back and feeling tired. The system shielded all discomfort that could be concealed. Only a slight discomfort remained, which made Suisui feel weary. Suisui, I'm back. Are you okay? Nuo Lin looked at Suisui, who was lying on the bed and barely conscious with excitement. He knew that giving birth was like navigating through the gates of hell. He tightly grasped Suisui's hand, anxiously watching her. Host, let him transfer his energy into your belly. Nuo Lin, transfer your energy to the baby, but be gentle. Suisui didn't ask why she trusted the system. She held Nuo Lin's hand tightly. All right. Nuo Lin activated his abilities, pressing his hand firmly against Suisui's abdomen. Qi-yun pulled Huyan and walked out. Why are you pulling me? Huyan asked, only to have Qi-yun cover his mouth and pull him out. Huyan was unwilling. He still wanted to accompany Suisui during her delivery, yet Qi-yun was dragging him away. We can't do anything here. I've asked the shaman, we need to boil some water for Suisui after giving birth, and we also need fresh animal skins. The beast father needs to lick the membrane that wraps around the newborn, so the newborn can instantly recognize their father. If there are other beasts nearby, they might interfere with the sense that the newborns detect, causing them to misidentify their father. Alright, I'll go get it. Huyan reluctantly walked away. He wanted the baby to be born soon so he could hoard a glimpse of Suisui. Nuo Lin. Suisui, lying on the bed, felt the rhythm within her belly and took a deep breath. When will the system allow this to happen? Host, don't rush. Just hang in there, it will be over soon. Here, Suisui. I will stay with you. Nuo Lin noticed the pale color on Suisui's face. Although she did not cry out in pain, he felt that she was suffering, so he stayed by her side attentively. Suisui stopped Nuo Lin's hand, saying, no need to transfer anymore, that's enough. Oh, okay. Nuo Lin ceased transferring energy, but kept his hand gently on her belly, feeling the constant movements within. It seems these little ones are eager to come out. It's all right. Host, transform into beast form and just stand. Suisui curled up, transforming from an elegant and sexy woman into a fluffy spirit cat, her adorable eyes shimmering with tears. Feeling the imminent arrival of the baby, Suisui twisted her body, and the baby within also made efforts to cooperate and move slowly. Finally, the first baby successfully arrived. Congratulations, host, your first delivery was successful, giving birth to a male white tiger. Rewards beauty pill and healing pill. Congratulations, host, the second male white tiger rewards energy stone and fire sprite. Congratulations, host, the third male white tiger rewards a box of edible salt and a dagger. Congratulations, host, the fourth female white tiger rewards fire type ability. Congratulations, host, the fifth male white tiger rewards a high-level comprehension. Congratulations, host, the sixth female white tiger rewards space, 2 square meters. Congratulations, host, a total of 6 babies, 4 male and 2 female. After giving birth, Suisui fell asleep, covered with animal skins, not even having a chance to see how many babies she had. Nuo Lin licked the membranes off the babies while observing Suisui's condition. The babies awakened, feeling Nuo Lin's licking, swaying along, too weak to stand. After finishing licking, Nuo Lin wrapped the babies in animal skins and walked to the door, where he saw Qi-yun and Huyan taking the hot water and clean animal skins from them. He handed the blood-soaked animal skins to Qi-yun and Huyan, asking them to wash and dry them. He was preparing some food as Suisui needed rest after just giving birth. Nuo Lin stayed inside to take care of Suisui and the babies while Huyan went to boil water and wash the animal skins. Qi-yun tidied up and went to the shaman and the clan leader. All the newborns needed to be reported to the clan leader, as the White Tiger clan had gained new members. Clan leader, my female has given birth to 4 males and 2 females. Qi-yun excitedly informed the clan leader of this good news. Great. The White Tiger tribe welcomes new cubs again. Tomorrow a sacrificial ceremony will be held in the clan to thank the beast god for protection. The clan leader distributed meat from the tribe to Qi-yun. Take this back to Suisui, help her recover, and take good care of her. She is a warrior of our White Tiger tribe. Okay. Chion's eyes sparkled as he looked at the clan leader. It had been a long time since the tribe had fresh blood. Suisui giving birth and Yea's pregnancy truly made him happy for a long time. Go find the shaman and take care of the female and babies. Yes. Qi-yun hurriedly went to the shaman's place to report this good news. Shaman, my female has given birth. Oh my, really? That's wonderful. How is she? The shaman was also excited. After all, such a clever and capable female having babies was a blessing for the White Tiger tribe. 4 males and 2 females. 6 in 1 litter. Incredible. I have some wild chicken eggs here. Take them back for Suisui to help her recover. That's amazing. Suisui is truly remarkable, giving birth to 6 babies for the White Tiger tribe. It's extraordinary. The shaman grabbed a basket and gathered some hemostatic and blood replenishing items. You go back first, I'll tidy up a bit and be right there. Okay. Qi-yun could hardly wait to return and guard the door where Suisui was, as no male could approach the delivery room except Nuo Lin. This is also a tradition in the beast world, as they worry that the babies might misidentify their biological father. Qi-yun didn't mind. After tidying up the room, he just stood at the door. The rainy season was about to end, and it had been drizzling for the past couple of days. After properly settling the babies, Nuo Lin embraced Suisui, cleaning the dirt off her. Suisui likes to keep herself clean. Nuo Lin gently wiped Suisui's body with warm water and draped a piece of animal skin over her. Hearing the commotion at the door, Nuo Lin got up to take a look, thinking that Qi-yun had already brought the shaman. The shaman nodded when he saw Nuo Lin opening the door. I came to see Suisui after the cubs were born. All right. Nuo Lin stepped aside to let the shaman in, looking at the bamboo basket covered with animal skin inside, which lay the cubs. Is this the method that Suisui thought of for the female cub? Yes, she's always so clever. The shaman sat on the bed and saw the sleeping Suisui. He placed his hand on her wrist, using his energy to check her condition. All right, there's nothing wrong, just a little weak after giving birth. Saying this, he handed Nuo Lin the medicine. This is for replenishing blood and restoring strength. Just 1 bowl a day will do. Thank you, shaman. It's nothing. After all, Suisui is a female of our tribe. Your female. She has contributed a lot to the tribe. The shaman fed Suisui a small pill, and she slowly opened her eyes. Shaman. Seeing the shaman and Nuo Lin beside her, she was a bit surprised, as she had always thought the shaman would stay with her until after the delivery. However, in the beast world, they come to check on you only after you give birth. How is Suisui? Are you feeling better? I'm fine, thank you. You're welcome. You two should rest, or I'll take my leave now. Since Suisui was awake, it indicated there was no danger, and the shaman appropriately suggested leaving. All right. After the shaman left, Suisui observed the cubs in her cradle. Suisui, come drink some water. Suisui took the bamboo tube from Nuo Lin's hand and had a sip. It wasn't too hot, but just warm enough to drink. Nuo Lin pulled Suisui into his arms. My Suisui, you've worked hard. Our cubs are so adorable. Suisui smiled gently in his embrace, feeling that the experience of giving birth was quite wonderful and not as terrifying as she had imagined. Looking at the cute sleeping faces of the cubs, Suisui felt an invisible thread tightly connecting them. Suisui looked at the cubs in the cradle, all of whom looked alike. How could she tell who was who? Don't worry, Suisui, once they grow a bit, it will be easy to distinguish them. I can recognize them. Nuo Lin seemed to sense Suisui's concerns and comforted her by wrapping his arm around her shoulder. All right. Hearing the system's voice, Suisui made an excuse that she was tired and wanted to lie down for a while. Nuo Lin tucked Suisui in and kindly walked out, saying, remember to call me when you wake up. All right. After Nuo Lin left, Suisui's consciousness entered the system space. What's wrong? You were in a hurry to find me. The system was a little sprite with tiny wings, quite beautiful, and this was Suisui's first time seeing the system. Is this really how you look? Yes, do I look good? When Suisui turned her gaze to the system, it felt a warmth all over. Why did you suddenly let me into the system space? I've never been here before. The system space was barren, and she wondered if the system would be bored alone here. The system lowered its head, feeling a bit downcast. What's wrong? That's because you can only enter after giving birth to your first litter of cubs, and this time you've also gained your own space. Really? She was so tired after giving birth that she had fallen asleep without noticing what she had gained. That's definitely true. The most important thing is that you now have your own space where you can store many things, especially your favorite items, which you can take with you. However, there wasn't much good stuff here, but there were plenty of primitive items. Once she reached the underwater world and had a beast husband from the sea, she could play to her heart's content, and there would be even more good things. To my original world? Yes, but you must complete all tasks here first. Suisui suddenly felt more confident, saying, no problem. The system handed Suisui a beauty pill and a healing pill. These two are a beauty pill and a healing pill. Their names and effects are the same, so I don't need to explain them to you. The second one is an energy stone and a fire sprite. Remember, these two are for you. After combining the energy stone and the fire sprite in your body, you'll have fire abilities. The system gave Suisui a look that asked if she understood. She eagerly asked, so does that mean I won't feel cold in winter? The system nodded. This is just one part of it. If you acquire fire abilities, you can unleash havoc in the beast world without fear of being bullied. Are you trying to be lazy? Although the fire abilities sounded great. No, I just have my own things to do in the future and can't always be by your side, but I will find you a powerful beast husband that suits you. Suisui had cubs, and her rewards were points. With enough points, she could exchange for items in the system store, and of course, she could also level up. However, she hadn't figured out how to tell Suisui yet, but as long as Suisui needed it, she would find a way. So she decided to wait until Suisui had her second litter. All right, I forgive you. Suisui didn't truly blame the system. After all, since coming to this world, the system had taken great care of her. Although she was on a mission, isn't it also a way to survive in this world? But how do I practice fire abilities? Don't worry, host, wait until your next mating session. That sounds a bit embarrassing. Can she only acquire fire abilities during mating? Suisui didn't know. She only knew that she couldn't wait any longer, and Nuo Lin and Chi Yun had already gained their own energy. What kind of energy is fox speech? Suisui was still unclear about this. She would find out once he became her beast husband. In the beast world, after giving birth, she could walk again after resting for 2 days. Coupled with the nourishing pills left for her by the system, she felt confident. The third one is edible salt and a dagger. It's very similar to the dagger from the original world, but this dagger is incredibly sharp, easily cutting through iron. You can try it out another day. Salt and a dagger. I think the salt is the best. Food will no longer be tasteless, and I still miss the meals from my original world. I used to be picky, I really shouldn't have. The system nodded, thinking that if Suisui had another litter, she would tell her that there was salt to be extracted from the sea, and Suisui would surely like it even more. Don't worry, host, there are still good things. The fourth one is fire abilities for the cubs. Decide which cub you want to give it to. This ability is reserved for you. Fire abilities for the cubs. Suisui was utterly astonished. There are indeed things for one's little cubs. Of course, host. The fifth item is also for the cub. With this advanced comprehension, if you choose one for the cub, they will become very well-behaved, possessing their own principles within. What you provide will surely be right. After all, as the cub of Suisui, one cannot be too ordinary. This is also the first step the system wants for the cub's growth. As for the rest, we will take it slow. With this item, it can be said that Suisui cub now possesses the ability to discern right from wrong, not merely believing what others say. This can be considered a form of assurance. So for the items given to the cub, I can also choose to give different items to different cubs, right? Of course, host. You can give it to whomever you wish. The system understands that Suisui wants her children to live well and has not forgotten to provide for her as well. The last gift is a reward for your space, but it is only 2 square meters, which is a bit small. Space, a small space. Upon hearing this news, Suisui's eyes suddenly sparkled. With space, she could decorate it with her favorite items. Can I give this to the cub as well? After all, Suisui can also use the system's space. For Suisui, the system's space is usable. After all, there is nothing she wishes to take away from here. She can hunt for food on the way and drink fresh spring water. Of course, no problem, host. You can use it however you like. Alright, it was originally meant for the host, but if she wants to give it to the cub, I have no way to refuse. I will give the host even better things later. Okay. Suisui relaxed, turned, and exited the space, eating the recovery pill provided by the system. At this moment, her body had already recovered to before giving birth to cubs, but she still needed to take care of herself. Looking at her adorable little cubs, all in the form of white tigers, Suisui felt a bit reluctant when it came to licking their fur. One of the cubs woke up, but it wasn't time to open its eyes yet. It stretched out its little paws, searching for its mother. Seeing its eager expression, Suisui reached out and held that tiny hand, which was soft and incredibly cute. Baby, hello. I am your mother. Looking at the tiny cub that was born from her belly, Suisui felt a profound emotional stir. Giggle. The little cub's laughter was sweet and adorable, paired with its cute little face. It truly was super cool. Ha ha ha, you are so cute. Meanwhile, the other cubs began to wake up, reaching out their little paws towards Suisui. She gathered them onto the bed, arranged them in a line, lay down, transformed into her beast form, and nursed the cubs. Cubs, are you hungry? Come eat. Suisui thought she must transform into her beast form. After transforming, 2 cubs were enough to eat, while the 6 in beast form would have no issue with their meals. The little cubs were eating with gusto. If there were any cubs trying to eat faster, Suisui would use her hands to arrange them neatly. Hearing the commotion, Nuo Lin pushed the door open, startling Suisui, who hurriedly wrapped herself in a beast skin. Although she was in beast form, her shyness was still ingrained in her bones. How did you get in? Meow. Nuo Lin, however, showed no signs of embarrassment, walking straight to Suisui's bedside. I heard some noise in the room and thought the little cubs must be awake, so I came in to take a look. Suisui nodded without speaking. After the little cubs were full, they obediently fell asleep. Nuo Lin carefully placed each of them into a bamboo basket. Foxian walked in with some food, saying, Suisui, eat something. Suisui looked at the items in Foxian's hands, which included some vegetable porridge, potatoes, and meat. What is this? It was surprising to see food similar to that of her original world in the beast realm. This is what the shaman said. After giving birth, one should eat vegetables to recover, so I prepared some for you. Thank you, Foxian. No need to thank me. I pamper my own female. Suisui smiled and focused on enjoying her food on the bed. She heard Nuo Lin and Foxian say that Kitten had gone hunting, so he wouldn't be back until evening. Originally, they planned to wait until Suisui's body was a bit better before going hunting, but Kitten wanted Suisui to eat well after giving birth, so he took the initiative to go. Suisui remembered this well. Suisui, who do you want to accompany you tonight? Let it be Kitten. I just gave birth to the cubs and am not in a good state for mating, so what about Foxian in a couple of days? In fact, she also wanted to properly compensate Kitten, as he had put in a lot of effort during her childbirth. Nuo Lin, as the first beast husband, would always keep an eye on Suisui's needs. Don't worry, Suisui. As long as it's your wish, you'll listen. It's fine. Once you've recovered, we can bond as mates. Suisui nodded. During the past 2 days when she was giving birth, Kitten had brought back quite a bit of beast skin, enough for the cubs to use for several days. But Kitten was also restless due to worry. After eating, Suisui didn't care whether the cubs were already awake or not. Since she gave birth, Nuo Lin and Foxian had become full-time caretakers, ensuring Suisui wouldn't have to worry. Drowsily, Suisui heard some noise at the door and squinted to see Kitten entering from outside. She stretched her hands towards him, saying, Kitten, hug me. Hearing her voice, Kitten slowly walked to Suisui's side, climbed into bed, and wrapped her in his arms, saying, sleep now. His gentle voice instantly made Suisui unable to open her eyes, and she wrapped her arms and legs tightly around Kitten, fearing he would run away. In the morning, Kitten did not go hunting, but instead held Suisui in his arms all night. Today it was Foxian's turn to go hunting. Kitten prepared food and waited for Suisui to wake up to eat. Where are the cubs? They should be hungry. Suisui focused on searching for her cubs, as she needed to see her 6 adorable little ones every day. Don't worry, Suisui. The cubs in the beast realm are not that fragile. They have divine tree juice, which can provide them with nutrition and help them grow strong. Divine tree juice. What is that? Divine tree juice, the beloved substance of cubs in the beast realm, is something every cub must drink when they are born in order to grow up. It is said that the divine tree juice was bestowed by the beast god to ensure the survival of the beastmen. All cubs have drunk it, so you have two right. Therefore all cubs in the beast realm would have already tasted divine tree juice. Suisui might not remember it, which is why it felt strange to her. Of course we all have. You must have drunk it too when you were young, Suisui. Yin didn't dwell on it. It is quite normal to forget things from childhood. I see. Then how long have the cubs been gone? They should be back soon as usual. Nuo Lin, being the biological father of the cubs, must take them over. It only counts as finished once all the beasts have eaten. Nuo Lin brought the 6 cubs to the divine tree where the chief had been waiting for a long time. Nuo Lin, you've arrived. Nuo Lin nodded, placing the cubs under the divine tree, which had several beast skins laid underneath to ensure the cubs wouldn't catch a chill. The chief tapped a few times on the divine tree, narrating in beast language about Nuo Lin's 6 cubs. Under the divine tree, the white tiger tribe welcomes new members, 6 in total. We thank the divine tree for its blessings, wishing prosperity for the cubs of the white tiger tribe. As the words fell, 6 drops of milky white sap flew out from the heart of the divine tree, sequentially entering the bodies of the cubs. This is a ritual that every cub must undergo, passed down from ancient times to the present. Slowly the 6 cubs opened their eyes, and the first thing they saw was Nuo Lin. The ritual was not yet over. The clan leader waved his limbs, praying for new additions to the Baihu tribe in the coming year, offering meat on the altar. In a moment the food on the altar vanished, and while Nuo Lin and the clan leader knelt in prayer, no one noticed the glow emanating from the cubs. Different elements of light were present. One could only wonder what kind of beings the 6 cubs would grow into. Normally it took very little time for 2 or 3 cubs, but with 6 it required a bit more. However, this scene was indispensable for ensuring the healthy growth of the cubs. Suisui was happily eating the food prepared by Yin. The potatoes were soft and delicious, and even without salt they retained their natural flavor. Have you eaten? Suisui asked shyly, feeling a bit flushed under Yin's intense gaze. I've already eaten. Don't worry, the most important thing now is your own health. Yin, I'm feeling much better now. Oh, I should be able to mate tonight. Suisui, once you're in good shape, you must first pair with Yin. Yin pulled Suisui into his embrace. He longed to hold her close right now, but he understood that she had to pair with Yin first. Yin had been here for quite a while. Logically, if Suisui did not pair with him, she might be forced to expel Yin from the tribe. Suisui understood Yin's meaning. After all, the beast world was quite strict about male beasts, and she could only comply with Yin's wishes. Yin, alright, I remember. Just know that the second litter of cubs will be yours. I haven't forgotten. Okay, my Suisui, I understand. It was disappointing to have been rejected when she first wanted to pull Yin in. Even though she understood the reason, it still left her feeling a bit uneasy. When Nuo Lin returned with the cubs, Suisui had already finished eating and was pleasantly surprised to see the cubs. Nuo Lin is back. Let me see my cubs. Here we go, let's go find mother. When Nuo Lin brought the cubs in front of Suisui, she noticed that they had already opened their eyes. She then realized that the cubs' eyes were all different. 2 were a beautiful amber color, 2 were blue, and 2 were green. Nuo Lin, their eyes are all different. Suisui, they will also be different in the future. You'll understand when they can transform into human forms. Then shall we give them names now? The cubs need names, otherwise it would be hard to tell which was which. Although she couldn't distinguish them yet, Nuo Lin could. Of course. What names do you want to give them, Suisui? Nuo Lin was very supportive. He actually wanted Suisui to help name them, as it would show that she cared about this litter. Nuo Lin wants me to name them. Suisui was surprised. Traditionally, it was usually the males who named the cubs, and it was rare for mothers to be involved. She actually wanted to name her own babies. Yes, do you want it? Without hesitation, of course. Suisui's excitement was hard to contain. Ha, of course I want it. Yin observed from the side, pondering that when he eventually had a litter of cubs, he would also want Suisui to help name them. Seeing her happy expression made it clear she enjoyed naming. Awu. Upon hearing Suisui wanted to give him a name, the little white tiger was very excited. After all, it was a special moment for his mother to name him. Your calls are so cute. The little cub's sounds instantly captured Suisui's full attention, and she gently stroked the little face of the cub. Suisui, he is the oldest. Nuo Lin reminded her. This one was the first cub born. Then how about I call you Nuo Xiao? Because mother thinks your voice is beautiful, you will surely be majestic in the future. Awu. Nuo Xiao's little expression was clearly very excited, and he liked it. His little paws were constantly reaching towards Suisui, who placed her hand on Nuo Xiao's tiny paw. It was soft and adorable. Nuo Xiao, what a lovely name, he seems to really like it. Nuo Lin looked at Suisui with joy. Naming the cub after the first character of his name made him truly happy. In the beast world, it had never happened before to name a cub using the first character of the beast father's name. The second little white tiger reached out its paw to nudge Nuo Xiao, who showed no displeasure and quietly moved aside, slowly shifting closer to Suisui. Nuo Lin reminded her, Suisui, this is the second one. Really? Baby, you're also very cool. I'll call you Nuo Yuan, how about that? The cubs seemed to understand that their mother couldn't tell the order of their births, so they subtly reminded her in front of Suisui while she was naming them. Awu. Although it was hard to distinguish upon closer inspection, the cubs' fur colors were not the same, even though they were all white tigers. Nuo Xiao's fur could be broader with patterns not too dense, while Nuo Yuan's color could be denser, both being very beautiful. Nuo Yuan, a cool name for a cool Yu. Nuo Yuan's gaze was deep, cool enough to be irresistible. Little Nuo Yuan stood up, bouncing on the spot, and when Suisui touched her, she affectionately leaned and gently rubbing against her. Ah woo. Compared to the excitement of the cubs, Nuo Lin, as their father, remained much steadier, even though he also wished Suisui could give him a warm hug or a kiss. The third cub was named Nuo Bin, with even more delicate and smooth fur. Suisui looked at her cubs, each one bringing her joy. The fourth cub was named Nuo Fei, a female cub with a more enchanting and cute gaze, obedient and gentle with none of the mischief typical of male cubs. The fifth cub was named Nuo Feng, a male cub quite well off with an older sister and a younger sister. Feng can represent Nuo Feng's ability to uphold his own world. The sixth cub was named Nuo Shui, a female cub with snow-white fur that made her stand out even more. Nuo Shui was easy to recognize, bearing traits of both Nuo Lin and Suisui. One can also tell that Nuo Shui will undoubtedly be a stunning beauty among females in the future. Nuo Lin gazed affectionately at Suisui, endowing each cub with the highest hopes, yet the greatest hope remains that they grow up healthy and happy. No matter how he looked at his little ones, they were all delightful and well-behaved, while the male cubs were a bit mischievous, but a little playfulness was quite normal in the beast world. They would also carve out their own territory. Little ones, you are the white tiger cubs of Nuo Lin and me, and cubs are kings of their realm, so you must unite. In the face of enemies, you must stand together, understood? Awoo, their determined gazes seemed to say, of course we will protect our own brothers and sisters. Each one had its own characteristics. All these fluffy cubs were born from him, and Suisui hugged them closely, showing affection. Nuo Lin, standing nearby, looked at the cubs with a somewhat unfriendly expression. Sai, his female, had completely forgotten his existence for quite some time, yet her gaze remained fixed on the cubs. Could it be that he was not attractive enough? Absolutely not. He still needed to hunt more. Now that he was a father, he had to hunt diligently to provide for his cubs. Once they were able to hunt, he could let them fend for themselves in their own beast den. However, he might have forgotten that without mature cubs, Suisui would not have the heart to let them suffer outside. All right, little ones, you have opened your eyes and can now take a look at our beautiful room outside. Nuo Lin wanted to cherish more moments with Suisui and couldn't let the little cubs interrupt their rhythm. Awoo, the cubs cried out in protest, but it seemed to have no effect. Nuo Lin scooped them up and placed them on the animal skins outside. Later, I will have your father Huyin find you a beast den to live in, so you won't be able to enter your mother's beast den when you grow up. The cubs instantly bit at Nuo Lin's animal skin, their faces filled with protest. How could their father be such a tease? It was too shameless. Thus the cubs watched their dear father walk into their mother's beast den, then close the door. Awoo, let's just play by ourselves then. Nuo Xiao waved his hand, conceding that it was their biological father, and said, I think so too. Let's grow up quickly, so that when our father bullies us we can throw him outside the door. However, the other cubs didn't think so. They only imagined being able to throw their father outside in the future. Yes, let's throw father outside. The two female cubs held hands, observing everything in the small courtyard. The surrounding trees were cleared by Nuo Lin and Shi Yun because Suisui wanted to raise wild rabbits and wild chickens. The little ones jumped onto the trees, playing around the chicken coop with great excitement, while Nuo Fei and Nuo Shui stayed on the hammock Suisui had built, playing endlessly. Fortunately, their 4 little paws were quite clean, otherwise they would have dirted Suisui hammock. However, it wouldn't matter. Suisui said the beastmen would help wash it. Why did you put them all outside? When Nuo Lin returned, Suisui was a bit anxious, not knowing where Nuo Lin had taken the cubs. They've already opened their eyes and can learn to walk now. Qi Yun is watching them outside, so there's no need to worry. Nuo Lin was not anxious at all. After all, children in the beast world learn to hunt and fend for themselves from a young age. Even so, we must be careful. The little cubs are quite fragile. A moment of carelessness could lead to injury. Suisui was still very worried. Each of them was still a little cub, and if they got hurt, she would surely feel heartbroken. There were also 2 females, so she had to be even more cautious. Don't worry, their healing abilities are very strong. You haven't slept well since you've been pregnant with the cubs. Can I accompany you to sleep for a while? Okay. Upon hearing Suisui agree, Nuo Lin directly held her in his arms, and Suisui lay in the crook of Nuo Lin's arm. Nuo Lin, in a couple of days I will be marrying Huyin. I know it's time to schedule the marriage. Actually, Suisui was curious, did Nuo Lin really not mind her finding another beast husband? But from Nuo Lin's tone it seemed he truly didn't mind. Then will you choose a date? No need to choose. Once you recover we can directly go find the tribe leader. No special date needed. As long as Suisui recovers they could marry at any time. Actually, she also couldn't share a bed with her beast husband in the meantime because Suisui had already decided that Huyin would be her 3rd beast husband. If she doesn't share a bed during her recovery, it might imply that Suisui does not want Huyin to become her 3rd beast husband. Thus to others Huyin might seem likely to be cast out, because he is the one who is looked down upon. Alright, after chatting for a while they fell asleep. Suisui was indeed tired these days. Nuo Lin covered her with his tail. Although it wasn't as big as Qi Yun's wolf tail, it was sufficient to keep Suisui warm. Finally, the day to marry Huyin arrived. Huyin chose the most beautiful red animal skin among his spoils to adorn himself. After all, he was getting married and needed to dress a bit more flamboyantly so that Suisui would like him. After casting a flirtatious glance at the water's surface, he approached Suisui. Suisui, do I look good? Huyan was so excited that he hadn't slept all night, pestering the cubs with questions to the point where the cubs were annoyed and couldn't sleep well. Ha ha ha, you look good. Huyan, father, you're so shy. When there was a chance to tease, one must tease heartily, otherwise there might not be another opportunity. I'm not shy, I'm showing my most beautiful side to my female. This is the highest realm of courtship, you're still too young to understand. Huyan patted each of his cubs on the head, speaking some bashful words, not worried about leading the little ones astray. Don't lead the children astray. Huyan, you do look beautiful today. Right, let's go. Huyan didn't hear the first part, and naturally chose the latter, quickly scooping up Suisui and heading toward the tribe leader. Qiyun was at home watching the cubs while Nuo Lin and Huyan went together to the White Tiger tribe. On the way, Huyan's mouth didn't stop chattering in excitement, constantly rambling. All right, we will arrive soon. Suisui didn't mind him. His incessant chatter revealed that Huyan was especially looking forward to their marriage. Are there any requirements for marrying here, Nuo Lin? Seeing that Suisui was ignoring him, Huyan redirected his question to Nuo Lin. None but the first beast husband must be present, and that's me. Nuo Lin did not indulge him, taking the opportunity before Huyan became Suisui's beast husband to say what needed to be said in case they fought in the future. I know, I must listen to the first beast husband. It seems Huyan has already learned about it in advance. After all, the rules of the beast world continent are generally the same. From now on, wherever Suisui wants me to go, I will go. Whatever she wants me to do, I will do. What do you think, Suisui? Huyan leaned back, rubbing his face against Suisui's shoulder, acting spoiled. Though Nuo Lin found it hard to watch, having such a lively person around was quite lively. Chief, we have come to bond as mates. Haha, it's Suisui. She is going to bond with Huyan. Congratulations. Seeing Suisui's joyful expression instantly light up her face, it had been a long time since they had seen her after giving birth, but all of Suisui's cubs were plump and strong. Haha, thank you, Chief. Yes, Suisui is finally willing to give me a title. I am so happy. The chief's congratulations made Huyan even more excited, and his joyful voice was so loud that Nuo Lin didn't have a chance to speak, giving a displeased glance at this conspicuous presence. Suisui has just given birth a few days ago, so she still needs to take care of her health. The chief was concerned about Suisui's health, as giving birth was perilous for females, and she must take good care of herself afterward. Hey chief, don't worry. I will take care of it. Alright, Nuo Lin is the first beast husband, and you must listen to Nuo Lin and Suisui, understand? The chief turned to Huyan and Suisui, unable to resist advising Huyan. There is a rule among beastmen to take good care of their females, but it still needed to be reiterated. Yes, don't worry, chief. Okay. Seeing Huyan so obedient, Nuo Lin and Qiyun were also quite steady, and Suisui was a female with her own opinions, so the chief was very happy and immediately took them to bond under the beast god statue. Under the witness of the beast god, a cute little fox head appeared on Suisui, clearly recognizable, resembling a modern tattoo, but without any pain. Alright, the bonding is successful. You can go back now. I hope Suisui will soon give birth to your second litter, haha. Thank you, chief. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, the chief left contentedly, because bonding more in the beast world meant a stronger tribe, and thus no one would bully them. Suisui, wherever you want to go next, let Huyan accompany you. The totem on your body not only proves your beast husband, but can also summon him in times of danger. We can sense your danger and your current location, so be sure to stay safe. Got it, Nuo Lin. I will just wander near the tribe and won't go anywhere else. Alright. Nuo Lin reluctantly patted Suisui's head, really wishing to stay with her a little longer. He looked deeply at Huyan and sighed. After all, Suisui did not belong to just him. Now that she had a beast husband, he also needed to care for the cubs. Nuo Lin gently pecked Suisui on the lips and turned to leave while Suisui was hugged by Huyan on his back and ran forward. Huyan, where are we going? Not long ago, while wandering in the tribe, I found a place with particularly beautiful scenery and thought you would like it, so I brought you here to take a look. Alright, a beautiful place must be even more lovely than the tribe. I wonder if there are any fresh things or flowers and grass, which makes Suisui a bit excited. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Huyan to stop, and before them was a sea of colorful flowers. Suisui's eyes widened as she stood there in awe. Transforming into human form, Huyan wrapped his arms around Suisui's waist from behind his lips, almost touching her earlobe, causing Suisui to involuntarily shiver. Her ears were truly the most sensitive part of her body, not only as a spirit cat, but as a human it was the same. What's wrong? It's a little itchy. Suisui answered Huyan, while keeping her eyes fixed on the beautiful scenery in front of her. The sky was truly blue, the clouds were white, the flowers were colorful, and butterflies were dancing. So there are butterflies in the beast world. I wonder if there are butterfly beastmen. Probably not, as she had not seen any insect-like beastmen during her time here. Host, your beast husband is quite nice, really romantic. The sudden voice made Suisui widen her eyes involuntarily with warmth still lingering behind her. She couldn't move too much. System, you startled me. You should announce your arrival in advance. Host, I thought you had already gotten used to me by now. Can't you see? I'm at my most relaxed during this romantic moment. Who understands? I was almost about to shout out. In such a beautiful place, I might scare away a flock of birds or a group of beasts going to the bathroom. Host, you might be right. You really don't understand the importance of this, just let it be, let it be. You have something to say. It's nothing, just to tell you I'm back. Call me anytime if you need me. Do you like it, Suisui? I have observed that there are generally no large beasts around here, so can we stay here? Suisui also considered herself a beast, but she did not expect Hu Yan's mind to be so. Well, my goodness, oh my god, but are there really no people here? Aren't beastmen supposed to have good hearing? If word gets out, it might not be good. Are you sure there's no one? Suisui looked at him with an expression of disbelief. Hu Yan fell silent for a moment. Alright, he was not sure, but he had the ability to make others unable to see their actions. Can he say that? I am sure in Suisui I have an ability that makes it so others cannot see our every move, so, can we stay here for the night? His firmness almost made Suisui believe it, but saying to stay for a night was a bit too much. After all, she was a grown woman, and it was not safe at night, not to mention whether there were beastmen. What if there are bugs? What if the bugs run to places they shouldn't be? The grass may look beautiful, but it's better to avoid it, it feels a bit unclean. Alright, even though I am currently a spirit cat, I can stay for a while. This place is too beautiful, and it's a pity I can't record it without my phone. You can stay for a while, but you can't stay overnight. The beast den has the cubs, and I'm a bit worried. Hearing that Suisui agreed, Hu Yan eagerly began to set things up. With the blossoms around as witnesses, Hu Yan used his abilities to summon a rain of petals. The colorful petals danced around Suisui as she swayed, a romantic scene rarely seen even in the modern world. Suisui was instantly lost in the gentle embrace of the flower, watching as Hu Yan drew closer and closer, the light touch on her nose causing her to lose herself in the moment. She couldn't help but close her eyes, feeling the shock brought by the flower, the romance instilled by Hu Yan slowly succumbing to it, completely enveloped by the petals without a single gap. The system in the space watched with great interest. Although some parts were automatically shielded, it couldn't resist learning, perhaps to provide strategies for the next host. The flower remained as romantic as ever, while the beast den was as busy as usual, now with an added nest of little cubs. Father, when will mother come back? Several little cubs, unable to find Suisui after playing, anxiously asked Nuo Lin what happened. The little ones playing at home didn't see Suisui and hurriedly tugged at Nuo Lin's arm to inquire. Mother and Hyun's father are playing outside. Nuo Lin looked at the rapidly growing cubs well taken care of, but too playful, always wanting Suisui to take them out. Then why don't they come back to play with us? The innocent big eyes seemed to speak, resembling Suisui's eyes, particularly like gemstones. Nuo Lin, when your mother was pregnant with you, she couldn't go anywhere. Now that she has finally given birth to you all, she can have some fun. Nuo Lin explained to the little cubs the difficulties their mother faced in giving birth. The little tiger cubs' adorable faces bobbed up and down lively next to Nuo Lin. Okay, father, then why don't you go out to play with mother? Nuo Lin instantly felt unhappy. Suisui was not just his, how could he expect her to be with him every day? In an instant, he realized Suisui had more than just one beast husband. Nobin, because father has to take care of you all since you are father's cubs. Nuo Lin rolled his eyes casually, providing an excuse. He noticed his cubs' eager expressions and realized he needed to give them something to do, otherwise their incessant questions would become a bit annoying. Then how about father takes you out to hunt, okay? Yay, we're going out to hunt. I like it. Finally, changing the topic, Nuo Lin felt a sense of relief. It was time to train the little cubs in hunting. When Suisui was around, he felt the cubs were too small, and learning to hunt too early could be dangerous. But beasts have always managed this way. Although he couldn't train them openly, he simply wanted to take the little cubs out to play, not actually let them hunt. Now I must tell you, you need to protect Nofei and Nokshu because they are female. As males, you should protect the females, whether they are your mother or your sister. However, it was necessary to say this. In the beast world, females are especially precious, and they must not be treated recklessly just because of their rarity. Yes, Noxio understands. Nuo Lin knows too. And Nobin knows as well. Nofeng listens to father and knows too. Seeing the cubs' somewhat confused expressions, he decided to let them hunt first and gradually teach them. They would eventually understand the ways of the beast world. Alright, let's set off. The hunting party led by Nuo Lin had officially begun. Nuo Lin, where are you going? As they passed through the tribe, many beastmen noticed Nuo Lin, who was followed by 6 little cubs, curiously watching them. The cubs were still small, eager to know what they were going to do. Taking the cubs out to hunt. Nuo Lin was friendly to every beastman and simply stated his intention when asked. The cubs behind him were all puffed up, not caring about the curious murmurs from the tribe, each cub showcasing their own unique traits. Look, these are Nuo Lin's cubs, they're so adorable. In the eyes of adult beasts, the little cubs were mimicking adults, standing tall and ready to strike at enemies. Indeed, they resemble Nuo Lin's original form so much it's as if they were carved from the same mold. The beastmen envied Nuo Lin for having so many cubs. In the current beast world, it was hard for females and cubs to survive, and they agreed with Nuo Lin, taking the cubs out to hunt in advance. Nuo Lin, where are you going? Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. Nuo Lin turned to see it was Kai, someone he knew well. Before he had the energy fruit, he couldn't compete with Kai. But now, after continuous practice, Nuo Lin had grown very quickly, and Kai was no match for him. Suisui and Yaya had a good relationship with the White Tiger tribe, so Nuo Lin had never challenged Kai. Yaya is about to give birth, right? He asked curiously, knowing that the cubs from both families grew up together, providing companionship and support. Yes, in 7 days. So fast. I'm taking the cubs out to hunt, then they can play together. No problem. Kai agreed. He noticed Nuo Lin's progress and was glad that his female and Suisui had a good relationship. In this frequently fighting white tiger tribe, having a strong female was also very important. Nuo Lin took the cubs to the back mountain. As they reached the entrance, he stopped. Cubs, you are still small, so you can hunt the little animals at the entrance. Yay. Several male beasts were eager to set off, but were called back by Nuo Lin. Males, get ready to set off. When you hear my howl, remember to gather here. Nuo Lin cautioned them. He couldn't let the cubs get lost, or Suisui might not let him off easily. Sai was truly sad. Okay, father. Unlike the eagerness of the male cubs, the female cubs curiously looked at their father, not understanding why he wouldn't allow them to hunt. Was it because they were females? Father, what about me and my sister? What should we do? Nuo Lin didn't answer the female cubs' questions and directly ordered the male cubs to set off. Cubs, let's go. The young males bolted forth like untethered wild horses, vanishing from sight within moments. Nuo Lin gazed at the two young females and gently stroked their heads, speaking with solemn earnestness. Norfei Nuashua, you are females inherently more vulnerable to injury and peril. Your father and mother do not forbid you from adventure out of indifference. Rather, I deeply wish for you to master skills that ensure your survival. So the greatest gift I can offer is to shield you from harm wherever possible. He himself had grown up in this world, and he knew no tribe could remain unscathed forever, as sooner or later reckless outsiders would seek to invade the Baihu tribe. Nor could he confine his offspring solely within the tribe's boundaries. His only recourse was to impart vital means of self-preservation. Father, might even our own tribesmen pose a threat to us? Norfei and Nuashua listened, half comprehending. Having just been born, they were still too young to grasp the intricate, often treacherous dynamics of the beast world, so Nuo Lin patiently sowed understanding grain by grain. Never, Norfei. Females are treasured across the entire tribe, yet I refuse to let any reckless beast lay a paw upon you. You will not be bound to a single mate, but choosing your mates rests entirely with you. You may select a formidable beast as your first mate, yet you must never forget the sacred laws of the beast world. Why then did cherished females take multiple mates? Norfei herself scarcely understood. Why did her mother already have 3 mates with more likely to come? Nuo Lin knew that should he wait until later to explain such truths, his offspring might reject them outright. So he chose instead to speak plainly, and solely, to these 2 young females about the immutable customs of the beast world. Father, why must females take many mates? Nuashua asked, voicing the very question burning brightest in both her and Norfei's hearts. They simply could not fathom why their mother, having Nuo Lin, needed more. Nor could they understand why so many females of the Baihu tribe bore multiple mates. Surely one was enough. To them it made no sense whatsoever. Nuashua females across the beast continent are inherently fragile. A female must choose a mate who safeguards her, not one she must protect. Do you grasp this? Nuo Lin had known since childhood the ruthless law of the beast world. Only when one stands unshaken by fear may one act without restraint. But what of mother? Does she not aid the tribe as well? The sisters received their father's words with cautious doubt. How could a female need a protector when she could surely safeguard herself? Yes, your mother is extraordinary. Before we bonded, I was far from mighty. Yet she chose me, not merely out of affection, but perhaps as an act of faith, granting me the chance to rise. Hearing their parents' story struck Norfei and Nuashua as deeply puzzling. Why would a powerful female not seek a stronger mate? Then, father, does possessing a strong male mean I may claim a mate immediately? Nuo Lin shook his head. My child, do you know, even the fiercest lone beast falls before a coordinated assault. Though the term coordinated assault meant little to them, now Nuo Lin knew its meaning would crystallize the moment they witnessed it firsthand. A single mate cannot guard a female alone. He must stand shoulder to shoulder with others to ensure she remains unclaimed. Though failure to protect one's female shames a male profoundly, no beast would ever surrender her. Thus a female must always have multiple mates. Even the tribe's king or chieftain dares not claim invincibility against overwhelming numbers, for in the heat of tension a sudden onslaught from many beasts is impossible to foresee. Father, if females are so precious, why would others dare seize them? Precisely because they are rare and precious do certain tribes raid others to secure heirs. The beast world harbors cruel clans and wandering beasts alike who abduct females and force them into unwanted motherhood. Norfei and Nuashua recoiled at the urgency in Nuo Lin's voice. Then, father, will we too be taken? To bear offspring for a beast they loathe, and to endure a mate who boasts multiple females, filled the sisters with genuine dread. Nuo Lin spoke no exaggeration, only truth. He refused to let missteps in choosing mates condemn his children to degradation at the paws of others. That he vowed would never happen. My children, I cannot promise you'll never face such danger, but I can impress upon you its gravity. Guard yourselves and each other fiercely. Face challenges boldly, but never hesitate to turn to your parents or brothers for counsel and strength. His aim was to dissolve their inner resistance. With steady guidance, he believed his offspring, both male and female, would become his proudest legacy. Nuo Lin resolved to nurture every child to full health, even if it demanded rigorous training, even if he must be stern. In that moment, Nuo Lin became a true father, steadfast, devoted, wholly committed to his young. I understand now, father. May we ask you anything anytime? Of course. As long as my children thrive, your mother and I shall rest easy. After Nuo Lin's patient, heartfelt counsel, the two sisters finally grasped why females must claim multiple mates. They also understood how their mother, even when Nuo Lin was the weakest among males, had chosen him, inspiring quiet awe in her daughters. They admired how he had earned the devotion of such a capable female, and how she pledged him as her first mate. The choice of first mate carries profound weight. It may influence future bonds, but above all, the decision must be hers alone. A first mate serves not himself, but her safety above all else. Everything else fades into insignificance. A first mate must embody duty and courage. The final choice rests solely with her. Never accept one who harms her, welcome those who aid her, but always discern his intent. Father said. That afternoon, Nuo Lin spoke many truths, but most often he assured Norfei and Nuo, wherever their parents stood, that place would forever be home. Their parents would always be their unshakable bulwark, ready to guide decisions beyond their reach, provided they first fulfilled their own duties and never crossed lines they ought not cross. What they did not know was that perhaps one day, when they were truly at a dead end, they would forever remember their father's promise. Nuo Lin led the cubs in their relentless practice, chasing and playing tirelessly until nightfall descended, howling in the forest. With a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, it is father calling us back. Nuo was the first to hear his father's voice, recalling the words of caution given before their separation. Quick, gather your things. Hearing Nuo's words, Nuo Yuan methodically collected his prey, organizing everyone to return early and not cause their father any worry. All right, let's hurry. They were not far from their destination, and many of the prey had already been taken down by the cubs. When they reached Nuo Lin and the girls, they were in disarray, and Nuo Lin almost couldn't bear to look at them. One by one, they crashed into those who hadn't reacted in time. Nuo Lin did not scold them. Instead, he wanted to see their accomplishments from the afternoon. Stand straight, let me see your achievements. With Nuo leading, they arranged themselves from largest to smallest, placing their prey in front of them, eagerly awaiting Nuo Lin's praise. Father Nuo brought back 4 rabbits and 1 sheep. Father Nuo Yuan brought back 2 rabbits, 1 sheep, and a bird. Father Nuo Bin brought back 2 rabbits and 1 mouse. Father Nuo Feng brought back 1 rabbit and 1 sheep. Nuo Lin surveyed the pile of food before him, feeling pleased. They all seemed capable hunters, and he wouldn't need to worry about them starving when they ventured out. The proud expressions on their faces were remarkably similar to those of Nuo Lin and Suisui. Seeing their expressions reminded him of his own childhood, but unfortunately, he had grown up and could no longer suppress them as he had in the past. Just as they had continuously pressed him, Nuo Lin found it hard to let go, unwilling to let the crystallization of his love with Suisui suffer the same bleakness he once faced. Cubs, you are the warriors of the White Tiger tribe. Next time I will tell the chief to let you participate in the hunt. Hearing their father's words, the male cubs were all very excited. After all, they had been waiting to hunt for far too long and could hardly contain their eagerness. Yay. Nuo, still relatively rational, first thought of his mother worrying that they might get hurt and was concerned that she might not agree. Will mother agree? Don't worry, cubs, a father will tell mother. Nuo Lin lovingly patted their heads, looking at them with affection. When Suisui woke up again, she was back in the beast den. She wasn't sure how she had returned, but she only remembered being in a daze with Hu Yin, as if they had shared a room. It is indeed true, host. Moi. The system's response made Suisui think that it seemed to be the case. Your foxman husband was quite romantic at that moment, charming you completely. I didn't dare to interrupt you. Not daring to interrupt. Well, actually, she was too embarrassed to interrupt. He was doing good things after all. It would be awkward to disturb him, and besides, the fox beastmen were quite clever. What if they found out something? How did I get back? What are you asking for? Your dear husband carried you back. You don't know how gentle he is. TSK. The system was laughing lewdly in the space, and Suisui found it hard to bear the lewd tone of its voice. It was quite embarrassing. Suisui threw a straw at it, wanting to cast the system out of her mind. It was really getting annoying day by day. Just then Hu Yin caught the straw. What's wrong, Suisui? When Suisui looked at Hu Yin, she suddenly felt a wave of shyness wash over her, reminiscing about the romantic flowers and grass. Indeed, she had been enchanted. Hu Yin entered holding a bamboo tube of warm water and directly offered it to Suisui's lips. Here, drink some warm water, it's not too hot. Suisui accepted it, bowing her head and not wanting to mention what had happened that morning. Hu Yin did not bring it up either, as he could see Suisui's embarrassment. Her head was lowered and her face was flushed. Mother. Nuo Lin returned with the cubs, catching the scent of Suisui. The cubs dashed into Suisui's room without waiting for Nuo Lin, throwing their prey aside and rushing in, leaving behind a mess of prey and a bewildered Nuo Lin, who exclaimed, "What's the hurry? I'm still here." Yet there was no response from the cubs. Mother were back. Seeing their mother, they truly missed her. Hugging her felt incredibly cool. A pile of cubs surrounded Suisui as they jumped onto the bed beside their mother. Mother, I'm so tired. The cubs couldn't help but chatter, and Suisui was curious as to what they had done to be so exhausted. What did you do to be this tired, Oi? It was father, he took us out to play. Nuo Xiao remembered that father said not to let mother know or she would worry, so he didn't mention that father had taken them hunting. No, it's just that we were tired from playing mother. Nuo Phone wanted to say something, but he was stopped by a glance from his older brother silencing him. Ha ha ha, then rest well. Seeing their lively and adorable appearances, Suisui looked at them lovingly. She never expected that it had only been a short while, and they were already able to go out and play. Truly beastlings grow up so fast. Huyan, father, why are you here too? It seemed she had just noticed Huyan standing there. His expression, a bit dazed, was quite cute. What's wrong, little cub? Your Huyan, father, isn't it normal for me to be here with your mother? Alright, Huyan, father, we brought back some food. Can you help us prepare it? The cubs blinked their eyes, staring intently at Huyan as if fearing he would refuse, and that they would start crying. The cubs still wanted to stay beside their mother. They remembered that mother probably hadn't eaten yet, but they couldn't cook themselves. So they exchanged looks, hoping Huyan would prepare a delicious meal for them. After all, Huyan's cooking skills were truly remarkable. The roasted meat he made was extremely fragrant and delicious. Of course, no problem. You all play here, and Huyan, father, will prepare something tasty for you. Yay. Huyan did not stop them, and went off to cook, allowing Suisui some time to relax while the cubs took care of her. Mother, we missed you. The cubs all squeezed into Suisui's small embrace. Mother missed you all too. Cubs, from now on you can call your father daddy. Qiyun is your second daddy, and Huyan is your third daddy. Does that order work for you? Since their parents' names were not as melodious as father and mother, they gradually adjusted the habits of the little ones. The little ones did not ask for reasons and obediently agreed, for everything their mother said was right, and they were willing to comply. Mother, this sounds really nice. The little ones seemed to really like the title mother, which sounded very endearing. Indeed, what good little ones we have here. Such obedient cubs. Suisui held 2 in her arms, 2 were clinging to her body, and 2 were at her back, making a total of 6 little ones surrounding her. The hard lumps were in beast form, resembling her, holding many little tigers, soft and adorable. Suisui rewarded each beast with a kiss, truly enamored with her little ones. How did you come out? Nuo Lin was still busy organizing the prey the little ones had brought back. The live ones were kept alive, while the dead ones were quickly consumed. Turning around, she saw Huyan coming out of the beast den, walking towards her. Little ones, let me get something to eat. Huyan was ready to see what food there was, thinking the little ones must be hungry. Can you do it alone? Nuo Lin sized up Huyan. Although Huyan had cooked before, it was usually either with Qiyun or with Nuo Lin. He had never seen him cook alone. Whom food do you look down on? Huyan rolled his eyes at him. Although he didn't often cook since coming to the White Tiger tribe, he used to cook quite often in the Fox clan, as it was related to whether he could find a good female. You are now Suisui's beast husband. I am the first beast husband, so you must listen to me. Nuo Lin didn't mind Huyan rolling his eyes at him. He was merely stating facts, as the authority of the first beast husband was quite significant. Oh, I will definitely listen to you, but the little ones are growing bigger. You must work harder, or you might let Suisui's future beast husband surpass you. Huyan chuckled at this, trying to mask his embarrassment. It was just a joke after all, he didn't mean it seriously. Don't worry, I have been working hard on my cultivation. The energy fruit does indeed allow me to possess different abilities. Nuo Lin understood that the beasts encountered here would only become more numerous in the future, and abilities needed to be enhanced. He had heard that Huyan, the clan leader, had considerable potential. In terms of fighting prowess, he was quite formidable. Wasn't this a perfect opportunity for sparring? Nuo Lin thought to himself, perhaps he could have Huyan spar with him to identify his weaknesses. Sounds good, how about we have a sparring match another day? Huyan said directly, just as Nuo Lin was pondering how to invite him. No need to wait for another day, let's do it now and see. Nuo Lin stared intently at Huyan, seemingly afraid he might back out. In truth, Huyan had just mentioned it casually, but now that it was brought up, he had no choice but to comply, especially since the little ones wanted food. Alright, but the little ones want me to prepare food. Huyan's playful demeanor made it clear to Nuo Lin that he understood. However, he had already prepared food, and the little ones knew very well that they probably just wanted to stay close to their mother and did not want Huyan as a third wheel. They just want to stick to Suisui, they don't really want you to cook. The food I left on the table the little ones will bring to Suisui. These little cubs are really sly, just like me, they truly are my little ones. Well, if he couldn't fight, then he would fight. After all, even if he got hurt, he could still put on a show in front of Suisui. Nuo Lin looked at Huyan, who was filled with mischief, and sighed. They are obviously my little ones. But I am also their father, Huyan. This statement broke Huyan's defenses. He felt something was off even as he spoke, but Nuo Lin just went along with it. Yes, they are your little ones, you take care of them from now on. Not a chance. I want to stick with Suisui. Why would the little ones be more important than Suisui? The two of them found an open space and took turns throwing punches, neither able to easily determine a victor. It was evident that Nuo Lin's abilities were growing stronger, possibly enough to challenge the warriors of the tribe. That night, while Suisui slept with her 6 little ones, when Nuo Lin and Huyan returned, Qiyun informed them that Suisui was already asleep. You two, did you go out to fight? Qiyun immediately recognized that they had been fighting, presumably engaging in some serious brawling. No, we weren't fighting you, I just wanted him to see how much I've grown. He was still trying to defend himself. It was obvious that Huyan didn't understand, but could he not understand Nuo Lin? It would be better to go hunting to settle the score. Well then how about you go hunting tomorrow and see if you can take down a large beast? Qi Yun said this without any fear of making them uncomfortable. The two of them maintained a tacit silence as Qi Yun was indeed speaking the truth. They merely wanted to test who was stronger, and it was clear that Nuo Lin had won. Nuo Lin, your little ones are monopolizing Suisui. Now that they have grown, they don't even ask the clan leader for a place to stay. Qi Yun couldn't help but tease Nuo Lin about his 6 little cubs who for some reason surrounded Suisui and fell asleep while he was away, leaving no space for him. Qi Yun, be careful. If Suisui finds out, she might get angry. Nuo Lin shot a glare at Qi Yun, who wanted to cling to Suisui but complained about his little ones. He would challenge Qi Yun another day. If they couldn't fight, they could go hunting together. Alright, I'm just mentioning it, don't say anything in front of Suisui. Qi Yun did feel a bit guilty, so he softly retorted and fell silent. Hu Yin sneakily glanced at Qi Yun and exchanged knowing looks with Nuo Lin, acknowledging his astuteness. Alright, let's hurry up and tidy up to sleep. Nuo Lin didn't pay him any mind. After a long day, he was indeed tired and needed a good rest. Host, what's wrong? In the midst of her dreams, Suisui was awakened in the middle of the night by the system. Fortunately, she didn't have a temper, otherwise she would have blown up. She entered the system space directly, gently rubbing her head. Being disturbed from sleep was truly an unpleasant experience. Have you made your decision? Are you going to use energy on that little one? Do I have to say now? She wondered if it would be too late to wait. Couldn't it be said during the day? Why at night? Sigh. Yes, host, you can also see that the little one is growing too fast. If energy is not used, I worry he won't keep up in the future. Alright. Fine, the little one was indeed growing rapidly. It seemed she would have to ask tomorrow when little ones generally took on their forms and what needed to be done beforehand. Looking at the 6 adorable cubs before him, he believed that energy should be distributed fairly to everyone. However, the female cubs were the 2 youngest, and the needs of the male beasts were always different from those of the females. After some thought, he decided that since each cub would have their share, he would arrange it little by little starting tomorrow morning, with Nuo Lin guiding them. So I have decided to grant Nuo Xiao a higher level of comprehension paired with energy fruits and his own efforts. I believe he will soon cultivate his own energy. Nuo Xiao is quite intelligent and will have his own judgments, knowing what should and shouldn't be done. Nuo Yuan has a strong commanding ability, and whatever he says, the other cubs will generally heed his words. I plan to give the energy stone to Nuo Yuan. His calling ability is exceptional, and if possible, I hope he can become the tribe's first warrior, becoming the person he wishes to be. Since Nuo Xiao and Nuo Yuan are both prepared, it's time for Nuo Fei. Nuo Fei is the older sister among the girls, stable and not as mischievous as the younger siblings, and she will also discipline them. I intend to prepare space for Nuo Fei, as she is a female cub, and I think she needs this more. The cubs are still young, and there are plenty of energy fruits. Each cub will receive their share, and I will bless them with my own energy for success. If possible, Nuo Fei will definitely be a wonderful sister, and Suisui has high hopes for her. Good host, as you wish, I will channel energy into their bodies, and if all goes well, you will see the results tomorrow. Upon hearing Suisui's comprehensive arrangements, the system agreed to all of Suisui's requests, without exception, waving its hand to scatter the items towards the cubs. Thank you, system. Suisui sincerely expressed her gratitude, thankful to have a system that could solve many of her problems. You're welcome, host. I have a question to ask you. The system is also preparing for the next task line, as the snake tribe of the white tiger tribe is about to go to war. At this time of year, the beast world often sees territorial disputes. Those nearby and far away will engage in battles to secure enough food for their tribes to prevent starvation during winter. Go ahead. Your 4th beast husband has appeared near the tribe. Do you choose to have Qi Yun bear cubs before collecting a beast husband, or do you want to attack the snake tribe of the white tiger tribe first? 4th beast husband. What is he like? The 4th beast husband, despite knowing she had many husbands before, there had been no word of the 4th husband during her time with Hu Yin after giving birth. Moreover, a battle is imminent, yet only the females and cubs are weak. Although she has 6 cubs, 2 of them are females, and as a mother, Suisui is very worried about her cubs. Snake tribe, could her 4th beast husband have anything to do with them? If the snake tribe dares to bully her cubs, she would fight them to the death to protect her little ones. If they dare to harm Suisui cubs, she can do without this 4th beast husband. Host, he belongs to the Tongue Shi tribe. What did you say? The Tongue Shi tribe, isn't the Tongue Shi a mythical beast from ancient legends? Is there a Tongue Shi tribe in the beast world? Suisui's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. The Tongue Shi tribe, that is a legendary beast with wings that can soar through the clouds, truly handsome, and reportedly possesses extraordinary abilities. The Tongue Shi also has spiritual energy, and is an auspicious beast capable of sensing changes in the world. Its own abilities should not be underestimated. Encountering such a mythical beast in the beast world is indeed remarkable. Yes, host. So what is your answer? The system had anticipated that the host would agree, but still needed to inquire about the direction of the plot, as the choice ultimately depends on the host. Can I choose this? Yes, host. Regardless of your choice, the white tiger tribe will attack the snake tribe. Snake tribe, Tongue Shi. They can't be from the same tribe, right? The white tiger tribe and the snake tribe are fighting, and although the Tongue Shi is also a snake, they shouldn't belong to the same group. Otherwise, how could there be a Tongue Shi among a nest of snakes? Suisui really can't understand why the Tingxi, a mythical beast, would be with the snake tribe. Could there be some change, but what exactly could it be? It also belongs to a type, but the Tingxi belongs to a higher level of the snake tribe. Normally the snake tribe cannot give birth to such a high-level mythical beast like the Tingxi. Thus it became even more puzzling. Could it be that the Tingxi was captured for some reason, and that's why Suisui has to decide when to take the Tingxi as her beast husband? Is the Tingxi in danger now? Suisui asked, curiously unsure what the Tingxi was like. If there was a life-threatening situation, then she must go now, but the snake tribe couldn't guarantee a safe retreat, so she still needed to think it over. The Tingxi is indeed not well received among the snake tribe, but there is no immediate danger, so any choice is fine. All right, I am ready. When the white tiger tribe attacks the snake tribe, I will go and bring the Tingxi out. Suisui decided to wait until the white tiger tribe attacked the snake tribe before making her move, as it would be better to avoid rushing in without knowing the situation. Going in alone might lead to losing both the husband and the troops. It would not be worth it. With the white tiger tribe members present, Nuo Lin and the other beastmen would protect her. Even if they couldn't protect her in time, she would have enough time to escape danger. Good host. After Suisui emerged from the system space, the sight of her little cubs had vanished. If they were to attack the snake tribe, the little cubs must possess the abilities that fierce beasts should have. Nuo Lin. Suisui got out of bed and headed for the door. It was Nuo Lin's turn to stay at home and take care of Suisui today, and the cubs were not home. Suisui, you're up. Why don't you sleep a bit more? Nuo Lin was cooking when he saw Suisui come out, and hurriedly greeted her, revealing a bit of concern for Suisui. This period had indeed worn her out. Nuo Lin, I'm a bit worried. Hearing Suisui's concern, Nuo Lin became even more anxious, fearing that Suisui had a nightmare or was feeling unwell, and quickly inquired. What's troubling you, Suisui? Nuo Lin stepped beside her and draped an arm around her shoulders, offering his embrace for her to lean into. Nuo Lin, will the white tiger tribe go to war soon? Suisui lifted her gaze to him. Surely he already knew the tribe was preparing for battle. Who told you that? Nuo Lin was taken aback. Warfare was rarely disclosed to females, though only after victory would males lead their mates in migration. I have a premonition. The serpent clan will possess many things we need. May I accompany you when you go? Nuo Lin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Suisui. How could she possibly know they were to fight the serpent clan? Was it truly mere intuition? You're remarkably perceptive, Suisui. But how did you learn of the impending conflict, and specifically of the serpent clan? He voiced the question despite his uncertainty, for he had long known Suisui was no ordinary female. Resolute, independent, and worthy of unwavering support whenever she needed it. Nuo Lin, I am not an ordinary beastkin. I sense there is one among the serpent clan whom I must meet, someone essential to me. Her voice faltered. Though Nuo Lin understood she would take multiple mates, she hesitated now, uncertain of his heart in this very moment. Yet she knew if roles were reversed, she herself would feel jealousy and sorrow, so she fell silent. Gazing at her remorseful eyes, Nuo Lin pressed a tender kiss to her forehead. Be at ease, my love. I'll bring him to you. Don't worry, all right. He longed only to see her radiant sunlit smile, not to watch her fret. Though he trusted her strength, he also cherished his role as her mate. Nuo Lin, will you be upset? Suisui feared his sorrow at the prospect of sharing her with others. Her original purpose had been procreation, but Nuo Lin's devotion had quietly kindled something deeper within her. Suisui, so long as you love me, so long as I remain your first mate, and so long as you still need me, that is all I ask. This world was not her own. Clarity of purpose remained vital, even as she hoped quietly to find happiness here. Nuo Lin, ever selfless, thought only of Suisui's well-being, yearning simply for a place in her heart, and for her joy always wherever he stood. I know you'll take many mates. I believe the beast god sent you to me, so fear not. I shall master my heart. Thank you, Nuo Lin. Suisui had not expected such purity from Nuo Lin, nor had she truly understood her new kin before. In this beastkin world, sincerity ran deep. Even you were the first female who'd offered her kindness, embodied that same unvarnished truth. Never thank me, Suisui. Without you, I might not have endured. I am profoundly grateful, truly content. Nuo Lin held her tightly, wishing she'd never feel the need for such formality. No other beastkin female treated her mate with such deference. A quiet dread stirred in him. What if one day she laughed freely with another, unburdened by restraint, leaving him utterly superfluous? Nuo Lin, I've agreed to let the cubs begin hunting training. She shifted the subject, turning instead to preparing the cubs for survival, ensuring they could endure the coming chaos. Suisui. Nuo Lin flinched, fearing she discovered his earlier secret hunt with the cubs. Yet she misread his pause, assuming he'd urge delay. I know what you mean to say, but war looms. I want our cubs to grow strong and safe, so they must be tested now. In truth, Nuo Lin wholeheartedly agreed. In this world of beasts, only the strong survived. Weakness invited annihilation. And the female cubs must train too, to defend themselves. Please guide them as you do the others. Very well, Suisui. I obey. Our cubs shall never yield to any beastkin in skill or courage. Relieved she'd consented, Nuo Lin chose not to reveal his prior outing. With the cubs' training settled, Suisui resolved to visit Yu, bringing her salt, a rare treasure she'd reserved partly for herself, partly to share. Yu, carrying her litter, needed sustenance. Yu Yu's delivery drew near, each step strained her. When Suisui and Norin arrived, Yu Yu leaned on Kai, slowly pacing, her swollen belly obscuring how many cubs stirred within. Yu Yu, how many cubs do you carry? At the sight of Suisui, Yu Yu's eyes lit with unrestrained joy. She'd missed her dearly, but dared not move hastily. The weight of her burden was immense. The shaman confirmed 5 cubs. Yet Yu Yu's true form is small, so her belly appears especially large. Kai steadied her without shifting, conversing warmly with Suisui about Yu Yu's condition, recognizing unmistakably Suisui's genuine care. Please sit and rest. You shouldn't stand so long. That vast belly made walking arduous. Suisui nearly insisted Yu Yu remain seated, fearing the cubs might slip free. Her own pregnancy had never swelled so dramatically. No, Kai, just help me rise. My legs grew numb sitting too long. I wish to walk more. Yu Yu quickly interjected. She'd lain idle too long and yearned to move. Even the shaman urged gentle motion to ease birthing. Hearing this, Suisui reconsidered. Perhaps it wasn't walking that posed risk, but prolonged stillness. Walking helps indeed. I brought some salt, found it by chance. I kept a portion for myself and brought the rest for you. Salt was precious in the beastkin world. Many of Suisui's offerings were unheard-of rarities. Yu Yu hesitated, almost too awed to accept. Keep it. Kai hunts often we lack for nothing. Suisui pressed the salt firmly into Yu Yu's arms. Salt sustained strength during birth, and the system's pain-alleviating pill, which reduced labor's peril, required proper nourishment to work fully. With the pill, birth became certain and safe, without it, survival hung in the balance. The system, eager to nurture more cubs in this world, gladly endorsed Suisui's gift to aid Yu Yu's delivery. Yu Yu, take it, for your cubs need salt too. Would you let them suffer deficiency? Hearing that it was for the sake of the cubs, Yu shyly accepted it. She thought about having Kai bring some game for Suisui in the future. Although it wasn't very valuable, she felt a sense of guilt in her heart. What is malnutrition? Malnutrition didn't seem like a good term either. Even though she didn't fully understand it, it was better to ask. If anything went wrong with her cubs, she would truly be heartbroken. It means the body is lacking certain nutrients, and if not supplemented, one might feel unwell. So salt is really that important. Suisui is so thoughtful to give her something so essential for the safety of her cubs. She really didn't know how to repay her. Oh, I can't believe it. Thank you, Suisui. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. After training with her cubs for a few days, Nuo Lin led Suisui and 6 cub beastmen towards the square, a large family, making their way proudly. Warriors of the tribe, thank you for coming when the tribe needs you most. The chief stood tall, exuding authority reminiscent of a school principal addressing the audience. Today is the day we attack the serpent tribe. We must work together to claim their territory for our white tiger tribe. The chief looked at the tribesmen below. He understood what should and shouldn't be done. Since the serpent tribe was preparing to attack, they should take the initiative rather than waiting passively to be ambushed. Yes, chief. The tribesmen were filled with fervor, eager to set out and conquer the serpent tribe, making them kneel and plead for mercy. Chief. Suisui's voice interrupted the chief and the other tribesmen as they rallied the morale of the warriors. Is that Suisui the female? Yes, but how did Nuo Lin bring the female and cubs? The beastmen below began to murmur, curious as to why a female was present in a battle. Is that Suisui the female? Nuo Lin, why did you bring your female? The chief asked directly, his curiosity piqued. As the chief, he needed to know the reason. Grandpa Chief, we're here too. The cubs of Suisui saw that the chief was only speaking to their parents and rushed to seek recognition. Nuo Lin is going to war with the serpent tribe. How could you bring your cubs and female here to cause trouble? The chief gently patted the cubs' heads while scolding Nuo Lin. At this dangerous time, he shouldn't have brought the cubs and female here to create chaos, not even for a farewell. Qi and Huyan, are you just going to let Nuo Lin misbehave? The elders and other seniors looked at Nuo Lin, reproaching him for bringing his cubs and female into danger. Qi Yun and Huyan, who were watching the excitement, found themselves included in the blame. They could only lower their heads in silence, as one was the first beastman and the other a female. Moreover, they believed Suisui wasn't reckless. She knew what should and shouldn't be done. Chief, we trust Suisui and the cubs. Since Nuo Lin has agreed, we have no objections. Yes, Chief. We will take care of Suisui and the cubs, and during this time, we have trained their hunting skills. I believe in them. Qi Yun and Huyan spoke in unison, leaving the chief momentarily speechless, as they were all from the same family. The focus of the others shifted back to Nuo Lin. After all, who would bring their female to cheer on during a fight? Those unaware might think the white tiger tribe had no warriors left. Yes, Nuo Lin, how can you bring a female to a fight? Females are so fragile. Suisui didn't want to put Nuo Lin and the beastmen in a difficult position, so she stepped closer to the chief and raised her voice. Everyone, please listen to me. I am Nuo Lin's female, Suisui. I hope to fight alongside you and of course with my cubs. I believe in them. As she mentioned her cubs, they all stood tall, as if to signify that even cubs are not weaklings, they can fight too. Suisui, we all know you're strong, but this time we're fighting the serpent tribe. They are cunning, and one slip could mean being poisoned. Are you not afraid? The tribesmen below looked worried. Suisui held a high position in the tribe and had provided many good things, so they didn't want her to get hurt over a fight. I am not afraid. I believe you are not afraid either. Warriors of the white tiger tribe, you charge ahead. I guarantee with my life that I can cure everyone even if they are bitten by a poisonous snake. Normally Suisui wouldn't dare to make such guarantees, as she wouldn't even mention such topics. But she had a cheating artifact. Her spatial system had prepped over 100 antidote pills. No poison would have an effect. As long as someone was poisoned, Suisui could produce the antidote, and that was her leverage. Is that true? Mentioning the antidote made others feel deflated. After all, antidotes were a significant matter. The serpent tribe was known for having many poisoners, and if one were to be accidentally poisoned, the tribesmen could only die without any solution. Recently, Kai's female was about to give birth, and they had no way to let Kai fight. If even the first warrior couldn't come, it was easy to imagine how helpless everyone would be if poisoned. Suisui, you're so amazing. The males who often heard about Suisui admired her greatly. Initially, there were only Nuo Lin and Shiyun, but since following Suisui, both had grown rapidly. That's impossible. How could it be true? Some remained skeptical. After all, Suisui, no matter how capable, was still a female, and without strength, she would still need the beastmen's help. Yes, Suisui is not a shaman. How could that be possible? Although Suisui had created many useful things for the White Tiger tribe, antidotes were a complex topic, especially if the situation wasn't serious. How could there be so many beastmen dying from poison? Surely even shamans can't do that. The crowd whispered among themselves. Those beastmen who had been helped by Suisui also tried to speak up, but the opposing voices were too numerous to overpower. After all, isn't this a dangerous time to be making false claims? The other beastmen of the White Tiger tribe chimed in, hesitating to directly doubt Suisui's words. The chief observed the crowd below, looking at Suisui and Nuo Lin. In fact, the chief had already begun to believe. After all, everything that Suisui does for everyone is a good deed, and I cannot refuse. Of course, I am fully confident in coming here, chief. Besides, I don't need your protection while following you, so adding one more won't be a problem, right? Upon hearing Suisui repeated assurances, the chief was indeed tempted, and his heart began to lean towards Suisui. He knew he couldn't stop this little girl. Suisui, my dear, that's not what I meant. It's just that the serpent clan is far away, and we are worried you and the little ones might get hurt. However, still conflicted, he conveyed some of the negative factors. If Suisui was scared and wanted to return, everyone would not say anything. If Suisui did not want to go back, the chief would find all sorts of ways to ensure her safe return to the tribe. Looking at the obedient Suisui, the chief felt an unwillingness in his heart, yet he had no choice. Or perhaps this time Suisui would indeed bring all the warriors back to the tribe. What if I am not afraid of getting hurt with the little ones, eh? Suisui's determined gaze moved the chief. He couldn't bear to refuse this female. If you really want to go, then as the chief, I agree to let you come with us. The chief responded with a firm gaze, telling everyone that since they were going, they would go together. Would the White Tiger tribe still worry about protecting just one female and her little ones? Chief, no, chief. They are all little ones and females of our age. The tribe cannot be without them. Hearing the chief's consent, the warriors were all very anxious. Fighting is no child's play, and it wouldn't be, because Suisui is a female, that they would go easy on her. I trust Nuo Lin, and I trust his female and little ones. Everyone, Suisui has thought of ways so that we won't go hungry during the rainy season. Since she has a plan, I agree to let Suisui and the little ones follow, but I hope everyone will protect her well. I don't know whether this decision is right or wrong, but I hope our tribe will continue to thrive. The chief's tone swayed most of the beastmen, but with time being tight and the task heavy, he didn't care how others thought. Pack up your things and prepare to set off. Yes. A loud voice echoed throughout the square as everyone got ready and slowly headed towards the serpent clan. On the other side, Yu held Kai's hand tightly, struggling to speak. Oh, it hurts so much, Kai. I think I'm going to give birth. Kai was fully prepared, all thanks to Nuo Lin's teachings. A couple of days ago, he had specifically consulted Nuo Lin about what to expect when Suisui gave birth. Nuo Lin had also told Kai everything he needed to do, and Kai diligently took notes beside him. All right, Xiong and Lang Er, go find a shaman. You two go boil hot water and prepare some food for Yu. On the day of the delivery, Kai organized everything meticulously, ensuring Yu wouldn't suffer any harm. At this moment, Yu was curled up in pain. His full attention was on the soon to give birth Yu, holding her tightly. Oh, whenever she felt pain, she could grip him tightly. Kai, it hurt so much. Yu felt as if all the flesh on her body was about to burst. She cried uncontrollably. She was usually very strong, but for some reason she felt so weak now. She wiped away her tears, but they returned immediately, making Kai's heart ache, wishing he could bear the burden of giving birth for Yu. Yu, hang in there, it will be over soon. Kai said while laying thick animal skins beneath Yu, afraid she would catch a chill and be uncomfortable. Yu was groaning on the bed, having no experience with her first delivery. After a while, Xiong reported that the main force attacking the Serpent Clan had already set off, and they had no choice but to bring back the only person who had just learned about childbirth, Dan Yang. They had no other options, as only Dan Yang could assist with childbirth. Kai the shaman has gone with the main force, but Dan Yang said she can deliver the baby, so we brought her back. Kai had never heard of Dan Yang being able to assist in childbirth. Calling her over would be absurd. He had never been so angry before, feeling that what Xiong and Lang Er did was infuriating. When did Dan Yang learn to assist in childbirth? Wolf Er and Xiong lowered their heads, listening to the scolding. They had never heard of Dan Yang learning about childbirth either, but there was nothing they could do. Yu was in pain inside, and they were equally distressed outside. Kai, don't be harsh on them. I really can assist in childbirth. I know I was wrong in the past, but right now it's more important to help you deliver her baby. I hope you trust me. Dan Yang stepped forward hoping that Kai could trust her. She knew she had caused trouble in the past, but she was trying to make amends now. So whatever Kai said, she wouldn't get angry or act unreasonable anymore. You can stay here with Yu throughout the entire delivery. Trust me, she and the little one will be safe. Seeing Dan Yang suddenly change from her usual aggressive demeanor and glancing at Yu, who was still giving birth in the room, Kai gritted his teeth. All right, I'll trust you once. He brought Dan Yang into the room and walked straight to the bedside. Dan Yang quickly handed herbs to Kai to place in Yu's mouth. While Dan Yang wasn't paying attention, Kai secretly fed Yu a pill given to him by Suisui before she left. He also knew their purpose for going to the Serpent Clan. Kai and Dan Yang entered the room. At that moment, Suisui was lying on the bed, her face drenched in sweat. Yu, can you hear me? Dan Yang called out to Yu softly, her voice gentle enough that it was hard to tell if it was really her. Dan Yang, I can hear you. Yu slowly opened her mouth. Her whole body was in pain, and she had no strength left. All right, now you can transform into your beast form. The beast form is better for giving birth. Upon hearing Yu's voice, it was clear she still had some strength left. Dan Yang directly urged her to transform into her beast form, as tigers are larger and more suitable for giving birth. All right. After agreeing, Yu began to exert all her strength to transform into her beast form. She immediately felt her belly relax considerably. Once she transformed back into her beast form, Dan Yang extended her hand and gently pressed on Yu's belly. Although it was light, it still caused Yu considerable pain, making her involuntarily cry out. Oh, it hurts a lot. Hearing Yu in pain, Kai quickly supported her, tightly gripping her arm, softly comforting her. Yu, don't be afraid, I'm here with you. Dan Yang nervously watched Yu's belly, slowly sliding her hand over it, noticing that the moment to give birth was now. Yu, push with all your might, just like you're having a bowel movement, slowly exerting yourself. Hearing Dan Yang's voice, Yu disregarded everything else and directly began to push, exerting herself little by little. Who? Feeling the pressure below, Yu dared not relax, straining to steady her breath, while Kai's hands trembled in anxiety. Dan Yang, when can you come out? Kai hurriedly inquired of Dan Yang, feeling helpless as he watched Ye's state. It's coming. With Dan Yang's efforts, Ye slowly exerted herself, and at last, after everyone's hard work, she gave birth to a little tiger, which Dan Yang placed beside her. Quickly, the first litter has been born, the next will come easily. Ye, push harder. Hearing that the first litter had arrived, Ye exerted herself even more, shouting, as if she wanted to shoot all the cubs out at once. Who good? The tense Dan Yang also let out a sigh. Soon after, with another push, the second, third, fourth, and fifth cubs were born. At this moment, Ye was exhausted, no longer wanting to speak, lying in Kai's arms with her eyes gently closed. Dan Yang dampened a piece of animal skin with hot water and gently applied it to Ye's wounds, cleaning the remaining bloodstains. Turning to the cubs, she said, congratulations, there are 5 cubs, all healthy. The 5 little tiger cubs lay with their eyes closed, looking adorably lovable as their noses twitched. When did you learn to deliver babies? Kai found a moment to ask, as he hadn't heard Dan Yang studying medicine during this time. Not long ago, but it doesn't matter now. Your cubs are all male. Ye is impressive. Kai's gaze shifted from Ye to the cubs. The adorable white tiger cubs were his, and his Ye was truly remarkable, giving birth to 5 cubs in one go. Thank you for the compliment. No need, you all should rest well. I have to go. Since they were fine, it seemed he should leave. He had caused quite a bit of trouble for everyone lately, and he had heard this morning that a war with the serpent tribe was imminent, so the tribe couldn't relax. Xiong Langer escort Dan Yang. Kai instructed a few beastmen at the door to send Dan Yang back the same way. She came. After all, she had come alone without a beastman, and it would not be good if someone from another tribe ambushed them at this time. Understood. Dan Yang turned to look at their direction before turning to leave. We will soon be at the serpent tribe. Everyone tidy up. They stopped not far from the serpent tribe to regroup before launching a direct attack at night. Everyone in the beast world knew the serpent tribe's weakness. That weakness was their inability to fight at night, so they would employ cunning tactics against them, as the serpent tribe's slyness was well known. Suisui, take a break. Nuo Lin set Suisui down, looking at the serpent tribe, which was less than a kilometer away, where they could also observe some situations inside. Nuo Lin, ahead is the serpent tribe, but tell me about their situation. Suisui didn't know much about the serpent tribe, but not all snakes necessarily like dark and damp places, so even though the snakes here had been exterminated by the white tiger tribe, others still existed. Good. Suisui fixed her gaze on the serpent tribe ahead, ready to see if the snakes here were worth mourning. If it weren't for the captured tongue snake, perhaps she wouldn't be drawn into the war between the two tribes. But now it was no longer up to her to refuse. Remembering the serpent tribe, Nuo Lin recalled having the fortune to have fought with them before. Their venomous fangs were quite formidable, paralyzing nerves at best and causing instant death at worst. The serpent tribe is very cunning. If you aren't careful, they can easily hide in places you can't see, waiting for an opportunity. So when battling the serpent tribe, one must be cautious. Nuo Lin was also prepared to launch an attack against the serpent tribe. However, with Suisui and the cubs present, he needed to ensure the safety of the females and cubs while suppressing the serpent tribe. No matter the time, he never wanted Suisui and the cubs to get hurt, not even a little bit. Host, there is a Xiong Huang flower 50 meters to the left that may be useful to you. The system, upon learning of Suisui choice, had already scouted the area around the serpent tribe, not wanting Suisui to be killed by them before encountering the tongue snake. So at a certain time the system provided Suisui with some help, believing that with her intelligence she would surely prevail in this battle. Hearing the system offer her a backdoor, she still couldn't stray too far from the main force, so she had to turn her mind and think carefully about what excuse to use to leave. Suisui wandered around for a while. Her cubs Qi Yun and Hu Yin were playing with each other and seemed unaware of her. Suddenly Suisui covered her belly and nudged closer to Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin, I need to go to the bathroom, but I'm scared to go alone. Can you accompany me? Nuo Lin quickly supported Suisui and nodded. Of course, no problem. Taking Suisui to the tribe leader, she felt it necessary to inform him, otherwise they might think she was running around and got injured. Tribe leader, we're just going to the bathroom, and we'll be back soon. Okay, we're almost at the serpent tribe. Be careful. The tribe leader understood human nature and patted Nuo Lin's shoulder. Here, it was different from the tribe, and safety was paramount. Rest assured. Let's go, Suisui. Nuo Lin took Suisui and headed in the opposite direction of the serpent tribe, following the route provided by the system to reach the Xiong Huang as quickly as possible. All right. Nuo Lin had no doubts. Wherever Suisui went, he followed. Nuo Lin, let's walk a bit further. All right, I'll listen to you. Nuo Lin was led by Suisui to a place full of flowers. The leaves of the flowers were long and slender, with long yellow and red petals blooming, and the fragrance was quite strong, almost overwhelming. Suisui stopped, but didn't squat down to relieve herself. Instead she picked a flower and held it under her nose to sniff. Suisui, aren't you going to the bathroom? Is there something wrong with this flower? Nuo Lin was somewhat puzzled. Did this flower have some issue? Suisui's expression was one of surprise. What could make her so happy? Did she like this flower? Before he could ask, he was interrupted by Suisui. Nuo Lin, look at this. Suisui held the flower out to Nuo Lin, who took it and mimicked her holding it under his nose to sniff. It was quite fragrant, but he couldn't quite place the scent. What is this? Isn't it just an ordinary flower? He looked at Suisui in confusion, unable to understand what she was doing. This is Xiong Huang flower, the nemesis of the serpent tribe. The nemesis of the serpent tribe. Nuo Lin was utterly shocked. He couldn't understand how Suisui knew this. The nemesis of the snake clan. No one in the beast world knows the nemesis of the snake clan. Although Nuo Lin found it a bit hard to believe, he never doubted Suisui. He just thought she was truly very clever. Do snakes fear this? Nuo Lin examined the flower in his hand, which looked nothing like something the snake clan would fear. Indeed, the realgar orchid has detoxifying and swelling reducing properties, and it can also counteract snake venom. Moreover, if you grind the realgar orchid into powder and wear it on your body, snakes will avoid you. Nuo Lin's eyes widened. His female companion was truly clever and knowledgeable. He realized he still needed to understand Suisui better. Nuo Lin, collect a bit more. Let's head back. Suisui urged Nuo Lin to gather more, as it would increase their chances against the snake clan. All right. Nuo Lin and Suisui collected a beast skin full of realgar flowers and hurried back to join everyone. Mother, father, you're back. Upon seeing Suisui and Nuo Lin return, the cubs all rushed to Suisui. She picked up one while the rest of the cubs gathered around her. The cubs used their little paws to tug at Suisui's hand, licking her face with their tongues, the fluffy sensation tickling her cheek. Suisui maintained some distance from the cubs, thinking it was best to provide them with extra protection after the fight. Oh dear, my cubs must miss their mother. Come, let mother give my cubs some flowers. Starting from Nuo Shao, each beast cub received a flower. Some of the cubs, confused, played with the flowers they received, their little paws adorably tapping their noses. Mother, why do we need flowers? Without revealing the reason, Suisui looked at them affectionately, holding their hands. These are the flowers mother gives you. Would you waste them? Of course not. I wouldn't throw away something that mother gave me. Ooh, I will keep it well. Hearing their mother's words, the cubs immediately retorted. How could they bear to throw away something given by their mother? Even the smallest flower was too precious to discard. Exactly. I feel the same way. The cubs didn't want to fall behind their older brother, each hiding their flowers on their bodies, determined not to lose them. Suisui, where have you run off to? It's been so long. This isn't the tribe, so be careful. While the family was playing, the clan leader walked towards them, feeling a bit worried at the sight of them doting on the cubs. Don't worry, clan leader. Do you recognize this flower? Nuo Lin quickly approached the clan leader as he saw him coming, handing him the realgar flower. Isn't this just an ordinary flower? The clan leader examined it repeatedly, still thinking it was a common flower, not paying much attention, simply noting that females liked such flowers. They were indeed beautiful. No, clan leader, this flower is called realgar flower, the nemesis of the snake clan, but not all snakes dislike realgar. Holding it in his hand, the red flower appeared particularly vibrant in the clan leader's grasp, with petals resembling fine leaves, and the entire leaf was also finely shaped. Realgar flower, the nemesis of the snake clan. The clan leader was still a bit incredulous. How could such a powerful nemesis of the snake clan be just a small flower? He turned to look at Suisui and then at Nuo Lin, noticing the disbelief and confusion on the faces of the clansmen behind them. Indeed, if the clansmen carry it on them, it will also have a snake-repelling effect. Nuo Lin shared what he knew with the clan leader, who gently sniffed the flower by his nose, finding no special scent, then turned away. Suisui, tell me where you learned that the snake clan fears this. The clan leader guessed it was Suisui who informed Nuo Lin, as the former Nuo Lin wouldn't have known about such things, let alone the nemesis of the snake clan, the realgar flower. To be honest, I've seen it occasionally in the past, so I recognized it, but I only know about this one. I don't know anything else. Suisui didn't tell the full truth, merely providing an explanation they could accept. Otherwise, if she spoke the truth, they might think a beast god had descended, which would only cause more trouble. Well, you have done a great favor for the White Tiger tribe. I thank you on their behalf. The clan leader truly believed Suisui's words, thinking she must have seen it by chance, and only spoke after confirming its validity. As long as they won this battle, he would definitely listen to Suisui's advice more in the future. No need to be polite, clan leader. I am also a member of the tribe, so I will stand together with you. Suisui's words struck a chord with the clan leader. He had always thought she didn't consider the White Tiger tribe her home, especially since she only entrusted some matters to Yue, who was close to her. Though Yu ultimately entrusted things to the tribe, the clan leader still sensed a certain ambiguity about Suisui, a feeling that she could vanish at any moment until she gave birth to her first litter of cubs. Alright, we will set off after nightfall. The sun is about to set, so prepare yourselves. After briefing Suisui and the others, the clan leader had Nuo Lin follow him to the front, as these matters had to be communicated to the clansmen, and Nuo Lin happened to be the right person. Good. Nuo Lin, distribute the realgar flowers to the clan leader and the others, and then come find us. Okay, Chi Yun and Hu Yin, please take good care of Suisui and the cubs. Don't worry, Nuo Lin. Even without Nuo Lin's instructions, they knew to protect their female and cubs, they would never back down even if danger loomed. Nuo Lin said. Clansmen, each of you take one flower. Keep it in your beast's skin, and remember not to take it off when attacking the snake clan. The clan leader led Nuo Lin to the front, where Nuo Lin distributed the flowers from the beast skins to each clansman. They examined the flowers in their hands, uncertain of how powerful a single flower could really be. Why is that? Unable to discern the reason, one of them directly asked, as they needed a solution. Yes, clan leader, only females like flowers. The crowd engaged in a lively discussion. Despite the flower's beauty, they were about to fight, so how could they carry flowers? Clan leader, does this flower have any special properties? Shaman, take a look at this flower, see if you recognize it. The clan leader did not respond to the chatter of the clansmen, but instead turned to the shaman, who was well-read and might know what this flower was. Clan leader, I have never used flowers for medicine, so I'm not very familiar with them. Looking at the unfamiliar flower, the shaman could only speak the truth, as there were many things from the snake clan that he was not familiar with or had never seen. Everyone, I can only tell you that this flower is called Xiongwang flower, and it is the nemesis of the serpent clan. With it, they will not dare to attack us directly. The chieftain did not want to waste time, and just wanted them to take it with them. Regardless of whether this thing exists or not, the battle is inevitable. Since war is upon us, we must be fully prepared. What does a flower matter? The sun is about to set, so let's hurry and keep it on us. Regardless of whether it is the nemesis of the serpent clan, we must ensure there is nothing left of them. Listening to such impassioned words, the warriors of the White Tiger tribe were all getting ready. Yes, in this battle it was inevitable. Having a flower as a source of comfort was also good. No matter the outcome, they were the bravest warriors of the tribe. Yes, everyone, let the first of our tiger clan lead the way. With one clansman taking the lead, the others followed one after another, fearing they would be the one left behind. Alright, since that's the case, I will join too. They all hid the flower on their bodies. Since this was everyone's hope, they would not cast aside this hope. Count me in, and me, and me. The chieftain observed the clansmen below, while Suisui was also watching them. The chieftain's leadership skills were strong enough to keep the White Tiger tribe well organized. After the sun completely set, the sky was clear, and the sound of crickets echoed through the air following the rainy season. With a command from the chieftain, the rested members of the White Tiger tribe were all invigorated, showing no signs of fatigue. Prepare to set off. The clansmen packed their belongings and walked forward alongside the main force. The chieftain, elders, and shaman led the way, while Nuo Lin brought Suisui and the little ones along at the back. Little ones, are you tired? Suisui's daughter was on the backs of Hu Yin and Chi Yun, while her sons followed the main force. It was their first long journey, and Suisui felt a bit pained, worrying if her little ones could endure this hardship. Not tired, mother. Just take care of yourself and my brothers, and I will be fine. In fact, the little ones thought it was nothing. Previously, when their father took them hunting, it lasted longer than this journey. They had long gotten used to it, and did not feel tired at all. Good. Nuo Fei and Nuo Shui quietly walked on Chi Yun's back, their little heads bobbing along. As they got closer to the serpent clan, Suisui felt the surrounding atmosphere become increasingly sinister and cold. The surroundings were eerily silent, and it felt increasingly wrong. Having been in the beast world for so long, they had never encountered such a situation. Nuo Lin, do you feel something is off? She tightly grasped Nuo Lin's fur and whispered in his ear. Not at all, what's wrong, Suisui? Nuo Lin turned to look at Suisui, who had a serious expression. At this moment, he had not sensed anything unusual, and thought their journey was remarkably smooth, possibly because it was dark and the serpent clan would not be active. It's nothing. Hearing Nuo Lin's response, it was evident that he had not noticed anything unusual. Suisui thought about the system and quickly began to inquire. System, is there something wrong here? After all, the system knows much more than she does. If she needed help, the system would not let her down. Indeed, host, it is very quiet here, unusually quiet. I can't even feel my own breathing. As expected, after a simple exploration, the system confirmed that it was eerily quiet with not even a breath to be heard. Something was very wrong. Check underground. Alright, host. Since the surface was so quiet, they decided to check below. As snakes are reptiles, she did not believe the Serpent Clan would not dig tunnels. After several investigations by the system, they finally found the Serpent Clan's activity area 5 meters underground, indicating they had been digging for a long time. Perhaps because they had a member of the Tang Snake Clan among them, they were particularly cautious, fearing that someone might discover their hidden members. Host, you guessed correctly. At some point, the Serpent Clan has started living underground, and there are many traps on the surface. The map has been drawn for you, and the location of the tongue snake has also been marked. Suisui quickly opened the map to check. The traps in the Serpent Clan's territory had all been marked in red by the system, and they were moving quickly toward the direction indicated by the arrow towards the Serpent Clan's tribe. Thank you, system. You're welcome. After a brief thank you to the system, Suisui hurried to ensure that she could pull the beastmen back before they fell into the traps. The beastmen of the tribe could not die in the territory of the Serpent Clan. As Suisui saw they were getting closer to the Serpent Clan, she pulled Nuo Lin, who was moving ahead. Nuo Lin looked at Suisui, who had stopped him, with a puzzled expression, not understanding why. What's wrong, Suisui? At this moment, Suisui had no time to explain anything to Nuo Lin. She urged him to take her to see the chieftain, even though Nuo Lin knew he might be punished for doing so. However, for Suisui, he was willing to accept any punishment, for he knew that whatever Suisui did had her reasons. All he could do was help her and support her. Nuo Lin, take me to see the chieftain. All right. Nuo Lin quickly ran from the back to the front. Chieftain, chieftain. Hearing Nuo Lin call him, the chieftain quickly ordered the clansmen to stop. At this moment, he absolutely believed Suisui's words and trusted that she truly meant well for the tribe. Stop. Nuo Lin. What's wrong? We are about to reach the Serpent Clan. The chieftain was somewhat curious as they were about to step into the Serpent Clan's territory. Stopping now could likely alert the Serpent Clan, and if they were prepared, they would not be able to launch a surprise attack. Chieftain, it's me. May I have a word? The chieftain looked at the clansmen behind, then at Suisui and Nuo Lin. Speak. The group moved to a relatively quiet place. With the system guarding nearby, they wouldn't be overheard by others discussing their plans. Chieftain, please observe closely. Is there any difference between the Serpent Clan at night and our tribe's usual habits? Hearing Suisui say this, the chieftain was a bit perplexed, as shouldn't nighttime just be for sleeping? Is it wrong for it to be a bit quieter? Is that what you mean? Yes. The chieftain looked deeply at Suisui. He did not understand why she would say that, and turned to look at Nuo Lin. Chieftain, I believe in Suisui. Many of her actions have their reasons. All right. The chieftain took a deep breath, slowly feeling the entire Serpent Clan with his abilities. Indeed, there was not a single sound. It was so quiet that not even a bird could be heard. Moreover, the air grew steadily colder, as if a furtive wind were seeping into the world. Observing this unnatural phenomenon, the clan chief suppressed his inner shock. Rather than flounder here in bewildered speculation, he resolved to hear Suisui's insight. It's unervingly silent. Suisui, what on earth is happening? And we'll dispatch a scouting team to investigate, determine whether danger or traps lie ahead. For the entire Beast Clan, hazards concealed within traps posed a mortal threat, yet the nature of those perils remained unknown. Only by sending a contingent forward stealthily and cautiously could they discern the truth. Do you mean, and precisely? If they've handed us an empty city, it means they've already secured an escape route. Suisui shared everything she knew with the clan chief, untroubled by fear that he might act against her interests. Her sharp mind was more than sufficient here. Indeed, you are an exceptionally clever female. I trust your judgment implicitly. And in truly, Suisui possessed remarkable acumen, so formidable in fact that it left him awestruck. Chief, forgive my presumption, but I wish to accompany that scouting team. She possessed a map. If she went herself, she could guide them in neutralizing traps, and perhaps locate Tingshi. She wondered how he fared. Given the Serpent Clan's brutal nature, he likely endured beatings and abuse. Yet she remained uncertain. What manner of being was Tingshi in this beast realm that he had fallen so low? And could it be that among serpents he was merely a freakish aberration? That decision lies beyond my authority. Females are too precious for me to risk yours. Do you understand? And I'll have Nuo Lin accompany me. My cubs will remain under Qi Yun and Hu Yan's care. The clan chief disrupted Suisui's train of thought, for even as leader he could not lightly consign a female to peril. Have you truly decided? And in seeing he could not dissuade them, the chief sighed. Suisui's brilliance was wasted in the White Tiger tribe. Yes, chief. Lin, you raise no objection either, and very well. Since they stood so resolute, it fell to him, as chief, to consider the welfare of his people. To possess such a brilliant female was a blessing upon the White Tiger tribe. Perhaps he truly was growing old. If someday Suisui's offspring ascended as chief of the White Tiger tribe, surely she would rejoice. None at all, chief. For whatever Suisui desires, I would lay down my life to fulfill it. And in the chief clapped Nuo Lin's shoulder. A fine young man. Your cubs and your mate are both extraordinary. Thereupon Nuo Lin and Suisui departed with a small contingent. 8 beastmen besides themselves more than sufficient for the task. They crept silently toward the serpent clan's territory. At the threshold, they found nothing. Only barren damp earth deceptively serene. This entire expanse is laced with traps. I shall tread this path. Wherever I detect a trap, I'll mark it with a stalk of realgar flower, follow behind, and disarm each hazard carefully. Understood? Yes, we'll handle it, Suisui. Rest assured and good. Traps abound. Proceed with utmost caution. Understood. Nuo Lin guarded Suisui, relentlessly never straying from her side. At every trap's precise center, marked on her map, she planted a vivid realgar flower. If the serpents refused to dwell above ground, then let them remain below. Until realgar flowers carpeted the land, they would find the surface impassable. Once all traps had been disarmed, Suisui dispatched several scouts to inform the chief that entry was now safe, while she and Nuo Lin pressed onward to reconnoiter the front lines. This is sheer recklessness. The serpent clan is perilous. How can they disregard such danger? The chief had assumed Suisui and Nuo Lin would return immediately after neutralizing the threats, never imagining they'd vanish again into some impulsive escapade. He'd even pondered entrusting the tribe to Suisui's offspring upon his retirement. Yet her audacious spirit, should it pass to her cubs? Oh, what a lamentable inheritance. Perhaps he ought instead select a suitable cub himself, train him rigorously to become the next chief of the White Tiger tribe. That would be the wisest course. Chief, do not fret. Suisui and Nuo Lin must have sound reasoning. The chief jerked upright. What was this? Hadn't they all doubted Suisui just days before? How swiftly their loyalties had shifted. Since Suisui joined our tribe, our lives have improved beyond measure. I place my full faith in her. In another convert. Indeed, chief. I believe in Suisui too. This female is extraordinary. She was unmistakably blossoming into a natural leader. Watching his clan's folk grow ever more trusting of Suisui, the chief felt genuine satisfaction. Very well. He would let her and Nuo Lin proceed first. Good. Gather our gear and depart. And the chief abandoned further hesitation. Matters could be addressed upon their return to the tribe. Yes. The beastmen sprang to their feet. None had yet learned the serpents dwelled beneath the earth. Should the serpents retreat without battle, the tribe might grow complacent. Suisui, where are we going? Nuo Lin, long burdened by unanswered questions, finally voiced his confusion. She met his gaze and answered honestly. Nuo Lin, the 4th beastmate I mentioned earlier resides here. I've sensed his location, thus I bring you with me. At these words, Nuo Lin's mind reeled. A 4th beastmate. He could sense his whereabouts, but they hadn't formed any bond. How could such perception exist? Suisui, can you truly sense your beastmate's locations? Yes. Though he has not yet become my beastmate, that is precisely why I confide this in you. I know with certainty that I am destined for multiple beastmates. Suisui nodded solemnly. Whatever she needed to know, the system would reveal, and the precise coordinates were its gift. Thus her awareness was no mere intuition, it was knowledge granted. Can you sense them all? Past, present, and future? Indeed I can. All her beastmates, including those yet to come. Nuo Lin stood stunned. Henceforth no fear need linger that a beastmate might fall wounded beyond reach. So long as Suisui willed it, she would always find him. Then I will stand beside you, every step of the way. Nuo Lin clasped Suisui's hand tightly, his gaze unwavering. Forevermore he would walk with her, through every search, in every season. And in her mind's eye the map glowed, drawing ever closer to the cavern where Tungshi was held. And soon she and Nuo Lin stood upon barren ground. Suisui knew with absolute certainty that Tungshi lay buried beneath. Gazing upon the unyielding earth, how could they descend? They circled the area. No breach, no fissure, no means to break through. What then was to be done? Only one recourse remained, the system. System, can you grant me direct passage to Tungshi's prison cavern? Host, there is a connection between you and this advanced beastman. Try to use your telepathy while I find a way to let you enter the land. No one knows what the situation is underground, so the system does not recommend going down there to exterminate. On the contrary, if the abilities of the tongue snake can be enhanced, it would bring disaster to the snake clan. However, entering underground is too dangerous, so the host is advised against it. Alright, I understand. Since that's the case, a better method will surely be chosen. Suisui crouched down, placing her hands on the ground with closed eyes, transmitting energy downward. The tongue snake beneath was a small white snake with wings resembling those of a fairy. Its translucent color was incredibly beautiful, exactly to Suisui's liking. Feeling the sudden influx of energy coursing through her limbs, she wondered why her heart felt so fiery. Who could it be? The tongue snake abruptly opened its eyes, gazing at the dim surroundings. It realized it was bound by ropes and toxic venom was entering its body. How this bunch of snake clan? The tongue snake calmed its emotions and continuously absorbed the energy released by Suisui, replenishing its strength. With a roar, the tongue snake broke free from the vines binding it, expelling the venom from its body and gradually growing from a small snake. Now the tongue snake was brimming with energy. It was the perfect opportunity for revenge against the snake clan. As the tongue snake twisted its body, the surrounding soil began to sink and the land started to crack. The entire snake clan began to collapse since the ground had been excavated, causing the surface to cave in as well. What is happening? The ground is collapsing. Retreat quickly. The White Tiger tribe also withdrew to their resting place, keeping a close watch on the collapsing land of the Snake Clan. At this moment, chaos erupted within the Snake Clan. The clan leader and other clansmen were running around aimlessly. Some snakes were trapped and unable to move under the fallen earth. Why is it collapsing? Why? Who can give me a reason? The beastmen of the Snake Clan were in disarray, gathering everything they could to rush to the surface. Leader, we don't know. Let's flee. An elder of the Snake Clan grabbed the still fuming leader, while the remaining clansmen echoed that it was essential to escape. Yes, yes. Hurry, hurry. The leader swung his arm and quickly transformed into a small snake, following all the clansmen to rush to the surface. At this moment, the surface was already filled with yellow flowers, and with the remaining traps unresolved, the White Tiger team's retreat had already begun. Everyone watching the collapse from where they regrouped did not dare to take a step forward. Leader, where is my mother? The young ones anxiously surrounded the leader. Even Nuo Lin and Yun were looking towards the distance, with worry, hoping to see them appear before them soon. Don't worry, my dear, your mother and father will be back soon. The leader, looking towards the distance with a worried expression, spoke in a calm tone, as if he truly knew that Nuo Lin and Suisui were safe. Yun and Yin also stared intently ahead in the direction where Nuo Lin and Suisui had disappeared. The tremors around them grew more pronounced, and they couldn't suppress their worries. It was only when the figures of the two entered everyone's sight that they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The leader and the young ones hurried to greet them, embracing Suisui and Nuo Lin, truly relieved after worrying so much. However, knowing the adults had matters to discuss, they obediently stood aside, quietly waiting. Nuo Lin, Suisui, it's good that you returned safely, but did you find out what happened with the Snake Clan? Seeing that Nuo Lin and Suisui were unharmed, the leader put aside his worries, as it was enough that they returned safely. Leader, the Snake Clan is facing a collapse, but we will have to wait a bit longer to know the specifics. Suisui and Nuo Lin did not mention the tongue snakes matter, only briefly recounting the situation here. Although they did not receive the information they wanted, the leader did not show impatience, just quietly observing. All right, then let's wait a little longer. Suisui looked at the anxious young ones and beast husbands. How is it? Are you all right? Compared to their worries for her outside, she was also concerned for her young ones and beast husbands inside. Though she knew they could no longer be counted as human children, she still couldn't help but worry. Mother, you and father leaving scared us to death. The young ones nestled beside Suisui, rubbing their little heads against her arms, encircling her with their little bodies. Mother, hug me. Seeing the tears welling in the young one's eyes, Suisui understood that this time was indeed a bit dangerous, even though the tremors were caused by her own abilities. However, the worries of the young ones for her were genuine. Suisui immediately hugged the one closest to her. Mother, I want a hug too. All right, everyone gets a hug. Suisui squatted down, and the other young ones gathered around. Still just children, tears started to well in their eyes, and Nuo Fei and Nuo Shui couldn't help but cry out to their mother. Suisui gently wiped away the tears from the corners of the two young ones' eyes. Good little one's mother is here, and from now on mother will definitely not put herself in danger again, okay? As she stroked Nuo Fei and Nuo Shui, a sense of softness rose in Suisui's heart. Her young ones were so caring, so loving towards her. They were all her little cotton-padded jackets. Yes, mother, you must keep your word. Don't worry, little one's mother keeps her word and will not let you worry about me again, all right? Hearing Suisui promise, several beast husbands exchanged glances, finally finding someone who could keep Suisui in check. It was still the young ones who were powerful. Yes. They laughed together, and happiness was already materialized at this moment. Leader, you all should return first. The Snake Clan is now in disarray. Suisui had already planned to go meet her fourth beast husband alone. After all, how could she let the tongue snake come in automatically without checking out the situation? What do you mean? Nuo Lin shared a little of what Suisui had told him with the leader regarding a pair of beastmen from the Snake Clan that had given birth to a flying snake. The high priest of the Snake Clan noticed that this snake had extraordinary aura, so he thought of using the tongue snake to expand their territory. Thus he devised a plan to kill the tongue snake's parents and told the tongue snake that they died in an accident. The Snake Clan has imprisoned a beast man from the tongue snake tribe who probably already knows the truth about his parents' death. If we don't leave, he might go berserk and not stop. So this tremor was also caused by the tongue snake that had been imprisoned for years. Therefore, the people of the White Tiger tribe could only retreat first. This battle could be considered a victory. In a few days, the White Tiger tribe could take over the Snake Clan's territory. At this point, the tongue snake had already regained its strongest form, bursting forth from the earth. Wan Quan. Did you ever imagine I'd walk out of there alive? Wan Quan, the Snake Clan's chieftain, was fleeing when he heard that voice, the most familiar in all his years. He froze disbelief, twisting his features as he slowly turned his head. Impossible. How could you possibly escape? Did you truly believe your venom could hold me forever? Recalling the torment he'd endured for years, Mu Huai's heart drowned in desolation. Once they had been inseparable friends, bound by trust and shared youth. Yet at his darkest hour, that very friend had struck the fatal blow. Memories of it all surged anew, flooding Mu Huai's chest with icy sorrow. He no longer sought understanding. Not then, not now, not ever. He had already spent far too long buried beneath darkness, unseen and unremembered. Mu. Mu Huai, how is this possible? Was it you who engineered this? Was it you who brought the entire snake clan to ruin? Wan Quan stared, trembling with fear, yet straining to uphold his chieftain's dignity. How pitifully foolish he looked. Engineered. Ha ha ha, yes, it was my doing. Not only have I reduced your grand schemes to dust, but I shall erase you, and every last soul of your clan, without mercy. Mu Huai gazed upon the man before him, his dearest friend, now his deadliest enemy, with eyes like frozen voids. Indeed, it is I. Wan Quan, did you ever dream that one day I would stand over you, just as I do now, eh? With a whip-crack flick of his tail, Mu Huai sent Wan Quan crashing to the ground. In one fluid motion, he lunged forward and planted his foot squarely upon his foe's chest. Mu Huai, you dare? Without me, you'd never have survived this long. Every bone in Wan Quan's body screamed in agony, yet his mouth still twisted with defiance, clinging to the desperate hope that Mu Huai might spare him out of gratitude for having kept him alive so long. Dare? Did you truly think imprisonment would be my end? Did you imagine I'd wither and die in that abyss? Years of captivity had carved hollows into Mu Huai's soul, deep festering wounds. His hatred for Wan Quan burned absolute. Forgiveness was a fantasy, let alone mercy for his kin. Never. Mu Huai, I confess I imprisoned you, but the snake clan bears no guilt. Spare them. What harm could that do? Wan Quan's cringing face reflected in Mu Huai's gaze resembled nothing so much as a grotesque flailing gesture. Clan members. They were his kin, yet they were not his people. He would sooner renounce his bloodline entirely than endure imprisonment, and the ritual bleeding, by his own kind. All these years, from the eldest elders down to newly hatched serpentlings, every soul of the snake clan had longed to crush Mu Huai beneath their heels. None would be spared. Seeing Mu Huai's fury, Wan Quan tried once more to play on sentiment. But the deepest wound of all was the very act of his betrayal that changed the bloodletting. All for the sake of ascending as Snake Clan sovereign. How bitterly absurd. You dare speak of mercy. How did they treat me? How did you treat me? As though he hadn't witnessed every humiliation, every sneer, every lash. One act of salvation, just once, would have been enough. While Mu Huai hesitated, Wan Quan vanished, reappearing instantly beside the elders. Mu Huai watched him coldly, his expression unmoved. Seize him now. Wan Quan cared not for Mu Huai's thoughts, only for the smallest opening. A single chance, and he would strike without hesitation. Without further word, Wan Quan commanded his clan to attack, no longer tolerating Mu Huai's existence in the beast realm. Your so-called warriors, these petty feeble things, dare attempt to imprison me again. Mu Huai watched their clumsy, predictable maneuvers, identical to those of years past, and let out a mirthless laugh. To wield the same tired tactics against him again. Unforgivable. The snake clan encircled him tightly, certain they could bind him, as before, then flood the air with lethal venom. Yet within Mu Huai flowed energy transmitted year after year by Suisui, and secretly spiritual energy granted by the system. Power unique to the tongue snake lineage, mastery over heaven and earth. Mu Huai soared skyward, transformed midair, and unleashed razor-sharp ice spines, annihilating the encircling serpents in one devastating sweep. Wan Quan stood stunned, his mind reeling. How could Mu Huai, whom he'd held captive for so long, now wield such transcendent power? Could it be true, as the former chieftain once whispered, that Mu Huai bore an exalted bloodline capable of awakening unparalleled strength? Regret flooded Wan Quan. So fierce he wished he'd flayed Mu Huai alive, boiled his flesh, devoured him whole. But now cornered, he had no choice but to bow. But Mu Huai, if you show mercy now, do not let me catch you again. Next time I'll devour you utterly. No second chances ever. Mu Huai, I beg you forgive me. Name anything. I will give it to you. Wan Quan knew well Mu Huai's compassionate nature and their deep, long-standing bond. He believed with certainty that pleading would soften his heart. He knew Mu Huai better than anyone. He did not know, could not fathom, that the Mu Huai before him was no longer the trusting, easily swayed youth he once manipulated. This was the sovereign of the tongue snake lineage, a ruler no deceitful schemer could ever fool again. Wan Quan, I ask only this: who ordered my imprisonment? We were closest of all. Why did you do this to me? To Mu Huai's ears the words were hollow, uttered by a hollow man. His fate was sealed today, but the truth, every fragment, he would extract flawlessly. Mu Huai, you cannot blame me. You are an anomaly, an abomination. It was the former chieftain who decreed you must die, not I. If you seek vengeance, look beyond me. So Mu Huai sought the truth behind that ancient betrayal. And truly, it was not Wan Quan's fault. The order had come from the previous chieftain himself. Let vengeance fall where it belonged. Unaware, Wan Quan preened, blind to the quiet certainty dawning in Mu Huai's gaze. After all, I merely imprisoned you. I harmed you not. By strict account, I am your savior. So grant me mercy, please. Had he not taken Mu Huai captive, the former chieftain, having discovered his latent power, would have killed him outright, harvesting his essence for himself. What else could he do? He was the former chieftain's son. Thus this inheritance, this ascension, was his rightful due. Childhood friendship meant nothing against absolute ambition. Wan Quan craved dominion, over all, above all. Whoever stood in his way he erased. Mu Huai, thank me. Without me you'd have died long ago. Savior, you caged me, and bled me daily yet kept me breathing. How eloquently you lie, Wan Quan. Tell me, what did you need my blood for? Speak well, and perhaps I'll spare you. Truly, when one reaches such moral decay, even cruelty wears the mask of virtue. As if Mu Huai's survival depended on Wan Quan's mercy, rather than his own suffering. Such people only waste food while alive, and when dead they waste land. It would be better to throw them into the mountains for the wild beasts to devour. I said the previous clan leader mentioned that you are from the Spirit Snake clan with abilities reaching millions. As long as I keep drinking your blood one day, I will become the king of the entire Snake clan, and I will reign over the world. Suddenly Wakwin was taken aback. He ambiguously recounted the past to Mu Huai after all so much time had passed that even if Mu Huai wanted to confront someone it would be useless. Those who once knew these things have all perished. Now the remaining clan members are just like Wakwin of the same size. Spirit Snake clan, both my mother and father died in the Snake clan. They said drinking my blood could change your abilities. Wakwin, how many years have you been drinking my blood? Do you remember clearly? The Spirit Snake clan, how ridiculous. If Mu Huai truly belonged to the Spirit Snake clan, he would have been annihilated long ago. His soul scattered the moment the spiritual energy dissipated. Yet he lived, for he is not from the Spirit Snake clan, but from the higher level Tongue Snake clan. Although his abilities are not even 1/10 of the Tongue Snake clans, dealing with these useless beings is more than sufficient. After being imprisoned by you for so many years, do you really think I would let you go? How naive. Mu Huai reached out his hand towards Wakwin. At this moment, all the clan members who could protect Wakwin were gone. It was easy for him to grip Wakwin's neck in his palm. Mu Huai, you can't go back on your word. I am your good friend, who has often looked for you and played with you over the years. It's me, Mu Huai. You can't kill me, you can't go back on your word. Mu Huai remained silent, a faint smile curving his lips as he looked at Wakwin's pitiful struggle for life. He found it utterly ridiculous. Truly a snake in the gutter is suited to dwell in darkness, to rot and stink. Mu Huai. Wakwin, it's not just you. I will leave none of your clan behind. Not a single one. No one here has ever shown me kindness, not even a bit. Mu Huai's grip gradually tightened. In the final moment, unsure if he was speaking to Wakwin or to himself, he showed no hesitation in snapping Wakwin's neck. Wakwin's body slumped down limply. Mu Huai released his hand and gently wiped each of his fingers with animal skin. Mu Huai tilted his head back, gazing at the azure sky, something he hadn't seen in many years. Where had this energy seeped into my body from? This world remains the same as it once was. After the destruction of the Snake clan, where should I go now? Suisui, who had been hiding behind, had witnessed everything, but had yet to find a suitable reason to step out. Perhaps Mu Huai had already sensed her presence. Or maybe Mu Huai was still angry and had not yet noticed Suisui peeking from the side. Host, do you plan to go comfort him? The system could no longer suppress its curiosity, observing the host fixated on the tongue snake, feeling somewhat uncertain. Are you sure I won't be turned into pulp if I step out now? After all, he was relatively calm at this moment, but having been imprisoned for so many years, it couldn't just end with revenge. There was still unvented rage. This host, let me rationalize for you. I know, let me explain to you. You are his life-saving benefactor. He won't kill you, right? The system thought long and hard. The host was his life-saving benefactor, so how could he just kill her? Moreover, the tongue snake is the host's beast husband, so logically he shouldn't kill her. System, if I die, no one will help you complete your tasks. Suisui joked while speaking earnestly, causing the system to feel a pang in its heart. Host, you can't think like that. You are a precious female in the beast world. Use your brain. Oh, why not play the hero saving the beauty? Don't male beasts love this trope? The system concluded that having watched so many stories, they basically all followed the hero saving the beauty trope. Perhaps the tongue snake would like this kind as well. Don't you think the tongue snake is different from ordinary beasts? He has been locked in a dark cave for years. It's already good enough that he's not a madman or a pervert. Indeed, the system's mind had yet to evolve well. The hero saving the beauty premise requires the hero to have some interest. Forget it, I telling him wouldn't help. Alright, host, I may lack brains, but I believe you can do it. Host, good luck, I'm leaving now. The system rolled its eyes, realizing it couldn't be of any help, so it was better to retreat. It quickly left the system space, not knowing where it went. Sigh, I really give up. What use are you? Mu Huai wandered aimlessly. The once pristine beast cave had become dilapidated. The surrounding snake clan had perished, and he didn't know where to go. In the beast world, a male beast without a tribe means he will become a wandering beast. Wandering beasts have the least dignity and are the most ostracized. In the distance, the mountains rose majestically and various colored flowers bloomed in competition. Having taken his revenge, he found there was nothing left to support him. Hey, with such a high cliff, why are you here alone enjoying the view? Suisui observed for a while before following him. She didn't want to be the beauty saving the hero. What if the tongue snake jumped down? Did she have to follow him and jump too? Female, this is not a place for you. The tongue snake turned to look at Suisui, his deep eyes revealing many emotions, overall not in a good mood, and his tightly furrowed brows could squash many flies. He showed no signs of surprise, only curiosity. This was the edge of the snake clan, and it was quite impressive that a female could reach this place. Then what place is where I should be? Mu Huai's expression was not fierce, it was rather indifferent, devoid of any emotion. Suisui took a step forward and slowly released her energy. Is it you? Upon sensing this familiar energy, Muhuai's expression finally softened. Perhaps he felt Suisui goodwill towards him. Suisui chuckled lightly, remaining silent, which made Muhuai feel as though he was being plotted against. What is your purpose? Looking at Suisui's stunning face, although he rarely saw females, this one in front of him truly captivated him, stunning him in an instant. I hope you become my fourth beast husband. Fourth beast husband. Fourth. This female actually has 3 beast husbands already, but why does she want me to be her fourth? Though it's normal for females in this world to have many beast husbands, he couldn't understand why, being strong himself, he had to be her fourth beast husband. Are all her other beast husbands really that impressive? Perhaps I can challenge one of them another day. At this moment, the resentment in his heart had diminished considerably. Looking at the lovely and beautiful female before him, although she was quite bold, she had the confidence to back it up. Muhuai looked up and down at Suisui, and the more he looked at her, the more attractive she became. What was going on? He furrowed his brow as he gazed at Suisui. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Seeing Muhuai remain silent for a long time with a hint of conflict on his face, what did that mean? Could he not just say it directly? Wasn't it said that people in the beast world are very straightforward? The fourth one. I don't want to be your fourth beast husband. Also direct. She rejected him outright, without hesitation. However, it was understandable. He didn't know her well, and asking him to suddenly become her beast husband was indeed a bit difficult for him. So what do you plan to do in the future? Only I know your secret here. If you don't follow me in this world, do you want to become a wandering beastman? Suisui raised her head, looking at the much taller Tang snake beastman. Although the snake tribe seemed particularly fearsome, the Tang snake had a certain charm. While Suisui was observing the Tang snake was also observing her. This female had successfully grasped his nature. It wasn't his fault. Why should he bear the consequences of others' mistakes? They should be responsible for their own actions. But what about him? What had he done wrong? Was it simply because of his special bloodline? I don't know. At this moment, Muhuai was lost in deep self-reflection. Perhaps this female before him could really provide him with a place to belong. Do you have anything you want to do? Perhaps I can help you. Suisui moved a step closer to Muhuai, thinking that eyes couldn't lie, and instantly adopted a deeply affectionate gaze. She had practiced this gaze countless times in front of the water's surface with Nuo Lin and the other beast husbands. She had mastered it to perfection. What kind of expression would Muhuai, who rarely encountered such a well-behaved female, have? You, a female? Forget it, I don't want to die. As for being a beast husband, I'll eventually return to my own world. Muhuai was indeed stunned for a second, but his formidable instincts immediately drew him a bit away from Suisui. He didn't even know how he felt at the moment, feeling so lost that it was ridiculous. How could he know what he wanted? He could only think that if one day he could return to the Tang snake tribe, would everything return to the way it was? Would it change a lot? But if he returned as someone who was nothing, the Tang snake tribe might not accept him, this Tang snake clansman who had always been a wandering beast man. Perhaps his identity was seen as a source of shame to them. I know you are of the Tang snake tribe. When I guided your spiritual energy, I already sensed your identity. Muhuai looked at Suisui in disbelief, not understanding how this female could see through the secret he had hidden in his heart. Who exactly was she? And why did she help him escape the days of captivity during his most helpless moment? What exactly are you? He couldn't wait to know who she truly was, but he also wondered if she would speak the truth, as he had already been deceived by so-called friendship for many years. I am sent by the beast god. To prevent the beast world from becoming void soon, my task is to ensure that you are not harmed. When the Tang snake beastman asked her, there was a moment of stunned silence. After turning her head, she thought about it. He had endured enough days of captivity. Being cautious wasn't wrong. However, Suisui also told Muhuai the reasons she had prepared in advance. Half-truths and half-lies might not be discernible to him, but speaking with sincerity would surely make him believe at least some of it. The beast god, the highest deity worshipped by the beast world, was said to be the creator of all beastmen. Because females were relatively rare, they were the most precious. Thus, all citizens of the beast world must not trouble females, prioritizing their safety and lives above all else. Next are the young, and lastly the male beastmen. Then why didn't the beast god come to help us when my parents died? Why did he have to wait until now? After hearing Suisui words, Muhuai's mind was in chaos. If the beast god truly existed, why did he wait until now to appear? He had already lost his parents, and he almost died here himself. What if he had actually died? Perhaps one day when you meet the beast god, you can personally ask him. Suisui didn't know how to comfort him. Since the incident had already happened, she also knew he was her fourth beast husband. She couldn't guarantee whether he would resent her for this, but it was not something she could change. So have you thought it through? Do you want to come back to the tribe with me? Suisui's sincere gaze still moved Muhuai. He didn't know why, but everything still depended on Muhuai's choice. Perhaps it was because of the calmness in his heart for revenge, or perhaps because she had given him a glimmer of hope in his most desperate time. Or perhaps it was due to her sincere gaze and earnest invitation. Little female, I hope you won't make me sad like Waquan. If you deceive me in the future, even if I have to use all my strength, I will drag you into hell. Little female, are you ready? With a slight upward curve of his lips and an expressionless gaze, Muhuai didn't seem as easy to get along with as he appeared. Your tribe? Where is it? Asking this question meant he was ready to leave this sorrowful place with her. Perhaps being her fourth beast husband wouldn't be too bad. The White Tiger Tribe. Of course this isn't a permanent place. We will go to even more distant places. The White Tiger Tribe is not our entire world. Okay, I will follow you. On the way back to the tribe, Muhuai lowered his noble head to transform into a tang snake, allowing Suisui to stay on his head and hold his snake whiskers. The two exchanged names, and Suisui told him that she had once been thrown into this world by the beast god, and that the beast world was on the brink of extinction. Therefore Suisui came to give birth to a rare beast who could possess the ability to lead. Whether it was the White Tiger Tribe, the Wolf Clan, the Tang Snake Clan, the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, or the Fox Clan, her world would not stand still. It would only obey the mission to make the beast world flourish. Muhuai had never thought that one day he would be the one chosen by Suisui among the many Tang snakes. He didn't know when she had started paying attention to him. Perhaps it was from that first night when he saw the first ray of sunlight from the cliff. Maybe without his knowledge, Suisui had illuminated his entire world like a deity. Mother, you're back. As Suisui and Muhuai approached the beast den, they were met by a cluster of eager cubs. While the beast husbands had just returned and were preoccupied with tribal affairs, only the cubs had rushed out to greet them. Yes, my dearest little ones. Suisui slid down from Muhuai's back and was instantly enveloped by the cubs. Muhuai stood momentarily stunned, mouth slightly agape. He had never imagined a female could bear so many cubs. Suisui's slender frame bore clear signs of having already birthed numerous cubs. Mother, what does that word mean? He asked curiously. What was this term, mother, and why did uttering these two syllables stir such an unfamiliar tender resonance within him? The feeling was not unpleasant. He too longed to call out mother, yet he dared not do so without first understanding its true meaning, lest he shame the Tungsha clan. Big brother, who are you? Mother means mother. Isn't it lovely? Nuo Lin tilted his tiny head high, gazing up at the towering beastman with sweet, unguarded charm. Calling him big brother was safe. Even if he offended this imposing figure, he wouldn't risk a swat on his bottom. His mother frequently spanked his little bottom, making it a favorite target among his older brothers. So now Nuo Lin resolved to guard his bottom with vigilance. It is lovely. And who are you? Muhuai knelt halfway, bringing himself to Nuo Lin's eye level. Gazing into those wide, innocent eyes, he glimpsed the reflection of his own childhood, bright-eyed, guileless, tender. I'm mother's cub, Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin, a name woven from both parents' love. The word love itself felt vast, sacred, yet utterly lost to him. Was your father the one who named you? Muhuai, his own name bestowed by his father, was also beautiful, yet his parents were gone, vanished beyond reach. No, indeed, it was mother who named me. Truly beautiful. So it was Suisui the female who had chosen this name, elegant, resonant. She possessed remarkable strength and grace. Perhaps through her example he too could rise above ordinariness and become a formidable beastman. Indeed you are. Hearing praise from this towering stranger, Nuo Lin puffed out his chest and lifted his chin so high it nearly touched the sky. Enough, Nuo Lin. Go fetch your father's now. Suisui watched her cub with quiet amusement. Such a clever little schemer with honeyed words that had already wrapped Muhuai around his little finger. At last warmth flickered in Muhuai's eyes. Not the icy detachment she'd first witnessed. Perhaps time spent among the cubs would heal something deep within him. Yes, mother. Nuo Lin dashed off with the other cubs toward the den, while the two female cubs, Nuafe and Nuashua, glanced back repeatedly at their mother. But as cubs they understood when mother had business they must trust her. Your cubs are truly adorable. Watching them vanish down the path, she thought, yes, they are precious, bearing uncanny resemblance to her own childhood self. Yet that past is irretrievable. Or is it? Perhaps one day she might return. Indeed they are. Suisui led Muhuai, now in human form, along the forest path back to the den. Taking the secluded trail, they encountered no beastmen from the White Tiger Tribe. Suisui, you're home. They had barely reached the entrance when all three beast husbands stood waiting at the threshold. Upon returning from the snake tribe, Nuo Lin had already informed them that Suisui had set out to seek her fourth beast husband. Once inside the den, they sent the cubs off to rest. Then, gathering around the stone table, they prepared for Nuo Lin's announcement. He had said earlier he needed to speak with them. It turned out the snake tribe had long imprisoned a Tungsha clan beastman. The recent tremor had been triggered by his escape. Tungsha clan? What kind of clan is that? I've never heard of it. Nor have I, until Suisui told me. Long ago, the Tungsha clan stood apart from the snake tribe, and its beastmen ranked among the most revered across all beast tribes. Then came betrayal. A Tungsha beastman turned traitor, and in a single night, only cubs and females survived. The rest perished utterly. The surviving cubs and females were scattered, dispersed among distant tribes. Over centuries of silence and erosion, the Tungsha bloodline dwindled to near extinction. Later, the snake tribe somehow acquired a Tungsha female, and she mated with Muhuai's father. Yet the snake tribe's high priestess instantly recognized her lineage. Legends claimed the Tungsha possessed dominion over heaven and earth. Any tribe blessed with a Tungsha beastman held power akin to ruling the entire beast world. Upon confirming the female was the last living heir of the Tungsha, the high priestess began subtly guiding the snake tribe, insisting she must bear a child. The snake tribe's chieftain, Walyuan's father, learned of the female's origin upon her arrival with Mu Huai's father, and immediately consulted the high priestess who administered a secret rite upon the pair. Their aim ensured Mu Huai would inherit the full legacy of the Tengsha the moment he drew his first breath. And on the day of his birth, the Tengsha totem blazed across the heavens, echoing across the entire beast world. Elders remembered vague tales of the Tengsha, but their forms had faded from memory. So when the celestial totem appeared, elders mistook it for the descent of the beast god and prostrated themselves in worship. Thereafter, the chieftain spun honeyed lies, ensnaring Mu Huai's parents in illusion. The truth remained hidden from all, including the female and even their own cubs. Only the chieftain and the high priestess knew the secret. Later, after Huayuan's birth, the chieftain instructed him to cultivate closeness with Mu Huai. Then at the final hour, Huayuan struck Mu Huai unconscious and dragged him into the underground vaults. When Mu Huai's parents later came searching, the chieftain slaughtered them without mercy, casting their bodies into the snake tribe's Yang River to feed the fish. Bound and imprisoned, Mu Huai learned the truth, and that night dormant Tengsha power erupted violently within him, surging through his veins until at last every slumbering facet of his ancestral might awakened. From that day forward, the wound on Mu Huai's wrist refused to heal, for all the snake tribe now knew his blood carried the essence of the Tengsha. Just 2 days ago, Suisui told me she sensed her 4th beast husband among the snake tribe, so we joined the main expedition there. On the return journey, Suisui quietly fell behind the main group. She confided in Nuo Lin she would go alone to find Mu Huai, but none of the others could follow lest all their efforts be undone. Nuo Lin pleaded with her, but Suisui remained resolute. With no choice, she entrusted Nuo Lin to return first, to prepare the beast husbands, giving them time to brace themselves emotionally. Nuo Lin sighed softly. Very well then. He had no alternative. No sooner had the words left his lips than the other 2 beast husbands erupted in alarm, staring at Nuo Lin in disbelief. What did you say? Nuo Lin, how could you let Suisui go alone? What if this Tengsha beast man is a merciless killer? Rest easy. Had I not been certain of her safety, I would never have permitted her to go alone. The 2 of them stared fiercely as if they wanted to devour Suisui, but they also understood that if it were themselves there at that moment with Suisui, they couldn't guarantee they could persuade Suisui, who was still up there, and it was very likely they would be sent back in disgrace. After all, Nuo Lin was the first beast husband, and all they could do was hope that Suisui would return quickly. After expressing their inner frustration, the 3 beast men looked at each other languidly, and after several sighs, they couldn't help but let out another sigh. Nuo Lin, are you sure Suisui will come back safely? Finally, Huyan couldn't help but ask urgently. After receiving Nuo Lin's affirmative answer, they prepared to tidy up the beast den together. I'm sure. Without hesitation, the 3 of them cleaned up the cave inside and out, tidying the stone table, stone stools, and under the beds in the room. Daddy mommy is back. Daddy mommy is back. What, she's back? Hearing the excited voices of the cubs rushing in, Nuo Lin and the others confirmed that it was indeed Suisui who had returned, and they hurriedly ran out. Cubs, be good. Just play outside while your daddies and I wait for you. Nuo Lin touched each cub as they approached and urged them to go out and play. All right, daddy. Once the cubs had gone aside, Nuo Lin and Huyan tidied themselves up quickly and went out to greet Suisui. Suisui. At this moment, Suisui had just arrived at the entrance of the beast den, and the cubs were quick, so Nuo Lin and the others had already come out of the room. Suisui, you finally came back. Huyan rushed over and leaped into Suisui's arms, hugging her tightly, looking as pitiful as a child. Suisui patted Huyan's shoulder and softly comforted. It's all right, I'm fine, see. Let me introduce everyone. This is my 4th beast husband, Mu Huai, from the Tongue Snake clan. At this moment, the 4 of them were formally meeting for the first time. What kind of Tongue Snake clan could make Suisui go to such lengths, even risking her own health to save them? Their eyes were filled with a fighting spirit, but they held back because Suisui was present. Suisui is the Tongue Snake clan, also a snake clan. I've never heard of it. Huyan made a feigned expression of ignorance, indicating that he had not heard of it or knew what kind of clan it was. Yes, Suisui, aren't you worried that this unknown beast man might deceive you? Chi-Yun chimed in, stoking the flames, unaware that Suisui already knew their thoughts. After all, another one had come, and small squabbles were no big deal. She had previously told them that she would have many beast husbands, and perhaps there were many they hadn't heard of. Don't worry, Huyan won't do that. Suisui smiled sheepishly. The snake clan is the one he exterminated. His abilities are above yours, it's just that they haven't been developed yet. But you mustn't bully him, understand? Suisui then explained to them why the snake clan had suddenly stirred, especially since Mu Huai had just come from a fierce battle. This was not only to inform her beast husbands not to bully Mu Huai. It was also to tell Mu Huai not to bully her 2 beast husbands, for the tongue snake power within Mu Huai was unlike ordinary beastmen in the beast world. Perhaps only the ancient 4 divine beasts could rival him, which made her suddenly feel that her future beast husbands belonged to the ranks of the 4 divine beasts. She worried they would often fight, but fortunately the first beast husband had been chosen early on, and at this moment Suisui felt a bit relieved. Suisui, you're so biased. I am Mu Huai from the Tongue Snake clan. Just as Huyan was about to act cute, Mu Huai's words stopped him, leaving Huyan with his mouth agape. Suisui and Nuo Lin stared at Huyan, accepting it. Alright, I am Hu Yin from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and my tails are especially beautiful. You'll see later. After the introduction, he emphasized his beautiful tail. After all, he was a nine-tailed fox, and tails were used for courtship. When winter came, Suisui would surely love his tail. Mu Huai merely responded with a faint sound. After all, he had no interest in whose tail was beautiful. He liked females, not males. I am Qi Yun from the Wolf clan. Mu Huai seemed to be one who didn't like to talk. Suisui liked lively interactions, so Mu Huai's dullness might not be to her liking. I am Nuo Lin from the White Tiger clan, and I am the first beast husband, so you must listen to me. Regardless of how mysterious the origins of the tongue snake were, he was the first beast husband. He must tread carefully when dealing with anyone. He shouldn't offend this first beast husband. No problem. Alright, they thought too much. Mu Huai seemed dull, not at all like a beast man who would compete for females. Good then, Hu Yin, you take him to get acquainted with our place. Suisui saw that they had been introduced and did not interfere further, as the tongue snake had his own aloofness and Suisui did not want to overly intervene. Hu Yin was enthusiastic, so he let Hu Yin show him around. Otherwise, if he got lost in the White Tiger tribe, she would have to come to the rescue. Alright. Hu Yin never refused Suisui's requests. Although he felt reluctant and unhappy, he thought that helping Suisui would be worthwhile, so he complied. Then I'm off, we'll find you later. Suisui patted Hu Yan's fluffy head. The soft feeling was always so delightful. Hu Yin loved it when Suisui patted his head. It made him feel very comfortable and happy. He thought that the tongue snake would never be able to compete with him, and he felt particularly pleased. Suisui, should we go see Yu's newborns? Nuo Lin also brought up Yu. Yu had already given birth, and Suisui had been very concerned about Yu, so she would surely be eager to go. Yu has given birth, haha, that's great. I definitely want to go. Nuo Lin had a knowing expression. He knew that Suisui would be unable to sit still upon hearing that Yu was having cubs. Nuo Lin, hurry and pack up the sheep we left last time to take to you. Well, let's go together. Okay. Nuo Lin looked at Suisui, who was busily gathering food for Yu with a doting gaze. He felt that since Yu had just given birth, she only needed to recuperate well to have the energy to take care of the cubs. Mommy, you just got back and you're going out again. You haven't taken us out to play yet. When preparing to go out, she needed her own cubs, who were quite cute. But, alright, even though her cubs were adorable, they could also be quite bothersome. With so many siblings playing by themselves, she was very busy. Yes, Mommy, you're so busy. Mother, can I go with you? Nuo Fei wants to take a look. The little ones were unhappy to see their mother going out again, each tightly gripping the hem of Sui clothes, refusing to let her leave. Mother Nuo Shui also wants to take a look. They had to settle for second best. Nuo Fei and Nuo Shui's wish was to go along with their parents when they left, as they truly couldn't bear to be apart from them. Alright, pack your favorite things. We're going to deliver some delicious food to Aunt Yu. Suisui was also used to the little ones' cute antics, finding them irresistibly adorable. How could she bear to refuse such lovely children? Yay, is Suisui taking them along? Hearing their mother agree, the little ones couldn't contain their excitement, bouncing and jumping as if they wanted to announce their joy to the whole world. Nuo Lin looked at Suisui in disbelief, casting a resentful glance at his little ones. It turned out that besides the few beasts competing for Suisui's attention, there were also their little ones acting as the third wheel. He regretted having them. Yes, if we don't spend time with them, they'll grow up too quickly. The male cubs grow so fast that they'll likely transform soon. Suisui felt that ever since she gave birth to the little ones, she had hardly spent time with them. Although she had fed them energy fruits, she still needed to cultivate herself to obtain the energy she desired. Okay. Nuo Lin also agreed for Suisui to take them to Yu's beast den, so they might as well all go together. The little ones, some holding chickens, others holding rabbits, and even sheep, startled Yu's other beast companions as they entered. Wolf, is Yu home? Seeing Wolf in a daze, Suisui couldn't help but interrupt his thoughts. Males generally didn't need to worry about what he was thinking. Nuo Lin, Suisui, female, Yu is home. What brings you here? Wolf quickly reacted, stepping forward, as it was obvious they were here to see their female. These are my little ones. They've come with me to see Yu. How is she doing? Suisui introduced her little ones to Wolf, who were all present, making quite a scene. Yes, Yu is fine. She gave birth to 5 male cubs and is resting in the beast den. Kai is with them. Hearing Suisui's concern for Yu and knowing that the items she brought were all for Yu, Wolf inwardly admired how caring Suisui was towards his female. No wonder Kai always urged Yu to maintain a good relationship with Suisui. He didn't quite understand before, but now it became clear. Alright, little ones, hand the items to Uncle Wolf. Okay, Daddy. The little ones, hearing their father speak, promptly handed over the things they were carrying to Wolf. Uncle Wolf, this is the rabbit I brought for Aunt Yu. The little ones introduced the gifts they brought for Aunt Yu one by one, their voices soft and adorable. Uncle Wolf, this is the chicken I brought for Aunt Yu. Uncle Wolf, I brought some potatoes for Aunt Yu. Wolf couldn't bear to see them carrying so many items. That must have been tiring for them, so he quickly took the things from their arms. Uncle Wolf, this is the sheep I brought for Aunt Yu. After finishing collecting the items, he placed them all on a log while the animals around were anxiously chattering. Haha, alright Wolf, let's go in and see Yu. Seeing Wolf busy with the items, Suisui greeted him and entered the room. Yu, who had given birth a few days ago, was now ready to let people in. Okay, you can go in. Okay. As soon as Suisui entered, Bear walked in from the backyard. Wolf, noticing him, quickly pulled him to help tidy up the things Suisui brought. Hey Bear, let's tie these food items together. Alright. Bear was also surprised to see so many items that Suisui brought. The female Suisui was indeed wonderful. Oh, every time she came she brought things, and they weren't ungrateful. Next time they went hunting, if they came across something peculiar, they could also bring it to show Suisui. This matter could be discussed with Kai and Yu later before deciding. Yu, how is your health? As soon as Suisui entered, she inquired. At that moment Yu was lying in bed, while Kai was feeding her water. Their life together sweet beyond words. I'm much better, and this is... Yu looked at the pile of little ones following Suisui, their adorable appearance, almost identical to Suisui. Suisui gestured for her little ones to greet, and they boldly introduced themselves. Hello Aunt Yu, we are mother's little ones. I am the eldest cub Nuo Xiao. The little ones faced Yu, bowing their heads as if in salute, introducing themselves one by one. I am the second cub Nuo Yuan. I am the third cub Nuo Bin. I am the fourth cub Nuo Fei. I am the fifth cub Nuo Feng. I am the sixth cub Nuo Shui. After introducing themselves, the little ones stood still, patiently waiting for her response. Ha ha ha, so well behaved. Suisui, your little ones are just too cute. Alright little ones, you can play by yourselves for now. Remember to return to the beast den before dark. Okay mother. Looking at the little ones who had left, Yu's face was frozen in a smile, but it was hard not to be moved by such adorable little ones. Nuo Xiao Nuo Yuan Suisui is such a beautiful name. I suddenly feel like I really like it. Can you help me name my little ones too? Hee, if Suisui also names his little ones, they would surely be very happy. If he were to name them himself, it wouldn't sound as nice. Isn't that inappropriate? After all, Suisui glanced at Nuo Lin, but still felt it was not quite right. After all, their legitimate father was still here, naming them herself might upset him. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Suisui, your little ones' names are truly beautiful, please. Upon hearing that Suisui was going to refuse, Yu quickly began to act cute and charming. The key was that Suisui couldn't resist this approach, but what if Kai didn't agree? If he was unhappy, wouldn't that be her fault? Alright, but does Kai agree? When Suisui turned to look at Kai, he was gazing affectionately at Yu, seeing that she was eager to give her little ones beautiful names. Kai smiled indulgently at Yu, observing that her smile had not faded since Suisui entered. Will do anything, as long as Yaya is happy. Alright, let me think about it for a moment. Since Kai's name consisted of only one character, it differed from how she had chosen Nuo Lin's name for their cub, using Nuo as the surname. Yet without a surname, a single character given name would be inappropriate. Suddenly Suisui turned her head toward the outside. The rosy afterglow was already sinking behind the hills, as she could not linger much longer at Yaya's place before returning home. The sun on a clear day, stars shimmering at night. Such exquisite scenes truly inspired two beautiful names. He. Elder brother Fuguang, second brother Qinxing. Wonderful. Fuguang evokes the warm, gentle radiance of sunlight, a sensation both comforting and serene. To Yaya, the name Fuguang carried a special resonance, and she loved it deeply. Qinxing. When dusk falls and the sun vanishes beyond the horizon, tiny twinkling lights begin to pierce the darkening sky. Those are stars. A sky brimming with Qinxing, brilliant, breathtaking, utterly magnificent. Suisui explained the meaning of Qinxing to Yaya. In this beast world, few ventured outdoors after nightfall, so the concept of stars remained unfamiliar to most. With that explanation, everything suddenly fell into place. Qinxing, I love it. When the weather warmed earlier, Kai would take me to gaze upon the stars. They were dazzling from the start, but only now have I learned their name. Suisui, you're truly extraordinary. Suisui shyly scratched her head. Had she been born into this beast world, she too would likely have admired the stars' beauty without knowing their name. So perhaps her insight owed much to the system's guidance. Third brother Qixuan, fourth brother Jinxuan, fifth brother Chonghua. Qixuan alluded to the seven-string zither, but such a reference would mean nothing in the beast world. Better to keep it simple and accessible. Qi signifies the 7 days since the cub's birth. Xian denotes resilience, a quality I wish for Qixuan to embody as he grows strong and unyielding. In the beast world, a parent's greatest hope was simply for their cub to thrive and mature safely, so this name struck deep into Yaya's and Kai's hearts. Their cub would surely avoid the early frailty that afflicted many beastkin, who bearing this name, he would flourish, untroubled, unharmed, his life secure. Jinquan, golden sunlight spilling across the earth. Quan signifies ascendancy, implying the cub will rise steadily, nurturing himself well and growing ever stronger. Chonghua, may he possess dual brilliance, talent, and virtue alike, distinguishing himself among the white tiger tribe as its most exceptional heir. Perhaps these names truly held such profound meanings, but such beauty must be nurtured by devoted parenting. She trusted that guided by Yaya and Kai, their children would grow into remarkable beings. Suisui, is it my imagination, or do the names you've chosen feel strangely luminous? Luminous. Perhaps. Every soul walks a unique path, some radiant, some shadowed, yet striving upward remains the only worthy course. They say human life is suffering, but how deeply one suffers, only the sufferer can truly know. Humanity has never known true freedom, not even she who might have lived peacefully in the modern world, yet was abruptly cast into this realm without warning. Perhaps bearing cubs had never been her destined task, yet somehow it had become one. One step at a time then, no more no less. No illusion at all, Yaya. See how Fuguang mirrors the sun's shimmering descent through the air, evoking exactly that ethereal glow. Qinxing, the little blinking eyes scattered across the night sky, their constellations dancing vividly before our eyes. The names for third, fourth, and fifth brothers are equally splendid. Each shall walk his own path, forging his own destiny. What parent does not yearn for their child's safe, joyful growth? Yet should she one day stand in those parents' shoes, might her own cub also face sorrow. But she understood. She would never let her cub's life falter in her hands. Suisui, I grasp your intent. My children shall surely flourish just as you envision. Good. Yaya was radiant with joy, blessed with cubs tender and lovely beyond measure. After their heartfelt conversation, Nuo Lin escorted Suisui along a quiet country path. Nuo Lin led Suisui to a place where spring bloomed in full splendor, and there their quiet intimacy began, a moment she had longed for achingly and endlessly. Nuo Lin, from today onward train the cubs alongside you. They've already consumed the energy fruits. Let us hope they awaken their latent energies. She had delayed too long tending to Mu Huai, and neglected Nuo Lin's training as well. Now with her own cubs ready, it was time to resume rigorous practice. After all, the abilities she'd bestowed upon each of them must now fulfill their purpose. Yes, I understand, Suisui. That evening, Suisui asked Qi Yun to stay with her. Time had ripened, it was finally right to conceive his cub. As Qi Yun prepared himself quietly for the night, the system slipped silently into Suisui's system space. Host, you finally made your choice. It stole a glance at Suisui's flushed cheeks, chattering incessantly. It's not that I finally prepared. I simply hadn't a moment before. Suisui rolled her eyes at its words. Just a system, and yet so obtuse. Didn't I prompt you to choose earlier? You chose first to save Mu Huai before conceiving cubs. The system remained unperturbed, as if she should have prioritized conception over rescue. Why not state it plainly? Instead it forced a choice, then grumbled when she made one. What kind of system was this? Then what are you saying? Say it again, and next time I'll wait to conceive. No, host, I'm sorry. Truly sorry. The system slunk away, realizing it had best stay silent, lest she truly delay and leave it weeping in despair. Suisui, the riverbank water is perfectly warm. Shall I take you there to bathe? Qi Yun dared not meet her gaze, his shyness palpable. Long ago, when Hu Yen had taken Suisui through fields of blossoms, Qi Yun too had yearned to share such moments with her. But Suisui had been perpetually occupied, too busy to spare time. Now at last her willingness had arrived, and still he trembled with bashfulness. Yes, gladly. Suisui gazed upon Qi Yun's blushing face and softened, refusing to tease him further. Shyness in a male beast was rare, she had never encountered another like him. When had her Qi Yun grown so strikingly handsome? Will you carry me there? With a fleeting flustered glance, Qi Yun stepped forward and lifted her gently into a princess cradle, her hands resting lightly against his chest. At the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath her palm, Suisui felt her own cheeks warm, yet she no longer resisted such vulnerability. In that instant she half wished to transform into a ravenous wolf, devouring him bite by slow delicious bite. Yet with the strength of a mere kitten, such fantasies remained confined to thought alone. Her power simply wouldn't permit bravado beyond her means. Under Suisui's quiet gaze, Qi Yun had already drawn near the water's edge, unaware, entranced. We have arrived, Suisui. Qi Yun gently placed Suisui on the peach tree while she tightly hugged his neck, reluctant to let him go. Since there was already a previous experience in the sea of flowers, the same could happen in the water. Although the little kitten was afraid of water, the wolf was not he. You wash with me. The coaxing voice made Qi Yun instantly surrender, blushing as he gently walked into the water, holding Suisui. Okay. Host, are you ready? The system's untimely voice rang out, and Suisui rolled her eyes without him knowing. What kind of system is this, completely lacking in awareness? Shut up, just stay there. Just make sure the things that need to be prepared are ready. Don't worry, host. Seeing that Suisui was genuinely angry, the system sneakily withdrew. Suisui now needed to focus entirely on the wolf beast husband beside her. Looking at Qian's sturdy physique, Suisui couldn't help but feel a bit shy in front of him. With an expression on his face that nearly lost control, Qi Yun slowly shed the beast skin from his body, plunging into the water and swimming towards Suisui. Facing the ever-approaching Qi Yun, Suisui cast aside her shyness and swam towards him, splashing water everywhere. Suisui's lips parted slightly, but before she could say a word, Qi Yun sealed her lips with his. Water splashed all around them as the colorful fish swam by, dancing beautifully. Finally successful. The host is now going to have a second litter of cubs, he. Though the system only saw a mosaic of circles after days of reading, it had a rough understanding of what was happening. The system observed that the survival rate of the cubs in Suisui's belly was surprisingly 6. Not bad, but since they were just inside her, it was still unclear whether they were male or female. Let's wait and see. Afterward, the system put away the small video and went to the room to eat snacks. If Suisui knew her system was munching on modern snacks, she would probably be shocked, speechless. But Suisui would never find out. That night, Qi Yun carried the sleeping Suisui to the beast cave, while Norin and the cubs were still training. Foxian specifically went to prepare food, and after Mu Huai had his fill, he sighed. It's so much better now. What did you eat before? Eating the meat grilled by Fox, and he realized he hadn't had anything so delicious in a long time. When he was imprisoned, being able to eat meat that others had given him was already quite good. If not for Suisui granting him the ability to break free, he probably would have perished by now. At this moment, he would have likely already died, especially since Waquan was preparing to eat him. Sai, never mind, he was already dead. He should forget about those difficult times. What good food could I eat while imprisoned? Hearing this, Fox Yin raised an eyebrow in understanding. That is true. Fox Yin didn't think there was anything wrong with Mu Huai's tone. If he had been imprisoned for years, he probably would have ended up taking his own life before anyone else got the chance. But why is Nuo Lin training with the cubs? Hey. Looking at Nuo Lin training with the cubs in the distance, Mu Huai was puzzled, wondering why he wasn't taking them out to play. Instead, training was exhausting. To prepare for battle. The snow season is approaching, and if we don't hunt now, we will starve. Suisui likes food like wild boar, so Nuo Lin has to work even harder. Mu Huai had been imprisoned since he was very young, so he had no awareness of how precious abilities were for the current beastmen. If Mu Huai had abilities, he wouldn't have been bullied by others, and could have escaped on his own, fleeing that hellish place. The Baihu tribe says Nuo Lin was the weakest before. Why did Suisui choose him as her first beast husband? Finally, Mu Huai voiced the question he was most curious about. Suisui, being a capable female, could have had any male she wanted in the beast world, so why Nuo Lin? Why don't you have a fight with him to see who is the weakest? Instead of directly answering Mu Huai's question, Fox Yin suggested that he fight Nuo Lin. This way Suisui would get angry and come to hug him. Alright, it seemed he had already excluded Qi Yun from this. I don't know, isn't that why I'm asking you? Mu Huai rolled his eyes. If he knew, he wouldn't be asking Fox Yin. Besides, he couldn't possibly win a fight against anyone in his current state. In the end, it would only be himself who would end up embarrassed. I know that Nuo Lin was originally the weakest, but he saved Suisui in the forest, and when Suisui learned he was from the Baihu tribe, she automatically followed him back. Fox Yin actually didn't know much either, and couldn't understand why Suisui would make Nuo Lin her first beast husband. He was quite capable when he first arrived. However, his own efforts were not as strong as Nuo Lin's. He could defeat Nuo Lin when he first arrived, but now he was no match for him. Sai, it's all tears. Moreover, he is meticulous with Nuo Lin, not only promising him the position of first beast husband, but also specifically teaching him to practice his abilities. Nuo Lin's physical strength now surpasses even Kai, the first warrior of the Baihu tribe. Hearing Fox Yan's explanation, Mu Huai was momentarily stunned. He couldn't believe that the weak, incapable Nuo Lin had become so formidable. Little did he know that although Nuo Lin was from the Baihu tribe, he was a descendant of the ancient divine beast Baihu, so his rapid improvement was understandable. Is he really that impressive? I guess I need to try fighting him. Mu Huai wasn't joking. Once he recovered, he would definitely spar with Nuo Lin. He actually quite enjoyed fighting. Just thinking about it made him happy. Fox Yin thought Mu Huai was looking for trouble, but he heard that Nuo Lin said Mu Huai had escaped his bindings and killed many thanks to Suisui. Thus Fox Yin didn't think Mu Huai could defeat Nuo Lin. On closer examination, he might not even be able to defeat himself, let alone Nuo Lin. You can give it a try? Look at those 4 happy male cubs, and those 2 female cubs, they're just blissful. Good luck. Indeed, it was quite a happy scene, but so what? He was also Suisui's 4th beast husband. As long as he wanted to, he could easily have cubs. So he didn't feel that envious. After all, he didn't even know what his own bloodline was like. What if one day his cubs ended up in the same predicament as him? Thinking of this, Mu Huai was even less inclined to become a couple with Suisui right now. He preferred to wait and see one day he would become a being that others dared not bully. He'll go after I'm full. Mu Huai took a bite of meat watching the fight in the distance. He truly wanted to have a good fight, but without using any abilities, just a regular brawl. Alright, no problem. Hu Yin ignored Mu Huai and started packing her things. There was still a need to prepare more food at home. After 2 more laps, we'll clean up. Nuo Lin watched as his little ones worked harder and became more capable. Now they could even play a few rounds with him without him using energy. Yay. The little ones were eagerly wagging their tails, anxious to compete for first place, waiting for their father and mother's reward. Father, my sister and I picked some fruits in the back. Do you want some? Nuo Shui and Nuo Fei were picking fruits in the small woods not far from Nuo Lin, so he felt at ease with the 2 little ones. Nuo Shui, Nuo Fei, you're so good. When your brothers come back, let them eat. Nuo Lin had to supervise them himself, otherwise the little ones would start playing once they saw their father wasn't watching. Can I go hunting with you tomorrow, father? Nuo Shui and Nuo Fei ran in front of Nuo Lin, hoping they could join him tomorrow when he went hunting. Why could the brothers go while they couldn't? The 2 little ones were a bit curious. Tomorrow the females can't go hunting. We'll tell your mother to take you both to gather fruits, alright? Alright, fine. Well, if they couldn't go hunting, it was fine. They preferred to follow their mother to gather fruits and get to know many little fruits. Then that's okay. Good, when we come back from hunting, father will take you out to play. Nuo Lin noticed the 2 little ones looking less enthusiastic and hurried over to them, gently stroking their heads to comfort them. Okay, father is the best. Once he had comforted the 2 little ones, their happiness lifted his spirits as well. Ha. Watching the playful little males, Nuo Lin couldn't help but urge them to hurry home. Alright, little ones, we finished running, let's take a break. Hearing Nuo Lin's voice, the little ones immediately quickened their pace, rushing home to find their mother. Coming, father, I'm the first to arrive. Nuo Shao, taking advantage of the other beast's distraction, ran the fastest, and was the first to reach Nuo Lin's side. All right, Nuo Xiao is truly worthy of being the eldest brother. From now on you must set an example for your younger siblings. Nuo Lin praised Nuo Xiao. Each one of them truly loved to be pampered, not knowing who they had inherited this from. Don't worry, father, there's no problem. Nuo Xiao patted his chest in assurance to Nuo Lin. After all, he was the eldest brother. Nuo Lin, so this is where you are. The clan leader walked over from a distance. He had originally intended to find someone in Nuo Lin's beast den, but seeing Nuo Lin here, training the little ones, he hurried over. Clan leader. Nuo Lin was a bit surprised to see the clan leader suddenly come over, as there wasn't much going on. His little ones were sweet-talking the clan leader into a whirl. Hello, clan leader grandpa. Haha, little ones, hello. I have a matter to discuss with your father. However, while happy, he didn't forget the reason for visiting Nuo Lin today. Thus it was not very convenient for the little ones to be here. Then we'll go play, first you all chat. Nuo Xiao led the other little ones away, frequently glancing back, although he wanted to hear what father and clan leader grandpa were discussing. But they were still young, so forget it, listening wouldn't matter much. Nuo Yuan also didn't look at them as they were currently playing, and other matters weren't urgent. After the little ones left, the clan leader took Nuo Lin to a quiet place. What's the matter, clan leader? Nuo Lin was a bit curious about why they had to find such a faraway place to talk. It was quite a distance back to the beast den to find Suisui. Suisui really misses you. What are you doing? Nuo Lin, I'm getting older. You know I might not have many years left. I've been observing your little ones during this time. The clan leader interrupted Nuo Lin's thoughts about Suisui and directly stated the purpose of his visit. The second little one, Nuo Yuan, has very good leadership abilities, so I want Nuo Yuan to inherit the entire White Tiger tribe. Inherit the tribe? What's going on? Nuo Yuan is my little one, not the clan leader's little one. Why should his little one inherit the tribe? Clan leader, the little ones are still young, it's too early to make decisions now. Yes, the little ones still can't transform, having been born for less than a year. Though they grow quickly, they haven't reached the point of transformation yet. Isn't it too early to be discussing this? After all, the little ones would have to practice hard for 3 more years. It's not too early. You go back and discuss it with Suisui. I hope you can give me one of your little ones so that the White Tiger tribe can flourish. As for the clan leader's suggestion, it's fine to give anyone, including females. A good female can also better promote the White Tiger tribe. However, seeing how protective they were of the female little ones, the clan leader felt it was impossible. Although he knew Nuo Lin's little ones were less than a year old and couldn't transform. But he could see that Nuo Lin's little ones would definitely achieve great things in the future, which is why he decided to entrust the White Tiger tribe to Nuo Yuan, even though he was still just a little one. Nuo Lin, you're back. What's troubling you? Suisui noticed Nuo Lin looking a bit down. She was curious. Usually this big tiger would jump on her for affection as soon as he entered the room. What's up today? Could it be that he has another tiger outside? So annoying, sob. Suisui, today the clan leader talked to me. Oh, no wonder. A talk is just a talk. What could make Nuo Lin so defensive? Previously, when he had no abilities, no one sought him out. What's wrong? Suisui looked curiously into Nuo Lin's eyes, attempting to find some details from his expression. The clan leader said he wants Nuo Yuan to inherit the White Tiger tribe and become the leader. Nuo Yuan. Quite impressive. She also thought highly of Nuo Yuan's leadership abilities. However, Nuo Yuan was still less than a year old, and he had already caught the clan leader's attention. It's quite impressive, but at this moment Suisui couldn't answer this question seriously. Only through continuous training could Nuo Yuan be considered strong. Nuo Yuan. Is he focusing on Nuo Yuan's leadership abilities? How do you know? Seeing Nuo Lin's surprised expression, well, how else would she know? Just like that, she knew. It proved that the clan leader had good insight. Nuo Lin, do you remember that time you secretly trained the little ones? Of course I remember. That time I was afraid Suisui would find out and not let them go, so I secretly took the little ones out to hunt. Actually, Suisui knew about that time, and of course it was the system that let Suisui see the recordings of what happened back then. Therefore, Suisui can clearly recognize her little one's abilities. After all, as a mother, how could she not cherish her cubs? Nuo Xiao qualifies as the first warrior because he only knows how to obey orders and be obedient, but a single word from Nuo Yuan can make his brothers and sisters listen to him. Indeed, Nuo Lin thought this is indeed her cub's ability, but the little one is still young, and she feels a bit uneasy about making him the clan leader. So if the White Tiger tribe needs Nuo Yuan, I agree for Nuo Yuan to be the next clan leader of the White Tiger tribe. After all, who wouldn't want to be the clan leader in the beast world? However, they also understand how heavy the burden of the clan leader is, and how could she not love her own cubs? However, I prefer to listen to Nuo Yuan's heart and ask him if he wants to be the clan leader. Yes, it must be his own willingness. If Nuo Yuan is unwilling, no matter how much they say, it would be in vain. Then shall I go ask? No need, I will ask him myself. Suisui thought for a moment. The cubs have grown up, and there are some things she will tell them. All right, I will go call Nuo Yuan. Okay. After Nuo Lin left, Qi Yun poured a glass of water for Suisui, remaining silent, and quietly walked out after she finished drinking. After all, he couldn't help much here. Nuo Yuan, Suisui is looking for you. Nuo Lin had already found Nuo Yuan, who was still surprised as to why his father suddenly came to find him when Nuo Lin spoke. Mother is looking for me. Just me alone. Yes, hurry up. Upon hearing his mother call him Nuo Yuan felt a vague illusion that the clan leader had come to see his father today. It seemed their conversation this time was because of him. Alright, you all play first, a mother is calling me. After greeting his brothers, he left with Nuo Lin while the other cubs had no idea that their brother was about to become the prospective clan leader of the White Tiger tribe so soon. Alright, you go quickly. Mother, father said you were looking for me. The sound arrived before he did. Nuo Yuan walked into the beast cave and saw his mother sitting by the stone table. Yes. Suisui was holding a cup of tea. Upon seeing Nuo Yuan arrive, she let him jump onto the stone bench to sit. Nuo Yuan, sit down. Mother has something that requires your opinion. Mother actually has something to discuss with me. Oh, what could it be? Please go ahead, mother. Nuo Yuan stared at his mother curiously, not knowing what she wanted to say. Alright, then mother will say it. The clan leader wants you to inherit the entire White Tiger tribe, and mother wants to hear your opinion on it. Is it to make me the clan leader? Oh my me, Nuo Yuan. I still can't transform into human form. Why would I be made the clan leader? Could it be that the White Tiger tribe is going to perish? It can't be. But if it's not going to perish, why would they want me to be the clan leader? Exactly. Not noticing Nuo Yuan's inner thoughts, Suisui only wanted to hear Nuo Yuan's own feelings. If he was willing to go, she wouldn't say much, and if he was unwilling, she would respect his opinion. But my abilities aren't as strong as elder brothers, and my mind isn't as quick as third brothers. Why me? Nuo Yuan thought through the events of the past few days, but still didn't understand why they wanted him to be the clan leader. What's so fun about being a clan leader? Because you have leadership abilities. Leadership abilities. What is that ability? Is it powerful? Can it defeat several beastmen at once? Mother, what is leadership ability? Indeed, taking after Suisui, if he doesn't understand, he needs to ask. When I secretly observed you all, I also found that your leadership ability is particularly strong, especially when you lead your siblings to hunt. Perhaps you didn't notice they all listen to you. Is it? They all listen to me. I really didn't notice. If I had known earlier, I would have let them gather more delicious food for me, then I would be happy. Is it because what I said was right? However, what he thought in his heart remained in his heart. He had to be serious here. If his mother found out and treated him the same way as when she hit fifth brother, that wouldn't be good. Yes, my Nuo Yuan is amazing, so mother wants to know your thoughts. But mother, what does the clan leader need to do? Hearing mother praise him feels quite nice, right? If being the clan leader allows mother to keep praising him, then being the clan leader is fine, but what does the clan leader need to do? Have you ever observed the clan leader, grandfather? Suisui understood him. After all, he had never thought about being the clan leader, so he naturally wouldn't know what the clan leader needs to do. I think so. Then tell me about it. Nuo Yuan thought for a moment before slowly speaking. The clan leader, grandfather, is very good at speaking. He can solve problems when beastmen are arguing, and he also knows how to resolve issues when food distribution is uneven. Exactly, so after becoming the clan leader, you must treat everyone fairly, including your parents and siblings. Can you do that? Suisui also explained a lot to Nuo Yuan. As a leader, one must have leadership abilities, authority, and must act with caution and thoughtfulness. Mother, I don't know if I can do it, but I have lived in the White Tiger tribe since I was small. I think if mother wishes for me to, I would be willing to be the clan leader. No matter for what reason, I am willing to try. After spending some time chatting with Nuo Yuan, they finally reached an agreement. For the time being, he would follow the clan leader and learn how the clan leader manages things. If it is suitable, let Nuo Yuan learn alongside the clan leader, which was also the result of discussing with Nuo Yuan. Alright, since that's the case, let Nuo Yuan follow the clan leader to learn tomorrow, and tonight, let's spend some quality time at home with you. I was thinking the same, Nuo Yuan, what do you think? Indeed, the cub needs to learn how to be a good clan leader. They also need to focus on their own matters. Alright, mother, can I sleep with you tonight? Of course not, your mother still has to accompany us. Nuo Yuan was just about to speak when Nuo Lin interrupted him. He still wanted to sleep with Suisui. Suisui hadn't properly accompanied him these past few days, so tonight, it should be his turn. Well then, alright. Nuo Yuan reluctantly agreed. Tonight, he would make dinner for his mother. After Nuo Yuan left, Qi Yun walked out from behind, patting Nuo Lin on the shoulder, not wanting him to be too sad. Is Nuo Yuan being groomed to become the next clan leader of the White Tiger tribe? Yes, that's right. The clan leader has taken a liking to Nuo Yuan and insists on cultivating him, which is quite good. Watching Nuo Yuan's departing figure, the three of them felt reluctant, but there is still a long time ahead. What they did not know was that Suisui planned to have Qi Yun's future offspring become the leader of the wolf clan. If possible, she hoped that everything could be resolved according to her wishes. Suisui, you have arrived. The clan leader quickly approached as he saw Suisui and the others coming, eager to learn the outcome of their discussions. If they disagreed with Nuo Yuan becoming the next clan leader, then he would have to think of a good solution. After all, the White Tiger tribe relied on Nuo Lin and Suisui to hold things together. Yes, clan leader, I have agreed to your wish for Nuo Yuan to become the next leader of the tribe. What? Agreed. Really? This was simply the best news he had heard today. The clan leader quickly bowed to thank Suisui, expressing gratitude on behalf of the entire White Tiger tribe. Originally, he did not need to be so anxious, but seeing the number of cubs in the White Tiger tribe dwindling, only Yu and Suisui cubs have been born recently. Don't worry, Suisui, I will ensure that Nuo Yuan becomes an even better leader. He knew that all of this was due to Suisui efforts, and he was prepared to make sure everyone remembered it. Suisui not only gave birth to cubs for the white tiger tribe, but also helped Yu successfully conceive. Yu mentioned that if it weren't for Suisui help she might still not have her own cubs. I trust you, clan leader, so before Nuo grows up I hope he can continue to reside in his original beast den. The clan leader repeatedly assured her that he would not neglect Nuo and would ensure that Nuo became the next excellent leader. Suisui naturally trusted the clan leader of the white tiger tribe more as the system had informed her of that from the beginning. Therefore she held a great deal of respect for the clan leader. However, she still hoped her cubs could stay home at night. That way she could consider it as if her cubs were working outside and would always return to her side after work. Of course. Upon hearing this, the clan leader knew it was not a problem at all. As long as Suisui agreed to let Nuo learn the matters of the white tiger tribe, he had no issue moving in with Nuo. However, such thoughts were best kept to himself, otherwise Nuo Lin would likely throw him out. Nuo, you go ahead and trust yourself. If you have any problems you can come find your father and me. Do you understand? Nuo stood by saying nothing, but Suisui knew he had already agreed to follow the clan leader. She turned to look at her child, a small humanoid, who could not even transform, yet was about to go out to work. Sigh, as a mother she felt she had failed. She wished she could be a little faster. Don't worry mother, I understand. Although Nuo felt reluctant to leave his mother, he knew what he was going to do and would not embarrass his mother. He would listen to the clan leader and work hard. Alright, Suisui, go back. I will keep an eye on our cubs. Nuo Lin gently embraced Suisui, comforting her as he knew she could still see Suisui in the evening. Nuo Lin, be careful too. Suisui could not help but remind him not only for the cubs, but also for Nuo Lin. Safety was always a major concern in the beast world. Nuo Lin nodded, preparing to follow the main group. Nuo stood beside the clan leader with Nuo Lin next to him, followed by the shaman, and behind them were the tribespeople, a large group ready to set off. Alright tribespeople, let's set off. With the clan leader leading the way, the tribespeople stepped forward ready to depart. Nuo Lin and Nuo followed the clan leader's steps without looking back. Mother, let's go home. Suisui watched their retreating figures from the side, while Nuo Fei and Nuo Shui gently nudged Suisui hand with their heads. Alright cubs, shall we go gather today with mother? Suisui patted the fluffy heads of her two cubs. Today she would take them to gather, an activity they essentially did every day. It would be best to find them some delicious food. Of course I love gathering. The two cubs could hardly wait to accompany their mother to gather, having heard that gathering could lead to tasting many things they had never seen before. They were particularly excited. Taking advantage of the early morning, the three hurried to join the gathering group. Oh, Suisui is here. A keen-eyed female spotted Suisui and quickly approached her. Yu was still at home resting, recovering her strength, so she did not come. Suisui, you finally made it. I heard you have a fourth beast husband now. Oh, that's wonderful. A plump female beastman hurriedly approached. They only greeted each other when they met, and otherwise they were all busy with their own matters. Whenever Suisui was around during gathering, they always ended up with many foods they had never seen before, and they tasted great. Thus they all looked forward to Suisui gathering with them. Suisui, you're here. We're ready to set off. Seeing Suisui arrive with her cubs, the elder greeted her and called everyone to start their journey. The path was long, and it was better to set off early. Alright, elder. Well then, let's set off. Host, I can finally chat with you. The system finally came online, taking the opportunity to converse with Suisui while they were on the road. What is it? Do you have something to say? As soon as the system appeared, Suisui knew it had something to say, but she did not know what. Have you not worried that Mu Hui hasn't partnered up for so long? What if he runs away? Why worry about him running away? If she had been worried, he would have left long ago. The fact that he hadn't left meant he had no intention of doing so. So what was the rush? Why would I worry about him running away? Besides, he has only been in the tribe for a few days, not even a month. A month? Are you going to leave him hanging for a month? The system was somewhat surprised. It had thought it would be better for the host to partner up with him sooner to help him recover his spiritual energy earlier. Let's see how he behaves. Mu Hui has a stubborn temper. I can't just push him. The system thought about it and agreed Mu Hui was too unruly. If he had behaved better, he might have already restored his spiritual energy. It was unnecessary to get tangled up over this. The system realized it was too anxious. What was the rush? After all, the host was already pregnant, and the wolf clan was not far from the white tiger clan, so there was no need to worry. Well, that makes sense. Alright, enough chit-chat. Let's figure out how to find something to eat. As she lifted her gaze to scan the area, she noticed an unusually large grape nearby. Is this a grape? How can a grape be this big? Suisui's eyes nearly popped out. Mother, what are you looking at? The little one beside her, seeing mother so excited, was curious and didn't understand what was going on. Be good little one. Mother will tell you later. Well, she hadn't even spoken yet, and mother had already run off. Never mind, she would wait a while. Elder, Suisui hurriedly called out, realizing that there might not be such a large grape again. Stop. What is it, Suisui? The elder quickly stopped everyone to see what Suisui wanted to say. I saw something to eat. Shall we go take a look? So soon you found something to eat. Suisui is indeed impressive. Okay, since you found it, you lead the way. Suisui obeyed the elder's words and led the females behind her towards that direction. The other beastmen also saw the large fruits purple and green quite different. What kind of fruit is this? I've never seen such purple and green ones before. Can we eat them? Everyone gathered around the grapevine, and Suisui noticed that these bunches of grapes were completely different from the ones in her past life, as they were as large as apples. Suisui didn't explain whether they were edible or not. After all, anything the system hadn't said was inedible was definitely safe to eat. Suisui was quite assured about this, but she still needed to observe the others carefully, not wanting to stand out too much. Oh dear elder, this one is all water when I squeeze it. The females curiously touched the fruit, gently sniffing it, wanting to know if this beautiful fruit was edible. One of the females, a bit too enthusiastic, squeezed too hard, and the juice splattered on her face, the red juice looking extremely beautiful. Ha ha, Lan Hua squashed that fruit. The other females all leaned closer to Lan Hua, observing the juice. Oh, my hands are sticky, this feels awful. Lan Hua felt that her hands were sticky, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't clean off the juice. Being the most beauty-conscious female, how could she tolerate her hands being so sticky? There's a spring up ahead, oh let's clean up after we finish. Even though she was unhappy, she couldn't ignore the elder's words. Perhaps washing with water would help. Lan Hua had to endure this uncomfortable moment. I hope this fruit is really edible, or otherwise I'd be so upset. Alright elder. Suisui directly picked one and took a bite. You all should try it, it's very sweet. Seeing that they were hesitant to eat, she picked another one from the tree and gently took a bite. It was soft, sweet, and even better than modern grapes. It's really sweet. Hearing Suisui say it was sweet, holding the grape in her hand and chewing it in her mouth, the other greedy little girls couldn't help but start picking and eating from the tree. You little girls, aren't you afraid it might be poisonous? Hearing their voices, the elder turned around and saw them picking and eating fruits, feeling both amused and helpless. Oh, it's fine, elder. This is really delicious, you should try it. The few females were not unhappy and offered the fruits in their hands to the elder, wanting her to taste it too, as it was indeed very tasty. If possible, they also wanted to take these fruits back to share with their tribe, as surely everyone would love them. Seeing this, the elder couldn't bear to scold them and took the fruit from their hands, taking a bite. The juice of the fruit filled the elder's entire mouth, bringing great satisfaction. The elder nodded, savoring the taste. It's definitely good. I feel energized after just a little bit. Quickly gather half to take back. The elder instructed a small team to bring back half of the fruits from here, leaving the other half. After all, this place wasn't part of the Baihu tribe, and they couldn't just eat it all without leaving some for others. Yes. After responding, Suisui gave each little one a fruit and continued to follow the elder to discover more food. The remaining team also had beastmen to protect them, so nothing would happen. The elder led the remaining small team to look further ahead, thinking that if they could find some vegetables, they would be more appealing to Suisui right now than fruits. Everyone come with me to see what's ahead. The elder led them forward to see if they could find other food, while the others followed behind, slowly searching. Alright. Suisui and the little ones followed along, letting them pick. The system quickly discovered some tasty fruits ahead and informed Suisui. Although hawthorn is quite sour, it can actually help pregnant women with morning sickness. Suisui thought of this too. Although she was experiencing pregnancy symptoms due to the system's changes, other females would have morning sickness as well. Having hawthorn would help a lot. Alright, let's go. Suisui reminded the elder and the tribe members that the red fruits ahead looked particularly beautiful. Elder, look at those bright red fruits. They are stunning. Suisui led the little ones over, and the elder trusted Suisui more, guiding the tribe members in her direction, as Suisui had found so much for everyone, and the tribe felt reassured by her. Suisui, be careful, oh, it might be poisonous. The elder's heart trembled at the sight of the bright red fruits, for the more beautiful something is, the more likely it is to be toxic, so she was increasingly wary of these vividly colored fruits. It won't be, elder. I know this fruit, it's quite sour. Pregnant females love to eat this kind of fruit. You should try it. Suisui's bright smile made the elder doubt her previous thoughts. After all, Suisui had eaten so many things, and if they were poisonous, she wouldn't have consumed them. Can we eat it? Is it poisonous? The elder asked uncertainly, and after receiving Suisui's repeated assurances, she slowly relaxed. Don't worry, elder. I promise it's not poisonous. Mother, this color is so beautiful. Nuo Shui also wants to eat it. Nuo Fei and Nuo Shui firmly believed in their mother, thinking that such beautiful fruits must be extremely delicious. Nuo Fei and Nuo Shui nudged each other, clinging to their mother for the red fruit, their mouths watering. Mother, Nuo Fei wants some too. Alright, but this one is very sour, so you kids should eat less, understand? Even though it was sour, since the little ones wanted to try, she would let them have a little. It was fine to spit it out if it was too sour. Got it, mother. Nuo Fei and Nuo Shui nodded, eagerly looking at their mother with anticipation. Suisui looked at her two adorable little ones and couldn't bear to refuse. I got it, mother. Years let the two little ones taste a few when they crave them. Though quite sour, they could still taste the sweetness within, and the way the little ones grimaced made the adults laugh. Alright, let two teams pick this, the others continue on. The tribe members also tasted one. It was indeed very sour, but quite appetizing. Since pregnant women can eat it, they decided to save some for later to share with families who have female offspring. The elder instructed one team to harvest. Once they had gathered enough, they would bring it back, while the others continued forward, taking advantage of the discoveries. Yes, The tribe members excitedly moved forward. With so many finds this time, they planned to gather more. It seemed a bonfire party could be held tonight. Host, there are dates to eat 500 meters ahead, apples 300 meters to the right, and white radishes and apricots 500 meters to the left. I never expected there would be so many fruits in this season. The system provided a wealth of information, making Years more eager. She dashed to the elder's side with the two little ones, noticing the abundance around them. It seemed today was a bountiful day, yet surprisingly no other tribes were present. Years didn't understand why, perhaps the places the system found were untouched by others. Elder, there are things in front to the left and to the right. My nose is quite sensitive, how about we check them out little by little? Hearing Years' suggestion, the elder had no objections. Since there was so much available, they would all go check it out together, curious about what could excite Years so. Great. With Years around, it's another fruitful outing. The group became excited. Whenever Years was present, they could find plenty of beautiful and delicious food, which was truly wonderful. Indeed. Years, you were simply amazing. The females all praised Years, thinking she was incredibly capable. If only she could lead the team, but such thoughts remained, just that, thoughts. After all, the elder was the most authoritative orc in the tribe aside from the chief, and they didn't want to offend him casually. Yes, Years, you truly are impressive. They were eager to see what Years had discovered, and whether it would be delicious. Then let's hurry. The females urged everyone to quickly check it out, so that other tribes wouldn't take it first, though their worries were unnecessary. After all, the places the system found for Years were the best and most concealed, ordinary beasts wouldn't discover the treasures here. The orcs of the White Tiger tribe would leave half of their food behind before others caught on. In the beast world, many orcs had keen senses. Now was the day of gathering for all tribes, and they would soon discover the food here. Then let's go. They walked forward with the little ones sticking close to Years, whispering to her, "Mother, you're amazing. How come I can't smell it?" She wasn't just amazing, it was all thanks to the system, the ultimate cheat. Perhaps if she had more offspring in the future, she could earn good things for them. This is Mother's secret skill. I'll teach you something else next time, okay? Years also planned to see if the system had anything good to teach the female offspring, as that would make her little ones even more impressive. Sure. Mother is so amazing. The little ones were filled with excitement, wondering if they could also become as wonderful as their mother when they grew up. Mother is really impressive. However, Mother loved to praise her, and she happily accepted the compliments. After all, once praised, Years' smile remained bright and never faded. She truly enjoyed the praise from the little ones. Mother was incredible, and it was because she had a powerful cheat system backing her. She could have whatever she wanted, and she planned to find more vegetables later. It was essential to maintain a balanced diet. Let's go for it. Perhaps she could plant some fruit tree seeds at the entrance of the beast cave, so they could enjoy fresh fruits without needing to pick them next year. Oh, what a joyful day. Host, there's no need for such trouble. Just toss the seeds of the fruits you've eaten into the space, and I can give you a seedling. Oh, that's not bad. Such an ability. Great, I'll definitely come to you next time. With this ability, she could plant whatever she wanted in the tribe, and even if she left the tribe later, it wouldn't matter. She would leave her little ones settled in the tribe, planting whatever they wished in the White Tiger tribe, so when her little ones wanted something, they could just pick it. No problem, host. The system agreed, and would also discover things the host liked, ensuring the host would stay. The system noted this down in its little book. It didn't want to forget, fearing the host might hold a grudge against it. During this period, thanks to the cheat system, Years could gather plenty every time she joined them. In the past few days, she discovered chili peppers, tomatoes, and cucumbers. Today, she found watermelons, pumpkins, and carrots. For years, she couldn't help but wonder if she was a favored child of the heavens, not wanting to live a life of toil, so she came here to enjoy a happy life. Well, for now, as the system said, Years was living a beautiful dream where everything she desired came true, and she was incredibly happy. Alright, during this time, Mu Huai had also been softened by life, fighting with others daily, while his own abilities had yet to recover. Today, he sought Nuo Lin, tomorrow Qi Yun, and then Hu Yin, and finally the three would gang up on him before he calmed down. At this moment, Years had already been confirmed to be pregnant with Qi Yun's offspring. It had stabilized, and there were still 6 little ones in her belly, though she couldn't sense how many were male or female. Yu's health had also improved significantly. Knowing that Years was pregnant again, she was so shocked that her jaw dropped. How long has it been since you became pregnant again? She had always known Years was capable of giving birth, but now with another pregnancy, it was truly a blessing from the beast god. This made Yu very envious of Years, thinking how little time had passed for her to have another litter. Yes. Another one. Years happily looked at her belly where the little ones she had been longing for were, and she had known about it early on. The shaman had also come to check, and everything was normal. How many this time? 6. Yu was left speechless upon hearing Years' answer, initially thinking that if Years had 6 with her first litter, the second might not necessarily have 6. But surprisingly, there are still 6. Isn't that amazing? Other than Suisui, Baihu clan has only her, who gave birth to 5, which is already a great fortune for the Baihu tribe. The other females have only 4 or 3. None have had such a large litter. How impressive. Honestly, I envy you so much. I want to have 6 in the next litter too. Yu happily rubbed Suisui's belly, hoping to share in the good fortune, as that would make her a happy mother in the future. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Suisui also hoped that Yu could have more than one at a time, so their little ones could often play together, helping each other out. Winter is coming soon. I wonder if this little one can be born before winter arrives. Yu looked at Suisui, unsure if the baby could be born before winter. During this time, everyone was tense and began preparing food because winter was approaching. They were afraid they wouldn't survive the harsh winter as countless little ones and females perished each year. Let's hope this year is different. I don't know either, but I hope so. What about your little ones? Suisui didn't want Yu to worry about her during winter, as she wanted to think of ways to keep her own baby warm. Suisui quickly changed the subject to something that would make Yu happy, thinking that worrying should not be a female's burden. They went out to play. Ever since they learned to run, they can only be seen at night. The wolf is watching over them every day, so there won't be any problems. Sure enough, when it came to the little ones, Yu's eyes immediately brightened, chatting non-stop with Suisui as she loved her little ones dearly. Her beast husbands also adored the little ones she had given birth to, often taking them out to play. The little ones were still too young to hunt, and the other beast husbands accompanied them, afraid they might get hurt. That's good, but still be careful. The little ones are very fragile. Suisui couldn't help but worry about Yu's little ones, but they must be well cared for. However, she figured she didn't need to worry too much as her beast husbands knew how to take care of the little ones. Having experienced that time, Suisui felt more at ease knowing they all loved Yu's little ones. Don't worry, Suisui, you should be more concerned about the baby in your belly right now. Yu giggled while Suisui, who already had a baby in her belly, was still thinking about keeping her baby healthy. It was actually Suisui, the pregnant female, who should be looking after her health. Alright, I'm not that delicate. My pregnancy is different from yours. The baby knows to take care of me, so I'm not tired. Your body is your own, so you should take care of it. After Yu left, Muhuai entered looking troubled as he gazed at Suisui lying on the bed. Suisui saw him standing at the door with his head down, clearly conflicted, and she wanted to know what was bothering him. What's wrong? Why are you just standing there at the entrance? Suisui maintained her posture. Unlike Muhuai, who thought she was eager for him to come over, she felt exhausted from pretending to be cheerful. Nothing. Just 2 words, yet he looks like a bullied little wife. She hadn't forced him, so what was this all about? Just say what you want to say. Suisui sighed, realizing he was her 4th beast husband, and softened her voice to inquire gently. Didn't you say you wanted me to be your 4th beast husband? Suddenly bringing up this topic made Suisui's heart skip a beat. Could it be that he wanted to leave after all this time? Was he really reluctant to be her 4th beast husband? If she couldn't keep him, would she have to chase after him later? That would be unprecedented in the beast world. Would you laugh at her afterward? Let's just ask first. What? You didn't want to? Suisui lazily raised her eyes to look at Muhuai, curious. I'm willing now, is that okay? Wait, what's going on? He's willing now. Oh my, he actually agrees. Suisui secretly pinched herself. This isn't a dream. He really consented. But could it be a trick? I'm curious, since you came to my beast den I rarely spoke with you. Why did you suddenly want to bond with me? In fact, she was quite happy. There shouldn't be such double-faced individuals in the beast world. I was just thinking about some things these past 2 days, so it took me a while. But now that I'm here, it means I've figured it out. I'm willing to take care of you and your little ones. He figured something out. What was it, or who told him something that made him agree to be her beast husband? It shouldn't be. He had been hanging out with her beast husbands during this time. Could it be that he had fallen for one of them? Suisui gasped in surprise, thinking that there shouldn't be beastmen who fancy the same sex in the beast world. Perhaps she was just overthinking it. Never mind. Suisui, being somewhat slow, didn't catch the latter part about being willing to take care of her and her little ones, and instead was lost in her own tangled thoughts. I'd rather be your beast husband, just give me a chance. Okay. In the end, he was still her beast husband. Since he agreed regardless of the reason, she wouldn't refuse. It would be fine if they could talk more about it later. During this time, although she hadn't interacted much with Muhuai, she could tell from the system that he hadn't been doing well. In the first few days after his arrival, he fought with her 3 beast husbands daily. Now, while her own abilities hadn't improved, her 3 beast husbands had gained some slight enhancement. To be honest, Suisui should be grateful to Muhuai. However, she also knew she needed to give him a chance to understand, otherwise, even if he became her 4th beast husband, he would resent her. If he held a grudge against her, then no matter how much she did, it would be useless. It was best to leave it like this. Her 3 beast husbands understood the situation and wouldn't let Muhuai get hurt. But perhaps Muhuai's change was still due to Nuo Lin. Alright, let's stop fighting and have a chat. After enough fighting, Nuo Lin decided it was time to inquire about Muhuai's attitude. After all, he had been in the beast den for quite some time without accepting the role of Suisui's beast husband. As the first beast husband, Nuo Lin needed to find a solution for Suisui. What do you want to talk about? Muhuai stopped and was curious about what Nuo Lin had to say, likely regarding Muhuai's refusal to be Suisui's beast husband. Why don't you want to be Suisui's beast husband? Are you here to persuade me on her behalf? The two sat under the willow tree by the stream, gazing at the shimmering sea before them as Nuo Lin spoke slowly. Muhuai thought that Suisui couldn't hold back anymore and sent Nuo Lin to persuade him. A slight smile formed at the corners of his mouth, thinking he had won. No, you've been here for a while, and Suisui has never urged you or asked for my help. She is avoiding you because she simply wants to give you a chance to choose. In the next moment, Nuo Lin's words shattered Muhuai's illusions. Indeed, Suisui never forced him to do anything. Choice. She brought me back, so what does it matter what I choose? Ever since I returned, she has rarely reached out to me. Mu Huai thought about this period. He wouldn't seek Suisui, and she wouldn't come looking for him either. He couldn't understand why the fourth beast husband had to be him. Suisui is waiting for you to take the initiative and talk to her. Don't you understand? Waiting for Mu Huai to take the initiative. After all, it is rare for a female to pursue a male. It's always the males who pursue the females, so Suisui didn't take the initiative, either fearing it would make Mu Huai unhappy, and thus she didn't push him. Facing the contemplative Mu Huai, Nuo Lin didn't pressure him either. He simply informed Mu Huai of Suisui's secret care for him. Every time I apply medicine for you, it was Suisui who asked me to do it. She never mentioned it, and I didn't tell you. Hearing this, Mu Huai was stunned. Initially, he wasn't greatly moved, but today upon hearing Nuo Lin's words, he felt deeply touched. How long has it been? He couldn't remember. After his parents died, no one cared about him, whether he had enough to eat or whether he was warm enough. But how many times when he was injured or didn't want to eat did Nuo Lin always appear in front of him on time? He had always thought it was because Nuo Lin frequently came to check on him, never realizing it was Suisui doing. In fact, Nuo Lin had once asked Suisui why she allowed him to choose without putting in any effort. Seeing Mu Huai's deep contemplation, Nuo Lin seized the opportunity. No one is born to like someone. He is indeed my fourth beast husband. But what I want is not to force him to do anything. I want to wait for him to willingly choose. This was Suisui's carefully considered answer to Nuo Lin. She didn't want to force Mu Huai, as she hoped he would choose on his own, and she could wait indefinitely. Nuo Lin Waquan had imprisoned him for many years. If I force him to become my beast husband, I'm afraid that would be the last straw that breaks his spirit, so I refuse to pressure him. If 1 year cannot touch his heart, then 2 years, 3 years. Sooner or later, I will move his heart. Listening to Suisui's words, Nuo Lin didn't know how to respond. He could only look at Mu Huai enviously. In truth, he envied him, but he could never return to the beginning and make Suisui invest her heart in him. But he could only envy. He didn't want Suisui to worry for Mu Huai. Thus, he wanted to help Suisui, especially for the child she carried. Now that Suisui has a child, if she worries too much for Mu Huai, it might harm her health, which is part of the reason. Mu Huai was stunned by Nuo Lin's words. He thought Suisui would retreat in the face of difficulty. During this time, he wasn't by her side, and she might have forgotten about him. But now hearing Nuo Lin say this, Mu Huai realized that Suisui had been doing so much for him, yet he had been unaware. She was scared and worried that he might agree to be her beast husband out of gratitude. But if he wanted to repay her, he would have done so long ago. How could he wait until now? Mu Huai asked again with a tone of skepticism. He truly couldn't bear the thought of Suisui silently doing so much for him. In his life, having a female care for him like this is truly worth it. Perhaps Waquan did the right thing, otherwise he wouldn't have encountered such a devoted woman. Did she really say that? Yes, Suisui now is Qi Yun's child. She cannot come out to care for you or protect you. She entrusted me to take good care of you. Nuo Lin provided a definite answer. Mu Huai released the hand he had tightly clenched. He had been nervously staring at Nuo Lin, fearing that he would hear a joke. But Nuo Lin was not joking. He knew that Suisui had been quietly watching over Mu Huai. Suisui believed Mu Huai had been imprisoned since childhood. She must let him feel warmth and show him that there are still many wonderful things in this world. She would definitely make Mu Huai see them. But Mu Huai Suisui is a female. In the beast world, which female can reach Suisui level? Why is Suisui so good to him? Is it just to have him as her fourth beast husband? But he is not the strongest. Nuo Lin told him that Suisui was sent by the beast god, and there are higher level beast husbands to come. What they could do now is to improve their strength. Nuo Lin indeed has the ability to be the first beast husband. He is willing to submit not just for Suisui, but for himself as well. Nuo Lin was right, as she never asked for anything in return, so she never let him know about her care. Mu Huai scoffed. Suisui is truly a foolish female. She doesn't even worry about what might happen if she ends up like a wandering beast. Well, since she wants to indulge once, why not? Thus Mu Huai went to find Suisui. Why did you suddenly agree to be my beast husband? Suisui looked at Mu Huai, who suddenly appeared gentle, feeling a bit bewildered, and was even more curious about what could make Mu Huai change his mind so suddenly. Do you want to know? Mu Huai didn't answer Suisui directly, but looked at her with soft eyes, a slight smile, curving his lips, as if toying with a cherished object. I do want to know, but if you don't want to say it, you don't have to. Alright, I really want to know, but where did Mu Huai learn to tease like this? Can I sleep with you tonight? Suisui pouted in silent protest. Mu Huai's suddenly magnified handsome face made her pupils constrict. So soon he wants to sleep with her. It wouldn't be appropriate to mate while carrying a child. But Mu Huai rarely takes the initiative, and she really wants to break the rules. No, absolutely not. I cannot mate because I have a child in my belly, so. Suisui lowered her head. Her flushed face made Mu Huai instantly understand her reaction. He chuckled lightly, not wanting to tease her too much, as pregnant females can be quite sensitive. No mating, just simply holding you while sleeping, okay? Her obedient demeanor made Suisui question whether she was going mad just thinking about Mu Huai. Fine, as long as you're willing, I'm okay with it. Yes. Hearing Suisui agree, Mu Huai successfully slept together with her. Nuo Lin finished packing and walked to the door of Suisui's room. Hearing the sound of breathing from inside, he understood. Nuo Lin, why don't you go in? Nuo Lin had already heard the sounds from inside and realized that Mu Huai was with Suisui, indicating that what he had said was not in vain. Is Mu Huai also there? Nuo Lin entered, noticing the light laughter from inside, gaining some understanding. Since they are in the room, we cannot go in and hug Suisui. Let's find a place outside to settle down first. I will go with Hu Yin to gather some stones and build 2 nests so that there will be a place for Suisui little ones when they are born. Thinking of the little ones in Suisui belly, Nuo Lin contemplated building a place for them. Otherwise, when winter comes, they would have to huddle together. They'll go too. With Mu Huai around, there shouldn't be any problems. After considering, Qi Yun decided it was fine since Mu Huai was there with Suisui. Then it's settled. Well, go together. The 3 of them found a place with plenty of stones to build a sturdy den. Since it was not their first time building a cave, it went quite smoothly. Mu Huai, when this batch of little ones is born, I want everyone to go explore other places in the beast world. Where do you want to go? Suisui nestled in Mu Huai's arms in the den, stroked her belly, fantasizing about exploring the entire beast world in the future. I don't know, as long as you take me, I can go anywhere. Mu Huai also didn't know where would be good. He just intended to follow Suisui. Wherever she led him, for the beast world was vast. All right, let's go out and explore. Mu Huai carefully lifted Suisui off the bed and walked with her to the door, just in time to see Nuo Lin and the others busy at work. They had already tidied up the den overnight. Not to mention how fast they worked, the den was exactly the same as the one Suisui lived in. Nuo Lin, what are you doing? Suisui curiously looked at her 3 beast husbands who were busy. Surely they hadn't gone without sleep all night. Weren't they supposed to hunt during the day? Why were they so busy all night just to build a den? Suisui, you're awake. We were just thinking about the little ones you are about to give birth to, preparing a place in advance. Nuo Lin stepped forward to hug Suisui, pointing at the den to show her the little nest they had prepared for the babies in her belly. Indeed, and besides, when you become a couple with Mu Huai, he will also have his own place. Seeing them working hard for the unborn little ones warmed Suisui's heart. That's good, but you all didn't stay up all night without rest, did you? Suisui's worried eyes were about to spill over. Nuo Lin and the others exchanged glances. They had indeed slept, just not for long, since their male instincts did not require much rest. They only slept longer when hugging Suisui. No, we just got up. We finished building last night, and today we were just making it look nicer. Hearing this from Nuo Lin, Suisui felt a bit relieved. After all, they still had to hunt during the day. If they didn't rest well and were bullied by fierce beasts, it would not be good. Nuo Lin, winter is approaching. How do you usually keep warm? For the sake of her little ones, she also needed to think of ways to keep warm for her Suntoba-born second child. She didn't want her little ones to suffer from the cold in winter or go hungry. As a mother, she had to find ways to help both her unborn child and herself. We usually block the entrance with stones so that the wind doesn't blow in, and keep the food at the entrance, which doesn't spoil easily in winter. So that's how it is. She had heard from the older generation that when there was nothing, they would burn a clay bed to stay warm during the cold winters. In winter, food could be hung on outside branches, and just like a refrigerator, it would be preserved by the cold wind. If that's the case, then first let's find a way to build a heating bed. Once her little ones are born, they can all huddle together to keep warm. Have you thought about building a heating bed? Nuo Lin and the others were caught off guard by Suisui's question. If there were ways to keep warm in winter, their tribe wouldn't suffer from freezing little ones every year. Heating bed. What is that? Alright, once they are taught, they will understand what a heating bed is. Suisui didn't explain too much, letting them work together to prepare the materials to make the heating bed. She retrieved the simple method to make a heating bed from the system space. She had learned a bit from watching videos before, but she would only know how to do it once she tried it herself. You all go get some mud and bring some water and stones. Let's divide the tasks. Suisui arranged everything systematically, and the little ones, noticing that their parents were chatting excitedly, all rushed over, afraid that their mother and father would go out to play without taking them. Mom, what are you doing? We want to help too. Since the little ones had come over, they might as well start learning to make the heating bed from a young age, so let's prepare to work together. Mom is making something to keep warm in winter. Be good and follow your fathers. Nuo Fei and Nuo Shui stayed close to their mother. Suisui assigned the heavier items to Nuo Lin and the others, while the lighter, easier ones were given to them to take with the little ones. Alright, the little ones happily accepted their tasks, knowing that their mother was knowledgeable and that listening to her would not lead them astray. Okay, Mom. The assigned little ones followed their fathers and worked hard together. Nuo Lin took the little ones to gather mud, Hu Yin took them to fetch water, and Qi Yun took Mu Huai to collect stones. Since the stones were large, he didn't let the little ones follow. After everything was prepared, they began mixing mud, starting in the empty room that Nuo Lin and the others had built. Since there was less stuff inside, it was easier to clean up. Suisui and the little ones washed, with Suisui guiding Nuo Lin and the others in mixing mud, applying stones, and moving items to designated spots. Although she could also help, there was nothing too heavy for her to do. Making a heating bed was quite large. She connected the walls on both sides without any gaps. Suisui looked at the first layer, which was laid with stones and mud, and used her fire spiritual energy to directly fuse the stones and mud together. Only after the hardness and shape were completed did she retract her fire spiritual energy. The beast husbands and little ones were all stunned. Mom, your hands are on fire. Yes, Mom, the fire actually listens to you. The little ones excitedly observed the fire in their mother's palm, wishing they could possess such abilities. Suisui, how did you do that? Is it dangerous? Seeing the worried expressions on Nuo Lin and the others, Suisui felt warmth in her heart. The little ones were blissfully unaware of the potential danger of fire. However, they knew that fire could be very dangerous, so Suisui patiently explained to them, not wanting them to worry about her. Nuo Lin, you have it too. Your strength is significant, and that's also the effect of the energy fruit. It's just that everyone's abilities are different. It turned out that it was the influence of the energy fruit. Indeed, after obtaining the energy fruit, her abilities improved rapidly. If she hadn't restrained herself while hunting, she might have crushed the food. In the future, I will show each of you, okay? Turning around, Suisui saw the little ones looking at her with pitiful eyes, and her heart softened. She promised to let them see their abilities later. Okay, mother. The little ones cheered with joy, dancing happily. Their mother was truly wonderful, hee. The other beast husbands also looked at Nuo Lin's hands. Suisui noticed their yearning for strength. It was fine. Every beast husband would have their own energy. She would help them when she had time. The beast husbands nodded in agreement. After all, there was no rush. They had plenty of time. After preparing the ground, Suisui began arranging the sides, laying a layer of soil, then piling on another layer until it was completely stuck. After that, she used fire to start roasting. Once completed, she made a hole in the center of the earthen stove, erected a few separating stone pillars, and after fixing them with fire, she shrank the burning area a bit to prevent accidental injury. Thus, the top layer was made thick with a protective layer inside. This way it ensured warmth without burning herself, making it a great method. She opened a small hole outside the stove to prevent smoke from escaping, thus creating a good fire stove. In the future, we should lay more layers of animal skins on top. That way it won't be cold when winter comes. By covering it with animal skins, they could add firewood into the cave during the cold winter days and nights, allowing the little ones to play outside. If they got cold while playing, they could return to the cave to warm up. However, without a door, they needed to block the entrance with a large stone. If only they could have transparent glass someday. That way they could enjoy the snowflakes outside from within the room, and she imagined that the snow in the beast world must be very large and beautiful. Good. The little ones looked at their mother with admiration, exclaiming how fortunate they were to be her children. Mother is really amazing. Their sweet words instantly melted Suisui's heart. Since having these little ones, her life had become so fulfilling and joyful. Ha ha, you little ones are the sweetest. The little ones didn't take up much of Suisui's time, obediently following her next instructions. After all, their mother was figuring out ways to ensure they wouldn't fear the cold in winter. Nuo Lin, please call the chief and Nuo Yuan over. We want to teach this method to the tribe, hoping that the White Tiger tribe will not suffer from the cold this year. Once she had organized the White Tiger tribe, while she hoped to ask Qi Yun to find a way to subdue the wolf tribe. In the future, she hoped Qi Yun's little ones could find someone capable to become the leader of the wolf tribe. That might not be a bad idea. Okay, Suisui, I will go now. Nuo Lin was also excited. If the White Tiger tribe thrived in the future, his little ones would be able to manage the tribe better. He knew that Suisui would not stop at just the White Tiger tribe. What he could give was silent support and care. He knew Suisui would never abandon him. That was enough. Qi Yun. After Nuo Lin left, Suisui called Qi Yun over, planning to share her thoughts with him. As her beast husband, she should consult his ideas. What is it, Suisui? Qi Yun walked over, puzzled as to why Suisui was calling him. Have you thought about returning to the wolf tribe? Suisui's question made Qi Yun wonder if she intended to leave him. Did he do something wrong to make her unhappy, making her want to send him away? Qi Yun looked at Suisui in disbelief, as if he would cry if she said she was sending him away. His eyes were slightly red and his voice trembled. You want to send me away? Hearing Qi Yun's misunderstanding, Suisui hurriedly jumped into his arms to comfort him. How could I? I have your little one in my belly, but your little one cannot stay in the White Tiger tribe forever. So, I want you to find a way to become the leader of the wolf tribe to provide a home for our little ones. Finally, she quickly expressed her thoughts, fearing that Qi Yun would be unhappy. After all, she never thought about sending him away, as she could never casually drive away any beast husband. But Qi Yun clearly thought she wanted to send him away, so Suisui quickly hugged the almost heartbroken Qi Yun. She noticed his unhappiness and comforted him. Don't worry, you can go with Muhuai, alright. It turned out she wasn't sending him away. Qi Yun sighed in relief, glad it wasn't true. He quickly assured Suisui that it was fine. I have no problem, Suisui. As long as it was what Suisui needed, he would do anything, hoping Suisui would not abandon him, and that one day she would let him return. Yes, Qi Yun, I know you are worried. I will help you draw out the energy from the energy fruit tonight. I am not sure what kind of energy it is. Suisui certainly wouldn't want to abandon him. Once everything here was arranged, she would take the beast husbands and little ones to the wolf tribe to give birth to heirs for them. But I believe you can feel that your body is different from before, right? Indeed, he had sensed it even before Suisui mentioned it. He just didn't know what this energy was. Only in times of danger could this energy be slowly drawn out. Yes, so can I fight against them. Qi Yun doubted he could fight against them, so Suisui arranged for Mu Huai to accompany him. Since he was still far from his due date, he had plenty of time to wait for Qi Yun to return. Even if Qi Yun couldn't come back, she would have Nuo Lin go to support him. She had Hu Yin and her little ones here, so she didn't need to worry about anything else. She believed Nuo Lin would arrange everything well. Why not let Hu Yin go? Because Hu Yan's combat ability is not strong, and he doesn't run fast. He wouldn't be of much help, so it's better for him to stay here with Suisui and prepare some good food for them. Rest assured, with Mu Huai here, there won't be any problems. In order to ensure everything goes smoothly, Suisui has already planned to give Mu Huai an energy fruit produced by the system, which can elevate his energy to a new level. Move why tonight, I will lend you some of my energy. You can trust that I will take care of your body, and afterward your energy will belong solely to you. Hearing that the energy would be entirely his, Mu Huai was overjoyed. After all, he had previously been bullied by Suisui beast husband, and now with energy of his own, he could turn the tables. After all, Suisui had given him a chance to bully others, and he intended to seize this opportunity. I know, Suisui, don't worry. The two were filled with reluctance towards Suisui, but they believed that finishing early would allow them to return sooner, trusting that Suisui would wait for them. All right, you can go after tomorrow. I will report this matter to the clan leader. Suisui rubbed her belly thinking about her little ones. Tonight she would have Mu Huai and Qi Yun enhance their abilities, so she wouldn't have to worry about them getting hurt out there. Okay, Suisui held Qi Yun's hand, unable to refrain from giving reminders. After all, she was unsure what the wolf tribe was like, but she couldn't let Nuo Lin go either. After all, Nuo Lin still needed to protect the little ones and the white tiger tribe. She would also find a way to ensure that every household in the white tiger tribe had a winter heating stove as soon as possible. Qi Yun, remember, this time it's not necessary to kill indiscriminately. If they agree to submit to us, they can stay, and the little ones and females can stay too. During winter, we can let them use our heating stoves to get through the hardships. If they agree to follow you, you can teach them how to use the heating stoves. There will definitely be benefits for those who are willing to submit to us. Remember, I won't let the wolf tribe be exterminated. Qi Yun noted this and would follow Suisui's thoughts. They were of the same tribe, and he believed that his kin would listen to him, especially since they had witnessed Suisui's abilities. I believe in you. Nuo Yuan ran over from a distance, having missed his mother after not seeing her for several days. Mother, I'm back. Nuo Yuan rushed into Suisui's arms, missing her and his siblings dearly after such a long time. Nuo Yuan, you're back. How are things with the clan leader? Suisui looked at her son, who remained round and chubby, and lovingly kissed him twice. I'm doing well, mother. He had returned with the clan leader, usually spending his days there, often returning late, when his mother had already gone to bed, leaving early in the morning before she rose. Suisui then noticed that the clan leader had also arrived, and quickly stood up to tidy her appearance. Clan leader. Suisui, I heard from Nuo Lin that you have a way to ensure that we won't go hungry this winter. Looking at Nuo Lin behind the clan leader, Suisui nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed, as she had been too close with her little ones just now. Yes, clan leader. She was ready to reveal everything, as she wouldn't want her little ones to suffer from hunger or cold while living here. On that day, the females did not go hunting, nor did they go gather. Those with little ones stayed with them, while those without gathered around with their beast husbands. They all gathered at the entrance of Suisui's small cave. This was where Suisui discussed her heating stove with the clan leader, and she planned to take him to see it as well. After seeing it, the clan leader also prepared to help everyone get ready to endure the cold winter. The clan leader instructed other managers to gather the tribe members. Many had already heard that Suisui possessed something that would help them survive the cold season. Suisui, I heard that you were going to teach the tribe's beastmen how to get through winter. We all came to see. The females surrounded Suisui while the males curiously observed the area around Nuo Lin's cave. They were eager to find out what the assurance was that would keep everyone warm in winter. Yes, Suisui, can we come take a look? The females looked at Suisui and her little ones with excitement, who were playfully running around, creating a lively atmosphere similar to a bonfire party. Of course, you are all welcome. Suisui was more than happy to welcome them, as she had anticipated this moment, since she prepared to share the winter supplies with them. Suisui, thank you. The White Tiger tribe is truly honored to have you. Dan Yang had arrived from somewhere, having observed for a long time before daring to approach. Her beast husbands were over there checking out the heating stove, and she had the chance to come see Suisui, as she didn't want to bring up the past. Dan Yang, thank you for taking care of Yu. Can I ask you to help deliver my next baby? Suisui held no grudge against Dan Yang, especially since she had changed her perspective after learning that Dan Yang was now a shaman in the tribe. After all, beastmen in this world rarely had malicious intentions, and Suisui could understand Dan Yang's feelings back then. Of course, thank you, Suisui, for forgiving me. When Dan Yang heard Suisui mention that she wanted her to assist with the next delivery, she was very excited. She had hoped that Suisui would forgive her, but also anticipated some caution. However, she did not expect Suisui to be so generous, and the thought of being able to assist with Suisui's next baby brought tears to her eyes. Suisui was truly too kind. She regretted their earlier arguments so much. At that moment, Dan Yang felt a wave of remorse, but she knew that the past could not be changed, as she would strive to be a good shaman from now on. I have never been angry with you. Suisui and Dan Yang reconciled, and Yu was also very happy. Ever since Dan Yang helped with her delivery, Yu had a different view of her. Suisui, Dan Yang. Yu hurried over upon seeing everything from a distance. The two good sisters became three, and life here grew increasingly beautiful. Suisui felt herself blending into this place. Yu, you're here. Yu came over holding Suisui's and Dan Yang's hands. With everyone present, how could she not come? I brought Kai and Lang Air so they can learn too. This was a fortunate event for the entire White Tiger tribe. Not freezing or starving to death in winter was incredibly precious for them. Alright, I will explain everything to you later, and then let Nuo Lin tell them. Suisui thought about sharing some details with them, and the males had agreed to let Nuo Lin explain it. It's okay, Suisui, we females are just here to learn. Building houses is the job of the beast husbands. The two of them didn't care about that matter at all. They believed that their beast husbands would definitely learn. They had come over just to chat and enjoy the atmosphere. Yes, we're just here to have fun and chat. Dan Yang also wanted to see Suisui and chat together with you. As for the fire pit, having their own beast husbands was enough. Alright, since that's the case, let's go out and have fun. We should enjoy ourselves now as winter makes it inconvenient to go out. After they returned, Suisui called Mu Huai into the room and fed him the things she had prepared in advance. Mu Huai, eat this. Without hesitation, Mu Huai ate it while Suisui guided him to sit cross-legged on the bed. Following the system's method, she channeled energy into Mu Huai's body, allowing him to integrate it himself. How he would integrate it was entirely up to him. Host, are you really this at ease with him? The system asked curiously. After all, it had never seen the host so trusting of anyone, and Mu Huai seemed to be the first. Suisui looked at Mu Huai, who was in the process of integration, and nodded with a sense of reassurance. After all, he was from the Tung-Shi tribe, a beast that once overshadowed all others. Did she really come to the beast world just to bear offspring? Yet Suisui felt as if she was destined to revitalize the beast realm. She cast a deep glance at Mu Huai, ignoring the system as she turned and left the room. Nuo Lin, have you been waiting by the door all this time? Seeing Nuo Lin waiting at the door, Suisui looked at him and thought he must have finished his tasks. I have something to discuss with you. Nuo Lin observed Sui's sweet contemplative expression and realized it must be about sending Qi Yun to the wolf tribe, which had put her in a difficult position. I have something to tell you too. Suisui was also preparing to inform Nuo Lin about sending Qi Yun to the wolf tribe, but upon hearing Nuo Lin mention he had something to discuss, she wondered if it was the same matter. You go first. No, you go first. The two spoke in unison, and Suisui thought they were likely discussing the same topic, so she spoke directly. Alright, I'll go first. I'm planning to send Qi Yun to the wolf tribe. Indeed, they were discussing the same topic, which made the conversation much easier. I know what I wanted to tell you is also about this matter. The wolf tribe is not easily attacked, especially since it's only Qi Yun and Mu Huai who will go. It's not that Nuo Lin didn't trust them, it was just that Mu Huai's abilities were indeed quite weak. In past fights, Mu Huai had never won. Nuo Lin didn't understand why Suisui was sending Qi Yun and Mu Huai without letting him accompany them. Was it that Suisui thought his combat ability was inadequate? Nuo Lin felt hurt. He didn't want Suisui to see him as the same useless person he once was, someone who couldn't win against anyone. He was strong now, and even Kai was not his match. Nuo Lin, I understand your concerns, but what if we find a way to make the wolf tribe and the white tiger tribe get along? Could it be that they would listen? Suisui simply didn't want to resort to fighting. If she could peacefully integrate the wolf tribe, then why should there be any conflict? If the wolf tribe knew they had methods to store food and keep warm during winter, wouldn't they agree? If they couldn't defeat the white tiger tribe, why couldn't both tribes grow together? You want to give the wolf tribe the fire pit too? Suisui had been here for a while, but the wolf tribe hadn't shown themselves. She had only heard bits and pieces from Qi Yun. If Qi Yun represented them, he could also earn a good reputation. In the future, her offspring could live among the wolf tribe. Yes, Nuo Lin, you know, I wouldn't engage in battles without confidence. If I can ensure the wolf tribe doesn't starve or freeze in winter, wouldn't they obey? Alright, Nuo Lin thought about it and realized that indeed if the wolf tribe wouldn't starve or freeze, they would certainly agree. Suisui's idea was correct. Nuo Lin, can you trust me? Suisui grasped Nuo Lin's hand. She never viewed him as someone too weak to fight for her. On the contrary, she couldn't bear to let Nuo Lin leave, as he still needed to care for her offspring, protecting Nuo Yuan. If possible, she hoped Nuo Lin could train all her children. In the future, when Nuo Yuan became the chief of the white tiger tribe, Nuo Xiao could become a great general. Nuo Xiao's combat skills were well recognized, especially since Suisui had bestowed him with abilities. Thus, she hoped her second son would become the chief and her eldest son a general. If any other offspring had abilities, they should not be overlooked either. But she would discuss these matters with Nuo Lin later after this task was completed. Her children would all be exceptional talents. Alright, but wouldn't it be fewer people with just the two of them? Now I can ask the chief if he agrees that having more people could be beneficial. Since Suisui had said so, Nuo Lin could only find a way to have the chief arrange a few more people to accompany Mu Huai and Qi Yun. Having one more person means one more assurance. This was the best idea Nuo Lin could come up with. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Nuo Lin embraced Suisui tightly, willing to do everything to help her. Today was a good day. A bonfire party would be held before winter arrived, and all the tribespeople would gather for a lively time. The chief is preparing a bonfire party tonight. After the party, Inzil informed the chief before they go. Suisui hadn't seen a bonfire party in a long time. The last time was during her bonding ceremony with Nuo Lin. Alright, no problem. Suisui nodded, snuggling into Nuo Lin's embrace, savoring the peaceful atmosphere that belonged to them at that moment. Haha, tonight's bonfire party is really lively. Yes. Time flew by quickly. By the time Suisui and her beast husbands arrived at the square, it was packed with people, and the cubs had gone off to play with their peers. They danced around the fire, and there was a large platform nearby, filled with various meats, both raw and cooked, along with fruits that had been gathered, covering the entire table. The chief sat on the platform with Nuo Yuan and the elder shamans while the beast husbands happily played nearby, resembling a joyous amusement park. Suisui couldn't take her eyes off the scene. She knew that Nuo Yuan, as the next chief, should familiarize himself with these processes in advance. Just when the atmosphere was lively, Suisui suddenly spotted a young couple walking hand in hand towards the chief. "Chief, I want to bond with Yin. Yin, oh, please grant us your blessing." It turned out the female on the platform was named Yin, Yin, a lovely name, and she was quite adorable, with a round face and a strong physique. The male was also quite muscular, even more so than Nuo Lin. Suisui turned to look at Nuo Lin, nodding her head in satisfaction. Well-proportioned muscles, relaxed yet firm, are exactly the type that Suisui likes. Ha ha ha, great. Our tribe has found couples too. For the tribe chief, it is particularly exciting to see couples being formed during the bonfire party. Good. Of course, with the first pair there follows a second pair of young lovers hand in hand walking up to the chief. "Chief, we also want to become a couple. Chief Xiaoya and I wish to form a couple too." Watching them become couples, Suisui reminisced about her own initial coupling with Nuo Lin, realizing how quickly time has passed. After the chief paired the three couples, there were no more couples to be formed. "I hope you all give birth to cubs soon for the prosperity of our white tiger tribe." Yes. The tribe's people cheered for them, and they themselves felt joyous and excited. As the party drew to a close, Nuo Lin took Suisui to discuss with the chief. Suisui wanted Qi Yun to extend a helping hand to the wolf tribe. After all, they were Qi Yun's kin. Chief Suisui wants Qi Yun to go to the wolf tribe so that the wolf tribe can unite with the white tiger tribe. In the beast world, the most important thing is for everyone to unite and survive the harsh nature's law of the jungle. If the wolf tribe can heed the white tiger tribe's words, I can foster peace between the two tribes, and we can help each other in the future. This is a good thing. If you need my help, just say so. If this matter succeeds, it would benefit both the white tiger tribe and the wolf tribe. The chief certainly did not want to miss this opportunity, regretting he hadn't thought of it sooner. It's like this: Suisui wants Qi Yun and Mu Huai to go together, but I'm worried that just the two of them might be too few, so I plan to find 2 warriors from the tribe to go with them. Nuo Lin noticed the chief's interest and shared his thoughts with the chief. The chief, who was currently in high spirits, had no problem with reallocating personnel. It was a sure-win situation. "All right, first thing tomorrow, I will send someone over. You all should prepare as well." However, he needed to carefully choose who to send tomorrow. This opportunity was perfect for Nuo Yuan to gain experience. Understood, chief. Nuo Lin also realized that reallocating personnel was not an easy task. After Nuo Lin left with Suisui, the chief went directly to find Nuo Yuan. Although he had only followed him for a few days, the chief already recognized his intelligence. Nuo Yuan was resting by the stream, having been focused on learning how to be a chief for a while and had not had a proper chance to relax. "Chief, what's the matter?" He was a bit puzzled when the chief suddenly sought him out, as he usually had free time during the bonfire party. "How has your study of being a chief been these past few days?" Nuo Yuan nodded, indicating that he had learned what needed to be learned and should be able to remember it. "It's going well, chief. You can quiz me anytime." The chief, seeing his obedient disciple, couldn't help but tease him and tossed Nuo Lin's question to Nuo Yuan. "Ha ha ha, great. You truly live up to being Suisui offspring. Then let me test you. Tomorrow your father Qi Yun will take Mu Huai to the wolf tribe. Choose 2 capable warriors from the tribe to accompany your fathers." Qi Yun and Mu Huai were going to the wolf tribe, but when did Mu Huai become his father? He was unaware of this. However, during this time he had been too busy to pay attention to family matters, but there should not have been any couples yet, otherwise he would have known. But going to the wolf tribe, would 2 capable warriors be enough? Reflecting on the entire white tiger tribe, who were the capable ones? Kai was quite good, but in Yu Yu's aunt's family, Kai was the strongest, being the tribe's first warrior and had a good relationship with his mother. With him around, Nuo Yuan felt more at ease. Who could the second one be? He remembered Deshan from Mei Hua's family. However, during the recent hunt, Kai was absent, and thankfully Deshan was there. Yes, they would be a good match. "Yes, chief, I have observed every member of the tribe during this time. Speaking of the strongest, besides our fathers, Kai from Yu Yu's family and Deshan from Mei Hua's family are quite impressive. I believe they would be perfect choices." "Ha ha ha, great. You truly are my talented disciple. Good, I have decided to let Kai and Deshan go on this trip." Indeed, Nuo Yuan had analyzed every warrior in the white tiger tribe, and the chief was very surprised. Truly worthy of being the chosen next chief, perfectly suitable. Thus it was settled that Kai and Deshan would accompany Qi Yun on their journey. "You rest well, I will have the elders notify them." After giving Nuo Yuan some instructions, he left promptly to discuss matters with the elders. "Understood, chief." Nuo Yuan obediently nodded. The chief nodded and walked out. Deshan was indeed impressive. Whenever Kai was absent, Deshan was always part of the hunting team. Not daring to be negligent, he thought that if he went, it would indeed be feasible. After Mu Huai absorbed his energy, he opened his eyes, noticing Suisui and the others staring at him at the stone table, making him feel a bit shy. He impatiently asked, "Why are you all looking at me?" In truth, there was nothing, but the inexplicable gazes made Mu Huai feel a chill down his back. "Ha ha ha, it's nothing at all. They were just thinking that after Mu Huai's energy upgrade, they might not be able to compete with him, which surely would boost Mu Huai's confidence." "Strange. How about trying to use your energy?" Seeing them teasing and causing Mu Huai to turn bright red, Suisui hurriedly intervened, not wanting to make Mu Huai too embarrassed, urging him to try to sense his own energy. She wanted to see what kind of results he could achieve. She only knew that energy would grow, but to what extent Suisui was honestly uncertain, though she knew that Mu Huai was quite impressive. Good. With a strong effort, Mu Huai manifested a pair of transparent wings behind him, not completely invisible, but rather with a glass-like transparency. He felt a tickling sensation on his back, as if something was growing out of him. He couldn't see himself, but the winged humanoid figure resembled a beautiful fairy. Wow, so beautiful. Everyone praised him, as it was their first time seeing someone grow wings after transforming into human form in the beast world. This was truly unprecedented. Yes, it really is quite stunning. Suisui stared in awe at Mu Huai's wings. They were truly beautiful, resembling the fairies she had seen on her phone before. With wings, he should be able to fly now. But flying doesn't mean he can fight. Alright, it seems that everyone's focus is always different. Rest assured you have energy within your body, it's just that the timing for release has not yet arrived. Mu Huai has indeed become stronger as he trains. After all, the energy is within him, yet it remains dormant, only to be unleashed in times of adversity. Alright, everyone should get some rest early. Tomorrow morning, we will be preparing to set off, and the clan leader will send 2 people to assist you. Okay. Nuo Lin noticed that it was getting late, and urged everyone to rest quickly. After all, Qiyun and the others were setting off tomorrow, and Huyen had to wake up early to prepare meals for everyone. None of them left. Nuo Lin embraced Suisui. Qiyun was on Suisui's other side. Huyen was at Suisui's feet, and Mu Huai lay atop Suisui's head. If another one were to come, it would be best to sleep over by Suisui, though it might not be that they sleep together every day. Mother, the clan leader asked me to bring 2 warriors. I heard that Qiyun is going to the wolf clan today, so I came to bid him farewell. Nuo Yuan knew what his mother wanted to ask, and stated it directly, though he didn't voice his doubts. He wondered if his mother had already formed a bond with Mu Huai, but even if not, it should be approaching. Nuo Yuan, good boy. Suisui looked at her gradually maturing child, gently patting his head. The other children played wildly every day, yet her Nuo Yuan at such a young age was learning by the clan leader's side. Kai, are you going too? Seeing Kai standing beside another male beastman, she thought this must be someone the clan leader sent to accompany Qiyun and Mu Huai. Yes, Suisui. Those sent by the clan leader are all warriors of the tribe. This is Deshan, a male from the Meihua family. I see. I know very few females, even fewer by name. It seems I could meet this Meihua female another day, or I wonder what she's like. Suisui, female, I am Deshan. Hearing Kai introduce himself, Deshan stepped forward to introduce himself. After all, he had come under the clan leader's orders, and must behave. Thank you for your assistance. Suisui nodded, expressing her gratitude to the 2. Having one more person meant one more strength. This was the best outcome for her. No need for thanks. This time we will return early. Seeing Suisui so polite, Deshan's face flushed slightly. Although he had already formed a bond, this was the first time he heard such a gentle and pleasant voice from another female, but he still preferred his own Meihua. Suisui nodded, and saw Mu Huai standing by, unable to join the conversation. Not wanting to see Mu Huai's awkwardness, she directly introduced him to the 2. As they were about to leave together, it was better to become familiar with each other. This is Mu Huai, he will also be going with you. Deshan nodded towards Mu Huai. In fact, Deshan had already heard from Kai and the clan leader about this last remaining member of the Tengshi clan, and with Suisui, a female, with extremely high fertility, revitalizing the Tengshi clan was just a matter of time. I know that the Tengshi clan has not yet formed any bonds. The clan leader spoke to me about it yesterday. But is Suisui not planning to form a bond with Mu Huai before letting him go? Kai curiously asked why Suisui was not forming a bond with Mu Huai, now directly voicing his thoughts, as what if he ran away without forming a bond? However, even knowing what Kai was thinking, Suisui didn't mind. After all, Mu Huai couldn't escape, could he? No need. I will form a bond with him after giving birth to the child. Right now I have a child in my belly, and I don't even know when the wolf clan's birthing period is supposed to be. I will ask the system about it after this matter is settled. Forming a bond now wouldn't allow for mating, so it's better to wait. After all, mating immediately after forming a bond might not be good for either Mu Huai or me. If the time is too long, it might not be the same. Alright. Nuo Yuan also learned that they had not yet formed a bond, which was good. He wouldn't worry too much, especially since he didn't know much about Mu Huai, the Tengshi clan member. Qiyun, this is a gift from us siblings to you and Mu Huai. We hope you return soon, my mother, and I will be waiting for you. In the distance, several other children had wild game in their mouths. No wonder they were missing early in the morning. It turns out they had gone hunting. These children really tug at one's heartstrings. Even Nuo Fei and Nuo Shui had animal skins in their mouths, all meant for Qiyun and Mu Huai. My little ones are really good. Qiyun and Mu Huai will surely return soon. Mu Huai and Qiyun quickly received the heavy affection from the children's mouths. Indeed, these were sweet children, thoughtful enough to evoke sympathy. Qiyun and Mu Huai embraced the children, kissing them on the head, all their own children receiving the same affection. The children nodded obediently, knowing that they only had to wait at home for their fathers to return. They need not worry about anything else. The children's hearts were steadfast, hoping that one day they too could protect their mother, just like their fathers. Worried that word might leak out, Suisui did not let the tribesmen know their whereabouts. Everything would be complete upon their return. Suisui hugged Qiyun and Mu Huai. Return early, I hope you can make it back in time for the birth of your child. Watching their departing figures, Suisui touched her belly softly, saying in her heart, goodbye from the baby to you fathers. Her belly gently trembled, not at all uncomfortable, as if bidding farewell to her fathers. Qiyun and the 4 others embarked on an uncertain journey while Suisui and the children waited at home for their return. Yue, what brings you here? Suisui's belly was getting bigger, and she had been strolling around her yard. Suddenly, when Yu came over, Suisui felt a bit of joy. It had been a while since she had seen them. As her belly grew larger, Suisui had been walking around the yard, usually accompanied by the children, or Nuo Lin and Huyan. Huyan's hunting skills were still lacking, so Nuo Lin had gone hunting more often. Suisui, I'm here to check on you. Your belly looks like it's about to give birth. Yes, it's almost time. How about you? Suisui affectionately stroked her belly, feeling particularly excited about this pregnancy, even though she had already given birth once. As for me, there's been no sign yet. I consulted Dan Yang, and she said I need to take care of my health. Winter is approaching, making it harder to conceive. However, before you had wanted to have another child before winter arrived, but there had been no signs until now. Suisui couldn't help but ask again. It's true that in 10 days it will be winter. Females find it difficult to conceive in winter. Yu's health was indeed a bit poor, which was understandable. Yes, Suisui, you don't know, the tribe has been particularly lively these past few days, all preparing for winter. The chieftain is organizing the other orcs who are not busy to prepare food and hay. Yaya was excited. She could finally enjoy the warmth of winter. The days to come seem simply wonderful. It looks like this winter will be great. Of course, with the heated Kong and a method to store food, winter will definitely be better. Yes, this is all thanks to you, Suisui. Without you, it would definitely be very cold in winter. Yaya held Sujui's hand, thinking that if it weren't for Suisui, she might still be freezing this year. It's alright, Yaya, our lives will surely get better in the future. Hearing Sujui's words, Yaya nodded heavily, suddenly missing Kai. It's been boring without him around. Although she has other beast husbands, none are as fun as Kai. I know, but can Kai and the others return before winter arrives? Yaya couldn't help but ask Suisui, wondering if there was any good news from Kai's side during this time. Don't worry, they will. A couple of days ago, Nuo Lin told me that news came from Chian's side. The wolf tribe has already supported Qiyun as their new chieftain, and everyone is preparing the heated Kong for winter these days. After thinking for a moment, Suisui decided to share the news she knew with Yaya, at least to ease her worries. Although they didn't know when they would return, given the current situation, it should be soon. Haha, that's wonderful. If that's the case, Qiyun and the others will be back soon. Hearing that they would be returning soon, Yaya jumped up and down with joy. Yes. I miss Kai so much. I wonder if he's eating well, and if he's sleeping soundly at night without me. Almost a month has passed, and they are finally coming back. Sujui's belly is getting bigger and bigger. As for the wolf tribe, after being busy for so long, a few of them could finally take a quiet break. However, as soon as they were idle, they couldn't help but miss their females. Finally, we can take a break now. During this time, Kai thought about holding his Yaya to sleep every night, but all that awaited him was an icy stove. For Kai, who was already a beast husband, it was particularly torturous. Yes, Qiyun, when are you planning to return? Kai stole a glance at Qiyun, who was lowering his head, and seemed to be thinking about Suisui. The days until Sujui's delivery were getting closer, and he wondered if Qiyun was anxious. We have to wait until this is almost done. The rest is just supervision. If you miss Yaya, you can go back first. Qiyun also wanted to return. If it weren't for Suisui wanting her little wolf cub to settle in the wolf tribe, he really wouldn't want to come here. But there was no way Who told Suisui to like it. However, Kai's words seemed to indicate that he missed Yaya. There wasn't much left to do here, and if Kai wanted to go back to take a look, he could make it in a day and a night. What about me? I miss Suisui too. Can I go back first? The keen-eared Mu Huai heard Qiyun agreeing to Kai returning to the White Tiger tribe, and excitedly ran over, fearing he would be left behind when they return. Mu Huai, do you want to leave me here alone? Qiyun looked at the anxious Mu Huai, whose eager little eyes seemed to suggest that he would run off as soon as he was allowed, and quickly stopped him. Isn't this your wolf tribe? There's nothing to do now. How about I bring Suisui over? Mu Huai rolled his eyes. If one was to leave, he definitely wanted to leave too, otherwise no one should leave. If it came to that, he could go get Suisui himself. Since she was pregnant, it would be inconvenient for her, so he could transform into his original form and carry her over by flying. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? Suisui is about to give birth. Why would you bring her over now? The two spoke in unison, startling Mu Huai. It was clear they were against it, but why were they shouting so loudly and scaring him? I was just saying it casually. Why are you taking it so seriously? Mu Huai secretly glanced at the two with a guilty conscience. In fact, he didn't necessarily want to bring Suisui over. He just saw that Qiyun missed Suisui, but was too afraid to say it, so he was just teasing him. Forget it. If you want to go back, you can go, but I can't go back. This place isn't finished yet, and I need to hurry. I promised Suisui I would return before she gives birth. Qiyun really had no temper with Mu Huai, at least before he could still fight back. Now, although both of their abilities have improved, a wolf still couldn't beat a tongue snake. Forget it, he could only sulk alone. He just hoped he wouldn't really get himself worked up. Forget it. I want leave. Let's hurry back together. Mu Huai noticed that Qiyun was getting angry and didn't dare to provoke him anymore. He obediently admitted his mistake and focused on organizing everything here as quickly as possible. That way he could return to see Suisui sooner. After Suisui gives birth, he would stick to her all the time. Humph. Alright, if you all aren't leaving, then I definitely won't leave either. He'll go with you. It will be faster that way. Daxian is busy alone over there, I'll go check on him. After Muhuai left, Qiyun and Kai rubbed their heads thinking that this guy was always scaring people. Then Qiyun and Kai exchanged smiles and turned to get busy with their own tasks. The wolf tribe was doing relatively well overall. Qiyun sent part of them to hunt while the rest built the heated Kong together in the tribe. The females were only going out to gather. During this time, Qiyun didn't only teach them how to make the heated Kong. He even taught the wolf tribe how to weave bamboo baskets. He hoped to take advantage of the time before winter arrived to tidy things up and strive to have enough food to survive the winter. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Suisui was about to give birth. Quickly go call the shaman. Suisui was enjoying the last rays of sunshine before winter, and the cub in her belly couldn't hold on any longer and wanted to come out. Nuo Lin noticed something was wrong and quickly told Huyin to go call the shaman. The little fox dashed out in a flash. Understood. Nuo Lin supported Suisui and carried her into the beast den, placing her on the bed. They hadn't prepared for Suisui to give birth a few days ago. They had already laid the best beast skins on it to ensure that Suisui could sleep comfortably. Now it was just in time to be useful. The others had also been cleaned repeatedly and dried, making the furs soft and smooth. Can Suisui hold on? Nuo Lin looked at Suisui with concern, fearing she would feel even a little discomfort. Don't worry, Nuo Lin, I can do it. While Suisui was enduring, she also reassured Nuo Lin. She was just worried about Qiyun, who had been gone for almost 2 months, not knowing when he would return. When will Qiyun return? Suisui couldn't help but ask Nuo Lin, who didn't want Suisui to worry at this time. He had already sent someone to notify Qiyun 2 days ago. Don't worry, they're on their way here, and we'll be back soon. Nuo Lin held Suisui tightly, afraid that if he wasn't careful, Suisui might give birth. He couldn't afford to be negligent, and stayed close, knowing that the little ones were thriving in the tribe, which reassured him. From receiving reliable news, Suisui lay in bed waiting for the shaman, while Nuo Lin kept her company. Suisui felt this time was not as exhausting as the last. Last time she had aches all over, but this time she experienced none, likely thanks to the system. Once the little ones are born, I must have a good chat with the system to prevent it from getting bored in the system space. The shaman is here. Outside, Huyin brought news of the shaman's arrival. Excited, Nuo Lin hurried to bring the shaman inside. Hurry, come in. Looking at Dan Yang carrying a bamboo basket filled with herbs, he exclaimed, Dan Yang, you're here. Suisui wanted to get up, but was stopped by Nuo Lin. After all her contractions had begun, and she couldn't move around anymore. It's me, Suisui. You must hold on, this pregnancy is quite large, and you must give birth in human form. Can you manage it? Dan Yang stepped forward, placing her hand on Suisui's belly. Seeing that it was larger than a typical beastman's, she felt a pang of worry. A belly this big would mean more pain during a beastly birth. Don't worry, Dan Yang, I can do it. Recognizing Dan Yang's apprehension, Suisui was still confident about her body. Perhaps this time she would give birth to a little one in human form. Nuo Lin, who had accompanied Suisui through a previous birth, understood what needed to be done. It's ready, but it's over there. Could you all go out? If Qiyun returns, let him in. After everything was prepared, Dan Yang sent Nuo Lin outside. Since this was Qiyun's child, the first beast to see the newborn must be the biological father, so Qiyun had to be the first male to enter. Alright. Without further ado, Nuo Lin walked out, glancing back at Suisui with reluctance, silently praying for Qiyun's swift return. Don't worry, Suisui. He'll help you. Dan Yang gently rubbed Suisui's belly, trying to alleviate her discomfort. She could feel the little one inside was healthy and seemed eager to come out. I know, I'm not afraid. With the system on her side, Suisui wasn't worried about the difficulties of childbirth. She was simply waiting for the right moment to give birth. Just as she was straining to give birth, Qiyun finally returned. From a distance, he saw Nuo Lin coming out of the room, indicating it was time for delivery. He hurried over. Nuo Lin, why are you outside? Where's Suisui? Gripping Nuo Lin's arm tightly, he asked anxiously, fearing he would miss the arrival of his little one. Quickly go inside, Suisui is in labor. Seeing Qiyun's tense expression, Nuo Lin didn't inquire about the wolf tribe situation and urged him to go in to accompany Suisui. After all, they were having wolf pups, and he couldn't go in and interfere. Alright, I'm going in now. Qiyun replied, pushing the door straight in. Just then, Muhuai, arriving at the doorway, was stopped by Nuo Lin. Muhuai, you all are back. Why are you stopping me? Can I go in? Muhuai looked up to peek inside, but seeing nothing, he instantly felt dejected. How's Suisui? Is she okay? Don't worry, she's fine. How's everything on the wolf tribe's side? At this, Muhuai was taken aback. Isn't it time for Suisui to give birth now? Why are you concerned about the wolf tribe? Aren't you going to ask about me? Hearing that Suisui was fine, he secretly sighed in relief, but the next moment heard Nuo Lin's concern for the wolf tribe. I nearly exhausted myself chasing after Qiyun, yet Nuo Lin didn't show any concern. Suddenly the sky felt gray and devoid of love. Forget the complaints, Muhuai still answered Nuo Lin's questions honestly. After all, he was the first beast husband. He chuckled to himself, if I could beat Nuo Lin, would I still not be the first beast husband? Everything has been arranged. Don't worry, this time, when we return, we can stay a few more days. Once Suisui is able to move around, we can go to the wolf tribe together. After all, Suisui has been eyeing the wolf tribe. When they finally go, they will discover how beautiful the wolf tribe actually is. Even in winter, there's a stream at the foot of the mountain, and the flowers blooming on both banks are quite beautiful. When they go to the wolf tribe together, he would definitely secretly take Suisui to play. By then, when the flowers bloom, Suisui would absolutely love it. What about Kai and Deshawn? Alright, it seems I have to show concern for everyone. I wonder when it will be my turn to be cared for. Little did he know that Nuo Lin saw him as fine. After all, Kai and Deshawn were only willing to send their own females to the wolf tribe for their females' sake. He had to show concern out of duty and reason. If anything happened, he could resolve it promptly, preventing Suisui from worrying about unpleasant matters. After all, no one knew the exact situation outside. It's always better to be cautious. They have gone back. There's nothing happening over there. Chi-yun and I hurried back. They've returned to their own females, so don't worry. Hearing the noises from inside as Suisui was giving birth, Mu Huai couldn't help but feel anxious pacing outside since they couldn't help with anything. Suisui, I'm back. How are you? Are you uncomfortable? It's all my fault. I should have returned earlier. Chi-yun rushed straight to Suisui, seeing her lying on the bed in discomfort. He wished he could take her place during childbirth. Chi-yun, you're back. I'm back, Suisui. Suisui opened her eyes and reached out to grab Chi-yun. It had been a long time since she last saw him, and in her dazed state, she couldn't tell if he had gained or lost weight. The brief separation made her miss him like a rushing tide, and the feeling of giving birth blurred her vision with a layer of mist. Chi-yun, did you miss me? I missed you so much. Suisui, I missed you too especially. I completed the task you entrusted to me. Once you give birth, let's go play in the wolf tribe, okay? Chi-yun embraced Suisui, vowing never to leave again. Once Suisui recovered, he would take her to the wolf tribe for fun. He wanted to be with Suisui all the time, and from now on he would never be away from her for so long. Alright, stop chatting, Suisui, you need to push hard. If you relax now, the half-born cub will slip back in. What are you doing? Dan Yang couldn't stand it anymore. Oh, wasn't this about giving birth? Can flirting wait until after the birth? Never mind, what can I do? The sooner it's done, the better. Okay, enough chatting. Giving birth is the priority. Chi-yun also felt it was not the right time, and quickly began preparing. He turned to Dan Yang. Chi-yun, channel your energy into Suisui belly. It will be beneficial for the cub. Alright. Chi-yun placed his hand gently on Suisui belly, transmitting energy into her. As the sensations from her belly flowed and Suisui focused and slowly exerted herself. Ma? Host, the moment has come. Oh, prepare yourself. Upon hearing the system's reminder, Suisui gathered her strength and gave birth. This delivery was much better than the last. Although this litter seemed to be quite large, it was not as painful with the system's assistance. This time was good, much better than the first. It's almost here. The first cub is male. Dan Yang placed the newly born cub on the beast's skin beside her, then began to assist with the second one, which was also male, followed by the third and fourth. Oh, it's female. Then the fifth and sixth were also female, totaling 3 males and 3 females. Haha, congratulations, Chi-yun, 3 male cubs and 3 female cubs. Although he knew it beforehand, seeing the cubs born was still surprising. 2 litters of 6 cubs, each. This fertility is simply terrifying. Ha, that's fantastic. Suisui, did you hear? 3 males and 3 females. Chi-yun was so excited to see his 6 little cubs that he was rendered speechless. Several of the cubs had inherited Chi-yun's looks. Their tiny fur was exceptionally beautiful. At the moment she heard that the cubs were safely born, Suisui instantly relaxed and unknowingly closed her eyes. Chi-yun tightly held Suisui's hand. She had already endured so much. He kissed her forehead, knowing that she was utterly exhausted as he watched her slowly close her eyes. Who will name them? Looking at these adorable little cubs, Dan Yang brought up the matter of naming. She had heard that Suisui names for used cubs were particularly lovely, and she wanted to hear what name Suisui would come up with for her own cubs. Let Suisui wake up before naming them. Alright, after the birth, he'll take my leave. You all rest well. Okay, thank you, Dan Yang. You're welcome. After sending Dan Yang off, Chi-yun stayed by Suisui's bedside, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Dan Yang had said that the cubs were too big, which is why a human form was used for delivery, and it was particularly painful. It was heart-wrenching. Congratulations, host, for successfully giving birth to a male wolf for the second time. Reward Moon Shadow Technique, Wind-based magic. Congratulations, host, for the second male wolf. Reward Energy Stone Water Sprite. Congratulations, host, for the third male wolf. Reward Ice and Snow Power Source of Energy. Congratulations, host, for the fourth female wolf. Reward Thunder-based Special Ability, Plant-based Special Ability. Congratulations, host, for the fifth female wolf. Reward 10 Strong Beast Pills, 10 Transformation Pills. Congratulations, host, for the sixth female wolf. Reward 2 square meters of space. Congratulations, host, for a total of 6 cubs, 3 male and 3 female. Due to the host's excellent performance, an additional reward of 10 beauty and youth pills, 10 recovery pills is granted. Hope the host takes good rest to recover. After giving birth, Suisui, covered with beast skins, fell asleep without even checking how many cubs there were. The system had mentioned it before, but she had fallen asleep before she had the chance to look. The system was also busy calculating the rewards for the cubs born, but Suisui remained unaware as she slept. Looking at these rewards, the system felt pity for its host. Although it wasn't as painful as what ordinary people experience during childbirth, some of the physical energy lost couldn't be easily replenished. But there was nothing it could do. It would have to wait until the task in this world was completed before taking its host on a vacation to another world. After Dan Yang left Nuo Lin, and Hu Yan prepared some food for Suisui and gently brought it in along with some food for Qi Yun. Seeing Qi Yun hiding beside Suisui, the others slowly approached. Would you like something to eat? Qi Yun also knew that only by eating enough would he have the strength to stay with Suisui. He had been so tense before that he hadn't realized how hungry he was. Fortunately, Nuo Lin and the others brought food, otherwise he would have been too weak to stand once he recovered and wouldn't be able to take care of Suisui and the cubs. How is it? Understanding that Nuo Lin was asking about the cubs, Qi Yun looked at his cubs. They were very cute. In the past, he and Qi Yun were just two worthless beings that no beastman wanted. But now he had a beloved female and adorable cubs. He was especially grateful to Suisui, the female who had fallen from the sky. He also thanked Nuo Lin. If it weren't for him, he might still be a worthless being that no beastman wanted. There was no way he could have Suisui and the cubs by his side. To Qi Yun, Suisui was like a female granted to him and Nuo Lin by the beast god. 6 cubs, they are wonderful. Qi Yun raised his slightly moist eyes, lifted his head, and smiled gently. The 6 cubs were very cute, a testament to his and Suisui love. They are indeed very cute, they look a lot like you. Upon hearing Nuo Lin's words, Qi Yun looked at the cubs and felt content looking at Suisui truly. After feeding Suisui some water, Qi Yun sat at the stone table to eat a little something, still wanting to be close to Suisui. Nuo Lin, can I stay with Suisui tonight? Of course, that's no problem. During the time Qi Yun and Mu Huai were away, he and Hu Yan took turns accompanying Suisui, and sometimes the two would stay with her together. As the months went by, Suisui became increasingly dependent on them. Of course, it's no problem. But you know the cubs just born must go to the divine tree. You go, and I will let Mu Huai accompany her first. Following the rule of equitable sharing, since Qi Yun had seen them, it was now Mu Huai's turn. Actually, for Mu Huai, who was currently eating, waiting for Qi Yun to finish would naturally mean it was his turn next. He. After all, you two haven't seen Suisui for a long time. I also need to let him see her. What about Mu Huai? Qi Yun suddenly remembered Mu Huai. Right, he seemed to be behind him, but didn't he have wings? How could someone with wings not catch up to him, who didn't have wings? Alright, Qi Yun was a bit skeptical about life. Could it be that Mu Huai didn't know how to use his wings? It seemed that he hadn't seen Mu Huai fly during this time. When it comes to food, he can't outrun you. He's exhausted and lying on the hammock resting. As for Mu Huai, Nuo Lin felt a sense of helplessness towards him. Mu Huai appeared a bit foolish, but considering he had been imprisoned, it was understandable that he didn't grasp many things. Doesn't he have wings? The fact that he can't outrun me is truly baffling. Indeed, who could have imagined that something flying in the sky couldn't catch up with something running on the ground? Looking at the birds circling in the sky, each one flew exceptionally fast. Looking back at Mu Huai, it suddenly felt like he was holding back the winged beasts. If he runs, it would be strange if he remembers he has wings. If he could remember, he would have already arrived before you. However, Mu Huai really forgot that he has wings. He has been living like a snake for several years. Who wouldn't forget if suddenly given wings? Right. Mu Huai. When Qi Yun arrived, Mu Huai was focused on eating by the stream. Suddenly, with Qi Yun coming to find him, he was completely bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be watching Suisui? Why are you here looking for me? Qi Yun, why are you out? How's Suisui? Is she alright? How many cute babies did she give birth to? However, he was eager to see the babies and Suisui curious about how the babies were born. Alright, Mu Huai didn't even know how babies were born, and one seriously doubts if he even knows what mating is. One can't help but feel a bit sorry for him. Don't worry, Suisui is fine, and the babies are very safe and cute. Haha, that's great, that's great. So what are you doing out here? Qi Yun was stunned, expecting Mu Huai to say something, but what else could he be doing? Didn't Mu Huai even try? Newly born babies need to be presented to the beast god. Qi Yun suddenly looked at Mu Huai as if he were an idiot. Forget it, he didn't want to argue with him. It would be better to take the babies over early and return to rest sooner. The beast babies need to drink the juice of the god tree right after birth. I need to carry the babies over to receive the blessing from the god tree, so you watch over Suisui first. God tree juice, has he drunk it? Does he need to drink it? Did he drink it before? He must have right after birth. But why drink the god tree juice? However, I will be with Suisui and the babies at night, so if you want to queue it, we'll have to wait until tomorrow. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. Let him go be with Suisui. This is acceptable. Hopefully Qi Yun won't come back tonight, then I can spend the entire night with Suisui. Thank you, brother. You can rest assured, I will take good care of Suisui while you are gone. Hearing that he would take care of Suisui, Mu Huai couldn't hide the excitement on his face. It's rare to see such a foolish snake. Alright, I understand. After Qi Yun left with the babies, Mu Huai rushed to Suisui's side and embraced her. At that moment, Suisui had already awakened and her consciousness was unusually active in the system space. Host, would you like to see this time's rewards? The system hurriedly approached its host in the system space. Although they were in the space, Suisui felt that her consciousness was still weak after giving birth. The system provided Suisui with a sofa, which was exchanged from the system mall, just right for the host to sit and rest. Giving birth to babies was hard work for the host, and she hadn't recovered her strength yet, but her consciousness arrived. It couldn't let the host be tired, so the system was very considerate. Whom I'd like to see? This time the host has additional rewards, 10 beauty and recovery pills along with several spell scrolls for giving birth. I think you should take a look. Spell scrolls. Although other rewards didn't particularly grab Suisui's attention, this scroll was what she had been thinking about. Moon Shadow Technique, Wind, Elemental Magic, Water Sprite, Ice, and Snow Power, Thunder, Elemental Ability, Plant, Elemental Ability, and 2 square meters of space. So many. They should all be for the babies, but the beauty and recovery pills I can use myself. This batch of babies is exhausting. But despite the exhaustion, the rewards are quite abundant. With so many spell scrolls, if I learn them, can I also ride the clouds? Or can I summon thunder and lightning like a fairy? Then these can also be used on the babies. However, these should be for the babies, right? Suisui, not giving up, still planned to ask. What if she could use them? Then she could start with something like sword flight. Yes, host. Similarly, you can also use them on yourself first. When the babies grow older, you can teach them. What? I can really use them. Not long after being happy, Suisui heard the system say that she could teach the babies when they grew up. That's great. If I learn, the babies will learn too. Can it be played this way, eh? Yes, host, if so. That's amazing. Another day of particularly loving the system. Wow, system, you are too good to me. I love you so much. Rest assured, once I recover, I will give Hu Yin another litter, then there will be more foxes. Host, wait until your first litter transforms into human form before you have another. What's wrong, system? Are you worried about how tired I will be giving birth? No, host. I just think you already have 12 babies, yet they are still small. Your beast husbands have to take care of them. The 5th beast husband is still missing, so you need to take it slow. Alright, then I'll just take it easy for now. This way I can play in the snow during winter. I especially love watching the snow, particularly when it snows heavily. It's so beautiful. In the past, I would watch the heavy snow from behind the glass. Each time I would take a selfie and post it on social media. But now that I am here, I really miss those days. Although early morning is tough, I can play with my phone and occasionally play mahjong or dodiju. How do I play here? Hey system, do you have anything suitable for doing when bored? You can't play mahjong or cards here. What do you want to play? Alright, Sai, so annoying. Host, you can also mold clay or play with your babies. Mold clay is fine, but what does it mean to play with the babies? Can the babies even play? How do I play? Forget it. Rather than getting tangled here, I'll wait until the babies can transform before letting them play with me. Lying in bed, Suisui slowly opened her eyes, and when they weren't paying attention, she secretly popped a recovery pill into her mouth. It melted in her mouth, instantly disappearing, and Suisui felt a warm sensation throughout her body. The lazy feeling from before vanished. Suisui, you are awake. How are you? Mu Huai, why are you here? Where is Qi Yun? The light in Mu Huai's eyes instantly vanished. Oh no, I've upset him. I shouldn't have asked that kind of question, seeing Mu Huai pouting with a wronged expression. I thought about you, but you don't think of me, you only think of Qi Yun. Mu Huai's sad look melted. Sweetheart, perhaps she had indeed neglected him a bit. Sai, what can be done? One must love their own beast husband, so let's comfort him. Oh, how could you think that? I just wanted to ask if Qi Yun took the cubs away. I'm really happy to see you. Really? Seeing Suisui trying so hard to comfort him, it was no wonder all the beast husbands liked her. With such a good female, it would be hard not to adore her. Of course it's true. Come here for a hug. MHM. Qi Yun looked at Suisui with outstretched arms, trotting over to her side and tightly embracing her. Suisui, once you recover your body, let's become partners, shall we? Suisui had no objections to becoming partners. After all, it was destined. However, hearing Mu Huai say it himself was a good thing for her. But there should be an order to having cubs, otherwise if the beast husbands quarreled, it might be hard to settle. Alright, but the next litter of cubs should be for Hu Yin. You've worked hard during this time, so after Hu Yin, can you have another litter for me? I'm not in a hurry, Suisui. I know having cubs will greatly deplete your energy, so let's just go with the flow. Mu Huai also had no plans for cubs at the moment. After all, he was still an ignorant beast man. He should wait and learn more about the rules of the beast world. Suisui, I'm back. Qi Yun placed the cubs in the basket. The little ones were sleeping soundly, their noses bubbling adorably. Quick, bring them over for me to see. Suisui only caught a glimpse and hurriedly asked Qi Yun to let her see them. After all, it was her cubs, and she wasn't the first to see them. She felt a bit unhappy. Qi Yun exchanged glances with Mu Huai, who obediently got off the bed and stood aside. This was their tacit understanding within the wolf clan. Qi Yun quickly replaced Mu Huai's spot beside Suisui, placing the cubs next to her. The little ones were full and fast asleep, all tiny and looking just like little puppies. Suisui, who had no resistance to fluffiness, pinched the little paws of her cubs, which were plump and adorable. Mu Huai quietly slipped outside, while Suisui's gaze was fixated on her cubs, unwilling to tear her eyes away, completely oblivious to Mu Huai leaving. Has Qi Yun named the cubs yet? After playing enough, Suisui finally realized that her cubs seemed to have no names. Oh, indeed. No, I think it's best for you to name our cubs. Qi Yun had always wanted Suisui to name them. After all, she named the cubs for Nuo Lin. Really? Then let me think. I have plenty of handsome names stored in my mind. It's absolutely necessary for the names I create to sound good and look good. Oh dear, cubs, are you ready? Oh, how exciting. Qi Yun sat by, not in a hurry at all, just gently watching the female who bore him cubs, the woman he loved most. He watched her as she caressed the cubs' tiny hands, sleeping soundly from left to right. Though he didn't know what names Suisui would come up with, he would love them all as long as they were named by her. Qi-yun. Looking at Qi-yun, who was staring blankly at her, she had to interrupt him. Did she look that good that he was staring at her? She was in the middle of naming the cubs, and didn't he care a bit? Suisui pouted and voiced her thoughts, interrupting Qi-yun's train of thought. Oh dear, she nearly forgot. Hee. But she was very assured of Suisui. No matter how the names sounded, Qi-yun would think they were the best in the world as long as they were named by Suisui. Is this the eldest cub? Suisui pointed at the one on the far left, looking at Qi-yun. After all, the cubs were all born at nearly the same size. It was really hard for Suisui to decide. Yes, that's the eldest cub. Qi-yun glanced over and confirmed it was indeed the eldest. Perhaps this was the bond between mother and child. Alright, it was obvious Qi-yun was overthinking. This was clearly a random guess. After all, the biggest wasn't necessarily the eldest. They were all placed in order, so he guessed right. From the look in their eyes, it was clear that this cub would definitely grow up to be a handsome lad. He wondered how many females he would charm in the future. Suisui gently addressed the eldest cub. The eldest cub will be called Qi Li, alright. Qi Li is a great name. Oh, I'm starting to like myself more and more. Oh, such a cute cub, mother loves you too, hee. Of course, as long as you like it. To Qi-yun, it didn't matter what the cubs were called. Oh, as long as they were named by Suisui, they were the best. The two exchanged glances, the smiles in their eyes bringing joy to each other. Reflecting on the time spent conceiving their cubs, they hadn't had a proper sweet moment. It seemed tonight was a good time to try, but she had just given birth. Although there were recovery pills, he wasn't sure if tonight would work, hee. Next, she looked at the second cub. This was the second cub of her second litter. Oh, she suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment. So cute. In her past life, she had no resistance to fluffy little creatures. Now, with so many fluffy ones around her life, couldn't be more wonderful. Though she didn't know what had Suisui so happy. As long as Suisui was happy, Qi-yun was happy. The second cub will be called Qi Lin, for Lin of descent, and also the Lin of ruling the world. Be good cub, mother will protect you well in the future. Qi-yun looked at the excited Suisui, feeling quite delighted himself. Qi Lin was a lovely name, and he adored that Suisui had come into his life. He liked that character a lot. Indeed, Suisui was amazing. Then Suisui looked at the third cub. Sigh, how could they all be so cute? When they grew into human forms, would they look the same? What if they became indistinguishable in the future? Heaven help me, what should I do? Sigh, but it's not guaranteed that the cubs would be indistinguishable. Oh, let's just wait until they can transform into human forms. The third cub, also a male cub. Wolves are quite handsome, just like Qi-yun. How about calling him Qi-yi? Yi for the wilderness and speed, but do remember to come home often. Qi-yun, let's call the third cub Qi-yi. I think a wild wolf cub sounds quite dashing. Is that alright? Qi-yi, the wilderness and the forest, an entirely different feeling, an entirely different flavor. But it must be said, Suisui indeed had a knack for naming. He really liked the name she chose. He believed Suisui felt the same way, haha. Just looking at Suisui's bright smile made that clear. Next comes the female cubs. It is every mother's wish to have a lovely daughter in front of her. I have 2 female white tiger cubs and 3 female wolf cubs, making a total of 5 females. The names of the female cubs must carry significance. The prettier they are, the more she will like them. Lan, the mountain wind accompanies breaking through the mist to seek clarity. Perhaps the 4th cub should be named Qi Lan. Oh, I hope she can persist in doing what she desires and loves. Let's name the 4th cub Qi Lan. Oh, I like this name, as it gives off a feeling of determination. I believe my cubs are definitely not ordinary beastmen. Indeed, how could my cubs be ordinary? After all, their bloodline is anything but common, especially given my own power. The skills provided by the system can be learned by me and then taught to the cubs, depending on which ones suit them, so my cubs will not be ordinary. After all, they also have an extraordinary father and mother, and the system is certainly included in that. When it was the 5th cub's turn, she woke up and gently rubbed against my hand, her clever demeanor revealing that she recognized her mother. Even though she was just born and lacked strength, she slowly nudged in my direction, sensing her mother's warmth. At that moment, I didn't dare to move my hand because it felt so soft. It was as if I was touching a ball of cotton. No, even softer than cotton, simply indescribable. I looked at my cub and then at Qi-yun, who was standing helplessly aside. He also didn't expect that his cub would wake up so soon. My heart felt as if it was being tugged. Such a soft cub is my female. Even though she was large in my belly, she was so small when she came out. I nervously didn't know where to place my hands, but Qi-yun was also tense, fearing he might accidentally hurt the cub, whispering gently in her ear. Be good little cub, mother will name you. Don't be afraid, mother and father will always be here for you. As I spoke, I saw the little girl gently move her tiny paw away from my hand. Her little strength was surprisingly strong, leaving my fingers filled with her touch. In an instant, I thought about what name to give my cub. I looked at Qi-yun and then at the cub. Qi-yun, how about we call her Qi-ling? I think she is very clever and will surely be very intelligent in the future. Good, if you like it, then I like this name too. Qi-ling will be called that, as she is clever and bright. I held on to Qi-yun's arm and nodded vigorously. He really spoke to my heart. I also thought it was wonderful that my cub was so clever right after being born. The 6th cub did not move, clearly still sleeping soundly. It seemed only Qi-ling had woken up, but she appeared to have fallen back asleep shortly after. The last cub was a tiny ball gazing at the moonlight outside and suddenly thought of a name reminiscent of the moon. The 6th cub shall be named Qi-yue, which sounds like moon. I hope my cub can shine as brightly as the moon in the future, illuminating everyone, even at night. Thank you, Suisui, or I like all the names you've chosen. From the male cubs to the female cubs, there is not one I do not love. I also know I want to be with Suisui forever, no matter when Suisui will always come first. In the evening, the naming issue was resolved. Just as I was about to make some small moves, I was suddenly caught by the system. I leaned against Chi-Yun's chest, quietly lying there, though my hands weren't very obedient, gradually surrendering under the touch of his abs. Upon closer inspection, there was still a little droplet of dew at the corner of my mouth. Just as I was preparing to do something fun, I was startled by the sudden voice from the system. Host, what are you doing? Oh my, how come there is no sound at all? What is going on? It scared me to death. I finally took the chance to sneak a bite while the system wasn't watching for long, and I was almost frightened to the point of losing my mind. I rolled my eyes, secretly sigh, the system is really here to stop me. I've been restricted for so long. Am I not allowed to taste a little something today? Sigh, so exhausting. No, I wasn't doing anything. Why are you here? Sigh, no love anymore, you think I'm a nuisance. But you just gave birth. Even though you took a recovery pill, you should give yourself a chance to recover, right? Hearing this, I knew the host was annoyed that I was in the way, but what is this? The host is acting like a child. She just gave birth to her cub and is still thinking about that. If I hadn't stopped her, it would have probably gotten worse. Forget it, they'll keep an eye on her. The host being too naughty is also exhausting. It's been an entire afternoon. Oh, I thought I was good to go. She knows she was wrong, doesn't she? Really? If it weren't for carrying the baby for so long without indulging, why can't I after just giving birth? Sigh, and I took a recovery pill, didn't I? Alright, host, you've been abstaining for a long time. It seems you can't wait anymore. But wait, 3 days, okay. After 3 days, you can do whatever you want. 3 days, fine, I can endure that. Considering my Botus condition, ill rest for 3 days, after all, I'm an animal now. But what should I do during these 3 days? I can't just lie in bed all the time. It's a bit chilly outside, and it's not suitable for me to sit in my hammock after just giving birth. Alright, I'm not that unreasonable, though after all, I haven't done anything yet. If you don't do anything, why would I come out? To seek a sense of existence, of course. The system has no choice but to deal with Suisui's stubbornness. After all, the host is the ultimate goal for completing the task. It seems I must quickly find a way to bring the remaining 3 beast husbands before Suisui. The remaining ones are the Qinglong Phoenix and Baizhe. However, these 3 clans are all reclusive, making them hard to find. But no challenge can stop the system. Alright, then I'll go to sleep. I couldn't resist the system any longer. Forget it, I'll just sleep. After all, having handsome men in my arms, but being unable to touch them is disheartening. Sigh, I'm so exhausted. You can sleep. Oh, come on, at such an exciting moment you're thinking about sleeping. You should take this opportunity to learn those manuals well to become invincible in the future. How could I not be able to sleep? Oh, heavens and earth, can I choose to refuse? I see you seem a bit anxious, let me help you calm down. Sigh, you're really like my own father. The system, not knowing what to say, thought that while it urged her to hurry and cultivate, it was just letting things go. It considered that while it didn't want her to engage with Chi-Yun again, how could she possibly guess the system's intentions? Suisui looked at the spells before her, pondering which one was the most powerful. The moon shadow technique could create countless illusions under the moonlight, making it hard for others to discern the true her. This one seems suitable for escaping. They'll practice it later. After all, if I can't win, just escaping wouldn't be good either. Alright, on to the next. Wind-based spells rely on the power of wind to create wind blades, using the wind's advantage to kill without a trace. This one seems useful. Looking further down, there's a wind riding technique that allows one to ride the winds and control their power, enabling sword flight. Perhaps it could work even without a sword. The power of ice and snow can manipulate water elements to create ice and snow. Water plus sufficient wind can form ice, which in turn can become snow, a nice interconnection. In the movie Frozen, the princess could create a castle with a wave of her hand. I certainly won't end up with an ice castle of my own, would I? Let's forget about that. After all, it's too cold, and I'm not Princess Elsa, who fears no chill. Lightning abilities are impressive as well. The powers of Lei Gong and Lei Mu are also quite remarkable. As a child, I envied those with abilities in fantasy dramas, and of course Lei Gong and Lei Mu are a part of that. Harnessing the power of lightning effectively could lead to devastating destruction. That would be truly amazing. If someone bullied me, I could just unleash a torrent of lightning. Suisui smacked her lips, thinking how wonderful it all sounded. Next, the plant-based ability allows communication with all plants. After mastering it, one could merge with them and have them fight alongside. Plants, vines, and flowers are quite romantic, and in the beast world, there are plenty of plants. If I could transform into plants, I could definitely evade others' pursuit. Moreover, plants can mask one's scent, which is fantastic. Though lightning abilities are powerful, Suisui still wishes to try the plant-based ability first. How about it, host? Have you made your choice? Yes, of course. My first choice is the plant-based ability. Most importantly, I love flowers and rainy days, so I feel it suits me perfectly. That's fine. After all, it's all about what you want to learn. You can decide the order, and since you've made your choice, we can start tonight. But Chi-Yun is still outside holding me while I rest. What if Chi-Yun wakes up and I haven't come out of the system? Would he worry? That's not a conflict at all. You've already fallen asleep, and he's asleep too. You can go back when the sun rises. Oh, no one will say anything. Alright, since the system is pushing me, I'll show him. The system's judgment ability is quite high. What if it predicts danger in the future? Sigh, it seems I have no choice, such a tough life, why does it have to be so demanding? The system set up a table and a soft sofa in the space, not wanting the host to give up for various reasons. Suisui casually flipped open the first page. A table of contents. The spells surprisingly have a table of contents. Not bad, I'll just treat it like reading a novel. However, I prefer sweet stories, not this kind of study material. Oh heavens, I'm just not cut out for studying. Watching the system staring at her, Suisui awkwardly smiled at it. Fine, I'll read, who's afraid? Root mastery, interconnected roots. As Suisui read, she was gradually pulled into the book. Is this still the system space? Welcome to the Garden of Plants. The Garden of Plants. Where is this? Is anyone here? Oh no, am I going to be transported again? Surrounded by towering trees, Suisui looked up and couldn't see the blue sky, as if she were being enveloped by the trees. Suisui felt good. As she stepped in, she sensed everything about the plants. The plants were also observing this new human. Following the hints from the book, Suisui sat cross-legged, gradually sensing the surrounding flora. The roots of the plants gently touched the energy Suisui brought, transmitting energy that belonged to both her and the plants. Little tendrils gradually brushed against her fingers as if greeting her. Little girl, it seems my child likes you. Would you like to take her with you? Suisui did not answer, looking at the small vine in her hand that bloomed with pink rose buds, each bud adorned with a cute little face, looking plump and adorable. Do you like me? The little flower on the vine nodded, looking happy in a way Suisui had never seen before. She felt as if her heart was blooming. I would like to take you with me. Would you like to come with me? As soon as Suisui spoke, she saw the little flower bud bouncing up and down. It detached from the vine and flew straight towards Suisui's head, slowly entering her forehead and disappearing. Immediately, Suisui's mind was flooded with knowledge about plant abilities, enabling her to communicate and bond with plants. Hello, master, my name is Duo Duo. Duo Duo. At once, Suisui pictured Duo Duo in her mind, and she could gently touch Duo Duo, utilizing her abilities. Her fragrance could create illusions and even enchant a giant elephant. The vine had a binding effect, and Suisui could instantly absorb all this energy. When she exited the plant book, the sky outside was already bright, and she was directly transported out. However, she sensed that the system and Duo Duo were in two different places. Host, how was this trip? Did you gain anything? The system couldn't understand why the host just exited without a word, wondering if there were any gains from this trip. Yes, of course. It seems I can travel to the plant world without the book now. Suisui was unsure how this happened. Was it due to her bonding with Duo Duo? Host, where is the plant you bonded with? I can only see the energy fluctuations around you. Really? Suisui didn't know either. After all, this was her first time having a plant companion, which felt quite novel. Duo Duo, would you like to meet my friends? Of course, master. As long as you like Duo Duo, that's all that matters. The system saw Duo Duo's eyes almost pop out in shock, and what it uttered made Duo Duo explode in anger. Who exactly is calling who a little person? Impolite, I am called Duodua, not some plant little person. What's wrong, system? Is there an issue? I'm sorry, host, how did you manage to bring back the little princess of the plant realm? The princess of the plant realm. Duodua, you are a princess. She truly had no idea that such a small bud could be the princess of the plant realm, and she followed her here. But will her parents be worried? Yes, I am the princess of the plant realm, but it was my mother who sent me to you. Your mother? I've never met her. She is the big tree behind you. She is speaking to you, but it seems you haven't noticed her. Alright, I have a bit of an impression. It seems she said that her child likes you and wants you to take her away. I thought that voice was Duoduo's. It's my fault for being impolite. Afterward, I will take you to meet your mother and say a proper hello. Suisui, are you awake? I'm awake, just a moment. You all play in the space for now. Suisui didn't take Duoduo's words to heart, dressed in animal skin, and went outside. A gentle breeze swept through the dry leaves, making them rustle. Why is Suisui out here? Mu Huai, seeing Suisui come out, hurriedly stepped forward, afraid that he might not pay attention and Suisui might fall. Last night, Nuo Lin had taught him a lot about the beast world. He was worried that when they were all gone, Mu Huai wouldn't know how to take care of Suisui. After all, Suisui was fragile after giving birth, to the point that Mu Huai felt she would break just by walking. Is it just you? Nuo Lin took his cubs to train. Shi Yun is feeding them, and Hu Yen went to cook for you. They said I could stay in the beast den with you since I have nothing to do. Do you want to accompany me for a walk? Sure. They weren't in a hurry, walking along the creek without speaking. Mu Huai occasionally glanced at Suisui, unsure why she seemed quieter than usual today. Suisui, what's wrong? I'm fine. I suddenly thought that winter is approaching, so I wanted to take you out for a stroll. After all, I haven't properly accompanied you, have I? Really? That's great. Then come on my back. I'll carry you wherever you want to go. No need, Mu Huai. Can we just walk side by side? All right. Suisui led Mu Huai to a cliff where the view below captured the entire white tiger tribe. Suisui sat on the ground with Mu Huai, looking at the beautiful scenery below the cliff. It was very quiet. Only the sound of the wind and the calls of birds could be heard, as if no other sounds existed. Mu Huai's gaze never left Suisui's face. Although he didn't know why he brought her here, he felt happy no matter what they were doing. In fact, Suisui wanted to try the feeling of flying. If she could experience bungee jumping in this life, it would make this life worthwhile. Suisui turned to Mu Huai, her affectionate gaze drowning in his tenderness. Mu Huai, can you fly? Yes, I can. With Mu Huai's affirmative answer, Suisui beamed a breathtaking smile, pulling Mu Huai as they leaped towards the edge of the cliff. Ha ha ha. Feeling the thrill of the leap, she loved this sensation, as if it mixed a touch of joy into her tranquil days. The two of them plummeted swiftly downwards with Mu Huai tightly holding Suisui's hand. Just before they reached the ground, he unfurled his wings, carrying Suisui towards the mountain peak and across the plains, flying over fields of grass and flowers. Carrying Suisui, they experienced an shaped aerial roller coaster spinning 360 degrees, casting away all troubles. At this moment, Suisui was the happiest and most relaxed she had ever been. She never worried that Mu Huai would drop her up. Perhaps this was the happiest thing between them. Mu Huai, I'm here. I really like this. Suisui couldn't help but shout Mu Huai's name loudly in midair, and Mu Huai responded just as loudly. I will often take you here to play in the future. Seeing Suisui so happy, he felt joyful too. This was his happiest moment. He was being so carefree for the first time. If Suisui liked it, he wouldn't mind coming here a few more times. Great. Ha ha ha. The beastmen below also witnessed this joyful scene. None of them could fly, and they all speculated about which tribe this was. Some who recognized Suisui could immediately see it was Mu Huai carrying her through the sky. Of course, this included Nuo Lin and the cubs. Whenever they heard Suisui's voice, they would look up at the sky, seeing Mu Huai holding Suisui, performing a series of difficult maneuvers. Daddy, it's Mommy and Daddy Mu Huai in the sky. The cubs shouted loudly, watching their mother and Mu Huai play happily, unable to resist wanting to play as well. After all, they were all children at heart. Who wouldn't want to play? Yes, that's right. Daddy, I also want to play. We don't have wings and can't fly. If you want to play, let Mu Huai take you. However, not all beastmen could fly. Only those who were born with wings could soar freely in the sky. Yay? Yay. But after all, Mu Huai was also the cubs' father. When he had time, he could take them flying too. That way he wouldn't be competing with himself for Suisui. However, at this moment, the two in the air were unaware that the scenery of the beast world was beautiful, especially when viewed from above, taking in everything around them. They could see quite a few tribes. The roads they had traveled were still too few. Winter was a quiet season, a cold winter where they didn't feel like going out. But at this moment, they could only wait for winter to pass before thinking about other things. After having cubs, they could play around. Suisui planned to make a needle from beast bones and, if possible, to make a coat from animal skins to wear. That way, even in winter, they could go out and play. Experiencing winter in the beast world for the first time, she didn't know if she could go out and play. Mu Huai, accompanied by Suisui, found a suitable place to rest and lay down obediently. It was quite far from the tribe, but there was still time to explore later. Host, did you enjoy your stroll? It's quite nice. You can tell that those with wings are different. We're already far from the Baihu tribe, right? Indeed, it's very far. We are now at the center of the beast world continent. The system indicated on the map that if the host goes further, they might encounter the legendary Qinglong and Fenglong. However, their levels are too high. If we went there now, we would surely meet our demise. After all, who could possibly defeat them in their own territory? Even if they spared Suisui for being female, Mu Huai might not let them go. It's better not to let Suisui know for now. We can let her go after they grow up. It's indeed very far. There's something here that you've always wanted. Aren't you curious? What is it? What could possibly make me curious? I don't lack money right now, but it's difficult. Is it food? Well, Suisui guessed correctly halfway. It is food, but I don't know what kind yet. Salt, seafood, and so on. We're quite close to the sea here. There are merfolk in the beast world. Do you want to go play? Merfolk, it's said that they are very beautiful. If they're really handsome, I could have a merfolk husband. So the longer I stay here, the more I feel I can't control myself. Could it be that I've been unconsciously assimilated? No, absolutely not. I won't allow it. Let's go take a look. Hee, but looking is fine too. Maybe you'll encounter beautiful fish. Looking is also good. Mu Huai, let me take you to a place. Sure. Mu Huai had no doubts about Suisui's decision. Since he decided to accompany her for some fun, he must ensure she enjoys herself. When they reached the seaside, all that surrounded them was sand and sea with no trees in sight. Perhaps there were no trees at this time. However, not far from the beach, there were many trees and grass, but that didn't matter. The seaside of the beast world was indeed beautiful, a beauty that was hard to describe. The stones were moist, and stepping on them wouldn't cause one to slip. Suisui, is this the place you mentioned? Mu Huai looked at it with longing in his eyes, a place so beautiful that he had never seen before. Yes, it's beautiful, isn't it? Suisui gazed at the lovely sea surface. She wasn't just here to admire the scenery, she needed salt, which could only be found in seawater. How can I extract it? However, I can't take the seawater back with me. Extracting salt, even a little, would be great. Suisui likes it here. Can we live here in the future? Let's just enjoy ourselves here for now. It often gets very windy here, and if we're not careful, we could be blown away. Living here, let's forget about that. The dangers of the sea aren't something ordinary people can endure. The sea smells too fishy. Even if we lived closer to the sea, to be honest, Suisui still wouldn't want that. Just a simple visit here is enough. There's no need to live here long term. Suisui, don't be afraid. I have wings to protect you. Seeing Mu Huai's serious expression, Suisui smiled. It seemed that all the beastmen had been very kind to her since coming here. She knew, let's wait until after winter to come here for salt. Otherwise, going back and forth would waste too much time. If my home wasn't so far from the sea, perhaps I would have already brought the tribe to dig for pearls or extract salt. But right now I can't transport seawater back to the base. I can only temporarily stay at the Baihu tribe and think of a way to bring the beastmen here to set up camp once spring arrives. Spring here is perfect for enjoying the breeze and having fun. It's delightful. Mu Huai, let's go back. All right. Suisui held Mu Huai's hand and slowly walked towards home. Host, you're so considerate. I can't bear to part with all this salt and the pearls, but there's no choice. We can only go back for now. Mu Huai flew towards the Baihu tribe, and from above Suisui saw a tiny world. The beast world didn't feel very big to her perhaps, because they were too small. The layers of light on the ground looked so beautiful it felt almost dreamlike. By the time they reached the Baihu tribe, it was completely dark. Mother, you're back. Mother. The little ones rushed over to hug Suisui tightly, while the gentle Nuo Lin looked at Suisui with warmth. You must be tired. Fox Yin left some food. How about having a bite? Suisui looked at the beastmen waiting at the door. She took Mu Huai inside. The second batch of little ones was still resting, while the first batch had already learned to protect themselves. Have you eaten? Yes, we saved some for you, and Mu Huai. As Suisui ate, the little ones looked at her with excitement. They had been eager all day, and when they saw Suisui soaring through the sky with Mu Huai, they had been itching to join. Nuo Lin said that if they could get their mother's permission, Mu Huai's father could take them to play in the sky, so they were all eager to fly. Mother, can Mu Huai's father take us to the sky too? Ha ha ha, you saw your mother. Yes, mother, you looked so happy in the sky that we all heard you. Really? Ha ha, alright, next time I'll let Mu Huai take you to play. Seeing the little one's adorable expression, Suisui couldn't bear to refuse them. When she saw Mu Huai nod, she agreed to let him take the little ones to play. After all, the little ones had been training continuously for months, and it was quite tiring. The little ones in the beast world grow very fast. They've already matured in just a few months. Yay. After this winter, they should be able to transform. Once the little ones fully transform, it will be time for the Baihu tribe to officially leave. The little ones can now hunt on their own, but they still need to practice more before transforming. Perhaps I can teach my two daughters about plant energy. As for my son, I'm planning to choose ice or lightning elements. Little ones with fur aren't suitable for playing with fire. As a mother, I always worry about whether my children will be burned by fire. After a satisfying meal, Suisui was tired after a long day. The one lying next to her was now Fox Yin. Nuo Lin meant to say that Mu Huai was also tired after a day. For now, only Hu Yin can look after Suisui. After all, he has no cubs. Tomorrow morning, Nuo Lin will take the cubs to hunt, and during this time, the cubs' hunting abilities are getting stronger. Nuo Lin's own abilities are also improving, and Hu Yin has successfully evolved into a two-tailed fox. In the early morning, the main group set off to hunt. Nuo Lin and the other beastmasters stayed back in the beast den with Suisui, while the cubs excitedly followed Nuo Yuan to hunt. Nuo Yuan at his young age has already become the leader of the children, and his mature demeanor creates a charming contrast. The clan leader also did not go taking the time to tidy up his little nest. After all this time, Nuo Yuan might have already taken on responsibilities, but there are also some adult males in the group. Unexpectedly, an accident is about to happen. Nuo Yuan's team is heading towards their usual hunting ground. Big brother, this is my first time leading a team, isn't it impressive? Second brother, you're the best. With the clan leader and father absent, the cubs are joyfully bouncing around. This time there are not only their family's cubs, but also several from the White Tiger clan. They are now following closely behind Nuo Yuan, ready to play and hop around joyfully. Haha, yes, Nuo Yuan at such a young age can lead everyone in hunting. He will surely become an outstanding clan leader in the future. Behind them are several protective adult males who admire the young Nuo Yuan. They know the clan leader has recognized Nuo Yuan's leadership skills, seeing it as remarkable for someone so young to achieve such success. Nuo Yuan, our parents taught us not to be proud of ourselves. You will surely do better than now. Nuo Xiao thought of himself and his brother still young, and needed to be cautious since they were outside and not in the tribe. Don't worry, big brother, I understand. As they chatted, they were completely unaware of the two pairs of eyes not far away. Beishan, that one is the future clan leader of the White Tiger tribe. Beishan, with a long scar on his face, looked menacingly at Nuo Yuan's group, sizing up the future clan leader. Wet behind the ears, brat dares to claim the title of future clan leader. If he can't even transform into a human, isn't he easily manipulated? Even with the adult males protecting him, they might not be able to match him in a fight. Now the people of the White Tiger tribe are truly falling behind. It's just that he doesn't know whether the Fire Kong is real or fake. If it is real, then the White Tiger tribe is quite extraordinary. He wonders what would happen if he managed to capture this future clan leader. He isn't afraid they won't reveal the method to make the Fire Kong. If it's fake, that brat can still be a good pawn. I just don't understand what the White Tiger tribe is thinking. This arrogant brat clearly deserves to be tied up. Yeah, boss, I heard there's a female in the White Tiger tribe who is incredibly powerful, able to shield them from the winter's cold. If we kidnap her, we can get through the winter too. Hearing his two thin, monkey-like subordinates hunching over with their eyes darting around, he couldn't help but look down on them. Beishan wouldn't stoop to stealing a female. However, stealing a female, the most precious thing in the beast world, is a female. How could they even say such a thing? It seems there's no need to keep these two around. The two didn't realize they were fanning the flames. Big brother, you're so powerful and imposing. How can you let the White Tiger tribe bully you? I heard that female has beautiful, flawless skin and has given birth to 2 litters of 6 cubs each. Her fertility is incredibly strong, totally deserving of Big Brother. With a crooked smile, he thought that if Batian were to capture that female, they could also have a taste. They had previously been wandering beastmen cast out by their tribe. When they were on the brink of death, they encountered Batian. At that time, Batian was still a warrior in the tribe, but later the lion tribe fell further behind. Enough, although I have no females, I will not become a beast man who steals females. If there is a next time, I won't spare you. Let's go. As he spoke, Batian grew increasingly disinterested. All he wanted was to steal the Fire Kong to survive the winter. As for females, capturing one would mean being bound by her. It would be better to go wherever he pleased. Yes, Big Brother. What is he up to? Pretending to be a good person when he's just a beast man abandoned by the tribe. Humph. Since he didn't want to steal a female or deal with that little brat, they would go to the lion tribe to find a clan leader. Perhaps they could finally rid themselves of the title of wandering beastmen. As wandering beastmen, they aren't worthy of having a female. Since Batian disagrees, they will find other ways. After they separated unexpectedly, the two thin monkeys still went to find the clan leader of the lion tribe. Are you serious? Since that brat Batian doesn't want a female, then this clan leader will take charge, and once it's done, it'll split a few females with you. Thank you, clan leader. Upon hearing the description from the thin monkeys, the lion clan leader was immediately intrigued. In recent years, the fertility of beastman tribes has been declining year after year. If he could capture this female to help the lion tribe reproduce, it would indeed be a good decision. Besides, the white tiger tribe already has a way to survive the winter. After all, if they want to survive the winter, they will have to teach them how to make that Fire Kong. Wouldn't that be killing two birds with one stone? The beast god truly favors the lion tribe. Yes, clan leader. That cub is out hunting in the forest over there. He won't return until the sun sets. This is a great opportunity. Yes, clan leader, you have no idea how beautiful that female is with her flawless skin, and she can give birth to 6 cubs at once. Her fertility is particularly impressive. The two thin monkeys looked at the clan leader with delight, flanking him to pat his back and legs, fawning over him. The lion clan leader enjoyed the flattery, but he had no intention of accepting wandering beastmen. After all, who knows what these two wandering beastmen are really like? If they could ally with him, they would surely ally with others in the future. He wouldn't dare let such flip-floppers live in the lion tribe. Isn't that right? The beast god blesses my lion tribe. Gather people. Here, this time let him serve the lion tribe well. He won't let go of a single female or anything for the winter. Gather a team, we are also going hunting. Yes. Norn, what time is it? Suisui awoke abruptly from sleep, gripped by a sharp pang in her chest, her breath catching, her heart hammering. She wondered, was she ill? She had lived here for so long without ever suffering such palpitations. At first she suspected mere indigestion, but now this suffocating unease deepened. Could it be anxiety? Suisui, you're awake. It's nearly noon. Hearing her voice, Norin pushed open the door. He would always be there whenever she needed him, and today of all days was especially serene. The cubs required no supervision. I feel anxious, uneasy. Noticing Suisui's furrowed brow, Norin immediately realized she was unwell. He hurried to pour her a cup of warm water and sat beside her on the bed, silent and steady. It's all right. Let me get you some water. Yes. What was happening? Why this crushing dread, this visceral discomfort? She couldn't discern the cause. Perhaps the system could. System, what's wrong with me? My chest feels unbearable. Suisui clutched the source of her pain, breath shallow, bewildered. Sometimes the pressure intensified, tight, suffocating. Why? Host, I've just scanned your physiology. No anomalies detected. Rest assured. The system confirmed no physical irregularity, yet her distress persisted. Something was amiss. It warranted deeper scrutiny. The system scanned its diagnostic interface category by category. Nor Yuan. Where is he? Host, wait. Steady yourself. Let Norin take you to their usual hunting grounds. The lion tribe is encircling Norshao and the others. You must intervene now. The system pinpointed the crisis and urgently halted Suisui. There was no time to lose. The cubs could be gravely injured. What did you say? The cubs are in danger. Yes, host. At the thought of her cubs' harm, Suisui's gaze hardened into icy fury. No one touches my cubs. Not a single hair, not a single finger, would be laid upon them. Whoever dared would perish utterly. Who dares lay a hand on my cubs? I'll end them. Norin, Muhuai, Huyen, rally the tribe. We're going after the cubs. They're in peril. I'll fetch the chieftain. Meet at the hunting grounds. No, waiting for the chieftain was unthinkable. They had to move now. She summoned Norin and Muhuai, instantly racing toward the cubs' location, praying they'd arrive in time. Let's go, Norin, Muhuai now. Suisui, mount my back. I'll fly faster. Yes. The cubs possessed formidable abilities. How then had they fallen into such peril? Who would dare target her cubs? Suisui couldn't fathom it. How did you know it was the cubs? Perhaps maternal instinct, bonded souls. I'm terrified. What if something truly terrible has happened to them? Don't fear. It will be fine. Yes. No wonder her body screamed in protest. This agony was born of her cubs' distress. Only the system's insight had revealed the truth. Meanwhile, the cubs were already surrounded. Who are you? We are beastkin of the white tiger tribe. Why do you bar our path? Nor Yuan stood before the entire party, not trembling though fear coiled cold in his gut. He would not shame his tribe. Even if he fell, he would fall upright. Behind him stood kin, brothers, sisters, comrades. He refused to let them bleed. A subtle glance passed between him and Norshao when battle erupts. Get them out first. They could not all perish here. His parents, his master, they would avenge him. Today, even death would find him unbroken. Nuo Yuan's resolve crystallized. The younger cubs trembled, but Suisui's cubs stood tall, spines straight, jaws set. Tigers ruled the mountain peaks. None dared challenge them. White Tiger tribe, you've traveled leagues from your territory. Why should I believe you? Can't you see my pelt? Are your eyes truly blind? Nuo Yuan spat the words, furious at the lion chieftain's brazen insolence. No chieftain should wear such shameless arrogance, as if sight itself had been discarded like useless husk. So what if we are? I deny it outright. And beyond that ridge lies lion territory. Do you seek war by trespassing? A single barbed remark had ignited Nuo Yuan's fury. Yet the lion chieftain merely smiled, faintly savoring the moment, oblivious to the disdainful glances cast upon him by his own kin, who watched as though observing a fool. A beast whose years had already half buried him, yet still chose to prey upon cubs. If this is your land, then we'll withdraw. Withdraw? You've slaughtered game aplenty. Do you think departure absolves you? These kills were meant for winter. What shall we eat when snow seals the land? Nuo Yuan grasped the lion chieftain's intent. To bully, to bluster, to claim what wasn't his. How he wondered bitterly had such thick-skinned arrogance ever been nurtured. He needed to stall, by time. But could their powers withstand the lion tribe's might? He didn't know. How thick is your hide, that you presume these kills belong to you? And these beasts weren't hunted here, not at all. Men, retrieve our game now. The lion chieftain grew weary of quarrel. With a curt command, he ordered his warriors to seize whatever they could. He's the boss. You dare. Nuo Yuan and Norshao shielded their kin behind them, stunned by the lion's brazen thievery. Hand it over. A lion warrior shoved aside a tribesman clutching game. Before the man could react, the prize was snatched away. Nuo Yuan erupted. His foot lashed out, sending the lion crashing to the earth. My kin, you dare strike them? Then face me. Fight me if you have the courage. His roar echoed, yet the lions barely flinched, amused instead. Very well, then let battle decide. The lion chieftain signaled silently. From the ranks stepped a massive jet-black beastkin, fur dense, coarse, almost primal in its wildness. Truly ugly. Nuo Yuan spoke plainly. It was grotesque. But the beast reacted as though struck at his core. Fur bristling, rage igniting. He lunged forward, claws outstretched to seize Nuo Yuan and hurl him aside. But Nuo Yuan vaulted clear, effortless as wind. The black beast swung his tail sideways, aiming to knock Nuo Yuan off balance, only for Nuo Yuan to sidestep again, fluid and precise. Why dodge, you little runt? Face me, Kitten. As all eyes locked onto the duel, Norshao dispatched the fleetest runner among them, to race back and warn the chieftain no matter the chaos. Finally, Nuo Yuan was caught off guard, and was flung away by a member of the lion clan just at the critical moment when Suisui and the others arrived. Nuo Yuan. After a loud shout, Suisui used her plant-based abilities to tightly hold Nuo Yuan and gently lowered him to the ground. Be careful, Suisui. Mu Huai and Nuo Lin were worried that Suisui might fall from Mu Huai. Mommy, Daddy. The little ones also saw their mother and father arriving, and they felt no fear anymore, because their parents were formidable. Suisui looked at her little ones and was relieved that she had come early, as she really didn't know what could have happened if she had been even a second later. She helped her little ones up and patted the dirt off them. Are you okay? I'm fine, Mommy. Good, be good. Suisui let Nuo Yuan return to the group. Nuo Lin and Mu Huai protected Suisui on either side, knowing that this was Suisui domain, and their duty was to ensure no one could harm her. Who goes there? State your name. I am Huigang, the chief of the Lion Clan. So it's from the Lion Clan. It seems we can collect another tribe this time, but while the members can be collected, the chief must be replaced. Chief of the Lion Clan, does that mean the Lion Clan is a bunch of shameless bandits bullying even the shapeless children? Is there no one in your Lion Clan? Or are you just bullying our White Tiger Clan because there's no one around? Suisui's commanding voice echoed throughout the forest. She was furious, especially at the beastman who bullied her little ones, looking both old and ugly, yet dared to pick on her children. Holding on to Nuo Yuan with one hand, Suisui stared directly at Huigang, wondering how someone with such a tough name could be such a petty person. Suisui stood in front of her clan members, glaring at Huigang. This is my Lion Clan's territory. It's not worth it for some prey. I've heard you have strong fertility. Would you be interested in choosing a beast husband from my Lion Clan? Huigang's eyes were filled with aggression, believing such a powerful female was worthy of his status. At that moment, it seemed as if Suisui was already his possession. Suisui tightly held back the eager Nuo Lin and Mu Huai, weaving a chair out of vines and sitting down. Do you think a member of the Lion Clan is worthy to be my beast husband? Garbage. Huigang, looking so ugly, yet having such grand thoughts. But even if it were beautiful, it would never belong to him. His clan, however, could serve as an auxiliary tribe to the White Tiger Clan. With so many little ones, what harm would it be to let one become the chief of the Lion Clan? Her children deserved such an honor. Don't say that, you are a precious female. Besides, we can protect you. Look at your little ones, each one so weak that it makes people want to bully them. Huigang, do you think just because the little ones are small they are easy to bully? When they grow up, you will definitely not be a match for my little ones. Even now you are no match for my beast husband, and that includes me. The two exchanged words trying to gauge each other's intentions, but Suisui understood her purpose. Since they could bully her little ones, then the Lion clan should change their chief. It's not that we look down on females. That female can go out hunting, and isn't it all thanks to her beast husband? You say your husband is strong, I can still believe that, but as for you being strong, I don't know. After all, can a female ever be stronger than a male? Oh, is that so? Then why don't you try to break free? Huagang was still stubborn, and Suisui couldn't stand this kind of person. If he had no power, he should stop pretending. As Huagang struggled against the vines, it felt as though they were alive. The more he struggled, the tighter they became. Of course, Suisui didn't know this was all thanks to Duo. Duo, seeing her master being bullied, couldn't stand it, so she secretly made the vines tighten more as he struggled. Oh! With a scream that could wake the dead, Huagang no longer dared to struggle. He could feel the wounds on his body caused by the vines. You little girl, what have you done? The others looked at Suisui in confusion, not understanding what had happened and why Huagang was crying out in such agony. The members of the Lion clan looked at each other, not comprehending what Suisui had done, but they were now filled with fear towards this female. What have I done? Suisui asked in confusion, while Duo quietly informed her that she had just added some thorns to the vines, not understanding why he was screaming so severely. Suisui secretly laughed to herself, thinking, yes, he must be pretending. Suisui looked at Huagang, so will you admit defeat? No matter what, being able to subdue him was already quite impressive. The next step was to get him to admit defeat. I admit defeat. It was my mistake, please spare me. Huagang finally admitted defeat, never expecting that a weak female could bind him. What kind of female is this? How can she be so powerful and manipulate plants? Could she be a plant beastman? It seems impossible. I've never heard of such a beastman. Will you still bully the little cubs? I won't. I was wrong. In the game of kings and losers, he doesn't believe he did anything wrong. Everything he did was to ensure that winter would pass peacefully. However, bullying the little cubs is indeed his fault. If he could get them to share their methods of surviving the winter with his tribe, wouldn't that mean no beastmen would die this winter? Huagang looked up at Suisui, but as the defeated party, if he made demands, the White Tiger tribe would surely take the opportunity to extort him further. But he couldn't say that his people would definitely suffer casualties this winter. He had to lower his head for now. Noble female, I understand that my actions have brought misfortune to you and your tribe, so I am willing to accept punishment. Huagang lowered his head, no longer stubborn. He knew he couldn't defeat them now, and perhaps even after some time, he would still be unable to. He couldn't let his mistakes drag down his tribe. After quickly brainstorming if surrendering could spare his people, he was willing to do so. Being the leader of the lion tribe for so long was worth it. If they could ensure his people wouldn't suffer from the cold or hunger this winter, it would be worth it. Are you really willing? Suisui thought about how to stir things up a bit, but she didn't expect him to surrender so quickly. It seemed this leader was quite good to his people. However, for the sake of her cubs becoming the future leader of the lion tribe, she still needed to plan carefully. Yes, but everything I did has nothing to do with my tribe. I hope you can spare them. Is that all? Suisui raised her gaze to see the lion tribe members lowering their heads, lacking any of the legendary Lion King's demeanor. There's one more thing. If you can help my tribe survive this winter, I will offer up all the females of my tribe for your tribe to choose from. Rest assured, those females do not have males. They are merely newly adult females, so. It was indeed a point of concern. The White Tiger tribe was indeed lacking in females. When she visited before, many males wanted to be her beast husbands. But since the Lion King said so, she wouldn't refuse, would she? Since she was willing to reconcile with the White Tiger tribe, helping them wouldn't be a problem. Could I accept? I will have the tribe leader talk with you later, but let me say this, I hope you won't be the next tribe leader. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Suisui turned her head to retract the vines, looking at the remaining lion tribe members and her cubs. They all seemed to understand her actions. After all, the White Tiger tribe had many male beastmen, but very few females. If they could bring in more female beastmen this time, they could have more cubs next year. All right, cubs, let's head home. Having resolved the matter, she would leave the rest to the tribe leader to negotiate. She didn't want to get involved in the middle of it. Sure thing. Nuo Lin, wait for the tribe leader to arrive. Have him send someone to negotiate with the lion tribe. If possible, you should go with them. We only want those females who haven't formed pairs, not those who have. All right, I'll listen to you. The tribe members took the prey back first, while Suisui, her beast husband, and the cubs leisurely made their way back to the tribe. This time she hoped her cubs could learn something from this experience. After all, she couldn't protect them at all times. If it weren't for the system notifying her in advance, she wouldn't have thought there was an issue with her cubs and wouldn't have arrived in time. If she hadn't made it in time earlier, she truly didn't know what would have happened to her cubs. They could have been killed by that ugly man with a single punch. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She had to teach that dogman a lesson someday. He deserved to suffer for bullying children. Mother, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have been thrown away by that big guy. As they walked faster, the cubs and beast husbands could feel Suisui's anger. Nuo Lin exchanged glances with Nuo Lin, who stepped forward to hold Suisui's hand. He knew his mother was angry because she was afraid of her getting hurt, and regardless of whether she would scold him, he didn't want her to be upset. Nuo Lin held his mother's hand and lowered his head, making Suisui's heart soften. After all, it wasn't the cub's fault. Why was she angry here? It's alright, dear. You need to practice well with your father, understand. Otherwise, even an ordinary person could defeat you. Luckily, I came in time. What if I hadn't? In truth, she didn't want to be so angry, but she couldn't help it. She was so worried that one day her cubs would encounter trouble for being unable to defend themselves. She knew her cubs would never take the initiative to cause trouble. Even if issues arose, they would never be unreasonable. So once they got back, she would definitely pass on her abilities to them. I understand, mother. But why didn't you deal with the beast man who bullied me? Nuo Lin was a bit curious. He originally thought that if his mother had seen it, she would at least have taught that person a lesson. But that didn't happen. She scolded the leader of the lion tribe, but he merely mouthed off. Perhaps it was because he was the leader and could gain many benefits from it. Nuo Lin, you will be the tribe leader in the future. You need to understand that he can bully you, but he cannot bully the tribe members. Therefore, when he bullies you and the tribe, you must use your abilities to seek justice for your people. I understand, mother. He knew, but he didn't understand why that beast man wasn't punished. However, he didn't ask. He knew his mother had her reasons. Also, you might be wondering why I didn't deal with the beast man who hit you, right? Mother, With a glance, Suisui knew what he was thinking. However, she didn't blame him. After all, having questions was a good thing. It's better to ask than to pretend to understand, as unresolved issues remain issues. So Suisui didn't hide anything. They would grow up one day, and while they were still young, she needed to instill her thoughts in them. It was also to let them know what should and shouldn't be done. All cubs are the same whether they become tribe leaders or hold other positions in the future. Alright, listen up, everyone. Why didn't I hit the one who bullied you, but instead dealt with the tribe leader? Nuo Lin, you will be the next tribe leader. You need to be aware of your people. As long as it is your command, even if they don't want to do it, they have to do it. Suisui logically unraveled the entire matter in front of the little ones. After all, to become the clan leader, one must do it well, and there can be no unpleasant surprises. Furthermore, the clan leader is the head of a clan. Capturing the king first means that as long as we grasp a weakness of the clan leader, even if he is powerful, we can manipulate him at will. In the end, the clan leader manages many affairs. Although the lion clan leader has poor character, he treats his clan members well, and even in defeat, he seeks benefits for them. Of course, we are the same. One good person does not mean the whole clan is good, but if an entire clan is good, then it signifies that they are all good. The little ones listened to Suisui in a daze, but they remembered one thing: capture the king first. Nuo Lin and Mu Huai exchanged glances. It seemed that the ideas in their female brains were enough to cause a stir across the continent, recognizing what no one else had noticed. In fact, Nuo Lin should have realized Suisui's extraordinary nature long ago. After all, Suisui was sent by the beast god to save the entire beast world, which is why the lion clan was not exterminated. Perhaps it is also because they value their entire clan. Even if they suffer some harm, they do not wish harm upon their clan members, which stirred Suisui's compassion. For Mu Huai, Suisui has always been remarkable. He still obediently acted cute in her arms, being a handsome and adorable Mu Huai. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, mother. Each little one felt their mother was impressive, secretly admiring her. Actually, there was no need for admiration. If Suisui knew, she might say what you think is good is truly good. So you want to take revenge on him for hitting you. Can't you wait until after dark to act? At that time, no one will implicate you, and you won't implicate others as long as you don't let them catch your weakness. Thank you, mother, I understand. Mother, we understand too. No matter what they did, their mother's words were correct. When the few of them returned to the tribe, Suisui was already a bit sleepy, so she left the rest to her beast husband and the little ones. She, after all, was better suited to lie down. Oh, I'm so sleepy. Suisui returned home and lay down on the bed to rest, leaving the rest to her beast husband to handle. Clan leader. Nuo Lin brought Nuo Yuan to the clan leader. Although the clan leader had also sent someone to save them, they had not yet arrived when Suisui resolved the issue. Everything is all right now. The clan leader pulled Nuo Yuan over to check for injuries, and after searching back and forth several times, without finding any issues, he finally felt relieved. Don't worry, everything is fine. However, Suisui helped bring the lion clan under the white tiger clan, so we need to send a beast man to the lion clan. This way the lion clan can enjoy our heated stone beds. Suisui is indeed an impressive female. This negotiation with the lion clan was also due to her capabilities, which made the lion clan tremble in fear. The second thing is that the lion clan leader agreed for us to select a few females from the lion clan. Suisui's intention is to choose female beastmen who have not yet formed pairs. For those who haven't formed pairs, what does this mean? The clan leader was puzzled. Shouldn't more females be better? Why choose those without mates? However, it seems to be for the consideration of the males in the clan. After all, the white tiger tribe has a pitifully small number of females if we don't bring over a few unmarried females for our selection. Does the clan leader not understand? Suisui's intention is to let the single beastmen in the clan come over to choose their own females, but one thing must be taken care of: protect your own females, and if anyone dares to bully the lion clan's females, we will never let it go. That way a single female can choose 2 or more males as her beast husbands, and next year wouldn't there be many pregnant females, or even those who have already given birth to cubs? Good. Nuo Lin, please send my regards to Suisui. So are you going to take over the lion clan this time? Finally, the clan leader found a solution to his long-standing anxiety, and he couldn't stop being happy. However, the takeover of the Lion clan needs to be carefully considered. It's too cold, Suisui doesn't want to move. Just send someone. After winter we must go to the Wolf clan. Alright, I understand. Thinking about it, the Wolf clan is also a subordinate clan of the White Tiger clan. With the addition of the Lion clan, there will be a continuous stream of tribes submitting to the White Tiger clan in the future. I have a lot to hand over to Nuo Lin, so I must plan carefully. In the future, I must treat any tribes that reconcile with the White Tiger tribe well, regardless of who they are. One must not hurt the hearts of brother tribes. Later, I must have a good talk with Nuo Lin, ensuring that nothing important is overlooked. After sending off Nuo Lin, the clan leader hurriedly called for Deshan to come. After all, Deshan had been to the Wolf clan before, so he would send a team of single beastmen to accompany him. Clan leader, did you call for me? Deshan looked at the clan leader, who had been grinning like a fool, feeling a bit confused. What could make a clan leader smile like this? One might think the leader had lost his mind. Well, let's not ask. After all, the clan leader must have his reasons for laughing. Should I try laughing too? Alright, Deshan, since you have been to the Wolf clan before, this time you will go to the Lion clan on our behalf, bringing 10 single beastmen with you. Okay, before Deshan could even start to laugh, the clan leader had already ordered him to go to the Lion clan. Lion clan. What is the purpose of going to the Lion clan? Isn't it to fight them? It seems they can be defeated, but sending 10 single beastmen seems insufficient to even fill the gaps in their defenses. What does the clan leader mean? In the future, the Lion clan will be our brother clan. You will go and teach the Lion clan how to make our heated stone beds. Hurry up, take Mei Hua with you. It will be too cold later, so don't come back. I see, and I can bring my own female. That is best. He also does not want to be separated from his female too often, especially since he still does not have a cub. Understood, clan leader. After you arrive, let the 10 single beastmen choose females. Remember, they must be those without beast husbands, and they must be treated well. Do you hear me? Yes, clan leader, I heard you. I will go right now. Good. After clarifying everything, Deshan walked out, leaving the clan leader alone in the beast den. One must not allow the beastmen of their tribe to bully the females of the Lion clan, and the same goes for the Wolf clan. In the future, the three tribes must become the best of brothers and should never allow any beastmen to bully each other regardless of the tribe. However, this also means that the clan leader must visit the other two tribes. After all, they will soon become one family. It is essential to know the leaders of the other tribes. The Lion clan. Upon hearing that the clan leader had returned, two sharp-featured beastmen hurriedly bent over to welcome him, their faces twisted in an unappealing manner with triangular eyes darting around aimlessly. The clan leader was furious at the sight of the two. Had it not been for their own incompetence, they would not have embarrassed themselves so. Now, having failed to capture anyone, they risked losing the very identity of their clan leader. Fortunately, they could become brother clans with the White Tiger clan. In due time, the White Tiger clan would send people over who would share methods of survival during winter with the Lion clan. For them, it wasn't too disheartening, but it seemed these two beastmen had to be dealt with. Haha, clan leader, you're back. So did you capture that female and her cubs? What's this? You're quite pleased, aren't you? Seeing the obsequious expressions on the faces of the two, Hui gang felt particularly displeased, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, obscuring his true feelings. Haha, how could that be, clan leader? I'm only thinking of you. Seeing the clan leader's beaming expression, they understood that their plan had succeeded. It seemed they could finally shed the title of Wandering Beastmen. Haha, in a while, once the Lion clan takes down the White Tiger tribe, that female will be able to flow continuously into the Lion clan, and the two brothers might just get a female or two for themselves. Huh, really? The clan leader grew increasingly enraged, for the lewd expressions on their faces were clearly indicative of their sordid thoughts. Indeed, they were unworthy as Wandering Beastmen. Their disgraceful demeanor truly needed correction. Ahaha, of course. I am but your loyal servant, clan leader. Just as they were reveling in their success, the Lion clan leader summoned someone in. They thought it was a reward for them, but no one suspected that the leader was seeking their lives. Such individuals could never be allowed to remain in the Lion tribe. Ha ha ha, bring them here. Yes. The most unexpected twist was that with a smile he could have you bound and casually make you disappear from this world. Bind those two. Yes. Hey, clan leader, what are you doing? Why are you binding me? The two beastmen panicked. They realized that the clan leader did not intend to reward them with the title of Wandering Beastmen, but rather sought their lives. If it weren't for you, how could I have given the females of our clan to the White Tiger clan? If it weren't for you, how could I have taken the initiative to seize their people and food? Although he also wished for the Lion clan to survive the winter and to have females, it was absolutely not worth achieving everything in such a manner. The moment he lost, he understood that these two could not be allowed to live. After all, to him, these two Wandering Beastmen had caused him to lose 10 females. Although he had agreed to it in negotiations between the two clans, he could have given far less. Thus, it was of no use for the clan leader to regret. The only way to quell his anger was to eliminate these two beastmen, break their legs, and throw them onto the back mountain. Remember to watch them die before leaving. Yes, clan leader. Clan leader, I was wrong. Let me go. Clan leader. Hearing this, the clan subordinates hurriedly grabbed each of the beastmen by an arm and dragged them away regardless of their cries. Gather everyone in the square. The clan leader sitting on a stool thought for a while and had already decided that giving 10 females to the White Tiger clan would not be a broken promise. He only hoped that the people of the White Tiger tribe would come to his clan soon so that the Lion clan could safely survive the winter. He truly did not want to endure the cold of winter again. Yes, clan leader. Today I called you all over to say a few words. I don't know whether this is good or bad news for you, so just listen for now. The clan leader, looking down at the members of the Lion clan females and cubs, saw their adorable eyes and wide-open gazes, all eagerly anticipating food and ways to keep warm. He hoped this time would bring good news to the Lion clan, allowing his people to eat well, stay warm, and not perish from cold or hunger without them knowing. What's wrong, clan leader? Yes, what happened that has the clan leader so troubled? It's all right, clan leader, we're all here. Don't worry, just say it. The beastmen below looked at the clan leader's troubled expression, uncertain of what was troubling him so deeply. Perhaps it truly was a moment of life and death for the Lion clan. However, they did not blame the clan leader, for they knew he had done too much for them. If it weren't for the clan leader, they would have perished long ago rather than being here in distress. Do you know about the heated beds of the White Tiger tribe? Looking at their expressions, he understood that they did not know, so he would have to explain it to them himself. Heated beds? What are those? Yes, I've never heard of them. The tribe members below exchanged confused glances, not understanding what heated beds were, but judging by the clan leader's expression, it must be something good. I know they are used for warmth in winter. I heard about them from hunters of the White Tiger clan before. It seemed there were indeed some who knew. 2 males were chatting in the middle, and the surrounding beastmen were also looking at the two. Really? They faced everyone's gaze, sharing what they knew. It turned out that during their hunting trips, they had encountered members of the White Tiger tribe who had mentioned this. However, whether it was true later was uncertain. They only knew the other party had such a thing. Although he wanted it, the two tribes were not close, so he had given up. Yes, not just me, Oe Kwan, and the others also know. Yes, clan leader, but we've never seen it, or we've only heard of it. Not wanting to hear them argue any longer, Huagang raised his hand, indifferent to what they thought in their hearts. In any case, they would also have heated beds. However, he was exchanging 10 females for them. Just thinking of that clan leader caused him pain, but if the heated beds could save the lives of the beastmen and their cubs, it would all be worth it. All right, the heated beds will arrive in our tribe in a few days. Really? The heated beds would also belong to their tribe. Did this mean that this winter they would no longer worry about freezing to death? As long as they stockpiled enough food, they wouldn't have to worry about starving. This was truly great news. Oh my God, is this real? Am I not dreaming? Will we really not freeze to death this winter? When hunting tomorrow, I must gather more food, so I won't starve or freeze to death. Clan leader is mighty. Mighty. The tribe members below were filled with fervor. This was the best news they had received in a long time. The clan members could no longer contain their excitement, joyfully circling around. All right, this is what I want to tell you all. Our Lion clan will coexist peacefully with the White Tiger tribe. When the White Tiger tribe arrives, we will welcome them warmly. This also ties us closely with the White Tiger tribe, which has its benefits. In future conflicts, we can call upon them for assistance. This is our exchange. We will give the White Tiger tribe 10 females to help them reproduce. 10 females is too many. Upon hearing this, the surrounding clan members erupted into a flurry of complaints. After all, how many females do we even have? 10 would be half of our total females given to the White Tiger tribe. Yes, how few females do we have in total? And they want females that are not mated. What? They want unmated females. They want unmated females, which are even rarer. It seems there are only a few that have just come of age recently. Females are too precious in the beast world, but surviving the winter is equally vital. Yes, unmated females are even scarcer. How can we give them away? You all know how many females the Lion clan has. There are only 20 that have come of age this year. What's the issue with giving 10 to the White Tiger tribe? After hearing the clan members argue, the clan leader pondered that there couldn't be so few unmated females. While there are some, it certainly isn't as few as they think. He understood the concerns of the clan members, but this was not solely about enduring the winter. That female from the White Tiger tribe had shown strength beyond what they had heard. If he showed favor to the White Tiger tribe this time, the Lion clan could potentially advance or retreat together with them in the future. He had also heard that the White Tiger tribe had reconciled with the Wolf tribe. He needed to assert his position, otherwise wouldn't he be easily manipulated? What would the clan members think? Those willing to go to the White Tiger tribe step forward. The White Tiger tribe will not treat you poorly, and of course I wouldn't let you suffer there. There is a highly fertile female in the White Tiger tribe, and she will protect you, so do not be afraid. This is merely an exchange. The clan leader had no thoughts of exchanging for other beastmen, but the current situation hinged on the females. As long as the females agreed, the other beastmen had no say. Although the White Tiger tribe had many males, they treated their females exceptionally well. If they bullied the Lion clan's females, they were not soft targets to be easily bullied. He would also negotiate with the leader of the White Tiger tribe to ensure they treated the Lion clan's females well. Even if a female had 3 or 4 beast husbands, he would only ensure their safety. Of course, the Lion clan leader and Suisui shared the same thoughts on this. She had also told Nuo Lin to inform the clan leader that regardless of where the females came from, once they reached the White Tiger tribe, they would become the tribe's females and must be treated well. Clan leader, I am willing to go and choose. After all, the Lion clan needs warmth in the winter. A seemingly cute female stepped forward, small and delicate, appearing to have just reached adulthood. She exuded a youthful aura, leading one to think that she might not be capable of bearing offspring. Clan leader, I also wish to go, for in the beast world females are the most precious. I do not believe they will bully me. Seeing one person step forward, others followed suit. Soon a woman with wheat-colored skin who had also just reached adulthood joined. In truth, she had once envied the White Tiger tribe, having heard that a female from the Spirit Cat tribe was particularly favored there and created many things, so she was prepared to go and take a look. Clan leader, I am also willing. After all, the White Tiger tribe won't suffer from hunger or cold in winter. Who wouldn't want that? Yes, clan leader, we also wish to go to a good place. As long as they come, we can choose from among them. Yes, clan leader, let them come, and we would also like to take a look. Seeing that the females were all in agreement, even those who were hesitant had nothing more to say. When the large group arrived, the Lion clan welcomed them with the highest honors. Host, what are you looking at? Caught off guard by Suisui's sudden appearance, the system was unsure of what she intended to do. Just moments before, she had been sleeping peacefully, but now she was staring at him for a long time, making him feel quite embarrassed. I want to learn the power of thunder and lightning. Once I master it, I will teach it to my cubs. I don't want them to be bullied for being too weak. She deeply cared for her cubs, and even in her dreams, she envisioned the moment she failed to arrive, seeing her cubs being heavily thrown to the ground by that beast man. So small and adorable, they bled from all 7 orifices, always pleading for her to protect them. In her dreams, she felt as if she was tightly bound, unable to break free. Thus Suisui was truly frightened. She feared discovering such a thing one day and dreaded the possibility of returning from the outside world only to find her cubs gone. Host, do not fear, that opportunity will not arise. Don't worry, I will give you the secret now. Thank you, system. It's not that I don't trust you, I am just genuinely scared. Even though I am having cubs for the sake of the task in my heart, they are my children, my flesh and blood. It's alright, host. Rest assured, I understand. Looking at the current host, the system felt a pang of sorrow. The once gentle girl now appeared anxious and fearful, which was quite heartbreaking even for a simple system. At this moment, Suisui felt a bit broken. She truly did not want to hand her fate over to others. Fate must be in her own hands to ensure stability and peace. Suisui gazed at the secret book, emitting a blue glow before her. If there was lightning, could it mean that there might also be light in the beast world? Host, that is not permitted. Every century has its own matters. You cannot take the initiative to disrupt the inherent balance, or else the world will be thrown into chaos and collapse. I understand. I will only act according to the resources available in the beast world, right? That is correct, host. Good. Opening the first page, it was clearly a description of thunder and lightning. Was there thunder first or lightning? Each arose in opposition, and each had its own role. What exactly are their roles? Let us explore together this dreamlike world, a world filled with storms. Are the hosts ready? Then let us together experience the power of thunder and lightning from nature. It was still a forest, but unlike the flourishing vitality of the plant realm, there was a hint of desolation here. Beneath the grayish sky, flashes could be seen in the distance, and given the energy from the plants, it was easy to guess that it belonged to the realm of lightning. The ground was soft, feeling as if one was stepping on cotton. She pushed aside the obstacles in front of her and lifted her leg to step in. The rumbling of thunder echoed through the sky, lightning crackling across the heavens. The sound was deafening, yet she felt no fear at all. Perhaps she understood that the lightning could not harm her, allowing her to maintain a stoic expression. Looking at the scene of flashing lightning, it was as if someone was undergoing tribulation, almost as if they knew what she was there to do. A bolt of purple lightning as thick as a bowl flashed down. She took a step back and the lightning struck at her feet. Another bolt of lightning followed. Similarly, she shifted aside, but when the lightning seemed to sense where she intended to move next, she chose not to evade, causing it to miss. The purple lightning resembled a child who had finally seen a toy they liked, hesitating to harm her. The surrounding lightning kept the distance from the purple lightning, as they did not wish to attract its attention. The purple lightning happily approached her, as if inviting her to play a game. Once she chose lightning, she never imagined it could be as docile as the energy of plants. Then a thin strand of purple lightning flashed by, accompanied by a rumble of thunder. The lightning swiftly coursed through her limbs, bringing no pain or tearing sensation, only a numbness. It felt as if she had maintained a position for too long, with currents surging through her body, yet this did not make her lose consciousness. Instead, she began to sense the strangeness brought by this power, and as time passed, the discomfort from the lightning quietly faded away. My goodness, is this lightning a bit terrifying? Does this mean I now possess lightning? She did not know, but she could sense the power within her body as she slowly concentrated the energy in her right hand. Extending her palm, a robust bolt of lightning stood upright. The two, one person and one lightning, stared at each other, neither moving an inch. As the lightning surged through her body, perhaps she could try using this lightning energy. She clenched her fist tightly, striving to strike the lightning from her palms against the large tree before her. With a crack, the sound of the tree trunk snapping was unmistakable. The lightning had indeed split the tree in two. This instantly shattered her worldview. She had heard that lightning was powerful, but to think it could sever such a thick tree with a single strike was truly remarkable. She quickly memorized several incantations for the lightning, all transmitted to her by the lightning energy, ensuring her master knew the lightning's capabilities. She could not afford to be harmed by ignorance of the lightning's effects. That would truly be a loss beyond measure. With a flash of light, she successfully stored her lightning powers into the ability space, preventing herself from accidentally shocking her beast partner when she went out, even though she did not know the exact reason. Host, how did it go? Did you succeed? Suddenly, she appeared in the system space where two adorable little ones were staring wide-eyed at her as they chewed on sweet potatoes. The system hurriedly floated over, aware that the lightning realm was not an ordinary world. A single misstep could lead to explosions, but thankfully, she was still alive. Yes, I succeeded, but it seems I don't have a little spirit like Duo. She found it strange that the purple lightning could not transform like Duo. Driven by curiosity, she voiced her thoughts, for one should ask when they do not understand, and she was no exception. Master, I've heard that the little spirit of the lightning energy is too socially anxious and is too shy to face a new master, so it hid away. Duo knew this. Every elemental power could transform into a little spirit without exception. The only possibility was that the lightning element was too shy to face her. But for some unknown reason, the very next second, she heard the sound of the lightning element breaking its defense. It wasn't that it was shy to face its master, it was just that arriving in a strange world made it naturally a bit shy. But it was definitely not due to being shy of its master. After all, with such a beautiful master, wouldn't it be a loss to not see her often? I am not shy. You are talking nonsense. Really, that insufferable plant spirit. Humph, when her master was not looking, she would definitely drag it for a fight. See, I was right. Otherwise, why didn't you hide? Master, my name is ZZ. I am not socially anxious, I'm just a bit shy. Ignoring Duo's words, the lightning floated beside her, introducing itself. The appearance of the small boy made her like him more and more. The system stared at him for a long time, and then heard him introducing himself. ZZ. The highest energy within lightning energy is purple lightning. Could it be? The host could actually grasp the highest lightning in her hands. My goodness, is the world really this fantastical? Her brain was nearly overwhelmed. My goodness, host, what are you doing? The most precious purple-grade lightning among lightning energies is the Prince of Lightning Energy. Oh my gosh, how can it be this powerful? It seems this host has a pretty high occupancy rate. ZZ, so you are truly the boss among lightning energies. Hearing the system's astonished voice, she finally understood that ZZ was so impressive, being the strongest existence in lightning, which meant she had nothing to fear in the future. However, she had not encountered any danger in these two elemental spaces. It seemed they were the ones seeking her out. What could be the reason? Could it be that she would also be chosen in other elemental worlds? She did not know, only feeling curious if it was, because she had bound the system to come here for tasks. The boss was so fantastical, she used to fear being struck by lightning, yet now it was beside her, and such a cute little boy at that. She couldn't help but want to reach out and touch this adorable little being. Yes, that's right, Master. Then why did you choose me? Master, because we were waiting for you. I can't remember clearly, but long ago someone told me to wait for you in the lightning forest. Yes, Master, I can also prove that my mother chose you because someone told her so, but my mother is a plant, so it fell to me to follow you. Duo and ZZ have known since childhood that they would be bound to a woman who suddenly arrived in the elemental world, a woman whose aura is refreshingly invigorating. Once bound, she will become your master, sharing a deep connection with you, and she can lead you into the divine continent. Remember, this is not all that you are. I hope you cherish this opportunity. The little one asked why they needed to be bound to her. She replied, what is yours forever. Trying to force what isn't yours is futile. Remember, you belong to her, and only to her. What exactly is going on? Could it be arranged by the Master God? Or did someone know long ago that she would come here, leading the leaders here to follow her? Could it be that the subsequent snow energy, wind energy, fire energy, and others are all waiting for her? But what could be the reason? System. You. Host, I don't know either. I was focused on binding you. I have no knowledge of anything else, and my task is merely to ensure you give birth to offspring. Having the system follow her for so long, Suisui could understand it. It might genuinely not know, as usually, when there are problems the system appears guilty when she asks. But now sincerity almost overflowed from its eyes, and in that moment Suisui too was unsure of what was happening. Alright, it's fine. Since you are following me, just keep following me. Perhaps passing you down could be considered a legacy. After all, it should be passed down through generations. Since that's the case, let's take it step by step, for no one knows what the future holds. It's a bit confusing, yet Suisui has always known what her task is. Suisui is awake, it's snowing. Do you want to come out and take a look? As she emerged from the system space, Nuo Lin happened to enter the room to call her. The room had been warm these past few days while it was snowing outside. She could also play with the little ones now. There's no need to fear winter. If it gets cold, just come into the house to hide. At this moment, Suisui was feeling happy. Is it snowing? No wonder the room is so warm. It must be because of the heated bed. Nuo Lin stepped forward, gently arranging the animal skins for Suisui. She must have been tired lately and needed good company. Nuo Lin gently held Suisui's hand. She had kept saying she was cold last night, so he had stayed up all night stoking the fire to make it a bit warmer, thus heating the entire house. Yes, Suisui, you were saying you were cold last night, so we heated the bed all night. The little ones are in the neighboring room, and Qi Yun is keeping them company. The snow outside started falling at midnight and continued until now already thick enough to cover half a branch, leaving layers of footprints on the ground. Suisui, come eat something. The cooking animal cave is right next door, ensuring you can always eat something warm when you're hungry. After Suisui finished eating, she looked outside, but couldn't see anything because the entrance was blocked. She quickly ate a bit more, asking Nuo Lin to wear an extra layer of animal skin. Although they are all furry beasts, she's still worried about catching a cold in the changing weather. Dressing warmly allows us to have snowball fights and play other games, so winter won't be too boring. Winter is the best time for snowball fights, but she wondered if there were plum blossoms in this beast world. If so, she would love to see the plum blossoms, which are the most beautiful in winter. A pure white world with red plum blossoms. It's simply too beautiful. Eagerly anticipating the scenery outside, Suisui hastily ate a bit before preparing to go out for a snowball fight. Snowball fight? What is that? It sounded intriguing, but Nuo Lin had never heard of it. However, seeing Suisui's eager expression, he also decided to experience it. Wait a moment. Suisui took out the animal skin socks she had prepared long ago from under the bed, thick enough to keep her feet warm. She put on a pair for herself and gave Nuo Lin another pair to wear. The remaining ones were for Hu Yin and Mu Huai. Mu Huai, a tiger snake, was already shivering on the bed. She had almost forgotten that the snake clan hibernates in winter, and tiger snakes were no exception, yet to keep her company, it was willing to skip its hibernation. Well, as you are in the animal cave, you could hibernate there too. If you get hungry, you can wake up any time to eat. Mu Huai couldn't get out of bed, but it didn't matter because Hu Yin had already prepared all the food. In this cold winter, they wouldn't let him starve. There was still frozen hard meat outside, and if he wanted to eat, he could cook it over fire. Yes, Mu Huai, I'm here too. I will make sure to leave food for you during the day and night in the room. If you get hungry, just call for me, and I'll prepare something delicious for you. Seeing them concerned for Mu Huai made him feel warm all over. If it weren't for them, he would still be in the dark underground. Mu Huai nodded. The room was warm, but as a tiger snake, he couldn't move around in winter, otherwise he would love to go out and play with everyone. Alright, my Hu Yin is the best, let me reward you with a kiss, Mua. Suisui looked at Hu Yin, who was so obedient and loving to hold her, kissed him gently on the head, followed by his cheeks and lips. Shy Hu Yin also adored Suisui very much, and his bashful demeanor was incredibly cute. Hihi, Suisui is also wonderful. I like Suisui the most, Mua. Ha ha ha. Perhaps due to the snow, Suisui was in high spirits today, bouncing around like a lively and adorable rabbit. I want one too. Suisui, if you kiss me, you'll go into hibernation. Mu Huai watched them sweetly playing kisses, feeling a bit left out. He also wanted a kiss, pouting as he reached towards Suisui, who embraced his large head and gave him a kiss. Indeed, he was completely cold, including his head. In summer, hugging him would definitely be very comfortable, haha. Alright, after the kiss, go to sleep quickly. Suisui didn't want Mu Huai to go, but the snake clan had to hibernate, and there was nothing she could do. She could only comfort him by gently patting his head. If she were to conceive Hu Yan's offspring in winter, she would consider having Mu Huai's offspring in summer, as both were her beast husbands and should be treated equally. Hihi, my Nuo Lin baby also deserves a kiss, Mua. After Mu Huai turned to sleep, Suisui noticed Nuo Lin standing by, waiting for her affection. Oh, that adorable little gaze really melted her heart. Suisui reached out to hug Nuo Lin, but lifting him felt like embracing a big tree. She tiptoed and kissed Nuo Lin on the lips. Suisui, you are truly wonderful. Little ones, are you cold? Seeing the little ones curled up adorably together on the bed, Suisui couldn't help but reach over to pat their heads, unable to resist the urge to touch their fluffy fur. Mother, you finally came out. Baby missed you so much. The little ones were particularly excited to see their mother come, to find them all rushing to Suisui for hugs. However, there were too many little ones to hold at once, yet she still fulfilled each of their wishes. Mother, hug me. Suisui held the little ones in her arms and gently rubbed their fur. The soft texture felt absolutely wonderful. Mother, kiss me. Suisui gave a kiss to the little ones, of course, giving each one a peck. The little ones felt their hearts melting. Their mother was just too wonderful, a fragrant and lovely mother. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Oh my, the little ones are so cute. Even the newly born wolf cubs were adorably soft and cute, and the older cubs were taking care of the younger ones, with 6 big ones looking after 6 little ones. The cubs were just too considerate. Mother, I'm holding Qi Li. Come and take a look, mother. Qi Li's adorable little eyes were simply melting Sui's sweetheart. Those eyes were so cute, they seemed to shine. Indeed, her offspring were exceptionally lovely. The other cubs were equally eager, each showing Suisui the cubs they were taking care of. Looking at their cute appearances, they were truly adorable in their childhood. This was their lovely wolf cubs with their fluffy paws and chubby bodies. However, Suisui did not forget her original intention for coming out, which was to have a snowball fight. With so much snow, it would be a shame not to play in it. Little ones, shall we go play in the snow? She excitedly told the little ones, but they seemed a bit hesitant as it was too cold in winter. Although their father had lit the warm hearth at night, it was only colder outside. But mother, it's very cold outside. Seeing the worried expressions of the little ones, Suisui smiled gently. It was just at the door. If they felt cold, they could come back in to warm up. The room was comfortably warm and definitely not cold. Don't worry, just play at the door. If we get tired or cold, we'll come back, okay? After considering it, a few little ones thought that since their mother had said so, it wouldn't be a problem to go out and play. However, these little cubs were still too young to be outside as they could get sick. The second batch of cubs had already opened their eyes and were slowly starting to crawl, yet they were still too small to go out and play. Suisui came up with a plan to surround the hearth with thick animal skins so that the little ones couldn't crawl out. After all, their legs were still soft, and as long as she paid attention, there wouldn't be any problems. Besides, she had space to help keep an eye on them while they played, so that wouldn't be an issue either. Once everything was sorted, Suisui took her white tiger cubs with her to join the snowball fight. When they stepped outside, the scene was indeed beautiful. The trees were covered with thick snow. Snowflakes were dancing in the wind. It was simply stunning. The snow fell from the sky and disappeared upon touching the ground. It also landed on the trees, on the leaves, and even on the little cubs' noses. At that moment, no matter how cold the snow was, it couldn't compare to the shock of such a beautiful scenery. Wow, it's so beautiful. The little ones were mesmerized by such a lovely scene for the first time. In fact, Suisui had never seen such heavy snow either. Perhaps nothing before had compared to the snow here. In just a short time, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow. The little ones excitedly jumped into it, creating a pit, and the tiny cubs struggled to climb out, their little bottoms wiggling. Yes, mother, ever since it started snowing, father hasn't let us go out to play, saying it's very dangerous. But now it really looks beautiful. Yes, mother, it's so beautiful. The little cubs played freely, but Nuo Lin and Nuo Shao were worried about the dangers hidden in the snow, as their father had previously warned them not to come out in winter, saying it could be deadly. However, looking at such a beautiful moment, the little ones really wanted to play happily in the snow for a while. Their eyes were filled with longing. Suisui looked at their nearly melting expressions and felt her heart soften. However, danger did exist, and they had to be careful. Little ones, the snow is beautiful, but you must be careful outside. The areas covered in snow may seem safe to us, but places with pits hidden beneath the snow are not visible, so it can be very dangerous. Your father is right. One should not only look at the surface, but must pay attention to the many dangers around. Especially near water or on ice that hasn't frozen solid, and many things in the snow are invisible to everyone. If we aren't careful, it can easily lead to injuries. Therefore, Suisui couldn't tell them that there was no danger at all. If they weren't careful and got hurt one day, it wouldn't be a joke. We understand, mother. Looking at their mother's expression, they realized that both she and father were doing it for their sake. However, they had walked through the entrance many times. There was definitely no problem. But they would also consult mother and father before deciding whether to play or not. Nuo Lin watched as Suisui educated the little ones, finding her reasoning sound and persuasive. The little ones were all very well behaved, which was what Nuo Lin hoped to see. Mother, the snow is so cold. The other little ones could hardly wait to play. When Suisui wasn't looking, they used their paws to scoop up some snow, which melted when they squeezed it. Mother, the snow is so delicious. It's icy and cool, so comfortable. Suisui watched them, eager to play, and smiled softly. They were indeed just like she was when she was young, and she no longer restrained them. She stepped back a bit to let the little ones play. Their silver bell-like laughter echoed throughout the white tiger tribe. Ha! Suisui, do you like it? Nuo Lin wrapped his arms around Suisui's shoulders, watching the adorable and lively little ones, feeling an extraordinary sense of happiness at that moment. He truly loved the simple and peaceful days. I like it very much. How about you? As long as you're here, I like it very much. With cubs' love and beautiful scenery, nothing could compare to this moment of tranquility. Suisui, I'm coming to play too. Ha, okay. Just as Nuo Lin was mesmerized by the beautiful scenery and his beloved female, he lowered his head about to kiss Suisui's lips. However, there are always some who are oblivious and disrupt this moment of happiness. Forget it. Chiyun is a beast husband, so I cannot retaliate. I will endure it. Suisui scooped up a handful of snow from the ground and dropped it on Chiyun, who had just settled the little cubs and came out only to be hit. Yet he felt no unhappiness at all, gently brushing the snow off his body. It was indeed quite refreshing. Chiyun, come play with us. Sure. Chiyun also scooped up a handful of snow and threw it at Suisui, who retaliated with her own handful of snow, hitting Chiyun. Accompanied by a melodious peal of laughter, the cubs began throwing snowballs, and the scene turned into delightful chaos. Nuo Lin threw snow at Nuo Yuan, who in turn threw it at Nuo Shao. The cubs played joyfully, and the other beastmen in the cave could not resist coming out to see the fun. Seeing Suisui and her family happily engaged in a snowball fight, some of the females curiously asked their beast husbands, "Aren't they afraid of the cold?" "I don't know, but they seem to be having so much fun. Shall we go take a look?" The females and their husbands in the cave heard the happy sounds of Suisui family playing in the snow and were all very curious. In such cold weather, everyone usually huddled together for warmth. How could they still go out and play? Yet watching them, they appeared completely unafraid of the cold, and their lively running made the others yearn to join in, although they were still apprehensive about the chill. The Sharpie beast husbands noticed that Suisui and the others were wearing layers of beast hides, and their faces were flushed, not at all showing signs of being cold. Perhaps it was due to the beast hides. They are wearing so many beast hides, we should try it too. Yes. Hearing that their husbands wanted to play, the females could hardly contain their excitement. Since they could go out to play, they should wear more layers. The beast husbands found the beast hides they had saved in their room and put them on the females. They put on their own hides and stepped outside to greet Suisui and the others. Suisui, why are you still playing outside in such cold weather? Kitten, come out and play. A moving around will keep you warm. Upon hearing the voice, Suisui and her companions halted their snowball fight and stood to the side. Suisui turned around and saw it was the neighbor from the cave next door. However, they had never really talked before. They only saw each other during hunting or gathering, and they merely knew each other's names. Seeing Kitten's eager heart, Suisui could guess why she had come out. Since that was the case, they might as well play together. After all, they all had good intentions. Yes, Aunt Kitten, come out and play. It's so much fun and not cold at all. Hearing their mother's voice, the cubs all greeted Kitten. Although they were still a bit unfamiliar with her, the cubs' enthusiasm was sure to touch Kitten's heart. Really? Kitten eagerly took her beast husband's hand and slowly reached out. A gust of wind blew by, and it was indeed a bit cold, but she did not want to be cooped up in the cave all winter. Watching them play looked incredibly fun. She hadn't played outside in winter before, and seeing how happy they were made her want to give it a try. Kitten's beast husbands were observing her contemplation. Kitten had relatively few husbands, only 3. She looked at them, and since that was the case, they might as well play together. Kitten stepped out of the cave, and Suisui pulled her cubs towards her direction, a handful of snow gently landing on her. Kitten quickly threw snow at him. Suisui ran over to Kitten and formed a snowball, hurling it at Nuo Lin. At first, Kitten hesitated, feeling shy about joining in the fun, but soon following Suisui and the cubs' lead, she also joined the battle. Kitten's husbands, seeing her so happy, gradually joined the fray as well. Beastmen around them also ventured out of the caves, putting on extra layers of beast hides, just like Suisui. Seeing everyone coming out to play made them want to join too. If it weren't for necessity, they really did not want to stay inside all the time. They were not snakes that needed to hibernate. Slowly, the tribe members began to play snowball fights, and when they were having fun, Yu and Dan Yang also ran out. Ha ha ha, Yue, you are here too. Suisui immediately spotted Yue, who was approaching with Kai. However, thinking that with Suisui around, her beast husband wouldn't be of much use, she let him go off to play on his own. At first, Kai was unwilling, but their cubs were playing in the snow. He believed that with Suisui around, Yu would have more fun, since he knew they didn't want their husbands nearby while playing. Though he was reluctant to leave Yu's side, he was even more reluctant to see her unhappy, so he decided to listen to her. Yes, it must be fun, right? Looking at the entire tribe joyfully playing, it was even livelier than before the new year. The wood was too damp to start a fire, otherwise tonight would definitely be a bonfire party. Ha ha ha, this is so much fun. Yu particularly loved the current scene, as every beastman was happily playing, making the days simply beautiful. Yu's Suisui. Just as the two were leisurely watching the snowball fight, Dan Yang came over from the other side. Suisui hadn't seen Dan Yang for a long time. Dan Yang, come join us for a snowball fight. Seeing her arrive, Suisui and Yu pulled Dan Yang into the snowball fight, with snowballs flying through the air, landing on Suisui, then Yu, and even Dan Yang. Ha 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 ha, great. For Yu and Dan Yang, it had been a long time since they had felt such joy. Remembering the fun they had as children, those childhood days were the best, but there weren't many days of entertainment after growing up. After playing until they were tired, everyone sat down in the snow. Suisui looked at the piles of snow, realizing they could never run out of snowballs. Why not try building a snowman? Also, seeing so much snow, continually playing snowball fights would be exhausting. It would be better to think of other ways to play. When tired, they could build a snowman, and when cold, have a snowball fight. What a wonderful time. Do you want to try building a snowman? A snowman. A snowman. Upon hearing Suisui mention building a snowman, the two looked puzzled. They recognized each word, but couldn't comprehend the phrase as a whole. Yes, what does a snowman look like? They exchanged glances, but they thought it should be quite fun, especially since the term came from Suisui's lips. She must have her reasons. They just needed to listen to her. Alright, let's build one together and find out. Since they didn't know, they would follow Suisui and see what it was all about.